The Invincible Big Shot is about to be born. Chapter 158 to Chapter 236. When the huge shadow appeared above the Kunpeng sect, the air current was extremely violent, creating a shockwave. Only when the wind force reached a terrifying level would there be a sound of wind explosion. This huge shadow covered half of the Kunpeng sect's mountain gate. The Kunpeng sect was the #1 sect in the Jiutian. There were more than 10,000 mountains where the inner and core disciples resided. Now, the shadow was as big as half of the Kunpeng sect's mountain gate. The terrifying aura of the beast covered the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains around the Kunpeng sect to crumble. Huge fissures appeared on the ground as well. In front of everyone's frightened eyes, the huge shadow revealed its true appearance. It was an incomparably huge ferocious beast. The beast's body was like a shark's, but its wings were even bigger than its body. When it spread out, it was unknown how many miles it could cover. Its teeth were tens of thousands of feet long. They were like incomparably sharp swords. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Kunpeng Divine Beast. The Kunpeng Divine Beast that fed on true dragons. The Kunpeng Divine Beast was the largest divine beast in the world. It was said that its wings spanned 90,000 miles. Since the ancient times, the Kunpeng Divine sect had only activated the Kunpeng Divine Formation once. Moreover, it was during the Middle Ages. Therefore, this was the first time everyone saw the Kunpeng Divine Formation and the Kunpeng Divine Beast. The Kunpeng Divine Formation is indeed the #1 divine formation in the Jiutian. The formation spirit is actually a real Kunpeng Divine Beast. An old ancestor of the Black Heaven sect exclaimed. This Kunpeng Divine Beast has lived since the ancient times? What realm has it reached? It has definitely surpassed the Lord of a Dimension. Jitian said solemnly. Surpassed the Lord of a Dimension, such an existence was unimaginable to everyone present. Who woke me up? In the sky, the Kunpeng Divine Beast spoke. Once it opened its mouth, its voice reverberated, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Vast Thunder hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple of the Kunpeng Divine Sect, Vast Thunder, greets Lord Xianxia. The Kunpeng Divine Sect is under attack by a strong enemy. We are no match for them. Therefore, we had no choice but to activate the Kunpeng Divine Sect to wake you up. Lord Xianxia, please kill the enemy. Protect my Kunpeng Divine Sect. The mythical beast Kunpeng's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao. It's them? Vast Thunder God replied respectfully, yes, not only did they kill over 1,000 of our divine sex experts, but they also massacred the Qin and Painting School, Tai Ching Sword School, and countless disciples of the Heavenly Beast's Gate. If these people are not eliminated, the Jiutian will not be able to rest in peace. I implore Lord Xianxia to eliminate this evil for the Jiutian. The divine beast Kunpeng nodded. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying sound wave swept out from its huge mouth, forming a terrifying sound pillar. That's right, it was a sound wave air pillar. The terrifying sound wave blasted towards Lu Yiping and the other two with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the ground was lifted up. It was as if the ground was constantly caving in. All the mountains around the sound wave air pillar were lifted up as well. When these mountains were lifted up, they all turned into grains of sand. From afar, it looked like an apocalyptic sandstorm that covered everything. Whether it was Vast Thunder God, Qin Yuqian, the two barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, or the beast ancestor, all of them were trembling in fear when they saw the terrifying sound wave. Even if they were as strong as they were, they felt as weak as ants in front of this apocalyptic sound wave. If this terrifying sound wave blasted them, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Was this the power that surpassed the Lord of a Dimension? Even if they were already at the peak of the Lord of a Dimension advanced stage, even if they were all supreme overlords with more than 90 million units of dimension energy, they would definitely not be able to withstand it if they joined forces. While Vast Thunder God, Qin Yuqian, the two barefoot monsters, and the rest were trembling in fear, the terrifying sound wave blasted toward Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. At this moment, Lu Yiping suddenly raised his hand and blocked the terrifying sound wave. The terrifying sound wave pillar, which was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, stopped in front of Lu Yiping. Then, the sound waves began to shatter inch by inch like glass. Vast Thunder God, Qin Yuqian, and the rest were dumbfounded. That earth-shattering sound wave that could smash them into pieces was broken just like that? Lu Yiping merely raised his hand. Moreover, they did not even see Lu Yiping circulating the dimension energy. Lu Yiping's palm did not emit any fluctuations of energy. Even the Kuan-Pung divine beast, Kuan-Xian, was dumbfounded. This sound wave was one of Kuan-Xian's ultimate moves. Even experts in the same realm as Kuan-Xian would find it hard to resist. While everyone was still in shock, Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Kuan-Xian. Then, Lu Yiping's right hand grabbed onto Kuan-Xian's wing. Then, he swung it around. The Kuan-Pung divine beast that was half the size of the Kuan-Pung divine sect was swung around like a speck of dust by Lu Yiping. Then, Lu Yiping swung the Kuan-Pung divine beast's body towards the Kuan-Pung divine sect's main palace. Boom! The Kuan-Pung divine beast smashed into the Kuan-Pung divine sect's main palace's peak. The ground trembled as the Kuan-Pung divine sect's main palace's peak was smashed into smithereens. Everything on the main palace and the main peak was reduced to dust. Vast Thunder God, Xianxia, and the Kuan-Pung divine sect's experts were dumbfounded. This main peak had been standing tall since the Kuan-Pung divine sect was founded. But now, it was reduced to dust. Before everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Lu Yiping swung the Kuan-Pung divine beast once again and swung it towards the other palaces. The Kuan-Pung divine beast was like a toy hammer in Lu Yiping's hands. He swung it around as he pleased. Lu Yiping would swing the Kuan-Pung divine sect's main palace to see which one was the tallest, or which one was not pleasing to his eyes. In an instant, all the surrounding palaces were smashed into dust by Lu Yiping. Sand and stones flew everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the magnificent Kuan-Pung divine sect had turned into a pile of ruins. Other than shock, everyone was left with nothing but shock. The patriarchs who were guarding the Kuan-Pung divine formation also fled in fear. Earlier, when Lu Yiping swung those palaces, he had destroyed the most important core of the Kuan-Pung divine formation. Many Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestors couldn't dodge in time and were turned into meat paste. How is this possible? Vast Sky Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest were dumbfounded. Their legs went soft. The Kuan-Pung divine beast that had surpassed the Lord of a world actually didn't resist. It was as if all its strength was sealed, turning into a toy in Lu Yiping's hands. The Kuan-Pung divine sect, Lifeless sect, Tai Ching Sword School, Heavenly Beast Gate, and 100 Changes Gate's disciples were even more aghast. After swinging for a while, Lu Yiping looked at Vast Sky Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest. Lu Yiping's gaze made Vast Sky Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest shudder uncontrollably. Vast Sky Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest's eyes were filled with fear. Ancestor, save me! Vast Sky Thunder suddenly shouted in the direction of the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land. Something cropped up in the morning, 3rd update 6 p.m, Ancestor Origin, when the barefoot monsters, Yuqing Shengren, Beast Ancestor, Illusion Demon Founder, and the rest heard Vast Thunder shouting at the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground, they couldn't help but recall an ancient name. Ancestor Origin? Yuqing Shengren was shocked. Could this old man still be alive? Even if he had surpassed the realm of a plain lord, he couldn't have lived for so long, right? Just as Lu Yiping was about to swing the Kuan-Pung at Vast Thunder, a giant palm print broke through space from the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground, blocking Vast Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest. This giant palm print wasn't formed from the power of a plain lord, but was entwined with strands of golden law. Golden law. Every strand of law contained shocking power that surpassed the power of a plain lord. Plain lord! Illusion Demon Founder exclaimed in shock. In order to surpass the realm of a plain lord, one must comprehend the plain lord's laws. The plain lord's laws far surpassed the heavenly god's laws and the power of a plain lord. After reaching the peak of the late-stage plain lord realm, one could only become a plain lord by comprehending the plain lord's laws. Becoming a plain lord was many times harder than breaking through from the golden core realm to the plain lord realm. In the Jiutian, heavenly god realm experts were common, and there were many plain lords and overlords. However, no one had ever mentioned a plain lord. That was because a plain lord hadn't appeared for many, many years. But now, a plain lord had appeared in the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground. Although the Kuan-Pung from before had a long lifespan and great strength, it had yet to comprehend the plain lord's laws and become a plain lord. The giant palm print formed from the Plain Lord's laws arrived in front of Vast Thunder and gently stopped the Kuan-Pung. The Kuan-Pung that was swinging at Vast Thunder stopped. The despairing Vast Thunder, Qian, and the rest rejoiced in their hearts. Young man, although you are strong, you have yet to comprehend the Plain Lord's laws. You are not my opponent. A dignified voice sounded from the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground. Then, he turned to Lu Yiping and said, if you kneel down now and submit to the Kuan-Pung divine sect, I can make the decision to confer you the title of Grand Ancestor of the Kuan-Pung divine sect. Taurus Longjiao spat out a mouthful of saliva. Taurus Longjiao's laughter was very abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but look at Taurus Longjiao. Vast Sky Thunder, Qian, and the others glared at Taurus Longjiao. He didn't comprehend any planar laws? Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent. Even if I didn't use the planar laws, killing you would still be as easy as killing a chicken. After he finished speaking, the power in his hand surged. The mythical beast Kuan-Pung in his hand shook and shattered the giant handprint. Then, Lu Yiping swung the Kuan-Pung once again at Vast Thunder and Qian. Bang! What kind of feeling would it be to be struck by the Kuan-Pung divine beast that was as big as half of the Kuan-Pung divine sect? Before everyone's eyes, Vast Thunder and Qian were sent flying back to the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground. The two of them were like two small shooting stars, breaking through the Kuan-Pung divine sect's restrictions and smashing into the ancestral ground. A loud boom resounded in the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground. It was as if the ancestral ground was struck by two terrifying forces. Even from afar, the crowd could feel the terrifying force coming from the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral ground. Loud booming noises continued for a long time. Everyone was dumbstruck. Two supreme overlords with more than 90 million units of planar power were blasted away. Just like that, even the Dimension Master couldn't withstand the force. When Lu Yiping sent Vast Thunder and Qian flying, the Kuan-Pung divine beast's enormous body brushed past the twin barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, and Illusion Demon Ancestor. The terrifying force stirred up layers upon layers of waves, whistling around them. Their robes fluttered in the wind. Their faces were distorted from the force of the wind. The impact of the sound waves deafened their ears. The twin barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, Illusion Demon Ancestor, and the rest swayed left and right. It was unknown if Lu Yiping did it on purpose, but he didn't send the twin barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, and Illusion Demon Ancestor flying. Even though the twin barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, and Illusion Demon Ancestor were supreme overlords who had experienced countless battles, slaughters, and battles of life and death, when the Kuan-Pung divine beast that was half the size of the Kuan-Pung divine sect brushed past them, they were so frightened that their limbs trembled. They felt as if their souls were about to fly out. Do you find it exciting? Lu Yiping looked at the 5 people who were still in shock. Then, Lu Yiping swung the Kuan-Pung divine beast again, aiming at the twin barefoot monsters. The Death Door's Sun Hyene's name was well known in every corner of the Netherworld prison. However, in front of the twin barefoot monsters, who had the power of 90 million fighting planes, Sun Hyene was just a junior among juniors, a minor character among minor characters. However, wherever the Kuan-Pung divine beast passed, the twin barefoot monsters were also sent flying. Just like Vast Thunder and Qian, they were sent flying into the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land. Another earth-shattering boom came from the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land. The terrifying power shook the ground, causing it to rise up again. Then, Lu Yiping repeated the same thing, sending esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, and Illusion Demon Ancestor flying into the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land. The earth-shattering boom continued. Everyone swallowed hard. Was this shooting a ball? Vast Thunder, Qian, the twin barefoot monsters, esteemed Lord Yuqing, Beast Ancestor, and Illusion Demon Ancestor were the ball, while the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land was the goal. Although no one could see the situation in the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land, they could imagine that the Kuan-Pung divine sect's ancestral land had been smashed beyond recognition by Vast Thunder, Qian, and the others. In Lu Yiping's hands, the Kuan-Pung divine beast was as stiff as a corpse. The Kuan-Pung divine beast was completely restrained by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. His eyes that were as big as a lake were filled with intense fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. After throwing vast lightning, Xianxia and the others into the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral land, Lu Yiping waved the Kunpeng divine beast and sent all the heavenly gods of the Kunpeng divine sect, Lifeless Gate, Taiqing Sword Faction, Heavenly Beast Gate, and Hundred Changing Gate into the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral land. The Kunpeng divine sects, Lifeless Sects, Taiqing Sword Schools, Heavenly Beast Gates, and Hundred Changing Gates heavenly gods streaked across the sky like a meteor shower. Although there's no trace in the sky, I've already flown past. Taurus Longjiao looked at the experts streaking across the sky enchanted. Huang Jiao stood on the spot, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. When he heard Taurus Longjiao's chant, his face couldn't help but twitch. Just as the Kunpeng divine sects and Lifeless Sects experts entered the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral land like a meteor shower, a figure enshrouded in golden flames flew out from the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral land. The other party was the Yuan ancestor that Vast Thunder had mentioned earlier. However, our Yuan ancestor was in a sorry state. His robe was torn and tattered. Apparently, he had been beaten up. No one knew if he was beaten up by Vast Thunder or Xianxia. 10:30 p.m., fourth update, the Profundity ancestor glared at Lu Yiping angrily. When Lu Yiping threw Vast Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest into the Kunpeng ancestral land, all of them were aiming for him. Hence, he had been busy hiding from Vast Thunder, Xianxia, and the rest. However, Lu Yiping's final attack had sent the Kunpeng divine sect, Lifeless Sect, and the other two great sects overlords and several tens of thousands of heavenly gods into the Kunpeng ancestral land. There was nowhere for him to hide. Who exactly are you? The Profundity ancestor was furious, but there was fear in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yiping. Without a plains law, Huang Xiaolong's strength was so strong that it was indescribable. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Yiping, and their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Lin Zhe and the others, who had accompanied Lu Yiping to the Kunpeng divine sect, felt their hair stand on end as they recalled how they had chatted and laughed with Lu Yiping. This calm, easygoing young man with a pair of deep eyes was actually a ferocious beast. At this time, a large group of experts flew over from the distant sky. Initially, everyone's attention was on Lu Yiping, but when they saw the newcomers, a commotion broke out. Wine Sage Wushuang. The Wushuang Tavern's founder, he was also the Holy Demon's only in-name disciple. Lord Qing Lord Zhou Lin. Lord Miaoqingyang. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they saw the experts behind Wine Sage Wushuang. These were the supreme overlords who had followed the Holy Demon in the past. 18 experts. The Black Heaven sect's ancestor, Ji Tian, exclaimed in shock. The 18 experts who had followed the Holy Demon were all mobilized this time. Didn't they say that the Wushuang Tavern rejected the Kunpeng divine sect's invitation? Why are they out in full force now? Someone asked. Everyone was bewildered. Previously, the Kunpeng divine sect's Vast Thunder had personally sent an invitation to the Wushuang Tavern's Wine Sage Wushuang, hoping that the latter would participate in the Kunpeng divine sect's grand banquet and kill Lu Yiping together. However, Wine Sage Wushuang had rejected the invitation on the spot and even blasted the Kunpeng divine sect's messenger half to death. But now, Wine Sage Peerless was personally leading the 18 generals under Sacred Demon. To everyone's bewilderment, the unparalleled Wine Sage flew toward Lu Yiping. Qing Shuanglong's group of 18 followed behind unparalleled Wine Sage. When everyone saw this, they felt even more puzzled. I heard that Lu Yiping destroyed the unparalleled tavern in ancient Mystic City. Could it be that the unparalleled Wine Sage is looking for Lu Yiping to settle the debt? A sect master said. How is that possible? Gu Wushuang wouldn't go against Lu Yiping for a mere matchless tavern. Unless Gu Wushuang's head was clamped by the primal chaos iron door. Another sect leader shook his head. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Wushuang brought Qing Shuang's group of 18 people closer to Lu Yiping. At this moment, the Kunpeng in Lu Yiping's hand was still as stiff as a corpse. As they got closer to Lu Yiping, Gu Wushuang's heartbeat quickened as he looked at the Kunpeng that was as stiff as a corpse. Qing Shuanglong, Zhou Lin, Miaoqingyang, and the other 18 people following behind Gu Wushuang felt the same way. In the end, Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the other 18 people arrived in front of Lu Yiping. Suddenly, Gu Wushuang knelt down in front of Lu Yiping and said respectfully, "Grand Disciple Gu Wushuang greets martial ancestor." "We greet martial ancestor." Qing Shuanglong, Zhou Lin, Miao Qingyang, and the other 18 people knelt down in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Experts from all sides were silent. "Martial ancestor?" Lin Zhe stuttered. Everyone knew that Gu Wushuang was the Lord Holy Devil's disciple in name. Gu Wushuang's martial ancestor was the Lord Holy Devil's master. Lu Yiping is the Lord Holy Devil's master? One of the world overlord's words sounded somewhat incoherent. Holy Devil, overpowering the Jiutian, Holy Land, and Netherworld prison. Invincible for 3 whole eras. In the last 100,000 years, the Holy Devil was undoubtedly the one with the highest reputation. Even the ancient existences from 100,000 years ago were far inferior to the Holy Devil. But no one knew who the Holy Devil's master was. Now, the ancestor of lightning punishment, Lu Yiping, was actually the Holy Devil's master. The ancestor Origin stared blankly at Gu Wushuang. Although he had lived in seclusion for many eras, he still knew about the Holy Devil. Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the others knelt on the ground, their palms sweating from nervousness. "Get up," Lu Yiping said to Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the others. Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the others stood up respectfully as if they were pardoned. At this time, Lu Yiping was still holding the Kunpeng's wings. Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the others stood beside the Kunpeng, looking as small as specks of dust. "So, fellow Taoist is the Holy Devil's master." The ancestor Origin regained his senses and cupped his fists at Lu Yiping. He addressed Lu Yiping as fellow Taoist. Lu Yiping was the Holy Devil's master. In his opinion, they were of the same generation. Taurus Longjiao came in front of Lu Yiping at this time. He glanced at the Kunpeng and smiled at Lu Yiping. "Master, play with it for me, test the strength of my hand." Lu Yiping threw the Kunpeng to Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao caught the Kunpeng, then picked it up and swung it. The Kunpeng brought with it surging waves of energy, then charged towards the ancestor Origin. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the Kunpeng, the ancestor Origin's expression changed greatly. His entire body's plain laws surged as he slammed his palms at the Kunpeng. Under his slap, the force of his palm was like a tsunami, and 110,000 plain laws shone brightly. 110,000 plain laws. Qing Wushuang and the others were shocked. Many giants, after cultivating for 1,000 years, might not be able to increase their plane power by 100,000 units. As for the plane masters, it was even more difficult to condense a plane law. The ancestor Origin, however, had 110,000 plane laws. Boom, his palm slammed onto the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng paused. But in the next moment, the Kunpeng suddenly swept over at an even faster speed. Bang, the ancestor Origin, who had cultivated 110,000 plane laws, was swept and blasted directly into the Kunpeng ancestral land like vast thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the others. The earth-shattering sound lingered for a long time. Everyone looked at Taurus Longjiao, speechless for a moment. Taurus Longjiao waved the Kunpeng in his hand and said, "It feels good. If you don't like anyone in the future, use this little Kunpeng to practice." Everyone was speechless. A Kunpeng that was half the size of the Kunpeng divine sect was still a little Kunpeng? Taurus Longjiao then smiled at Lu Yiping. "Master, give this little Kunpeng to me." "Great, it was a little Kunpeng just now, and now it's a little Kunpeng. You don't need your metal rod?" Lu Yiping asked. Taurus Longjiao's weapon was the largest sky pillar in the immemorial celestial court's main hall. However, he had not taken it out this time. Of course, other than the cauldron of heaven and earth, Lu Yiping also had a weapon. "I don't need the sky pillar to kill these things." Taurus Longjiao smiled. "This little Kunpeng is suitable." Lu Yiping heard this and let him be. He walked into the Kunpeng ancestral land. Taurus Longjiao sealed the Kunpeng and threw it into his spatial artifact. He then followed Lu Yiping into the Kunpeng ancestral land. First update at 9:30 am tomorrow. Gu Wushuang hesitated for a moment before following carefully behind Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao with Qing Shuanglong and the rest into the Kunpeng ancestral land. There were other experts from other sects in the Wushuang tavern, but no one dared to enter. They stood outside the Kunpeng ancestral land, watching from afar. When Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the rest entered the Kunpeng ancestral land, they saw vast thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the barefoot monsters lying in various corners of the ancestral land. Vast thunder was blasted into one of the mountain peaks, embedded into the stone walls of the mountain. Qin Yuqian, on the other hand, was smashed into one of the palaces. No one knew which old ancestor of the Kunpeng divine sect it belonged to, but the palaces were completely smashed. The barefoot monsters were lying in a giant pit, their bodies twitching. They were still breathing, but of course, they were about to die. The reason why the barefoot monsters were called the barefoot monsters was because they had a special hobby, which was to not wear shoes. They were always barefoot. Now, not only were their feet bare, they were also naked everywhere else. Gu Wushuang and the rest saw that the last one to be blasted into the ancestral land was the origin ancestor. The golden flames around his body had dissipated, and both of his arms were completely smashed. It was like a fish in the water that lacked oxygen. Seeing vast thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the rest's miserable state, Gu Wushuang and the rest were shocked, but they weren't that shocked. Now that they saw the origin ancestor in such a miserable state, there was only shock in their hearts. Everyone looked at Taurus Longjiao, who was following behind Lu Yiping, and subconsciously distanced themselves from Taurus Longjiao. This guy was much scarier than the Kunpeng. Taurus Longjiao sensed Gu Wushuang, Qin Shuanglong, and the rest's gazes and turned around, scaring them so much that they retreated reflexively. "You guys are hiding so far away, what's the meaning of this?" Taurus Longjiao grinned, "Am I that scary?" Gu Wushuang quickly waved his hand, No, 9th Revolution War God Senior, we didn't mean that." Taurus Longjiao, "What 9th Revolution War God, just call me Lord Xiaojin." Then he said, "Since you are Zhang Yifeng's disciple in name, you must have learned a lot from Zhang Yifeng. Let's play a few moves later." "How many rounds?" Gu Wushuang was stunned. He glanced at Yuan Zhu, who was still lying there in the distance, like a fish that lacked oxygen. After a long time, he finally breathed a little. His expression changed. The ancestor, who was as strong as the Dimension Master, had only played one move and it was already like this. If he played a few more moves, what would happen? "Lord Xiaojin, with my meager strength, how would I dare to play with you?" Gu Wushuang hurriedly said. "You're so timid. How can you accomplish great things?" Taurus Longjiao glared at him. "Zhang Yifeng often played with me in the past. That's why he has such achievements. If it weren't for the fact that you're Zhang Yifeng's disciple, I wouldn't have bothered with this." Gu Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned serious as he bowed. "Wushuang is slow-witted. When the time comes, please guide me." At this time, another person entered the Kunpeng ancestral land. When Gu Wushuang saw that the person who entered was Chu Tong from the Guiyuan Sword School, he was surprised. Disciple greets master. After Chu Tong entered, he hurriedly went up to Lu Yiping and bowed respectfully. Disciple heard that the Kunpeng divine sect invited experts from all over Jiutian to deal with master, so Disciple hurried over. But he didn't expect that when he arrived, the battle had already ended. He glanced at vast thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the barefoot monsters who were lying there in the distance. His heart was complicated. Gu Wushuang, Qing Shuanglong, and the rest were surprised to see Chu Tong address Lu Yiping as master. Chu Tong was Lu Yiping's disciple. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement, excusing Chu Tong's greeting. Then, a suction force from his palm could be felt, and the ground beneath the Kunpeng ancestral land exploded. An enormous spiritual vein flew out from the ground. Ancestral root spiritual vein. Chu Tong, Gu Wushuang, and the rest exclaimed in shock. This was the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral land's ancestral spiritual vein. The Kunpeng divine sect's ancestors had nurtured this ancestral spiritual vein for countless years. This ancestral spiritual vein was not something that other super sects' ancestral spiritual veins could compare to. The ancestral spiritual vein in front of them was several tens of thousands of miles long. The energy within the ancestral spiritual vein was as vast as the ocean. When Chu Tong and the rest breathed in, they felt their pores opening, and even the impurities in their bodies were expelled. Lu Yiping opened his palm, and the ancestral spiritual vein shrank in size, falling into Lu Yiping's palm. Lu Yiping then passed the ancestral spiritual vein to Chu Tong. Although the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestral spiritual vein was not bad, he had no use for it. Thus, he gave it to Chu Tong. In the future, place this ancestral spiritual vein in your origin returning ancestral land, and merge it with the ancestral spiritual vein. With this Kunpeng ancestral spiritual vein, the spiritual energy in the origin returning ancestral land would change greatly. At that time, the Guiyuan sword school's overall strength would rise rapidly. Chu Tong received the ancestral spiritual vein and thanked Lu Yiping. In a single step, Lu Yiping arrived at the deepest part of the Kunpeng ancestral land's treasury. The Kunpeng divine sect's treasury was heavily fortified with restrictions, and there were many ancient grand formations. However, Lu Yiping only gave a simple push, and the door of the rock treasure vault was opened. The Kunpeng divine sect's inheritance had been passed down since the ancient times. The treasury's wealth was naturally shocking. Inside the treasury, there weren't divine-grade spirit stones, but heaven-grade spirit stones. Piles of heaven-grade spirit stones were piled up in the treasury. At a glance, they looked like mountain peaks. Other than heaven-grade spirit stones, there were also transcendent-grade divine artifacts, and many other postnatal spiritual treasures. However, there were also low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Most of these postnatal spiritual treasures were low-grade. Lu Yiping only took a glance. Although the Kunpeng divine sect was the #1 sect in the Jiotian continent, its treasury couldn't be compared to the palace of the Holy Zither, an ancient overlord's treasury. In the end, Lu Yiping arrived at the deepest part of the Kunpeng divine sect's treasury. In the deepest part of the treasury, there were some chaos spiritual liquids, as well as some ancient treasures. Lu Yiping took whatever he found useful. In a corner of the treasury, Lu Yiping saw a stone that looked like a silver ore, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Previously, when he was in the Hengyuan plain, the heavenly god river's flow had reversed, and the million-year-old black lotus and dragon jade had appeared. But in the end, a stone that looked like a silver ore had appeared. This stone that looked like a silver ore had the same texture as the one in the heavenly god river. The only difference was that it was much bigger. Lu Yiping came to the front of the silver ore and placed his hand on the stone that was as tall as a human. He tried to feel the internal structure of the stone. What kind of stone is this? Taurus Longjiao came to a stop behind Lu Yiping. He clearly remembered that the stone that appeared in the heavenly god river was the same as the one in front of him. Could it be an item from the primordial heavenly court? It looks a little like my heavenly pillar. Taurus Longjiao said doubtfully. Just a little. But it wasn't the same. It's not an item from the primordial heavenly court. Lu Yiping shook his head. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. Second update, 1 p.m., could it be something from the Desolate Era? Taurus Longjiao was bewildered. Lu Yiping muttered, it should be the stone of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou. Even Taurus Longjiao was shocked. This was the first sacred mountain after the creation of the heavens. This thing was the stone of Mount Buzhou? Lu Yiping nodded. Mount Buzhou's origin was indeed great. How did the Kunpeng divine sect obtain this stone of Mount Buzhou? Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping pulled Yuan Zhu, who was still lying in the ancestral land, breathing heavily, and then searched his soul. Soon, the search was over. According to the ancestor Yuan's memories, the Mount Buzhou was obtained by the Kunpeng divine sect's founder in the Netherworld prison. Lu Yiping did not have any impression of the Kunpeng divine sect's founder. Many experts of the Kunpeng divine sect had left the Jiotian and Hengyuan during the ancient, middle, and recent ancient eras. Therefore, the ancestor Yuan was the strongest in the Kunpeng divine sect. After searching the ancestor Yuan's memories, Lu Yiping killed him with a single palm strike. After a while, Lu Yiping's group took all the treasures out of the Kunpeng treasury. After exiting the treasury, Chu Tong and the rest made their move, killing Vast Sky Thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the rest. The true gods and immortals of the Kunpeng divine sect either fled or rebelled. In less than a day, the Kunpeng divine sect that stood tall in the Jiotian collapsed. After that, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao went to the Taiqing Sword School, Heavenly Beast Sect, and Hunter Change Sect's ancestral grounds. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be destroyed were destroyed. After the Kunpeng divine sect, the Taiqing Sword School, Heavenly Beast Sect, and 100 Change sect were also destroyed, becoming Jiutian history. With the destruction of the Kunpeng Divine sect, Tai Ching Sword School, Heavenly Beast sect, and 100 Change sect, Jiutian became much quieter. Guiyuan Sword School. It had been 2 days since the annihilation of the Kunpeng Divine sect, Tai Ching Sword School, Heavenly Beast Gate, and 100 Changing Gate. Lu Yiping took out the 2 Buzhou mountain stones and tried to fuse them together. However, no matter how many methods he used, he still couldn't fuse the 2 Buzhou mountain stones together. Lu Yiping pondered for a moment, then took out the Star Chaos water and poured it into the Buzhou mountain rock in the Tianshan River. As soon as the Star Chaos water fell, the stone of Mount Buzhou devoured it. However, even after watering dozens of bowls, there was still no change to the rock. Finally, Lu Yiping took out the heaven-splitting treasure, the Spring of Life, and continued watering it. However, there was no change even after a bowl of water. Lu Yiping couldn't help but feel heartache. His Spring of Life was a heaven-splitting treasure, and even a drop of it was hard to find. After watering the entire bowl, there was still no change. Fortunately, after watering the second bowl, the Buzhou mountain rock finally showed some changes. The entire Buzhou mountain rock emitted a faint light. Lu Yiping was overjoyed to see the changes happening to the Buzhou mountain rock. It seemed like the Spring of Life was still effective. However, after Lu Yiping stopped, the Buzhou mountain rock's light dimmed and returned to normal. Lu Yiping could only continue watering the Spring of Life. Finally, after watering 5 bowls of Spring of Life, the Buzhou mountain rock's light grew brighter and brighter. In the beginning, the Buzhou mountain rock's light was as weak as a firefly, but after 5 bowls of Spring of Life, the Buzhou mountain rock's light grew several times brighter, illuminating the surroundings. Lu Yiping knew that this wasn't enough, so he continued watering. After the 10th bowl, Lu Yiping finally stopped when he sensed the vitality within the Buzhou mountain rock. Then, Lu Yiping controlled the Buzhou mountain rock and merged it with the Buzhou mountain rock from the Kunpeng treasury. This time, the 2 Buzhou mountain rocks began to adhere to each other like the Jianshu tree. Then, the Buzhou mountain rock from the Kunpeng treasury slowly merged with the Tianshan River rock. In the end, the 2 Buzhou mountain rocks completely merged. When the 2 Buzhou mountain rocks completely merged, they were as tall as a person. The originally irregular shape began to change, resembling a small mountain that had shrunk countless times. Lu Yiping began to imprint his soul on the human-sized Buzhou mountain, then used the power of the Grand Tao to refine it. In the sky above the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral ground, Lu Yiping held the shrunken Buzhou mountain in his hand. With a lift, the mountain flew up and landed on a large mountain peak in the distance. In an instant, the mountain peak was blasted into dust. Earlier, although Lu Yiping brought out the mountain, he didn't pour any power into it. The mountain peak that was blasted into dust was purely due to the weight of the mountain. One could imagine just how heavy this mountain was. Moreover, this was only the fusion of 2 rocks from the mountain. If it was the complete Buzhou mountain that stood between the heaven and earth in the past, then how heavy would it be? Taurus Longjiao said. Legend states that this Buzhou mountain hides the secret of opening the heavens. I wonder if this is true or not. Maybe. Lu Yiping pondered and put the mountain back into his hand. At this time, Chu Tong came behind Lu Yiping and said, "Master, there's news from the Jade Fan School. We heard that a disciple from the Jade Fan School appeared in the ancient mystic city a few days ago. This disciple is the personal disciple of the Jade Fan School master. His name is Zhu Lang, but he has already left the Jiutian and entered the nether prison." Lu Yiping said, "Oh, he went to the nether prison? Also, Master asked us to inquire about Sir Chang Liang. We've already found out that Sir Chang Liang went to the nether prison." Chu Tong added. These days, Lu Yiping didn't have any news about Chang Liang. He felt that it was strange, so he asked Chu Tong and the rest to investigate Chang Liang's whereabouts. He went to the nether prison? Lu Yiping was surprised. Normally, Chang Liang would inform him when he left the Jiutian and went to the nether prison, but now, he didn't. Subsequently, Chu Tong reported the changes in the Jiutian to Lu Yiping. Ever since Chu Tong's identity as Lu Yiping's disciple was exposed, there was an endless stream of disciples who came to visit the Guiyuan Sword School and join the Guiyuan Sword School. There were even super sects patriarchs who came with their entire sect to join the Guiyuan Sword School. The Guiyuan Sword School, which was originally ranked last among the top 10 superforces in the Jiotian, had increased its strength greatly in the past 2 days. After Chu Tong left, Taurus Longjiao asked doubtfully, Chong Liang actually went to the nether prison, could it be because of the purple extreme demon race and the Yinyang Bora race? Lu Yiping didn't say anything and looked in the direction of the nether prison. The next day, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Guiyuan Sword School under Chu Tong's respectful escort. This time, Huangjiao didn't follow them to the nether prison. Instead, he stayed in the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land to cultivate. Chu Tong watched as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's figures disappeared into the horizon. He didn't leave for a long time. The master and disciple parted this time, but he didn't know when the next time would be. The nether prison wasn't far from the Jiotian. One day later, Lu Yiping arrived at the entrance of the nether prison. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I'll be watching the third watch at 9 p.m. I've been busy for the past 3 days, so I've been watching the third watch. The entrance to the Jiotian was high up in the sky. However, the entrance to the nether prison was underground. The entrance to the nether prison was filled with billowing black air waves, emitting a chilling aura. After Lu Yiping and Ta Jiao arrived, they paused for a moment before entering the entrance to the nether prison. Suddenly, their eyes darkened, and an astonishing chilling aura enveloped them. There was a suction force of space. After a while, the suction force disappeared, and the two of them felt light as they arrived in a dark world. Looking around, everything in this space was dark. Even if it wasn't dark, the colors were dark. There was no red, green, yellow, or even blue. The sky was gloomy, just like the sky at dusk when a storm came. Since the nether prison was underground, there was no sunlight. The entire space was pitch black. The wind here was a little cold, like winter. This damn place is still the same as it was 1,000,000 years ago. Taurus Longjiao looked at the nether prison in front of him and said. To be honest, he didn't like this place. Lu Yiping looked at his fur and said with a smile, no matter where you go, your fur is golden and shiny. Taurus Longjiao was proud and said with a smile, this is my specialty. Lu Yiping identified the direction, and the two of them flew through the air. Master, where are we going? Let's go to the Sky Demon region. The Sky Demon region was the place where Buddha was buried. Lu Yiping took out a message talisman and contacted the ancient demon god Chong Liang. However, there was no reply for a long time. Master, you sent a message to Chong Liang, and he couldn't have not replied. Could something have happened to him? Taurus Longjiao said worriedly. Lu Yiping pondered. Could something have happened to Chong Liang? However, with Chong Liang's strength, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten him in the nether prison. When the time comes, let the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion investigate, Lu Yiping said. In Jiotian, the biggest news organization was the Misty Pavilion. In the nether prison, the biggest news organization was the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion. Tianwen Pavilion. I wonder if old man Tianwen is dead, Taurus Longjiao said. Lu Yiping shook his head. He should have left the netherworld prison. Then, he glanced at Taurus Longjiao. What, are you still thinking about his daughter? Heaven's Inquisition had 2 daughters. Back then, Taurus Longjiao had an affair with someone else's youngest daughter. Taurus Longjiao giggled. Master knows me best. The two of them flew all the way to the Sky Devil region. The nether prison was even bigger than the Jiotian. The Jiotian only had a total of over 20 domains, while the nether prison had over 30 domains, which was half the size of the Jiotian. The nether prison had the Devil clan, the Monster clan, the Treant clan, the Human clan, and nearly 100 other clans. However, in the nether prison, the Devil clan was the strongest, followed by the Monster clan, and the Human clan was the weakest. Because the nether prison had more than 30 domains, its overall strength was much stronger than the Jiotian. The Sky Devil region was the largest domain in the nether prison. In ancient times, it was also the most prosperous domain. However, after the battle between Buddha Venerated and the Devil clan's lord, the entire Sky Devil region was riddled with holes. Various forces moved away, and the Sky Devil region gradually became desolate. After arriving at the Sky Devil region, Taurus Longjiao, who had always been smiling, became taciturn. In this world, there were not many people that he valued, but when Buddha Venerated died in battle, he shed a lot of tears. After entering the Sky Devil region, Liu Yiping could still feel a faint Buddha aura in the depths of the earth. This aura was left behind by Buddha Venerated. When Buddha Venerated died in battle, his blood dyed the Sky Devil region's sea red, soaking the Sky Devil region's land red. Even after so many years, there were still remnants of his aura. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at a plain. This was the place where Buddha Venerated fell. The battle between Buddha Venerated and the Devil Clan's lord flattened everything around them. However, after so many years, this plain was overgrown with flowers and grasses. Along the way, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao saw dark and gloomy plants, but the flowers and grasses here were delicate and beautiful. As the two walked, they saw a large tomb the size of a small hill in front of them and walked over. Sacred Buddha Emperor, Buddha Venerated's tomb. Seeing the tombstone, both were surprised. This tomb should be quite old, but they didn't know who built it. Just as Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised to see Buddha Venerated's tomb, sounds of whistling wind came from afar, and a tall human girl flew over. Soon, the girl arrived in front of the tomb. She was holding a cup of wine in her hand, and it seemed like she was here to propose a toast to Buddha Venerated. When the young girl saw Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, she was surprised. Then, she asked warily, "You're from the Vajra sect? Little girl, which sect are you from?" Taurus Longjiao chuckled, "How about this, you tell me, and I'll tell you." The young girl's face sank at Taurus Longjiao's words. The long sword in her hand stabbed at Taurus Longjiao, glib tongue. "You don't look like a good person." The long sword vibrated, emitting sword chi. The young girl's strength wasn't weak, she was an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, she was a 10th layer Emperor Realm expert. However, her long sword was stopped by Taurus Longjiao's fingers when it reached Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao chuckled, "Little girl, your temper is quite fiery." No matter how hard the young girl tried, she couldn't retract her long sword. Her face was flushed red with anger. In a fit of anger, her palm struck out at Taurus Longjiao. Buddha luminance burst out from her palm, and the faint shadow of a dragon could be seen. Liu Yiping was surprised, and he raised his palm to block the young girl's attack. Buddha Dragon Palm. Liu Yiping looked at the young girl. "Who taught you this Buddha Dragon Palm? What's your relationship with Buddha Venerated?" In the past, it was Liu Yiping who gave the Buddha Dragon Palm to Buddha Venerated. The young girl didn't expect Liu Yiping to recognize her Buddha Dragon Palm, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. Taurus Longjiao loosened his fingers, and the young girl withdrew her long sword. "Who taught me this? What does it have to do with you?" After saying that, he sent another palm towards Liu Yiping. "Looking at your pretty face, I'm sure you're not a good person either." Liu Yiping was speechless. He raised his palm to block the young girl's attack again, but this time, he used a little more strength, so the young girl was forced to retreat. The young girl looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in shock, and then she said angrily, "You Diamond Sect lackeys. You won't have a good ending if you work for the Night Soul clan." Then, she flew away. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned. "Master, should I bring this young girl back? Ask her who taught her the Buddha Dragon Palm?" Taurus Longjiao asked. The young girl knew the Buddha Dragon Palm and came to worship Buddha Venerated. She must be related to Buddha Venerated. "There's no need." Liu Yiping shook his head. Then, he glanced at the tall and burly man who looked like a King Kong, and said unhappily, "No wonder she mistook you for someone from the Diamond Sect." Taurus Longjiao was speechless. First update at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. After the young lady left, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao repaired Buddha Zun's tomb. Liu Yiping took out the Myriad Ages wine and poured it in front of the tomb. The ancient immortal Buddha Great Emperor Buddha Zun could also be considered one of his in-name disciples. Taurus Longjiao looked at Buddha Zun's tomb and said, "Brat, you love to drink Master's Myriad Ages wine. Now, Master and I are here to see you." Back then, Buddha Zun died in the hands of the devil race. In a fit of anger, Taurus Longjiao personally went to the palace of the devil race's King of Eternal Darkness and crushed the King of Eternal Darkness on the spot. A few hours later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the plains. The two of them headed towards a nearby city. Clear Breeze City. Liu Yiping looked at the words on the city gate. It was a very poetic name. The two of them entered the city and inquired about the location of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's branch. After arriving, Liu Yiping went straight to the intelligence hall and asked the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion to help him find the whereabouts of Zhu Ling and Chang Liang, the direct disciples of the Jade Fan School. Of course, Liu Yiping did not reveal Chang Liang's true identity. He only said that Chang Liang was the ruler of a plane and described Chang Liang's appearance to the other party. Although they were only looking for 2 people, the nether prison was vast and boundless. It was not easy to find 2 people. Therefore, the price was not cheap, 20 million divine-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the person in charge of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion said that they would need a month to get results. I'll give you 10 times the price. Give me results in 10 days. Liu Yiping said to the person in charge. 10 times the price? The person in charge was stunned. That's right. Liu Yiping said, also, I want you to help me find out where the divine Kunpeng sect's founder went after entering the nether prison more than 1,000,000 years ago. If they could find out where the divine Kunpeng sect's founder went, they would know where he obtained the Mount Buzhou stone. The founder of the Kunpeng divine sect? The person in charge had a strange expression on his face as he shook his head, saying that he was unable to accept this mission. Even someone as powerful as the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion would not be able to find out what happened more than 1,000,000 years ago. Therefore, even though Liu Yiping offered 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones in the end, the person in charge still did not accept it. Suddenly, Taurus Longjiao said, Master, I also want them to ask for some information. When Liu Yiping saw Taurus Longjiao's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he understood what Taurus Longjiao was trying to do. He smiled and said, You want to know Tianqian's whereabouts? Tianqian was the youngest daughter of the founder of Tianwen Pavilion. Taurus Longjiao nodded in embarrassment. Liu Yiping smiled. Can you help me find out the whereabouts of your Princess Tianqian? Taurus Longjiao asked the person in charge. Princess Tianqian? The person in charge was confused. None of the princesses in the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion were called Tianqian, right? She is the youngest daughter of the founder of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion. Taurus Longjiao explained, Her name is Tianqian, she is my friend. And it was the best kind of friend. When the person in charge heard this, he was dumbfounded. Founder, youngest daughter? Or friend? He looked at Taurus Longjiao with a strange expression. Even when he looked at Liu Yiping, his expression became strange. This pair of master and servant, one was asking about the founder of the Kunpeng divine sect more than 1,000,000 years ago, and the other was asking about the youngest daughter of the founder of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion more than 1,000,000 years ago? And they even claimed to be friends. In the end, the person in charge rejected this unreasonable task. After Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion, the person in charge looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's disappearing silhouettes and shook his head. This is unreasonable. His subordinate also laughed. Don't tell me these 2 big bosses came back from more than 1,000,000 years ago? The person in charge laughed and joked, You can't say for sure. Both of them laughed. Not long after Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion, they saw a large group of people in front of them, pointing and whispering. Isn't that Empress Ivan from the 5 Sunset Mountain? Looks like it. The 5 Sunset Mountain and the Diamond Sect have always been at odds. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked through the crowd and saw a young girl. The young girl was blocked by several burly men. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised to see the young girl. Wasn't this the same young girl they met at the Buddha's tomb, Empress Ivan from the 5 Sunset Mountain? The 2 of them parted the crowd and walked over. The 5 burly men blocking the young girl were from the Diamond Sect. The leading Diamond Sect disciple, Ma Fei, stared at the young girl and said with a smile, Miss Ivan, it's only a matter of time before the 5 Sunset Mountain falls. I think you should submit to our Diamond Sect. Our Diamond Sect will soon unify the Yunluo matter. The Sky Demon region was the largest region in the Nether prison with more than 60 matters. Among them, the Yunluo matter was one of the largest. If they could unify a matter, it was clear that the Diamond Sect was not weak. The young girl, Ivan, glared hatefully at the Diamond Sect disciple, Ma Fei, and said angrily, Pay. You Diamond Sect dogs have submitted to the Devil Race's Night Soul race, becoming the Devil Race's lackeys and harming the human race. You won't have a good ending. The Diamond Sect disciple, Ma Fei, sneered, Since Miss Ivan doesn't know what's good for her, we have no choice but to be impolite. He signaled one of the diamond sex experts to attack. The diamond sex expert understood and leaped in front of the young girl, striking out with his palm. His right palm seemed to be coated with a thick layer of golden paint, emitting a golden light. A golden palm print flew out. The diamond sex diamond divine palm can split mountains and split the earth. Who is this person? He can actually practice the diamond sex diamond divine palm, and he has already cultivated it to the 7th stage. The young girl, Ivan, raised her palm to meet the attack. The two palms collided. The young girl, Ivan, was forced to take 3 steps back, and her expression changed. This diamond sex expert had the same cultivation realm as her, early 10th layer emperor realm, but he was so strong. At this time, the diamond sex expert continued to attack. His golden palm force pierced through the air, and shockwaves swept out. The young girl, Ivan, dodged in a fluster, barely dodging. The palm force slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying. After the first attack, the diamond sex expert continued to attack without stopping. After a series of attacks, the young girl, Ivan, was at a disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. The surrounding crowd retreated far away, afraid that they would be hit by the shockwaves. Ivan was shocked and angry at the same time. Seeing this, the diamond sex disciple, Ma Fei, said with a smile, "Miss Ivan's skin is soft and tender, go easy on her. Don't hurt her, especially the important parts of a woman." Several diamond sex disciples laughed loudly. Some of the experts watching in the surroundings also laughed softly. Ivan's face flushed red with anger. At this time, she retreated to the edge of the crowd. The diamond sex expert slammed his palm down, and seeing that Ivan couldn't dodge, a hand reached out from behind her, blocking the diamond sex expert's palm. Second update, 1 p.m., bang, the diamond sex expert was sent flying back, crashing to the ground with blood spurting out from his mouth. It happened so suddenly that everyone was surprised. Even Ivan was stunned. She turned around and saw a handsome face. Liu Yiping was clad in a light blue robe with his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He exuded an aura that was hard to miss. Taurus Longjiao stood beside Liu Yiping, his muscular body resembling an iron tower. "It's you guys." Ivan was surprised and quickly retreated, distancing herself from Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The diamond sex disciple, Ma Fei, regained his senses. Looking at the diamond sex expert, his face darkened. This diamond sex expert's meridians were shattered. Even if he was saved, he would be crippled. Ma Fei's gaze fell on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Indifferent light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Who are you?" Taurus Longjiao ignored Ma Fei's question. He looked at Ivan and smiled, "Little girl, so your name is Ivan." 5 Sunset Mountains. Ivan frowned, but she did not say anything. When they were at Buddha Venerable's tomb, she had misunderstood Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao as diamond sex disciples. But now, it seemed like they were not. Ma Fei's expression turned ugly when he saw Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao ignoring him. "Your king courting death." Another diamond sex disciple bellowed, his palm striking out at Taurus Longjiao. This diamond sex disciple was also using the diamond divine palm. However, his diamond divine palm shone brightly with golden light, resembling a diamond. It was clear that he had cultivated the diamond divine palm to the 9th stage, much stronger than the diamond sex disciple. However, the diamond sex disciple was sent flying by a backhand slap from Taurus Longjiao the moment he made his move. His body exploded into pieces in midair. The diamond sex Ma Fei and the others were stunned. The diamond sect was Cloud Luo Manor's strongest force. Moreover, everyone knew that the diamond sect was backed by the Night Soul clan. The Night Soul clan was one of the top 10 superpowers in the Nether prison, and it was ranked 5th. Even 5 Cloud Mountains. Ivan was stunned. He never thought that Taurus Longjiao would kill a disciple of the King Kong sect. She recognized the disciple of the Guardian Deity sect. He was one of the core disciples of the Guardian Deity sect. Among the younger generation of the Guardian Deity sect, he was quite talented. He was already at the peak of the late 10th layer martial monarch realm, and was heavily nurtured by the Guardian Deity sect. He had a high chance of breaking through to the God Spirit realm and becoming a god. The Vidrasex disciple, Ma Fei, looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. "Do you know that he is my Vidrasex old ancestor Dai Wanjiang's in-name disciple?" Dai Wanjiang was a powerful patriarch of the Vajra sect. Even in the surrounding prefectures, he was extremely famous. What about you? Taurus Longjiao suddenly smiled and asked, which ancestor of the Vajra sect are you a disciple of? Indifferent to Taurus Longjiao's mischievous smile, Ma Fei retorted, my master is the Vajra sect's sect chief. You injured my Vajra sect's core disciple, just wait for your clan to be annihilated. Just as Ma Fei finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao's palm slammed down, slamming Ma Fei into the ground. The remaining 3 Vajra sect disciples stared at Ma Fei's corpse on the ground in disbelief. 5 Cloud Mountain's Ivan and the other experts were dumbfounded. Ma Fei was a divine spirit realm expert and the Vajra sect's youngest disciple. Moreover, he was from the Ma family. Which Vajra sect's old ancestor's disciple are you? Taurus Longjiao looked at the remaining 3 Vajra sect disciples. The remaining 3 Vajra sect disciples trembled uncontrollably. Being able to follow Ma Fei around, their status in the Vajra sect was naturally not low. But when they heard Taurus Longjiao's question, their faces paled. The 3 of them leaped into the air, trying to flee. Just as the 3 of them flew into the air, countless rays of golden light shot out from the ground, piercing through the 3 of them. The 3 of them crashed to the ground, dead. Let's go. Lu Yiping said nonchalantly. However, just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Ivan called out, wait a minute. He then ran over to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, thanking them gratefully, thank you for just now. Lu Yiping shook his head, no need, I also hate being the devil race's lackey and killing human race's disciples. Ivan asked, are you 2 also part of the human race? Lu Yiping didn't know how to answer this question. For as long as he could remember, the Fortune Jade Disc had been with him. He had some guesses about his origin, but he couldn't be sure. Are you 2 also here for the Saint Buddha Wheel? Ivan asked after seeing Lu Yiping's silence. Saint Buddha Wheel? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. They remembered that Buddha Sovereign's weapon was the Saint Buddha Wheel. Some people say that the Saint Buddha Wheel has appeared at the Sky Devil region's Scorpio Mountain. Ivan said, recently, many experts have come to the Sky Devil region, so the number of people in the Clearwind City has increased. Not far from the Clearwind City was the Scorpio Mountain. The Saint Buddha Wheel you're talking about, is it the Saint Buddha Wheel that Buddha Sovereign used in the past? Taurus Longjiao asked. Ivan nodded, yes, it's the Saint Buddha Wheel that Lord Buddha Sovereign used in the past. In the past, Buddha Sovereign had fought with the devil race's lord, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Buddha Sovereign died, but his weapon, the Saint Buddha Wheel, went missing. Countless years later, the Saint Buddha Wheel's appearance attracted experts from all over the Netherworld prison to the Sky Devil region. I didn't expect the Saint Buddha Wheel to appear. Taurus Longjiao sighed with emotion, then turned to Lu Yiping, Master, what do you think? Let's go to the Scorpio Mountain. Lu Yiping said solemnly. Ivan hesitated for a moment, then said that he wanted to go to the Scorpio Mountain with Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping nodded, he also wanted to ask Ivan about the Buddha Dragon Palm. Thus, the 3 of them left together. Experts from various forces retreated to the side. After Lu Yiping's group left, the crowd looked at Ma Fei and the others' corpses with complicated feelings. I heard that many experts from the Vajra sect came for the Saint Buddha Wheel's appearance. I wonder if the Vajra sect's chief is here. A family's grand elder asked. The Vajra sect's chief and ancestor Dai Wanjiang seem to be here. Who are this pair of master and servant? They knew Ma Fei was the Vajra sect's chief's disciple, yet they still dared to kill him. The crowd discussed fervently. After Lu Yiping's group left, Lu Yiping asked Ivan about the Buddha Dragon Palm. Ivan hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. It turned out that her grandfather had obtained Buddha Sovereign's Saint Buddha Jade by chance, and the jade contained the Buddha Dragon Palm's cultivation method. Where's your grandfather? Lu Yiping asked. My grandfather went missing several decades ago. Ivan shook his head, his expression dim, all these years, I've been looking for him. Then, his tone changed, that Ma Fei you killed, he wasn't just the Vajra sect's chief's disciple, he was also a disciple of the Ma family. You have to be careful. Is the Ma family very powerful? Lu Yiping asked with a smile. Ivan nodded seriously, the Ma family is one of the strongest families in our Sky Devil region, even stronger than the Vajra sect. Moreover, the Ma family's ancestor was from the lifeless sect. 9 p.m. Third update. Oh, people from the lifeless sect. This was out of Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjia's expectations. Ivan nodded. The Ma family's ancestor is very strong. He is one of the 4 great ancestors of the lifeless sect, an invincible character from the heaven battling era. So, an invincible character from the heaven battling era. Liu Yiping laughed. Ivan said, yes, but I heard that something big happened to the lifeless sect recently. Many experts died. Something big happened, of course, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjia knew. During the Kuanping Divine Sect's grand meeting, the 2 barefooted monsters of the heaven battling era had brought 200 world lords with them. Of course, these people were all shot by Liu Yiping like balls. The last meteor shower had blasted the Kuanping Divine Sect's ancestral land full of holes. One of the 4 great ancestors of the lifeless sect? Liu Yiping asked with a smile, do you know the 2 barefooted monsters of the lifeless sect? How strong is he compared to the 2 barefooted monsters? Ivan was stunned, then he said solemnly, although the 2 barefooted monsters are terrifying, they were not crowned as the 4 great ancestors. Therefore, the Ma family's ancestor should be stronger. Liu Yiping grunted in agreement. We killed Ma Fei, it will be dangerous for you to stay with us. Aren't you afraid? Taurus Longjiao asked. Ivan shook his head, this matter started because of me, I can't just leave like this. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Although Ivan had a fiery temper, he was frank and honest. The 3 of them left Clearwind City unknowingly. The night slowly darkened. Cold rain fell. Liu Yiping's group of 3 hid in a dilapidated manor and started a bonfire. Liu Yiping took out the Age of Eternity wine, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Big brother Liu, what wine is that? It smells so good. Ivan stared at the Age of Eternity wine in Liu Yiping's hand. Liu Yiping laughed, you like to drink too? Ivan nodded, I'm usually bored, so I like to drink. Liu Yiping took a jar and threw it to Ivan. Of course, not just anyone could drink his myriad eras wine. Grandpa Ivan had obtained Buddha Venerable's immortal Buddha Jade and learned Buddha Dragon Palm. He could be considered Buddha Venerable's successor. Most importantly, Liu Yiping found her pleasing to the eye. Ivan opened the bottle and immediately took a sip. After taking a gulp, a warm current surged through all the meridians in her body. She was shocked, this wine is? Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, this is the everlasting wine, brewed with many good things. Ivan hurriedly put down the wine and said, Big brother Liu, I can't accept this wine. He wanted to return the wine. Liu Yiping laughed. You've already taken a sip. Don't tell me you're going to return it to me? Ivan's pretty face instantly turned red. Take it. It's nothing precious, Liu Yiping said with a smile. Ivan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and accepting it. The 3 of them drank and chatted. Miss Ivan, how did your grandfather go missing? Liu Yiping asked. Ivan hesitated for a moment, then said, 70 to 80 years ago, my grandfather, my master, and the Flame Lord entered the Devil Dragon graveyard. Later, my grandfather obtained the Absolute Heaven's inheritance. Absolute Heaven. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were shocked. Absolute Heaven was the supreme overlord of the heaven battling era. Ivan said solemnly, I suspect that my grandfather's disappearance is related to this. You're saying that your grandfather's disappearance is related to your master and the Flame Lord? Liu Yiping asked. Ivan nodded. My master is one of the ancestors of 5 Sunset Mountain. He and the Flame Lord are my grandfather's best friends. But recently, my master's behavior has been a little strange. He seems to be cultivating some kind of secret art. Ivan said. You're saying that your master might be cultivating the Absolute Heaven's secret art? Liu Yiping asked. Ivan said, I'm suspicious of my master, and he seems to have sensed it. He seems to have killing intent towards me. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao exchanged a glance. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from afar. And it was getting closer and closer. Soon, the fighting reached the outside of the manor. A figure fell from the sky, smashing into the yard. It was a young man covered in blood. Ivan felt that the figure was familiar and jumped up, running out. When she saw the other party's face, she couldn't help calling out, Yao Feng. This Yao Feng was a friend she had made many years ago when she was out on a mission. He was also a core disciple of the Yao family. She didn't have many good friends, and this Yao Feng was one of her best friends. Although Yao Feng was heavily injured, he was still breathing. Seeing that it was Ivan, he shouted in a hurry, "Ivan, run! Run? Where do you think you're running to?" At this time, a figure appeared in the air above the manor. Seeing the person, Ivan's face was filled with disbelief. Eldest senior brother. The person who came was her eldest senior brother, Liang Hongji. She didn't expect that the person pursuing her good friend Yao Feng would be her eldest senior brother. Liang Hongji floated down to the ground, treading on the rainwater as he walked towards Ivan and Yao Feng. He looked at Ivan and smiled, "Fifth junior sister, I didn't expect you to be here, what a coincidence." Yao Feng glared at Liang Hongji, then said to Ivan, "Ivan, run quickly, your eldest senior brother has a human face but a beast heart, he raped and killed your 5 Cloud Mountains junior sister Lin Shirluo. I found out, and now I want to silence him." Ivan's face tightened. Junior sister Lin Shirluo was the daughter of one of their 5 Cloud Mountains grand elders. Liang Hongji's face sank, "Slander. Yao Feng, it's you who has a human face but a beast heart, you raped and killed our 5 Cloud Mountains junior sister Lin Shirluo, and now you're slandering me. Junior sister Ivan, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm chasing this Yao Feng to capture him and bring him back to our 5 Cloud Mountain for punishment. Junior sister Ivan, please help me capture this Yao Feng and bring him back to the 5 Cloud Mountain." Hearing this, Yao Feng glared at Liang Hongji, "Liang Hongji, I have a memory stone in my hand, it recorded the scene of you raping and killing Lin Shirluo." He took out a square stone as he said this. Liang Hongji's face tightened. Suddenly, his expression turned ferocious, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The long sword in his hand slashed out, a shocking sword chi flew towards Ivan and Yao Feng. Clearly, this Liang Hongji wanted to silence Ivan as well. The shocking sword chi arrived in front of Ivan and Yao Feng in an instant. Just as the sword chi was about to hit them, it stopped abruptly, then dissipated. The three of them were dumbfounded. Liang Hongji's gaze fell on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, bewildered, "It's you too." At this time, several whistling sounds came from the distance. Several old men clad in 5 Cloud Mountains grand elders' brocade robes soon arrived above the ruined manor. When they saw Liang Hongji and Ivan in the manor, they were surprised. "Liang Hongji, Ivan, what are you two doing?" one of the grand elders asked. Clearly, these people were also on their way to the Scorpio Mountain and were passing by this manor. Liang Hongji stepped forward, hurriedly saying, "Grand Elder Li Jing, you guys came at the right time. This person is called Yao Feng, he raped and killed our 5 Cloud Mountains grand elder Su Li's daughter, junior sister Lin Shirluo. I found out and chased after this thief all the way here, but I didn't expect junior sister Ivan to be good friends with this thief. Not only did she refuse to help me capture this thief, she even obstructed me with 2 other people." Anger was written all over Liang Hongji's face as he pointed at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. First update tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., what? Grand Elder Lin Shirluo's daughter was taken by this brat? 5 Cloud Mountains Grand Elder Li Jing was enraged hearing Yao Feng's words. "Grand Elder Li Jing, the culprit is actually my eldest senior brother." Ivan pointed at Liang Hongji angrily, "My friend Yao Feng found out about his crime. Not only did he try to kill my friend, but he's also slandering my friend." Yao Feng added anxiously, "I have a memory stone with me, it recorded what happened at that time." "Shut up." Li Jing glared at Ivan, "Ivan, you actually colluded with outsiders to slander your eldest senior brother. You're still a 5 Cloud Mountain disciple. Colluding with outsiders to slander your fellow disciple, according to the sect's rules, this is a serious crime." Another Grand Elder reprimanded. Ivan tried to defend himself, "Grand Elders, my friend really has a memory stone. You still don't know how to repent, still siding with outsiders." Li Jing was enraged, the long sword in his hand vibrated, sending out layers of sword chi at Ivan and Yao Feng. "I'm going to capture both of you and interrogate you right now." Ivan and Yao Feng's faces tightened as they felt the terrifying power of a true God Realm expert's sword chi. However, just as Li Jing's sword chi was about to reach Ivan and Yao Feng, he suddenly stopped as if he was hit by an invisible force, falling from the sky. The sword chi dissipated. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood up and walked out. Who are you? Several Five Cloud Mountains Grand Elders looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao with suspicion. Ivan regained his senses, explaining to the Five Cloud Mountains Grand Elders, this is my friend's memory stone. If Grand Elders don't believe me, you can check the records inside. Give me the memory stone, I'll take a look. One of the Grand Elders said. Ivan's face lit up as he passed the memory stone in Yao Feng's hand to the Grand Elder. However, the moment the Grand Elder received the memory stone, energy surged out from his hand, shattering the memory stone before he could check it. Ivan was furious. Why? Lu Yiping shook his head inwardly. Ivan was still too naive. Even now, she still couldn't tell that the Five Cloud Mountains Grand Elders were siding with Liang Hongji. Liang Hongji's relationship with these Five Cloud Mountain Supreme Elders should be pretty good. The truth did not matter to them. Liang Hongji was a core disciple of the Five Cloud Mountain. If news of him raping and killing a fellow disciple got out, it wouldn't be good for the Five Cloud Mountain. Therefore, even if they knew that the murderer was really Liang Hongji, they would still choose to play dumb. After the Grand Elder destroyed the memory stone, he said indifferent, the memory stone has no memory at all. It is just a blank memory stone. You have been deceived by this person. Then, he said, Ivan, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for carrying out the sect's rules and crippling your cultivation. Then, we'll bring you back to the sect for punishment. Ivan was furious. Lu Yiping looked at Li Jing and the others, saying indifferent, you knew the truth, yet you covered it up. You knew the murderer was here, yet you sided with him. Scum like you all deserve to die. With a flick of his finger, Li Jing and the others turned into a mist of blood, including Liang Hongji. Ivan was dumbfounded. Initially, she thought that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were only in the divine spirit realm since they killed the Vidra sect's Ma Fei and the others. She didn't expect them to be able to kill Li Jing and the others who were in the true God realm with a flick of their fingers. Heavenly God realm experts? Then, Lu Yiping gave Yao Feng a medicinal pellet. Yao Feng's injuries healed in a short time. Yao Feng bowed to Lu Yiping to express his gratitude, then told him the whole story of Liang Hongji's death. When Ivan heard that her sex Lin Shirluo was killed by Liang Hongji because he found out that Liang Hongji and her master, Qian's son, had submitted to the Vidra sect, she was stunned. You're saying that my master has submitted to the Vidra sect? Ivan asked Yao Feng. She still found it hard to believe. Her master was an orphan who was adopted by the Five Sunset Mountains founder and taught her cultivation techniques. The Five Sunset Mountains founder's kindness was as great as a mountain. She refused to believe that her master would betray the Five Sunset Mountain. Yao Feng nodded, it's true. Moreover, it's not just your master and eldest senior brother, many of your Five Sunset Mountains ancestors, Grand Elders, and Elders have submitted to the Vidra sect and Night Soul race. Perhaps, those Grand Elders have already submitted to the Vidra sect and Night Soul race. Ivan was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Bored, the Dragon Horn Golden Bull took out the Kuanping Divine Sect's Kuanping Divine Beast and played with it. Of course, this Kuanping Divine Beast that was half the size of the Kuanping Divine Sect had shrunk to the size of a palm due to Taurus Longjiao's law of space. In Taurus Longjiao's hand, it looked like a small fish. After playing with it for a while, Taurus Longjiao suddenly asked, Master, do you think this little Kuanping knows where the Kuanping founder went to after he came to the Netherworld prison? Lu Yiping said solemnly, go ahead and ask. When the Kuanping Divine Sect was founded, its guardian divine beast was the Kuanping. However, the Kuanping in front of them was not the ancient divine beast, but a descendant of the ancient divine beast. Then again, it might know something about the Kuanping divine beast. Taurus Longjiao grabbed the Kuanping's tail and flung it to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. After the Kuanping became dizzy, he asked, let me ask you, do you know where the Kuanping founder went to after he came to the Netherworld prison? The Kuanping was dizzy from being flung to the ground. Looking at Taurus Longjiao's murderous gaze, it trembled in fear and answered, I heard my old ancestor talk about some things. When he followed the Kuanping founder to the Netherworld prison, he seemed to have gone to the Five Clouds Mountain, Saint Royal City, and the Four Directions Sea. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised, Five Clouds Mountain. Who would have thought that the Kunpeng founder went to the Five Clouds Mountain? Ivan looked at the Kunpeng in Taurus Longjiao's hand and said, "This little fish said that the Kunpeng founder went to our Five Clouds Mountain." Yao Feng looked at the little fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand and was also surprised. Wasn't the Kunpeng founder a legendary figure from more than 1,000,000 years ago? The dragon horn golden bull grabbed the mythical beast Kunpeng's tail and slammed it against the ground. The mythical beast Kunpeng's eyes were brimming with tears as it said, "Master Xiaojin, I told you everything." "I know," Taurus Longjiao said. The Kunpeng rolled its eyes. Then, Taurus Longjiao asked the Kunpeng a few more things. However, the Kunpeng only remembered that his old ancestor said that the Kunpeng founder went to these 3 places: Five Clouds Mountain, Saint Royal City, and Four Direction Sea. Lu Yiping muttered to himself. The Five Clouds Mountain was undoubtedly Ivan's sect, the Five Clouds Mountain. However, in the ancient times, the Five Clouds Mountain was just a mountain range. There was no Five Clouds Mountain as a sect. The Five Clouds Mountain was founded 100,000 years ago. The Saint Royal City was the holy land of the human race. As for the Four Direction Sea, it was where the Demon Dragon Palace was located. The Demon Dragon Palace was the most powerful force in the Netherworld prison. I hope everyone can subscribe to Qidian's official website. It's a new week, please recommend it. Second update at 5 p.m. In the Nether prison, the Demon Dragon Palace's forces were spread all over the territories. They had countless heavenly gods under their command, and each territory had 2 overlords. Some of the more important branches had more than 2 overlords. The Heavenly Demon region alone had more than 60 territories. In other words, the Demon Dragon Palace had more than 100 overlords in the Heavenly Demon region. And the Nether prison had more than 30 territories. This did not include the overlords and overlords in the Nether prison's headquarters. Although the Lifeless Sect and Night Soul clan were also the overlords of the Nether prison, they were far inferior to the Demon Dragon Palace. Although the Lifeless Sect was ranked 3rd in the Nether prison, their strength was less than 1/10 of the Demon Dragon Palace's. "Are you going to the Scorpio Mountain?" Yao Feng suddenly asked. Ivan nodded. "I heard that not only the Night Soul clan, but also the Heaven Battling City." Yao Feng said. "What? Heaven Battling City?" Ivan was shocked. Before the Holy Demon Realm, Xianxia had dominated the Eternal Prime Era. The Holy Demon Realm did not have a family or descendants, but Xianxia did. Not only did Xianxia have a family, but he also had descendants. Heaven Battling City was where Xianxia's family was located. Heaven Battling City was not one of the top 10 forces in the Nether prison, but it was a transcendent existence. Even though Xianxia had left the Nether prison, Heaven Battling City was still a supreme existence that deterred the Nether prison. No one dared to ignore Heaven Battling City, not even the Demon Dragon Palace. "Oh, Heaven Battling City also wants to snatch the Saint Buddha wheel?" Lu Yiping asked calmly. "Yes, Qi Aosher came from Heaven Battling City," Yao Feng said. "Qi Aosher?" Ivan was shocked. "Is this Qi Aosher very strong?" Taurus Longjiao asked when he saw Ivan's expression. Both Ivan and Yao Feng were stunned. "Lord Xiaojin doesn't know Qi Aosher?" Ivan had a strange look in his eyes, and then he said, "Qi Aosher is Lord Qizhan Tian's grandson. Moreover, he's the one with the greatest talent and combat strength. Lord Qi Aoshi is also the one with the strongest talent in the Nether prison. Like Lord Warsky, he was born with one of the 10 great ancient bloodlines. Lord Warsky has one of the 10 great ancient bloodlines, the Thunder Transformation bloodline, while Lord Qi Aoshi has one of the 10 great ancient bloodlines, the Flying Heaven bloodline." Ivan said with reverence. Lord Qi Aoshi's current cultivation is already at the peak of the late stage of the Master of the Plane. I heard that his planar energy has already reached 99,990,000, and he can break through to the Master of the Plane at any time. He's stronger than many of the overlords of the Heaven Battling Era. The more Ivan spoke, the more excited he became. Yao Feng also said excitedly, "Lord Qi Aoshi will definitely break through to the Plane Master realm within 10 years. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. The two of them were surprised by Qi Aosher's strength, but they were surprised by Qi Aosher's 10 ancient bloodlines. The top 10 ancient bloodlines were quite powerful. Those with the soaring heavens bloodline were far faster than experts of the same realm. Moreover, all 10 ancient bloodlines had heaven's mandate secret arts. The sky gradually brightened. The rain had stopped a long time ago. Lu Yiping continued on his way. However, Ivan and Yao Feng were aware that they were too weak and had no hope of snatching the Holy Buddha wheel. Therefore, they did not follow Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the Scorpio Mountain. They temporarily separated from Lu Yiping and Yao Feng. Lu Yiping and Ivan agreed to meet at the Wind Sea City near the 5 Sunset Mountain. Not long after, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the Scorpio Mountain. When the two of them arrived at Scorpio Mountain, it was packed with people. Every mountain peak of Scorpio Mountain was packed with people. The Holy Buddha wheel appeared the day before yesterday and yesterday, but it disappeared in a flash. It should appear again today. Even the Night Soul Race and Heaven Battling Cities people are here. Even if the Holy Buddha wheel appears again, we have no hope of snatching it. Let's put away those thoughts. The experts on the mountain peaks whispered to each other. Some shook their heads when they heard that the Night Soul Race and Heaven Battling Cities experts were coming. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao also arrived at an inconspicuous mountain peak. The two of them had just arrived at the peak when they saw a large group of experts in golden robes flying over from the horizon. It's the Vajra sect master. So many ancestors from the Vajra sect came. The Vajra sect was the biggest force in the Sky Demon region Jinluo Manor. Their arrival caused quite a commotion. They're just the Night Soul Race's lackeys. Some human experts were disgusted. The human race and the demon race had always been at odds. Now that the Vajra sect, as a human sect, had submitted to the Night Soul Race, many human experts felt ashamed. I heard that someone killed the Vajra sect master's youngest disciple, Ma Fei. It can't be, right? I heard about it too. Dai Wanjiang's unnamed disciple was also killed. Dai Wanjiang declared that he would grind the master and servant's bones to dust. I wonder if the master and servant pair are here. Amidst the discussions, the Vajra sect's experts soon arrived at the scene. This time, the Vajra sect had sent 13 Vajra sect experts. Other than the 13 Vajra sect experts, there were also close to 100 heavenly gods. When the Vajra sect master Xingyuan arrived, he scanned the experts present and said, "It seems like Lord Yizimo and Lord Ma Shilai are not here yet. Let's find a place to wait for Lord Yizimo and Lord Ma Shilai," Dai Wanjiang suggested. Xingyuan nodded. Suddenly, an expert stepped forward and saluted Xingyuan respectfully. He stopped in front of Xingyuan and pointed in the direction of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. They are the master and servant pair from the Vajra sect? Xingyuan looked in the direction of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. His eyes were brimming with killing intent. Indifferent, Dai Wanjiang said, "I'll do it myself later." He had said that he would grind the master and servant's bones to dust. Just as Xingyuan and the others were about to fly towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, they suddenly saw a large group of experts approaching from afar. They stopped in their tracks. The newcomers were clad in black robes and devil chi was rolling around their bodies. They were the Night Soul Race's experts. Other than the Night Soul Race, there were also experts from the Ma family. The Night Soul Race and Ma family came together. Xingyuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the others quickly went up to greet them. "Greetings, Lord Yizimo and Lord Ma Shilai." Xingyuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the rest of the Vajra sect's experts quickly bowed. Devil chi was rolling around Yizimo's body. He wore a hat that covered half of his face and his eyes were burning with green flames. He grunted in acknowledgement, but no one could see his expression. Ma Shilai was a fatty. He smiled and said, "Sect Master Zheng, with the friendship between our families, there's no need for such formalities." He then helped Xingyuan up. Yizimo glanced at the experts on the various mountains and said, "Haven't the people from Heaven Battling City arrived yet?" "Not yet," Xingyuan said hurriedly. Yizimo soared into the air and flew towards the top of the largest mountain. The Night Soul Race, Ma family, Vajra Zhongzhong, and the rest of the experts followed him. The experts who were originally standing on the top of the mountain hurriedly flew away to make space for Yizimo and the others. When they arrived at the top of the mountain and landed, Xingyuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Yizimo, Lord Ma Shilai, my disciple Ma Fei was killed yesterday. The murderer is here too." Oh, where's the murderer? Ma Shilai's face darkened when he heard this. Ma Fei was a disciple of the Ma family and his grandnephew. 8:30 p.m., third update, it's that pair of master and servant. Jing Yuan pointed at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao who were standing on top of the mountain. Ma Shilai's gaze turned frosty. How dare they kill my Ma family's disciples? Have you found out where they came from? Jing Yuan hurriedly answered, not yet, but I don't think they're from our Sky Devil region. Yi Zimo's voice was cold, who cares where they came from, just kill them. When we find out the families and sects behind them, we'll wipe them all out. Ma Shilai nodded, then said to Jing Yuan and Dai Wanjiang, go, bring me their heads. He then added, when you make your move, don't kill them in one go. Yes, please rest assured, Lord Ma Shilai. Jing Yuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the rest replied respectfully. The two of them led the Vedros X experts and flew towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Seeing this, the surrounding people couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. In the blink of an eye, Jing Yuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the rest of the Vedros X experts arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were. Seeing Jing Yuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the rest of the Vedros X experts approaching, Taurus Longjiao took out the mythical beast Kuan Peng. Holding the mythical beast Kuan Peng in his right hand as if he was playing a baseball, he slapped his left palm repeatedly as if he was playing a baseball. Jing Yuan, Dai Wanjiang, and the rest looked at the fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand in confusion. What the hell was this muscular man doing with a small fish? Are you the ones who killed my disciple Ma Fei? Indifferent, Jing Yuan asked. Why are you wasting your breath on them? Dai Wanjiang snorted coldly, his palm striking out at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. World energy surged, covering the sky and earth. Dai Wanjiang was a planar lord, and his planar power had already reached more than 2 million units. However, just as Dai Wanjiang made his move, the Kuan Peng in Taurus Longjiao's hand suddenly grew many times larger, to the size of a small mountain. Taurus Longjiao swung the Kuan Peng like a baseball. When the Taurus Longjiao swung out, a terrifying sound wave roared out. Before Dai Wanjiang could react, he was hit in an instant. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been hit by an invincible giant. By the time King Kong Zhongzhong reacted, the place where Dai Wanjiang had been standing was already empty. Dai Wanjiang had disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked around, but Dai Wanjiang was nowhere to be seen. Not only were those from the Vedros sect dumbfounded, but even the powerhouses in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Yi Zimo and Ma Shilai were also dumbfounded. The two of them spread out their divine souls, but they actually couldn't sense Dai Wanjiang's aura. The Scorpio Mountain quieted down. Wherever the Kuan Peng swung, the sound waves were still rolling, sweeping over one mountain after another. Taurus Longjiao retrieved the Kuan Peng from where Dai Wanjiang was standing. Then, he swung again, and the sound wave once again resounded through the Scorpio Mountain. Immediately, the Vedros sect master disappeared without a trace. In the distant horizon, a group of powerhouses was flying towards the Scorpio Mountain. Suddenly, they saw a figure shooting over with a terrifying sound wave, and they were so scared that they dodged in panic. Everyone barely dodged, and the sound wave brushed past them. The group of powerhouses only felt a chill down their backs, and they were still in shock. The person who just passed by seems to be the Vedros sect master? One of them gulped. You must have seen wrongly. Saw wrongly? Maybe I saw wrongly. Everyone continued to fly towards the Scorpio Mountain. However, they had only taken a few steps when they saw another figure shooting over with a rumbling sound wave. Everyone dodged in fear again. Is that the Vedros sect's ancestor, Dai Fei? This time, many people saw it. Meanwhile, on the Scorpio Mountain, Taurus Longjiao kept swinging the Kuan Peng. Taurus Longjiao was extremely fast, one after another. By the time the Vedros Zhongzhong powerhouses reacted, the 7 people on the ground had already disappeared. All the Vedros sect powerhouses reacted, looking at Taurus Longjiao in horror, and fled in panic. Seeing the Vedros Zhongzhong powerhouses fleeing in all directions, Taurus Longjiao chuckled. The Kuan Peng in his hand grew many times larger, becoming the size of a mountain, and swept over. The 100 or so Vedros sect powerhouses who were fleeing were all swept up, and not a single one was left out. The Kuan Peng in Taurus Longjiao's hand kept shrinking, returning to the size of a palm. In the distance, the Night Soul race, Ma family, and the surrounding major forces all looked at the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand that was stiff like a corpse. That small fish seems to be the Kuanpeng? One of the Ma family's patriarchs was tongue-tied. At first, no one could recognize it. However, when Taurus Longjiao turned the Kuanpeng into the size of a mountain, everyone finally saw the outline of the Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng? It can't be the one from the Kuanpeng divine sect, right? One of the Night Soul race's patriarchs stuttered. In the entire Hengyuan plain, only the Jiutian Kuanpeng divine sect had a Kuanpeng. No other sects had one. Yi Zimo and Ma Shilai were shocked. The one from the Kuanpeng divine sect, then this blue-robed youth was? The Saint Devil's master, Lu Yiping. Yi Zimo's voice trembled. The Saint Devil's master, Lu Yiping, the Night Soul races and Ma family's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. In the battle of the Kuanpeng divine sect, Lu Yiping defeated them. At the same time, Lu Yiping's identity as the Saint Devil's master was exposed. Therefore, Lu Yiping, the ancestor of thunder punishment, now had another title, the Saint Devil's master. Lu Yiping suddenly looked over and looked at the Night Soul races and Ma family's powerhouses. While the Night Soul races and Ma family's powerhouses were terrified, Lu Yiping grabbed Yi Zimo and Ma Shilai with one hand and pulled them in front of him. Lu Yiping looked at Yi Zimo. Did you just say that you're going to kill me and then destroy my family and sect? Yi Zimo, who was originally surrounded by demonic energy and wearing a black hat that covered half of his face, had his demonic energy dissipated. Even the hat on his head was nowhere to be seen, revealing his old and wrinkled face. His eyes were filled with fear. Lord Lu, I didn't know it was you. Spare me. There were tears in his eyes. Yi Zimo of the Night Soul race, who was comparable to the lightning ancestor, Lei Yu, had tears in his eyes. As for Ma Shilai, he stood there motionless, as if he was frozen. Spare my life? Lu Yiping's voice was cold. If I was weak, would you spare me? After he finished speaking, he pointed a finger in the air. Various kinds of divine lightning rained down from the sky like a violent river. Yi Zimo, Ma Shilai, and the Night Soul races and Ma family's powerhouses were all drowned by the divine lightning. When the divine lightning dissipated, the Night Soul races and Ma family's powerhouses had all disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a huge war chariot appeared in the distant sky. On the body of the war chariot, the words Heaven Battling were written. The words Heaven Battling shone brightly, filled with the might of Heaven Battling. The people of Heaven Battling City had finally arrived. On the huge war chariot sat a young man with an imposing appearance. Behind the huge war chariot, there was a group of Heaven Battling City's powerhouses riding on nine-eyed black tigers. Tomorrow at 4 a.m., first update at 10 a.m. Everyone was shocked by the disappearance of the Night Soul race and Ma family's experts. When they saw the war chariot, their spirits were lifted. Battle Sky Divine War Chariot. Lord Battle Sky's War Chariot. Someone exclaimed. When the crowd saw that Xianxia had actually arrived in the Heaven Fighting Divine Carriage, they were all boiling with excitement. The Battle Sky Divine War Chariot was extraordinary. In the past, Qi Zhantian had driven this war chariot to flatten the Netherworld prison, the Jiutian, and the Divine Land. Wherever it passed, the gods retreated. The Heaven Battling Divine Chariot was stained with the blood of countless planar lords and even planar masters. Many experts fell to their knees in excitement when they saw Xianxia riding the war chariot. In the blink of an eye, the war chariot arrived in front of everyone. Xianxia sat on the war chariot with a disdainful look in his eyes. Golden rings appeared behind him, and his aura suppressed the heavens. He scanned the scene, but didn't see any experts from the Night Soul race or Ma family. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that the Night Soul race and Ma family's experts are here? Are they not here yet? One of the Qi family's experts laughed. Maybe Yi Zimo and Ma Shilai left because they knew that it was impossible for them to snatch the divine Buddha wheel. Xianxia was puzzled. Was that so? Just as he was about to ask the experts around him, a ray of Buddhist light shot into the sky from the mountain range in front of him. The Buddhist light spun and illuminated the sky like a crescent moon. Everyone turned their heads to look at him. It's the divine Buddha wheel. The divine Buddha wheel has appeared again. Xianxia's face lit up with joy. He immediately drove the war chariot, turning into a blur as he rushed towards the Buddhist light. However, when he rushed over, the Buddhist light vibrated, and a huge Buddhist wheel broke out from the ground. It turned into a ray of golden light and fell into Liu Yiping's hand. Xianxia stopped and looked at the divine Buddha wheel. He was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it said that the divine Buddha wheel was extremely difficult to obtain? Why did it fly into the hands of this blue-robed young man? The Qi family's experts were also stunned. A Qi family ancestor couldn't help stepping forward and said to Liu Yiping, "Young man, this Saint Buddha wheel belongs to my heaven battling city's Qi family, hand it over." Hearing this, Liu Yiping smiled. Everyone in this world knows that the Saint Buddha wheel belongs to Venerable Buddha, so how did it end up in your heaven battling city's Qi family's possession? The Qi family's ancestor's face turned red. The other Qi family ancestor's face sank. The Saint Buddha wheel is a supreme treasure of Buddhism, not everyone is qualified to possess it. Moreover, you won't be able to unleash its full power in your hands. That's a disgrace to the Saint Buddha wheel. Liu Yiping smiled and said, "You mean to say that this Saint Buddha wheel can only display its power if it falls into the hands of Heaven Battling City? Only by falling into the hands of Xianxia would he not disgrace it?" Xianxia frowned. "Not bad." The first Qi ancestor said, "Our young lord has one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines, the soaring celestial bloodline. He is the most talented person in the world right now. Only someone like our young lord with the soaring celestial bloodline can utilize its power." Another Qi family ancestor said, "Why haven't you handed over the Saint Buddha wheel yet?" Xianxia looked at Liu Yiping and said, "Hand over the Saint Buddha wheel, and I can compensate you with a divine artifact." Then, with a wave of his hand, a dozen or so acquired spirit treasures appeared in front of him. All of them were low-grade acquired spirit treasures. No matter what, he had to get the Saint Buddha wheel. He cultivated a Buddhist cultivation technique, and if he had the Saint Buddha wheel, his battle strength would soar. Moreover, with the help of the Saint Buddha Qi inside the Saint Buddha wheel, his cultivation speed would increase greatly in the future. Taurus Longjiao looked at the dozen acquired spirit treasures and grinned, "You want to compensate us with this trash? Fuck off, seeing that you're Qizhan Tian's descendant, I won't kill you." When Xianxia heard Taurus Longjiao telling him to fuck off, he couldn't help but be stunned. After so many years, who had ever told him to fuck off? No one. You don't know when to stop, you're courting death. When the ancestor heard Taurus Longjiao telling his young lord to fuck off, he couldn't help but be enraged. He suddenly punched towards Taurus Longjiao. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a small fish appear in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Seeing the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand, the surrounding experts were so frightened that their faces changed. It was as if they had seen something terrifying, and they hurriedly retreated, hiding far away. The Qi family ancestor noticed the reactions of the surrounding experts, and couldn't help but be puzzled. At this time, he saw the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand suddenly grow to the size of a small mountain. Then, he saw Taurus Longjiao make a gesture of waving. Finally, he waved, the terrifying sound wave that caused everyone to have nightmares rang out again. Dong, the Qi family ancestor instantly lost consciousness. When the experts of the Qi family reacted, they saw that the mid-stage realm lord of the Qi family ancestor had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia, who was on the war chariot, was also shocked. Taurus Longjiao retracted the Kuan-pung in his hand. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Kid, make your move. Let me see how much of your Skysoar bloodline has awakened." Xianxia looked at the Kuan-pung in Taurus Longjiao's hand in shock. Just now, the Kuan-pung in Taurus Longjiao's hand had grown in size, and now it had returned to the size of a palm. It was too fast, and he couldn't see the Kuan-pung's appearance clearly. He stared at Taurus Longjiao and said, "In that case, I'll have to ask for your advice." After saying that, he didn't get off the war chariot. Layers of divine light rose, and golden Buddha rings spread out like ripples. Within the golden Buddha rings, there was a shocking power of lightning. It's the heavenly tribulation Buddhist art. Lord Xianxia really did obtain the heavenly tribulation Buddha's peerless inheritance. An ancestor said in shock. There were a total of 17 eras in the 200,000 years of the late ancient era. Before the heavenly war era, there were 16 eras in the late ancient era. The heavenly tribulation Buddha was the strongest expert in the heavenly tribulation era, for eras before the heavenly war era. When Xianxia circulated the heavenly tribulation Buddha technique to the extreme, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled in the sky. At the same time, the sky was filled with Buddha shadows. Obviously, he had cultivated the heavenly tribulation Buddha technique to an extremely high level. Heavenly tribulation Buddha technique, heavenly tribulation palm. 10,000 Buddhas exterminate demons. Xiaoxi's voice resounded through the world. He circulated the power of 99,999,000 battle planes and slapped down on Taurus Longjiao. Suddenly, the sound of Buddha resounded through the world, and a terrifying lightning palm with layers of Buddha light slapped down on Taurus Longjiao. Feeling Xiaoxi's palm that could destroy the heavens and earth, the group of patriarchs were all overwhelmed with shock. Terrifying. This palm is comparable to the power of a plain master? The heavenly tribulation Buddha technique is indeed powerful. When Taurus Longjiao saw that Xiaoxi didn't even get off the war chariot and directly attacked, he grinned. The Kuanping in his hand grew bigger and bigger, until it was half the size of the Kuanping divine sect. The world instantly darkened. Xiaoxi raised his head and looked at the boundless Kuanping. He was stunned. What the F***ck is this? Second update at 1 p.m. In Xiaoxi's shock, the Kuanping divine beast swung down, and the heavenly tribulation Buddha palm was instantly blown apart. When the experts of Heaven Battling City saw the Kuanping divine beast that blotted out the sky and swung its claws at them, they were so frightened that they forgot to flee. Xiaoxi instantly woke up. He was so scared that he fully activated the power of the Heaven Battling Divine Chariot. The Heaven Battling Divine Chariot shone brightly. The power of the array formed layers of defensive halos. Xiaoxi pushed the Flying Heaven's bloodline to the limit. Flying Heaven escape! He roared. He shot out from the chariot and frantically fled. The Flying Heaven's bloodline was one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines. Its speed was astonishing. The Flying Heaven escape was the Flying Heaven's bloodline's heavenly fate secret art. Once he used this Flying Heaven escape, even a plain master would find it difficult to catch up to him. Xiaoxi's figure suddenly disappeared from the chariot. At this moment, the Kuanping divine beast swung over. The Heaven Battling Divine Chariot's layers of defensive halos exploded. Then, the Kuanping divine beast smashed onto the chariot with unstoppable momentum. The entire Heaven Battling Divine Chariot was sent flying. It flew high in the sky. The Kuanping divine beast swung across the sky. Xiaoxi, who had already disappeared, fell from the depths of the void. He fell from the depths of the void. He turned pale with fright as he looked at the Kuanping divine beast that continued to sweep over. Amidst his panic, the power in his body rose to the limit, and a raging golden flame rose from his body. Heaven Battling Art. Heaven Battling Art is invincible. The surrounding ancestors exclaimed. Xiaoxi's invincible belief that he could fight against the heavens and the earth arose spontaneously. When the Heaven Battling Art was activated, Xiaoxi's eyes also emitted golden flames, as if he was an invincible golden flame war god. His aura rose crazily, breaking through the peak of the late-stage Plain Master and reaching the Plain Master level. Xiaoxi was not a Plain Master, but at this moment, he had the power of a Plain Master. Heaven Battling. Battlefield. Battle gods. Xiaoxi's voice was cold as he suddenly punched out with both fists. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. 2 huge fist imprints flew out. Moreover, the fist print was getting bigger and bigger as it flew towards the divine beast Kuanping. Seeing this, Taurus Longjiao said, "Fight your mother." The Kuanping in his hand did not stop and collided with the 2 huge fists. When Xiaoxi heard Taurus Longjiao's words, his eyes widened. He remembered that his father had said that his grandfather's catchphrase was to fight your mother. Was this golden-haired brawny man's catchphrase also fight your mother? There was a loud bang. The huge fist instantly collapsed, and the Kuanping continued to attack. Even though Xiaoxi already had the power of a Plain Master, he couldn't stop the Kuanping. A loud explosion rang out. Xiaoxi was unable to dodge and was sent flying by the Kuanping. The experts of Heaven Battling City were also swept away by the Kuanping divine beast. Xiaoxi and the other experts from Heaven Battling City were smashed into the surrounding mountains. One mountain after another collapsed with a loud rumble. Mountain rocks rolled down. Dust filled the air. The sky-battling divine chariot that had been sent flying by the divine beast Kunpeng also fell from the sky and smashed into a mountain. The ground trembled. The experts who were hiding far away were stunned. Xianxia, who had used the heaven-battling art, had the power of a plane master, and fully activated the sky-battling divine chariot array, still couldn't block Taurus Longjiao's attack. Lu Yiping held the immortal Buddha wheel and looked at the runes on it. He didn't look at the battle just now, nor did he look at the sky-battling divine chariot that had been sent flying. He also didn't look at Xianxia, who was smashed into the mountain. "It's been hard on you all these years," Lu Yiping said to the immortal Buddha wheel. The immortal Buddha wheel buzzed, and Buddhist light spread out, as if it was responding to Lu Yiping. Some experts in the distance saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't Lu Yiping just obtain the immortal Buddha wheel? He hadn't even refined it, so how could he already communicate with it? After a long time, the rocks finally stopped rolling. The dust started to settle. A figure flew out from the depths of the mountain. It was Xianxia, who had been sent flying. Xianxia's divine armor was shattered beyond recognition, and the corner of his mouth and chest were covered in blood. He looked at Taurus Longjiao in horror, and fear filled the depths of his eyes. "How do you know my grandfather's catchphrase?" He couldn't help but ask Taurus Longjiao. He didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Only his father and he knew his grandfather's catchphrase. No one knew. "Your grandfather's catchphrase?" Taurus Longjiao said, "Who told you that it's your grandfather's catchphrase? Wasn't it?" Xianxia was stunned. "Do you know why the experts of the Night Soul race, Ma family, and Vedra sect disappeared?" Taurus Longjiao chuckled. Xianxia swallowed hard. Could it be that the experts of the Night Soul race and Ma family didn't leave on their own? Taurus Longjiao waved the Kunpeng in his hand. "It feels good today." Only then did he recall the Kunpeng. Xianxia retracted his gaze from the Kunpeng and stared at Lu Yiping. "Are you the holy devil master Lu Yiping?" Lu Yiping waved the Saint Buddha wheel in his hand, and the crescent-shaped Saint Buddha wheel sliced the sky into pieces. Xianxia and the other experts of the Qi family who had just woken up felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Yiping looked at the experts of the Qi family with an indifferent expression. "Did you think that I'm not qualified to have the Saint Buddha wheel? That I can't unleash the power of the Saint Buddha wheel?" At this time, Lu Yiping threw the immortal Buddha wheel into the air. It soared into the 9 heavens and continued to expand. In the end, it grew to the size of an ancient city. The immortal Buddha light illuminated the world. Under the light, the darkness receded and the coldness was chased away. Sounds of Buddha and Sanskrit rang out from within the Saint Buddha wheel. Golden Buddhas could be seen faintly. Xianxia felt the space around him sink, and it was as if golden Buddhas were pressing down on him from the sky. The experts of the Qi family and other experts were unable to move. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of the Saint Buddha wheel? If the Saint Buddha wheel's pressure was this strong, how terrifying would it be if it was used to attack? Xianxia's Buddha wheel expanded, and it was clear that he was using his heavenly tribulation Buddhist art to resist the Saint Buddha wheel's pressure. The Saint Buddha wheel shone brightly, and Xianxia was forced to the ground. The Buddha wheel shattered. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on him. Xianxia felt as if all the bones in his body were going to shatter. Just as Xianxia thought that he was going to die, the pressure on him disappeared, and the Saint Buddha wheel returned to Lu Yiping's hand. Lu Yiping looked at Xianxia. "You should be glad that you're little Qi's grandson. However, if this happens again, even little Qi won't be able to save you if he returns from a higher realm." With that said, he left with Taurus Longjiao. When Lu Yiping left, the mountain peak that was illuminated by the Saint Buddha wheel's light suddenly collapsed. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and he didn't move for a long time. What did Lu Yiping call his grandfather? Little Qi? From his tone, it seemed like he knew his grandfather. Could it be that Lu Yiping was his grandfather's good friend? Third update, 5 p.m. Xianxia looked at the direction Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had left with a gloomy expression. Even if Lu Yiping was a Saint Devil Master, he should be of the same generation as his grandfather, but now he was calling his grandfather Xiao Qi. "Young master, are you all right?" An ancestor of the Qi family stumbled over to Xianxia and asked when he saw him in a daze. "I'm fine." Xianxia came back to his senses, shook his head, and stood up. He felt an unusual pain all over his body, as if his divine veins had been completely torn apart. However, he also knew that Taurus Longjiao had spared their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be alive right now. Let's go back first. Xiaoshi looked up at the sky and sighed. Grandfather is right. There is always someone better. My 10 ancient bloodlines are really nothing. The ancestor of the Qi family couldn't help but worry. Young master, you must not belittle yourself. Don't worry, Uncle Ji. One day, I will surpass Lu Yiping and defeat the two of them. Xiaoshi's eyes were filled with determination. A battle intent that could fight the heavens, the earth, and the gods spread out. However, when Xiaoshi and the Qi family members flipped the chariot over from the mountain peak, they saw that the chariot had been completely flattened, even the 4 wheels of the car were crooked. Xiaoshi wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, how was he going to ride it back? What's more, this was his grandfather's heaven-battling divine chariot, an inherited divine artifact of heaven-battling city. His father would often clean this chariot for fear that there would be even the slightest speck of dust on it. Now that he returned in this state, wouldn't his father go mad? The experts of heaven-battling city were dumbstruck when they saw the chariot's chariot being flattened and its 4 wheels crooked. In the end, Xiaoshi and the people of heaven-battling city walked back. This chariot could still be ridden, but he still didn't have the guts to ride it through one city after another. Because the chariot's level was high, there was no divine artifact to store it, and they couldn't ride it, so the Qi family members could only carry it. The experts present all had strange expressions on their faces when they saw the Qi family experts carrying the flat and crooked chariot and following behind Xiaoshi. Can the heaven-battling divine chariot still be repaired? An ancestral master stuttered. But no one could answer. The heavenly battle deity was personally forged by Qi Zhantian. The materials used to forge it were extremely rare and precious. How could it be repaired so easily? Say, do you guys think that Lord Qi Yuan will fight it out with Lu Yiping? Someone asked in the silence. Qi Yuan was the current patriarch of the Qi clan. He was the son of Qi Zhantian and the strongest person in the Qi clan. Of course, he was also one of the strongest people in the Qi clan. In the end, the Qi family members carried the heaven-battling divine chariot back to heaven-battling city. Everyone trembled as they carried the war chariot back to Qi Yuan's palace. A moment later, a roar spread throughout heaven-battling city. Qi Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the heaven-battling divine war chariot that was deformed beyond recognition. He said word by word, Holy Devil Master Lu Yiping. My heaven-battling city will not let you off. Xiaoshi stepped forward and cautiously said, Father, there's something strange, I don't know if I should say it. Speak. Qi Yuan stared at Xiaoshi like a wounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiaoshi's hair stood on end. He lowered his head and said, Lu Yiping's subordinate, he knows grandfather's catchphrase. You mean, fight your mother? Qi Yuan was stunned. Xiaoshi's face twitched, but he nodded in the end. Yes, and that Lu Yiping seems to know grandfather. Xiaoshi added, he called grandfather Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi? Qi Yuan's expression changed. Lifeless sex ancestral land. What, Lu Yiping came to the netherworld? Tanny, Ma Bing, and the other 4 lifeless sex ancestors' faces changed. Yes, 4 great ancestors. The lifeless sex sect master lowered his head and said, on the Sky Scorpion Mountain, Lu Yiping used lightning punishment to kill hundreds of Night Soul Race and Ma family experts present. Even Yi Zimo and Ma Shilai were killed. Now, the Buddha wheel is in Lu Yiping's hands. The lifeless sex sect master added cautiously, for great ancestors, this Lu Yiping came to the netherworld prison with ill intentions. Why don't we pay a visit to the Devil Dragon Palace's Lord Long Gang? Long Gang, Devil Dragon Palace's great ancestor. Tanny, Ma Bing, and the other 4 great ancestors' faces darkened. Earlier, they had sent the barefoot monsters to lead a group of experts to join hands with the Kuanping divine sect to kill Lu Yiping. It was impossible for Lu Yiping to let this matter rest. According to Lu Yiping's style, since he came to the netherworld prison, he would definitely come to the lifeless sect. Inside the 5 Dawn Mountains ancestral land, a group of ancestors were gathered together, discussing today's battle on the Sky Scorpion Mountain. In the battle on the Sky Scorpion Mountain, Liu Yiping killed hundreds of Night Soul Race and Vajra Race experts. Now, many of the Netherworld Prison super forces knew about it. Lord Liu Yiping killed hundreds of Night Soul Race and Vajra Race experts in one move. It's really satisfying. One of the 5 Dawn Mountain's ancestors clapped and laughed. The human race had always been oppressed by the Devil Race. Now that Liu Yiping killed the Night Soul Race and Vajra Race experts, the human race's experts clapped and cheered. If I can serve under Lord Liu Yiping, even if it's to lead a horse and serve tea, I'm willing to do it. Jiang Haidong sighed with emotion. Jiang Haidong was the 5 Dawn Mountain's strongest ancestor. While everyone was talking excitedly, Ivan's master, Taoyi Feng, remained silent. A while later, everyone dispersed. Taoyi Feng returned to his own palace, pacing back and forth. Liang Hongji had not reported to him for a long time, and this made him very uneasy. If his identity as a Night Soul Race spy was exposed, not only would there be no place for him in the 5 Dawn Mountain, but also in the entire human race. After some thought, he summoned the 5 Dawn Mountain's Enforcement Hall Master to his side. At this time, Liu Yiping and Taoyi Feng arrived at the Wind Sea City where they had agreed to meet Ivan. Yao Feng had already left for the Yao family. Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Ivan were heading towards the 5 Dawn Mountain. Have you heard? Lord Liu Yiping killed several hundred Night Soul Race, Ma family, and Sky Scorpion Mountain's experts. On the way, Ivan told Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao excitedly. Ivan only knew that Liu Yiping's surname was Liu, so he didn't know Liu Yiping's identity. What happened at the Sky Scorpion Mountain was only hearsay, so her knowledge was limited. Liu Yiping smiled hearing this. Just as the 3 of them left the Wind Sea City and approached the 5 Dawn Mountain, a group of Enforcement Hall experts whistled through the air, stopping in front of them in the blink of an eye. Ivan was surprised to see the Enforcement Hall Master Lu Qing leading the group. Hall Master Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Qing said, Ivan, your master has found out that you're a Night Soul Race spy. Please follow us back to the Enforcement Hall for further investigation. Ivan was infuriated hearing this. I'm not. My master is the Night Soul Race spy, he's distorting right and wrong. Lu Qing frowned, saying, we'll find out whether you're the spy or not. If you're not, we'll return your freedom. With that said, he signaled for the Enforcement Hall experts to capture Ivan. 2 Enforcement Hall experts walked over with iron chains in their hands. Ivan's expression changed. They were treating him as a Night Soul Race spy. If they wanted to bring him back for further investigation, they wouldn't use iron chains to detain him. 9 p.m. 4th update. When the 2 Enforcement Hall's experts approached Ivan, Lu Qing looked suspiciously at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao standing beside Ivan. Who are these 2? What is your relationship with this traitor, Ivan? He questioned. One of the Enforcement Hall's experts beside Lu Qing asked, could these 2 be sent by the Night Soul Race? That might be the case. The other Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master said solemnly. At this time, the 2 Enforcement Hall's experts arrived in front of Ivan. The iron chains in their hands swung down at Ivan. Just as Ivan was about to attack, Lu Qing warned coldly, I advise you not to resist. If you dare to resist, we will treat you as a traitor and kill you on the spot. Ivan's face turned ashen. Just as the iron chains were about to strike down, Ivan saw the iron chains slowing down until they finally stopped. In the next second, he saw the iron chain spinning back towards the 2 Enforcement Hall's experts, sending them flying. Ivan, Lu Qing, and the others were dumbfounded. Suddenly, Lu Qing's gaze fell on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. It's you 2? The Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master looked at Liu Yiping with indifference. Didn't I say these 2 are the Night Soul Race's lackeys? However, just as his words left his mouth, a bolt of divine lightning fell from the void. A thunderous boom resounded, and the 5 Cloud Mountain Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master was reduced to a pile of charcoal by the divine lightning. What? Lu Qing and the others were all shocked by this sudden divine thunder that came out of nowhere. Lu Qing and the others were shocked and angered when they saw the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master turned into a pile of charcoal. This Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master was not weak, he was a late-stage true God realm expert. In his anger, Lu Qing took out a signal talisman and sent it to the 5 Cloud Mountain sect chief. While the Enforcement Hall's experts were panicking, they sent out a signal talisman to the sky. The signal talisman exploded high in the sky, illuminating every corner of the Five-Cloud Mountain. Inside the main hall, the Five-Cloud Mountain sect chief who was discussing the sect's disciple competition with several grand elders was stunned when he saw the signal talisman in the sky. At this moment, his communication talisman vibrated. He took it out and was shocked. Lu Qing sent a message talisman saying that the Night Soul Tribe's elites are here. The Five-Cloud Mountain sect master said, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Xianxia, was killed on the spot. What? The Night Soul clan is too arrogant. The grand elders in the palace were furious. Gather all the elders and supreme elders. Follow me to face the enemy. The Five-Cloud Mountain sect master's face sank. A short while later, the Five-Cloud Mountain sect chief led a group of Five-Cloud Mountain's grand elders and elders to Lu Yiping's location. On the way over, the Five-Cloud Mountain sect chief pondered for a moment before sending a message to Jiang Haidong and the others. In the ancestral land, Jiang Haidong's face turned cold when he received the message. Subsequently, Jiang Haidong and a group of 5 Sunset Mountain's ancestors also flew out from the ancestral land. After all, it involved the Night Soul clan. This was no small matter. Therefore, after the 5 Sunset Mountain sect master and the others arrived, Jiang Haidong and a group of ancestors also arrived. The Five-Cloud Mountain sect chief and Lu Qing quickly saluted when they saw Jiang Haidong personally arriving. When Jiang Haidong arrived, he immediately saw the enforcement hall's vice hall master Yan Hai's charred corpse. His expression turned even colder. Tao Feng, who followed behind Jiang Haidong, was surprised to see Ivan at the scene. When Jiang Haidong had summoned them, he had only told them that a Night Soul clan's expert had arrived and killed the enforcement hall's vice hall master. He did not know the details. What happened? Jiang Haidong asked solemnly. Lu Qing hurried forward and answered respectfully, Old ancestor, Lord Tao Feng found out that his disciple, Ivan, is a Night Soul clan spy and ordered us to capture her. However, when we were about to bring Ivan back for interrogation, the 2 people she brought with her attacked and killed the vice hall master on the spot. Ivan was just a core disciple of the Five-Cloud Mountain. Normally, he did not even have the qualifications to meet Jiang Haidong. Now that Jiang Haidong, the strongest ancestor of the Five-Cloud Mountain, was here in person, his face was as white as a sheet. Lu Qing added, we suspect that these 2 people are the Night Soul clan's lackeys. However, just as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao swung the Kuan Peng staff at him. Boom, the Five-Cloud Mountain enforcement hall master Lu Qing was smashed into the ground. The ground trembled 3 times. Sand and dust flew into the air. Taurus Longjiao said coldly, it seems like you still don't understand why that guy died. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ivan, who was already pale with fright, widened his eyes in shock. Arrogant. Jiang Haidong was so angry that his beard trembled. He abruptly slapped his palm at Taurus Longjiao. 5-Cloud Ocean Palm. 5 different colors of light shot out, and the faint sound of waves could be heard. Astonishingly, Jiang Haidong was a mid-stage planar lord. Taurus Longjiao did not even look at him. He flicked his finger, and a terrifying energy pillar instantly pierced through the 5-Cloud Ocean Palm and engulfed Jiang Haidong. The terrifying energy pillar carried Jiang Haidong into the mountain peak in the distance. It then came out of the mountain peak and into another mountain peak. It only stopped after piercing through more than 10 mountains. After piercing through more than 10 mountains, Jiang Haidong fell from the sky. The experts of the 5-Cloud Mountain were stunned. Ivan looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Quick, activate the 5-Cloud Mountain Grand Formation. The 5-Cloud Mountain sect master shouted angrily. Instantly, the mountain peaks of the 5-Cloud Mountain glowed brightly. The power of the Grand Formation surged out from each mountain peak. However, Lu Yiping only glanced at it. Heavenly dragons filled the sky. The sea of heavenly dragons drowned the heavens and the earth. The dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. The only thing left in the ears of the people of the 5-Cloud Mountain was the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar gathered together and formed a terrifying dragon's roar that blasted towards the mountain peaks of the 5-Cloud Mountain. The mountain peaks exploded, and the light of countless grand formations dissipated. The 5-Cloud Mountain Grand Formation shattered like glass. The 5-Cloud Mountain Grand Formation that had just been activated disappeared from the world. The heavenly dragons circled around Lu Yiping's body. Lu Yiping stood in the middle of them like the dragon clan's ancestor. There were no fluctuations of energy coming from his body, but the dragon's might shook the world. Who are you? The 5 Cloud Mountain sect master, Taoyi Feng, and the others stared at Lu Yiping with shock in their eyes. Then, everyone saw a huge hole open up in the sky. From the hole, the heavenly thunder came crashing down. Endless heavenly thunder enveloped the entire 5 Cloud Mountain. The 5 Cloud Mountain no longer saw the light of day. There was only a sea of divine lightning in the sky. The power of lightning punishment. You're the ancestor of lightning punishment. The master of Saint Devil. Lord Lu Yiping. Jiang Haidong, who was blasted out of the mountain peaks, got up and saw the divine lightning in the sky. His voice trembled, and his words were incoherent. The 5 Cloud Mountain sect master, Taoyi Feng, and the others were shocked. Ivan looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief. Big brother Lu? Lu Yiping, the first update will continue tomorrow at 10 in the morning. In his agitation, Jiang Haidong suddenly fell to his knees in front of Lu Yiping. 5 Sunset Mountains. Jiang Haidong kowtows to the Saint Devil sect's master. Jiang Haidong had eyes but failed to see, mistaking Lord for the Night Soul race. Lord, please punish me. The 5 Sunset Mountain sect chief, ancestors, grand elders, and disciples all fell to their knees, trembling in fear. The enforcement hall's expert who was kneeling on the ground earlier was so frightened that his face was ashen. Lu Yiping's gaze swept over the crowd, and his gaze fell on Taoyi Feng standing beside the 5 Sunset Mountain sect chief. You're Taoyi Feng? Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent. Taoyi Feng's body trembled, and his voice quivered, replying to Lord, I am Taoyi Feng. Jiang Haidong and the others turned to look at Taoyi Feng. Killing intent surged in Lu Yiping's eyes, and a suction force pulled Taoyi Feng in front of him. His hand tightened, and Taoyi Feng's neck was clenched. His face turned red, and fear filled his eyes. Lu Yiping's gaze was indifferent. Do you know why I want to kill you? You and your eldest disciple, Liang Hongji, betrayed the 5 Sunset Mountain and pledged allegiance to the Night Soul race and Diamond sect. You were discovered by the 5 Sunset Mountains Lin Luo and Yao family Xiao Feng, so you ordered your eldest disciple, Liang Hongji, to rape and kill Lin Luo. Then you married Yao Feng to Yao family Xiao Feng, and ordered Liang Hongji to hunt him down. The 5 Sunset Mountains experts were enraged looking at Taoyi Feng. Lu Yiping added, but Liang Hongji disappeared, and you found Yao Feng with your youngest disciple, Ivan. You were worried that Yao Feng would reveal the truth to Ivan, so you slandered your disciple, saying that she was a spy for the Night Soul race. Then you ordered the enforcement hall to arrest her. Lu Yiping's cold voice reverberated through the 5 Sunset Mountain, reaching the ears of every 5 Sunset Mountains disciple and the other traitors present. Taoyi Feng's face was ashen. Lu Yiping immediately searched Taoyi Feng's soul, and a bolt of lightning struck Taoyi Feng, turning him into ashes. I've just searched Taoyi Feng's memories and found out that many people have joined the Night Soul clan and the Vajra sect. Indifferent, Lu Yiping scanned the group of experts from 5 Cloud Mountain. Then, his gaze landed on one of the patriarchs. That old ancestor's face was deathly pale, trembling as he walked out. Then, he knelt down, kowtowing, not saying a word. The others also walked out one by one. Their faces were filled with terror as they kowtowed and begged for mercy. Jiang Haidong looked over. There were actually more than 30 people. There was a patriarch, several grand elders, more than 20 grand elders, and some core disciples. He was angry, hateful, and shocked. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral land and ignored the matters of the 5 Cloud Mountain for many years. He didn't expect that so many people would secretly pledge allegiance to the Night Soul race and the Diamond sect. However, Lu Yiping did not kill these people. Instead, he handed them over to the 5 Cloud Mountain for them to deal with. Night fell. Lu Yiping stood inside the palace that the 5 Cloud Mountain had arranged for him. He took out Mount Buzhou and activated it, trying to sense if there were any Mount Buzhou stones in the surroundings. However, his Mount Buzhou had only merged with 2 Mount Buzhou stones. Its sensing ability was limited. At most, it could only sense if there were any Mount Buzhou stones within a few meters. After a series of fruitless attempts, Lu Yiping had no choice but to give up. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yiping summoned Jiang Haidong and said, I came to the Five-Cloud Mountain this time to look for something. Then, he told Jiang Haidong about the color and texture of the Mount Buzhou stones. Jiang Haidong hesitated for a moment after listening to Huang Xiaolong's explanation. Then, he said, My lord, the Five-Cloud Mountain's treasury has a few of the stones you're talking about. I'm just not sure if they are the stones you're talking about. What, a few? Lu Yiping was dumbfounded. Then, he stood up and said, Take me there. Jiang Haidong didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately led Lu Yiping to the Five-Cloud Mountain's treasury. Then, he opened the treasury's door and followed Lu Yiping into the depths of the treasury. There were several stones that looked like silver ores. There were 4 of them in total, some were as big as a meter, while others were only half a meter tall. Lu Yiping was overjoyed. Sure enough, they were Mount Buzhou stones, moreover, there were 4 of them. Did you find these stones? Lu Yiping asked. If he knew where these Mount Buzhou stones were found, he might be able to find more. Jiang Haidong relaxed when he saw the joy on Lu Yiping's face. He quickly smiled and said, Yes, my lord. I found these stones in an underground cave at the back of the mountain. At that time, I felt that these stones were extraordinary, so I put them all away. However, apart from being abnormally hard, these stones don't seem to have any other uses. Moreover, I've used all kinds of divine flames, but none of them have been able to melt these stones. Lu Yiping smiled. These were Mount Buzhou stones. Their hardness was comparable to the number 1 divine tree in the world, the creation tree. It would be strange if you could melt them with divine flames. Even chaos flames wouldn't be able to refine Mount Buzhou stone. In this world, there were only 1 or 2 things that could melt these Mount Buzhou stones. Just like the creation tree, only the heaven-splitting divine axe and the earth-splitter chisel could hope to cut it. Afterwards, Lu Yiping used 4 acquired spiritual treasures to exchange for the 4 Mount Buzhou stones. Jiang Haidong didn't dare to take Lu Yiping's acquired spiritual treasures, but under Lu Yiping's insistence, he could only accept them. After temporarily storing the 4 Mount Buzhou stones in the cauldron of heaven and earth, Jiang Haidong brought Lu Yiping to an underground cave at the back of the mountain. This underground cave was extremely secluded, and it wasn't big. It could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. After arriving, Lu Yiping opened the Eye of Lightning Punishment between his brows, and it passed through the layers of mountain walls and swept through the layers of space around the cave. However, to Lu Yiping's disappointment, he didn't find any Mount Buzhou stones. In the end, Lu Yiping scanned the deeper parts of the cave. When Lu Yiping's Eye of Lightning Punishment passed through the underground space, he saw a different space. This space was actually filled with chaos energy. In addition to the chaos energy, there was also an astonishing 9-colored light. Wait for me here. Lu Yiping said to Jiang Haidong. In a flash, he arrived at the different space. Lu Yiping scanned the different space, then flew towards the source of the chaos energy. This space was extremely large. In the end, Lu Yiping arrived at the extreme north of the different space. At the extreme north of the different space, there was a small mountain several dozen meters tall. This small mountain was actually the Mount Buzhou stone. Seeing such a large piece of Mount Buzhou stone, Lu Yiping was dumbfounded. Compared to this Mount Buzhou stone, the 4 pieces that Jiang Haidong had obtained earlier were simply small stones. On top of this Mount Buzhou stone, there was a gourd vine with a small purple gold gourd hanging from it. The chaos energy in this space was emitted from this gourd vine. This is the Grand Mystere's innate spiritual root, the gourd vine? Lu Yiping guessed with a pleasantly surprised expression. This was really a pleasant surprise. The Grand Mystere was before the opening of the heavens. At the beginning of the universe, it was a primordial chaos. This period was called the Grand Mystere. Second update, 1 p.m., there were 10 great innate spiritual roots in this world. The first of the 10 great innate spiritual roots was the Genesis green lotus that nurtured the creation jade disc. Like the Genesis green lotus, this gourd root was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, also known as the rainbow gourd vine. Lu Yiping suppressed his joy as he came to the front of Buzhou Mountain. He stretched out his hand and lifted the dozens of meters high Buzhou Mountain. It was quite heavy. Based on Lu Yiping's estimation, even existences that had surpassed the plane master level would find it difficult to move Mount Buzhou, which was tens of meters tall. Of course, this little bit of weight was nothing to him. Lu Yiping kept the mountain into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Of course, the rainbow gourd vine grew in this mountain, so Lu Yiping also kept the rainbow gourd vine in the cauldron. Before leaving, Lu Yiping also used a jade bottle to collect all the chaos chi in this strange space. Inside the cave, Jiang Haidong was waiting patiently. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of his eyes. Lu Yiping had returned. "Lord." Jiang Haidong greeted him. Lu Yiping smiled, "Let's talk when we get back." Lu Yiping was in a good mood because of the bountiful harvest this time. After the two returned to the palace, Lu Yiping took out the jade bottle that contained the chaos chi and gave it to Jiang Haidong, saying, "There's chaos chi inside, it's beneficial for your cultivation." Jiang Haidong was shocked when he heard this. Chaos chi, he was about to refuse when he heard this. "You deserve this chaos chi." Lu Yiping said, "Take it." If it weren't for Jiang Haidong, he wouldn't have been able to find such a large piece of Mount Buzhou stone, not to mention the rainbow gourd vine that was attached to it. Moreover, he had plenty of chaos chi. He could continue to produce the rainbow gourd vine and creation tree in the future. Hearing Lu Yiping's firm tone, Jiang Haidong had no choice but to accept it. He was so grateful that he couldn't help but bow to Lu Yiping in gratitude. "You can leave first. I'm going into seclusion for the next few days. Don't disturb me," Lu Yiping said. Next, he had to properly melt these Buzhou mountain stones. Jiang Haidong replied respectfully and then retreated. After coming out, Jiang Haidong was still worried and summoned the 5 Cloud Mountain sect master and the others. He instructed them not to disturb Lu Yiping for the next few days. After returning to his palace, Jiang Haidong opened the jade bottle. When Jiang Haidong saw the tumbling primal chaos chi in the jade bottle, he was stunned. At first, he had thought that Lu Yiping had only given him a few strands of chaotic aura at most. However, there were tens of thousands of strands of chaotic aura churning inside. Or 100,000, Jiang Haidong suddenly felt like he was about to faint. This was exciting. In his excitement, he knelt down in the direction of Lu Yiping and respectfully kowed out again and again. "I, Jiang Haidong, am unable to repay your kindness." After a long time, Jiang Haidong stood up and took a deep breath. Then, he entered the depths of the palace and began to absorb the chaotic aura to cultivate. At this time, Lu Yiping gave a few instructions to Taurus Longjiao and then set up a restriction around his palace. He began to take out the Buzhou mountain stones and the Buzhou mountain stones he had obtained today. Lu Yiping first fused with the 4 Buzhou mountain stones in Jiang Haidong's treasury. After Lu Yiping fused with the 4 Buzhou mountain stones, the stone that was originally as tall as a person grew to the height of 2 people. Then, Lu Yiping fused with the stone that was dozens of meters tall. After he finished fusing with the stone, the Buzhou mountain in his hand had grown to more than 40 meters. As for Buzhou mountain, it had undergone tremendous changes. The entire mountain was suffused with a mesmerizing luster. At this moment, Buzhou mountain looked like a divine mountain that had been created from the heavens. Previously, the Buzhou mountain stone that the rainbow gourd vine was on had lost its vitality, so the rainbow gourd vine's growth had stopped. Now, as Buzhou mountain was filled with vitality, the rainbow gourd vine also glowed with a divine luster. Chaotic aura filled the air. The small purple gold gourd hanging on the vine also shone brightly. Lu Yiping looked at the purple gold gourd and thought for a moment. Then, he took out the spring of life and poured it on the rainbow gourd vine. As the spring of life continued to pour water, the purple gold gourd grew brighter and brighter. However, after a bowl of water, the gourd only grew brighter and did not change. The gourd vine glowed with rainbow colors and the chaotic aura around it grew denser. After Lu Yiping poured 10 bowls of water, the fist-sized purple gold gourd finally expanded a little, but only a little. Lu Yiping couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Although these things were treasures, it was too expensive to raise them. Now, after watering 10 bowls of the spring of life, it only grew a little. This purple gold gourd was only the size of a fist. Even if he used up all the spring of life he had on him, the purple gold gourd still wouldn't mature. Lu Yiping put away the spring of life and watered it with star chaos water. However, after watering a large bucket, the purple gold gourd didn't change much. It only grew brighter. Clearly, the star chaos water didn't have much effect on the gourd vine. Lu Yiping had no choice but to stop watering it. In the next few days, Lu Yiping watered the rainbow gourd vine 10 bowls of Spring of Life and 2 bowls for Xianxia. While watering the rainbow gourd vine, Buzhou Mountain was also nourished, its luster flowing. Other than watering Xianxia and the rainbow gourd vine, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao studied the sky steels. At the same time, Lu Yiping tried to refine 100 sky steels. He started with the sky steel's main steel. However, the sky steels had countless layers of space. It would take some time to find the array core. On this day, just as Lu Yiping was studying the sky steels, he received a message from the Heavenly Questions Pavilion. Saint Royal City. Lu Yiping opened the message and muttered to himself. Previously, he had asked the Heavenly Questions Pavilion to find the whereabouts of the Jade Fan School's sect master's personal disciple, Zhu Lang. The Heavenly Questions Pavilion sent a message saying that they had found Zhu Lang's whereabouts and that he was currently in the Saint Royal City. At this time, Jiang Haidong came to visit Lu Yiping. He said that the Saint Royal City was holding a meeting and had summoned him. He would be leaving the 5 Sunset Mountain for a few days. Human race meeting? Lu Yiping was surprised. Could the appearance of the Jade Fan School sect master's personal disciple be related to the human race meeting? I'll go to the Saint Royal City with you. Lu Yiping said solemnly. Lord also wants to go to the Saint Royal City? Jiang Haidong was astonished. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement. Then I'll go prepare now. Jiang Haidong was pleasantly surprised. He naturally hoped that he could travel together with Lu Yiping. Jiang Haidong then excused himself respectfully and prepared to leave. The human race meeting was attended by all the human race's superpowers. Moreover, the human race grand competition would be held. Thus, all the human race's sects and forces were dressed to the nines. Third update, 5 p.m., half a day later. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao boarded the 5 Sunset Mountains flying ship, heading toward the Saint Emperor City. Since each sect had to send 10 core disciples to participate in the competition, Ivan was also selected to go with the rest. Other than Ivan and the other 10 core disciples of the 5 Sunset Mountain, there were also 10 old ancestors and 10 grand elders. The 5 Sunset Mountains flying ship was an acquired spiritual treasure, inherited from the founder of the sect. Therefore, its speed wasn't slow. With the speed of the 5 Sunset Mountains flying ship, they could reach the Saint Emperor City in 7 days at most. There were many rooms in the flying ship. Lu Yiping spent most of his time in one of the rooms, comprehending the Tao of Darkness in the second piece of the Fortune Jade Disc. Lu Yiping's body was shrouded in a dark light, exuding the coldest and mosting energy in the world. After these days of meditation, he had fully comprehended the Tao of Darkness and cultivated it to perfection. Other than comprehending the Tao of Darkness in the second piece of the Fortune Jade Disc, Lu Yiping spent his time refining the heavenly steel. On this day, suddenly, the flying ship rumbled. The rumbling continued for a long time. Lu Yiping felt strange and came out with Taurus Longjiao to take a look. Demonic aura billowed in front of them, and death aura soared to the sky. Demonic beasts flew out from the mountain range in the distance, attacking the flying ship. Jiang Haidong and the others were trying their best to kill these demonic beasts. Seeing Lu Yiping coming out, Jiang Haidong hurried over. Lord, what's going on? Lu Yiping asked. Jiang Haidong said, the mountain range in the distance is the demonic corpse mountain range. Normally, these demonic beasts wouldn't leave the demonic corpse mountain range. I don't know what's going on today, but all of them came out and attacked the flying ships in a frenzy. Oh. Lu Yiping's eye of lightning punishment appeared on his forehead, passing through the forests and mountains of the demonic corpse mountain range. Finally, he looked at the deepest part of the demonic corpse mountain range. At this time, a tall figure was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the demonic corpse mountain range. He was wearing a demonic dragon battle robe, and demonic aura billowed from his body as he played a demonic flute. The flute's music drifted into the minds of the demonic beasts in the demonic corpse mountain range. The demonic beasts that heard the sound of the flute all rushed out of the demonic corpse mountain range as if they had gone mad. They crazily tore apart the passing spaceships. Indifferent smile appeared on Lu Yiping's face. Light surged from his body as a gigantic golden figure appeared behind him. This golden figure towered between heaven and earth. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet tall it was. It was like the Emperor of the Heavens, exuding a terrifying heavenly might. When this huge golden figure appeared, the heavens and earth shook. The surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing as a shocking wave of air swept out. The demonic beasts that were attacking the spaceship were all swept up by the terrifying shockwaves. They were all blasted back or turned into a bloody mist. When the experts from Five Cloud Mountain who were fighting the demonic beasts saw the Emperor's silhouette behind Liu Yiping and felt the terrifying heavenly might, they were all terrified. Even Jiang Haidong was shocked. What kind of absolute art was this? Just his aura alone was already so terrifying. Moreover, this was only a figure. Heavenly Emperor's hand. Liu Yiping's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. Following Liu Yiping's cold voice, the Emperor's silhouette that towered between heaven and earth abruptly slammed his palm into the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range. In an instant, the space within 100,000 miles shook violently. A huge palm appeared in the sky above the demonic corpse mountain range. Golden light swirled around this huge palm as primordial divine runes condensed into the palm's lines. Before the palm fell, a terrifying primordial heavenly might poured out from the center of the palm, suppressing the heavens. The tall figure that was playing the demonic flute and controlling the demonic beasts to attack the human race's spaceships was enjoying himself when he suddenly felt the terrifying heavenly might. Then, he saw a gigantic golden palm above his head. After a moment of shock, his eyes were filled with fear as he tried to flee. Just as he was about to flee, the gigantic golden palm came crashing down. Boom, the heavenly golden palm came crashing down. Before the palm print fell, a terrifying force passed through the layers of space and blasted on his body, smashing him into the ground. Then, the golden palm print came crashing down with the force of a primordial divine mountain. Bang! Countless peaks in the demonic corpse mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles shook violently. A gigantic palm print landed on the ground in the deepest part of the demonic corpse mountain range, turning the surrounding peaks into fine powder. Countless demonic beasts were blasted into blood in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground in the deepest part of the demonic corpse mountain range red. The dense demonic aura in the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range that never dissipated all year round burst out. There was not a trace of demonic aura left in the area covered by the palm print. On the spaceship, Jiang Haidong and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the gigantic golden palm that blasted into the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range. Although they could not see the current situation in the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range, they could imagine that the palm print could raise the demonic corpse mountain range to the ground. Looking at Liu Yiping, the fear in their eyes deepened. A Saint Devil Master was this terrifying? Liu Yiping's expression was indifferent. The towering figure behind him that exuded heavenly might dissipated. This was the Heavenly Emperor's secret art he had comprehended in the Heavenly Steel's main steel, the Heavenly Emperor's hand. Although its power was far inferior to his creation divine fist, its power was still acceptable. Then, Liu Yiping made a grabbing motion in the void, pulling the flute-playing expert from the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range to his front. Although Liu Yiping had controlled his strength and killed countless demonic beasts in the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range, he still left the expert with a few breaths of life. Seeing the expert Liu Yiping brought out from the depths of the demonic corpse mountain range, Jiang Haidong's face tightened. It's the Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable. Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable? Liu Yiping asked. Jiang Haidong hurriedly explained, replying to Lord, this Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable is an expert under the Devil Dragon Palace's long gang. He is also an expert from the Heaven War era. He obtained a beast-taming art from the Middle Ages and cultivated it to a high realm, allowing him to control all beasts in the world. Caught in Liu Yiping's hand, the dying Heaven Beast Demon Venerable looked at Liu Yiping in fear. Who are you? Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping replied indifferently. It's you. The Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable's voice trembled. Liu Yiping directly searched the Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable's soul. After searching his soul, a flame burned the Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable to ashes. When Jiang Haidong and the others saw Liu Yiping burning the Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable to ashes, complicated expressions appeared on their faces. The Heavenly Beast Archdevil Venerable was one of the 10 Archdevil generals under the Devil Dragon Palace's long gang. His strength had reached the peak late-stage World Lord realm, and he could break through to the World Lord realm at any time. But now, not even his ashes were left behind. Without the heavenly beast Archdevil Venerable's control, all the demonic beasts retreated back to the demonic corpse mountain range, and the flying ship continued forward. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood at the front of the flying ship, while Jiang Haidong stood behind Lu Yiping. Other than this heavenly beast Archdevil Venerable, Long Gang also sent 3 other Archdevil generals to guard the path humans must pass through to the Saint Emperor City to ambush and kill human experts. Lu Yiping said. Jiang Haidong was shocked. Doesn't that mean the other 3 human experts are in danger? 9 p.m. Fourth update, the Eye of Thunder punishment appeared between Lu Yiping's eyebrows, and he suddenly threw a punch into the void. The fist force broke through the air, instantly breaking through layers of space, and then passed through layers of space. Somewhere in the heavenly demon region, when the demon general under Long Gang, Suicide Demon Emperor, was besieging the masters of the Jingyi school with his subordinates, he suddenly felt a terrifying force passing through layers of space. He couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as he turned around, he saw a mountain-like fist print suddenly blasting out from the void. Before he could react, he was hit by the mountain-like fist. There was a loud bang. The Suicide Demon Emperor and the masters of the demon clan around him were all blown up. The masters of the Jingyi school, who were being killed by the Suicide Demon Emperor, were all stunned when they saw the Suicide Demon Emperor and a group of masters of the demon clan being blown up by the fist print that broke through the air. Looking at the bloody rain, Sun Xiaofei, the young master of the Jingyi school, said in a daze, "Suicide Demon Emperor, he's not really dead, is he?" However, all the masters of the Jingyi school could not sense the aura of the Suicide Demon Emperor and the masters of the demon clan. It seems that he's really dead? Sun Mu, the sect master of the Jingyi school, swallowed. An overlord who was infinitely close to becoming a plain master was killed by a fist print that suddenly broke through the air. The people of the Jingyi school were stunned for a long time. On the flying ship of the Wuxia mountain, Lu Yiping threw out 2 more punches in succession before he stopped. Almost all the forces of the human clan were concentrated in the heavenly demon region, so this time, Long Gang had sent the heavenly beast Demon Venerable, the Suicide Demon Emperor, and the 4 demon generals to guard the heavenly demon region. The other 3 places were not far from the Demon Corpse mountain range. Jiang Haidong, who was standing behind Lu Yiping, saw Lu Yiping stop after throwing out 3 punches. He couldn't help but be puzzled. He didn't understand why Lu Yiping suddenly threw 3 punches into the void. "Let's go and continue to the Holy Emperor City," Lu Yiping said. "But the masters of the other 3 places, should we go over to support and inform them?" Jiang Haidong asked carefully. "They're fine." Lu Yiping shook his head. "Fine," Jiang Haidong was puzzled. Just now, didn't Lu Yiping say that Long Gang had sent 3 other demon generals to kill the human experts in the other 3 places? Why was he fine again? However, despite his doubts, he did not dare to question Lu Yiping. The flying ship continued to fly towards the Saint Emperor City. Nothing happened along the way. A few days later, the Saint Emperor City came into view. The Saint Royal City was located on the tallest and largest peak of the Star Cloud mountain range. Looking from afar, the Saint Royal City stood tall in the sea of clouds, emitting a faint glow and an inviolable aura. The Saint Royal City had stood tall since the ancient times, and it had always been the holy land of the human clan in the Netherworld prison. The Saint Royal Mansion in the Saint Royal City had been passed down since ancient times, and had existed for nearly 100 generations. Saint Royal City. Taurus Longjiao looked at the Saint Royal City in the sea of clouds and sighed. Jiang Haidong and the group of masters from the 5 Cloud Mountain looked at the Saint Emperor City in the distance with a pious look on their faces. Jiang Haidong said, "I heard that Lord Yushu once followed the Lord of the Era. Qin Yushu was the first Saint Emperor of the human clan in the Netherworld prison. He was also one of the top 10 experts during the Lord of the Myriad Gods era." The Lord of the Era? Lu Yiping muttered inwardly. He had almost forgotten this title. In the ancient times, he had many titles. For example, his current titles were the Ancestor of Lightning Punishment, the Master of Saint Devil. The Lord of the Era was just one of the titles he had in the ancient times. The ancient times had a total of 9 million years, and there were dozens of eras. He had a title in almost every era. The Lord of the Era was just a title he had in the Lord of the Myriad Gods era. He lived in seclusion in the Holy Forest. People only knew that the Lord of the Era lived in seclusion in the Holy Forest, but they did not know that he had many titles and identities before the Lord of the Era. In fact, strictly speaking, he was not an ancient cultivator. He was only active in the ancient times. Jiang Haidong and the others stopped the flying ship in front of the Saint Royal City and got off. Keeping the flying ship, they entered the city with Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The Saint Royal City was very big, and the streets were very wide, even wider than the streets of Tiandu City. However, people came and went, and it was extremely bustling, so it did not feel empty. Have you heard? The suicide demon emperor is dead. Just as everyone was walking with the crowd, the passing experts discussed. The suicide demon emperor of the demonic dragon palace? That's impossible. It's absolutely true. During this human clan conference, the suicide demon emperor led the experts of the demonic dragon palace to intercept the Jingyi school halfway. Originally, everyone in the Jingyi school thought that they were going to die. Suddenly, a terrifying fist mark came from the void and blasted the suicide demon emperor and hundreds of demon experts present. At that time, the blood drifted hundreds of miles away. An expert's saliva flew everywhere. Not only the suicide demon emperor, I heard that even the Scarlet Abyss demon lord and the experts of the demonic dragon palace were besieging the Blue Rainbow sect and were also killed by a terrifying fist mark. The Scarlet Abyss demon lord didn't even have time to fart before he died. There was also the White Bone demon commander and the experts of the demonic dragon palace who were besieging the Gold Sun sect. They were also blasted apart by a terrifying fist mark. I heard that the White Bone demon commander's bird was blown away. Everyone talked endlessly as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Ivan and the other female disciples of the Five Clouds Mountain blushed when they heard this. Jiang Haidong's heart trembled violently. The suicide demon emperor, the Scarlet Abyss demon lord, and the White Bone demon commander were all killed by a terrifying fist mark. He couldn't help but think of Lu Yiping's 3 punches into the void at that time. At that time, he also asked Lu Yiping if he wanted to support the other 3 human experts, but Lu Yiping said that they were fine. Could it be? The more Jiang Haidong thought about it, the more shocked he was. He looked at Lu Yiping with more and more awe. Suddenly, Lu Yiping stopped and said to Jiang Haidong, "You guys go to the Saint Royal Mansion first. I'll look for you later." Jiang Haidong was taken aback, but he immediately responded respectfully. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked away. Jiang Haidong and a group of 5 Clouds Mountains experts bowed respectfully. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao disappeared, Jiang Haidong and the rest headed to the Saint Royal Mansion. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left, they arrived at a mansion in the southern part of the city. According to the information provided by the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion, the Jade Fan School Chief's personal disciple, Zhu Lang, was hiding in this mansion. At this time, the Jade Fan School Chief's personal disciple, Zhu Lang, was drinking and chatting merrily with the Saint Royal Mansion's core disciple, Qin Zhongtao. Zhu Lang pushed a spatial ring in front of Qin Zhongtao and said with a smile, "Brother Zhongtao, this is a small token of my appreciation. When Miss Xianxia meets, I hope you can put in a few good words for her and introduce her to me." Qin Zhongtao opened the spatial ring and saw that it was filled with heaven-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help laughing heartily. "Brother Zhu Lang is too polite. You and I are brothers, your matter is my matter. Don't worry, my cousin is holding an alchemy conference tomorrow. I'll bring you along and introduce you to her." "Many thanks, brother." Zhu Lang laughed heartily. Xianxia was the Saint Royal Mansion's current Saint Emperor's daughter, as well as the human race's holy maiden. Tomorrow at 4, first update at 10 in the morning. I hope friends who like this book will subscribe to it. Qin Zhongtao smiled. "Like I said, brother, your business is my business." Zhu Lang smiled. "I heard that Miss Han Shui's alchemy skills have not only reached the heaven and earth alchemy realm, but even her zither skills have reached the zither immortal realm. Moreover, her painting and array skills have also reached astonishing heights." Qin Zhongtao smiled. "That's right, my cousin's talent has surpassed every previous holy maiden of the human race. She's proficient in everything, especially her alchemy skills. Senior Pill Ancestor praised her, saying that it won't be long before my cousin's alchemy skills surpass his." Zhu Lang's eyes lit up. the Holy Maiden is not only beautiful, but her alchemy, zither, painting, and array skills are also amazing. I wonder which man in this world will be lucky enough to obtain the Holy Maiden's favor. Qin Zhongtao smiled. Brother Zhu Lang's alchemy skills are not inferior to my cousin's, and your painting skills are also very high. I think Brother Zhu Lang is worthy of my cousin. Tomorrow, I will introduce Brother Zhu Lang to her. Brother Zhu Lang will definitely win my cousin's heart. Zhu Lang laughed heartily, all except Brother Qin Zhongtao's auspicious words. At that time, if I can tie the knot with Miss Han Shui, I will definitely thank Brother Qin Zhongtao. The two exchanged pleasantries. Qin Zhongtao paused for a moment, then said, I heard that Heaven Battling City's Qi Huai will also participate in my cousin's alchemy conference tomorrow. Zhu Lang frowned. Qi Huai. Qi Huai was Qi Aoshi's nephew, born with golden flame eyes, unparalleled alchemy skills, and outstanding strength. At this time, a figure was suddenly thrown into the hall, slamming heavily into the hall. Zhu Lang took a look and saw that the person thrown into the hall was his subordinate. Seeing this, his face sank. Who is it? Get out here. Just as his words fell, a blue-robed young man and a 2-meter-tall golden retriever walked in. It's you. Zhu Lang's face changed greatly. Previously, he had seen Lu Yiping demolishing the matchless tavern in the ancient mystic city with his own eyes. At that time, he didn't know Lu Yiping's identity. Later on, he heard that it was Lu Yiping who demolished the matchless tavern in the ancient mystery city. Later on, the matter of the heavenly steel town spread throughout the Jiutian. Later on, the name of the ancestor of thunder punishment and the master of Saint Devil spread throughout the Jiutian, the nether prison and the divine land. Qin Zhongtao didn't recognize Lu Yiping. Seeing that Lu Yiping had not only barged into Zhu Lang's residence, but also injured Zhu Lang's subordinates, Qin Zhongtao couldn't help but get up in anger. Who are you? You've got guts. Don't you know this is the Saint Emperor city? How dare you trespass into my brother's residence? Speaking up to this point, he was still angry. Speak. Which clan are you from? He wanted to shout again, but Taurus Longjiao sent him flying with a slap. Get the hell out of here. Qin Zhongtao was sent flying and landed outside the mansion. He felt dizzy and disoriented. He stood up, shocked and angry. However, although he had a fiery temper and was arrogant, it didn't mean he was a fool. Knowing that he was no match for Taurus Longjiao, he shouted into the mansion, Brother Zhu Lang, I'm going back to the Saint Emperor mansion to invite experts. With that, he left. Seeing Qin Zhongtao slip away, Taurus Longjiao laughed, this kid is smart. Zhu Lang looked at Lu Yiping and took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. He bowed to Lu Yiping. Jade Fan School disciple Zhu Lang greets Lord Lu Yiping. Then, he asked fearfully, may I know why Lord Lu is looking for me? He guessed uneasily, could it be that the Fanless school had offended Lu Yiping? You don't have to be afraid. Lu Yiping saw that Zhu Lang was frightened and said, I'm here to ask you about the jade-faced wolf lord's whereabouts. Grand Ancestor. Zhu Lang's expression changed. Could it be that the Grand Ancestor had offended Lu Yiping? May I know why Lord Lu is looking for my Grand Ancestor? Zhu Lang felt uneasy and asked carefully in a weak voice. Lu Yiping didn't hide anything. Back then, your Grand Ancestor destroyed the Purple Lightning Palace. I want to know about the Purple Lightning Palace's patriarch, Huang Yuandong. So that's what it was about. Zhu Lang relaxed and then said awkwardly, Lord, although I'm the personal disciple of the Jade Fan School's sect master, I really don't know the Grand Ancestor's whereabouts. I've only seen him from afar for so many years. He continued, however, I know someone who should know the Grand Ancestor's whereabouts. At this point, he stopped. Taurus Longjiao's gaze was unfriendly. Zhu Lang hurriedly continued, my Grand Ancestor's grandson has also come to Saint Emperor City. He should know the Grand Ancestor's whereabouts. Oh. Lu Yiping was surprised. However, I don't know where my Grand Ancestor's grandson is, but I know that he will be attending the Saintess Chen Hanshua's alchemy conference tomorrow, Zhu Lang said. Since you know that he's come to Saint Emperor City, didn't you contact him? Taurus Longjiao looked at him suspiciously. Zhu Lang hurriedly said, Lord, I really don't know where he is in Saint Emperor City, but I can guarantee that he will definitely attend the Saintess Chen Hanshua's alchemy conference tomorrow. Are you so sure that he will attend the Saintess alchemy conference tomorrow? Taurus Longjiao asked. Zhu Lang explained, Miss Xianxia seems to have obtained an item from the primeval heavenly court. He wants to get close to Miss Xianxia and obtain it. An item from the primeval heavenly court? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao exchanged glances. Zhu Lang nodded, yes, but I don't know what it is exactly. Lu Yiping asked a few more questions. He did not make things difficult for the other party and left with the dragon-horn golden bull. Could it be the heaven-suppressing ruler? After they came out, Taurus Longjiao asked. The heaven-suppressing ruler was the heavenly emperor's weapon, and also the key to opening the primeval heavenly court's treasury. After the primeval heavenly court's destruction, the primeval heavenly court's treasury had always been a mystery. However, according to the legends, whoever obtained the heaven-suppressing ruler would be able to find the primeval heavenly court's treasury. Lu Yiping shook his head, it shouldn't be. The two chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at the Saint Emperor Manor. Jiang Haidong came out early to welcome Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The Five Sunset Mountain was one of the Sky Devil region's largest human forces, ranked 9th among the Nether Prison's human forces. Therefore, the Saint Emperor Manor arranged a good residence for the Five Sunset Mountain. However, when Jiang Haidong led Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the residence, they ran into Sun Mu and a group of experts of the Jingyi school. The Jingyi school ranked 8th among the human forces, so their residence was close to the Five Sunset Mountain. Senior Jiang. Sun Mu and the others saw Jiang Haidong and cupped their fists with a smile. Their eyes fell on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Who are these two? They don't look familiar. Are they disciples of the Five Sunset Mountain? Jiang Haidong frowned. The human race was not united. The Jingyi school and the Five Sunset Mountain had always been at odds. Recently, the devil race has been rampant. The Saint Emperor Manor has stipulated that in order to prevent the devil race experts from sneaking into the Saint Emperor Manor, each sect can only bring their disciples into the Saint Emperor Manor. Senior Jiang, have you forgotten this rule? Sun Mu asked again. Jiang Haidong's expression changed. Was Sun Mu insinuating that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao might be devil race spies? Second update at 1 p.m. Sun Mu, shut up. Jiang Haidong shouted angrily. The sect master Sun Mu didn't know Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's identities, but he knew. Seeing Jiang Haidong's flustered and exasperated appearance, Sun Mu and the other Jingyi sect experts were stunned. Sun Mu looked at Lu Yiping in bewilderment. Taurus Longjiao, why is Jiang Haidong so nervous? Are these two people really from the devil race? Sun Mu smiled. Senior Jiang, why are you so nervous? I was just casually speaking. Then, he added meaningfully, however, I didn't expect Senior Jiang to be so nervous. Are these two people really from the devil race? Hearing this, Jiang Haidong's expression changed even more. He glared at Sun Mu with murderous intent. He wished he could strangle Sun Mu to death right now. At this time, a small fish appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Taurus Longjiao made a pose as if he was playing a baseball. He clapped his hands with the small fish and smiled at Sun Mu. Whether we're from the devil race or not, you can come over and verify. Sun Mu, Sun Xiaofei, and the others looked at the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand and couldn't help but feel puzzled. They didn't understand why this guy suddenly took out such a small fish. Verification? Sun Xiaofei said coldly, don't worry, there will be people from the Saint Royal Mansion coming to verify for you. In the distance, a group of experts walked over. Great Commander Zhao Wei, you came at the right time. Sun Mu saw the newcomers and said, according to the Saint Royal Mansion's rules, sects are not allowed to bring outsiders into the Saint Royal Mansion, but now, Senior Jiang has brought 2 outsiders into the Saint Royal Mansion. The newcomers were the Saint Royal Mansion's guards. The one leading them was the Great Commander, a peak late-stage heavenly god realm master. The Great Commander's status in the Saint Royal Mansion was not low. Zhao Wei was surprised and also looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in bewilderment. He stopped in front of Jiang Haidong and said politely, Senior Jiang, you know the Saint Royal Mansion's rules, so we have to check these two people's identities. Jiang Haidong was in a dilemma. Lu Yiping looked at Zhao Wei and said indifferently, how do you want to check? Zhao Wei glanced at Jiang Haidong. Seeing that Jiang Haidong didn't say anything, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He said to Lu Yiping, which sect are you two from? Please show me your identity card. Lu Yiping casually took out a piece from the cauldron of heaven and earth and threw it to Zhao Wei. The token was purple-gold in color. When Zhao Wei saw it, his hand trembled and he jumped in fright. Unparalleled tavern. What? The Wushuang Tavern. Sun Mu and the experts of the Jingyi school were also shocked. Although the Saint Royal Mansion was the strongest human force in the Nether Prison, it was still a far cry from the Jiutian Wushuang Tavern. Especially after the recent annihilation of the Kuanping Divine Sect, Taiching Sword School, Heavenly Beast Sect, and Hundred Changing Gate, the Wushuang Tavern and Guiyuan Sword School had swallowed up the four major sects, and their power had soared. So, it's the brothers from the Gu family of the Wushuang Tavern. Zhao Wei hurriedly returned the token to Lu Yiping and smiled apologetically. There was a misunderstanding just now. We were just acting according to the rules, please don't take offense. The purple gold token could only be held by the Gu family of the Wushuang Tavern. That was why Zhao Wei was so polite. Then, can we go in? Lu Yiping asked indifferently. Zhao Wei hurriedly said, of course, we're all human brothers. Our Saint Royal Mansion can't wait to welcome the brothers of the Gu family of the Wushuang Tavern. Lu Yiping nodded and walked in with Jiang Haidong. When the golden horn ox passed in front of Sun Mu, it waved at little fishy and grinned. Seeing Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Jiang Haidong enter the palace, Sun Mu asked Zhao Wei, Commander Zhao Wei, is that token real? Zhao Wei knew what Sun Mu wanted to say and said, the token is real, and Wine Sage Wushuang's soul brand is still there. If someone else snatched the token of the Gu family's master, Wine Sage Wushuang's soul brand would automatically disappear. Therefore, no one else could use the Gu family's token. Since these two are not from the demon race, why was Jiang Haidong so nervous just now? Sun Xiaofei, the young master of the Jingyi school, asked doubtfully. Zhao Wei said, maybe they came this time because they don't want others to know their identities. Then, he led the guards away. Sun Mu looked in the direction Lu Yiping's group disappeared and asked doubtfully, they don't want others to know their identities? Sun Xiaofei said, Father, don't you have a friend who is a guest grand elder at the Wushuang Tavern? Why don't you ask your friend if he knows these two people? Sun Mu nodded. After Lu Yiping entered the Five Cloud Mountains residence, he asked Jiang Haidong, are there any disciples from the Five Cloud Mountain invited to Chen Hanshua's alchemy conference tomorrow? Alchemy conference? Jiang Haidong didn't expect Lu Yiping to suddenly ask about this. Lord, I'll ask now. Jiang Haidong said and then summoned the Five Cloud Mountains experts to ask about this matter. Ancestor, I received an invitation from Her Highness the Holy Maiden. A female Grand Elder of the Five Cloud Mountain stepped forward and said. This female Grand Elder of the Five Cloud Mountain was a delicate beauty with fair skin. Her name was Liningqiu, and when she stepped forward to answer, she was quite nervous. Lu Yiping asked, can you bring people to tomorrow's alchemy conference? Liningqiu was stunned. Lord wants to participate in tomorrow's alchemy conference? Jiang Haidong asked carefully. Lu Yiping nodded and didn't explain further. Liningqiu said nervously, Her Highness the Holy Maiden didn't say that we can't bring other people in. It should be possible. And, then when you go tomorrow, bring the two of us with you. Lu Yiping said. Seeing her nervous expression, he smiled and said, I won't eat you. Why are you so nervous? Liningqiu's chest thumped when she heard this. After a while, when everyone was about to leave, Lu Yiping stopped Ivan and asked her to stay. Then, he passed Tao Feng's spatial divine tool to her and said, this is your master's spatial divine tool. There are many things your grandfather left behind in it. Ivan's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. My condolences, Lu Yiping said. Ivan took the spatial divine tool and nodded silently. She didn't say anything and bowed to Lu Yiping and Jiang Haidong. Then, she walked out of the palace, looking extremely lonely. The next day, Five Sunset Mountains Grand Elder, Liningqiu, came to invite Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The two of them followed Liningqiu to Lin Hanshua's residence. When they arrived, many human disciples had already gathered in the residence. The Jingyi school's junior sect master, Sun Xiaofei, Qin Zhongtao, and Zhu Lang were gathered together and chatting. Qin Zhongtao said to Zhu Lang, Brother Zhu Lang, those two people didn't do anything to you yesterday, right? Who are they? Then, he said hatefully, if I see those two again, I'll beat them into pulp. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. He saw Liningqiu walking in with Lu Yiping and Jiang Haidong. Sun Xiaofei was also stunned when he saw Lu Yiping. Zhu Lang, on the other hand, took a step back. Third update around 5 p.m. It's them. Sun Xiaofei was surprised. Seeing Sun Xiaofei's expression, Chen Zhongtao couldn't help asking, you know them? They are the Wushuang Tavern's Gu family disciples. Sun Xiaofei answered. What, the Wushuang Tavern's Gu family disciples? Chen Zhongtao was shocked. That's right. Sun Xiaofei recounted what happened yesterday. The purple gold Gu family disciple token. Chen Zhongtao was even more shocked. He looked at Zhu Lang at the side and saw the fear on Zhu Lang's face. He was even more surprised. Brother Zhu Lang, you know they are the Wushuang Tavern's Gu family disciples? Zhu Lang felt bitter in his heart. Gu family disciples? How could they be Gu family disciples, but the Gu family's ancestor's martial ancestor? However, he did not introduce them to Sun Xiaofei and Chen Zhongtao, merely nodding at them. They are from the Wushuang Tavern. The Gu family's ancestor, Gu Wushuang's martial ancestor, could be considered a member of the Wushuang Tavern. Chen Zhongtao's expression darkened. After Lu Yiping and Liningqiu entered, they scanned the crowd and found that there were already 70 to 80 people present. It was quite a big crowd, but most of them were from the younger generation. Their strengths were not high, mostly early heavenly god realm, and some were true god realm. Lu Yiping spotted Zhu Lang hiding in the crowd. You, come here. Lu Yiping said to Zhu Lang hiding in the crowd. Zhu Lang trembled slightly, but he braced himself and walked out. He stopped in front of Lu Yiping, smiling. Lord, you're here. Where's Hao Lianyu? Lu Yiping asked. Zhu Lang's gaze swept over the crowd, smiling wryly. He's not here yet. He quickly added, but don't worry, Lord, he will definitely come, he will definitely come. Chen Zhongtao and Sun Xiaofei were even more bewildered seeing Zhu Lang's reverence in front of Lu Yiping. Those who knew Zhu Lang whispered in each other's ears. Who is this person? Even the Jade fan sect's Zhu Lang is so respectful. The younger generation was curious, and there was no lack of female disciples at the scene. They looked at Lu Yiping with sparkling eyes and inquired about Lu Yiping's identity. When these female disciples heard that Lu Yiping was a disciple of the unparalleled Tavern's Gu family, they became even more restless. Lu Yiping wore a light blue robe, but it was unknown what material this robe was made of, but it was suffused with a divine splendor. Lu Yiping's hair draped over his shoulders was like strands of black jade, sparkling and translucent. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and his every movement carried an indescribable temperament. That face looked as if it had been carved by the god of creation. It was perfect, and the more one looked at it, the more one would be drawn in. It was no wonder that these female disciples were so moved. Lu Yiping said to Zhu Lang, go ahead. Zhu Lang bowed as if he had been pardoned and then hid back into the crowd. Inside the mansion's inner hall, the human race's holy maiden Xianxia was discussing alchemy with Qi Huai from Heaven Battling City and another young man holding a jade fan. This young man with a jade fan was the jade-faced Wolf Lord's grandson, Hao Lianyu. The three of them were engrossed in their conversation when they suddenly heard a commotion outside, causing them to stop. Xianxia felt strange, so she summoned the maid outside and asked what was going on. It's the Gu family's disciple who came to the unparalleled tavern. The maid said, I heard that this Gu family's disciple's identity is not simple. He has the unparalleled wine sage's purple gold token. She hesitated for a moment before adding, and that person is very handsome. Very handsome? Xianxia was stunned, then a smile appeared on her face. Nowadays, there were still people who cared about appearances? She glanced at Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu. In terms of handsomeness, these two were also very handsome. Xianxia smiled at Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu, two young masters. Shall we go out and take a look? Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu nodded. The two of them were also curious about the unparalleled wine sage's purple gold token. Thus, the three of them stood up and walked out from the inner hall, heading to the courtyard outside. Inside the courtyard, Lu Yiping's gaze fell on a stone tablet at the corner of the courtyard. Taurus Longjiao also saw the stone tablet. This is an artifact from the archaic heavenly court. Taurus Longjiao was surprised. The material of this stone tablet was exactly the same as the heavenly steel they had obtained earlier. Lu Yiping didn't care about the gazes of the female disciples in the courtyard. He walked up to the stone tablet and looked at it. What surprised Lu Yiping was that this stone tablet actually recorded a piece of Zither Tao. Moreover, it was passed down from the archaic Heavenly Court's Ministry of Rites. Although it wasn't a rare treasure, it was still hard to come by. He didn't expect Xianxia to place the stone tablet here. This is the Zither Tao? Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping grunted in agreement, then looked at the stone tablet. While Lu Yiping was looking at it, the stone tablet suddenly lit up, and one word after another lit up. This stone tablet was an artifact from the archaic Heavenly Court, and it had a spiritual nature. If one could comprehend the Zither Tao contained within, then the stone tablet would become brighter and brighter. The more one comprehended, the brighter the stone tablet would become. Chen Zhongtao, Sun Xiaofei, and the others were surprised to see the stone tablet lit up on its own. What's going on? Sun Xiaofei asked, puzzled. Chen Zhongtao shook his head, I don't know. This stone tablet was placed there by my cousin, and it hasn't moved for a long time. Many people have looked at it, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Lu Yiping looked at it, and it actually lit up? Chen Hanxue, Qi Huai, and Hao Lianyu were just walking out of the courtyard when they saw the stone tablet lit up. Moreover, Chen Hanxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment when she saw the 3 lines of words lit up. Others might not know about this stone tablet, but she did. This stone tablet was an artifact from the archaic Heavenly Court, and it recorded a piece of Zither Tao. She had studied this piece of Zither Tao for many years, and only then did she manage to light up the first 4 lines. There were still over 20 lines that she couldn't comprehend. This young man who came to participate in the Grand Alchemy Conference had actually comprehended 3 lines of Zither Tao. Who is he? Chen Hanxue asked the maid beside her. The maid quickly answered, he's the Gu family's disciple from the Wushuang Tavern. It's him. Chen Hanxue was surprised. Seeing Chen Hanxue's shocked expression, Qi Huai couldn't help asking, Miss Hanxue, is there something special about this stone tablet? Chen Hanxue hesitated for a moment, then said, this stone tablet records a piece of Zither Tao, and it's extremely profound. The more you comprehend, the brighter the stone tablet. I studied it for several hundred years, but I only managed to comprehend a little bit, and only made 4 lines of words light up. I didn't expect this Gu family's disciple to light up 3 lines of words in just a short while. Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu were inwardly shocked. Chen Hanxue had studied it for several hundred years, and only managed to make 4 lines of words light up. Now, this Gu family's disciple managed to make 3 lines of words light up in less than an hour? Hao Lianyu said, Miss Hanxue, don't belittle yourself. Who doesn't know that your alchemy Tao is unparalleled in Zither Tao? Even with your Zither Tao, you only managed to make 4 lines of words light up. This Gu family's disciple can at most make 3 lines of words light up. But just as his words fell, all 4 lines of words on the stone tablet lit up. Author's note, as I write, it seems I'm going to show off again. 9 p.m., 4th update, for elements, as if something was stuck in Hao Lianyu's throat, she couldn't utter a word. Qi Huai was equally shocked. As for Chen Hanxue, she was even more shocked. Compared to the others, she was the clearest about the origin of this stone steel, and she was even more aware of the profound Zither Tao in this stone steel. When she was trying to comprehend this stone steel, she had consulted many Zither experts in the Saint Royal Manor, including her father, but he only managed to comprehend 4 elements. Moreover, it took several hundred years. But this Gu family disciple actually managed to comprehend 4 elements in less than an hour. She found it hard to believe. Was there really such a Zither genius in this world? The conversation between Chen Hanxue, Qi Huai, and Hao Lianyu was heard by everyone present. The female disciple's eyes shone brightly as they stared at Lu Yiping. Sun Xiaofei was surprised, I didn't expect this guy's Zither Tao talent to be so high. Qin Zhongtao said solemnly, it's just 4 elements. My cousin has also comprehended 4 elements. Even if he has comprehended 4 elements, it's nothing. Suddenly, the 5th row of words lit up, and all of them lit up at once. When the 5th row of words lit up, the entire stone steel buzzed, and a mysterious pattern emerged. Chen Hanxue's eyes widened when she saw this mysterious pattern, and she faintly thought of a possibility. What kind of pattern is this? Is it the stone steel's artifact spirit? Hao Lianyu was puzzled. It's not an artifact spirit. Qi Huai shook his head. It should be a pattern formed by the Zither Dao energy in the stone steel that was activated. In fact, he wasn't very sure if it was. Qi Huai sighed. I didn't expect this Gu family disciple's Zither Dao talent to be so high. Hao Lianyu saw that Chen Hanxue was staring at Lu Yiping without blinking. She couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She said, this Gu clan disciple might have comprehended the Zither Dao in the stone tablet before. That's why he could comprehend it so quickly. In addition, I think his limit is the 5 elements. Chen Hanxue also said, my master, Han Hua, once said that in this world, no matter how high one's Guqin Dao is or how talented one is, they can only comprehend the 5 elements of the Guqin Dao in their lifetime. No one can comprehend the 6th row. Qi Huai was shocked. Is it Senior Han Hua who is known as the 100 Phoenix Zither Fairy? Bai Huang Zither Immortal. In the Netherworld prison, the Zither Dao was definitely one of the top 3. He never thought that Chen Hanxue would be accepted as a disciple by Han Hua. Hao Lianyu was also very surprised. Chen Hanxue nodded. That's right. My master, Han Hua, is the Zither Fairy. She firmly believed in her master's words. This stone tablet was an item from the immemorial celestial court, and comprehending the 5 elements was already the limit. Since even Senior Bai Huang Zither Immortal has said so, it can't be fake, Hao Lianyu said. Just as Chen Hanxue was about to speak, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. The 6th row of words on the stone tablet actually began to light up. In the span of a breath, the 6th row of the stone steel lit up. Furthermore, it was so bright that it was glowing. Chen Hanxue was stunned. Both Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu were dumbfounded. Didn't Chen Hanxue say that even Senior Bai Huang Zither Immortal said that in this world, one could only comprehend the 5 elements? Chen Hanxue stared blankly at the glowing 6th line. Could it be that her master was wrong? In today's world, the true limit is the 6 elements. Right at this moment, the 7th row of the stone steel lit up one by one, and the light was blinding. The stone steel's light intensified. The blurry mysterious diagram became clearer and more solid. Chen Hanxue was dumbfounded. The limit was not the 6 elements, but the 7 elements. At this time, the 8th row lit up. The stone steel's light had already illuminated the courtyard. Even the sunlight was blocked by the stone steel's light. Sun Xiafei's throat quivered. Holy Maiden only comprehended 4 elements, but this Gu family disciple comprehended 8 elements? Isn't this too fake? Fake? Many of the disciples present were also doubtful. Everyone knew that other than alchemy, Holy Maiden Chen Hanxue's greatest talent was Zither Dao. Even Chen Hanxue only comprehended 4 elements, yet this Gu family disciple comprehended 8 elements. Before many people's doubtful eyes, the stone steel soon reached the 10th row. At this time, the stone steel's light had already filled the entire courtyard, so much so that it even reached the outside. The mysterious diagram became clearer and more solid. Chen Hanxue's shock reached its limit. This Gu family disciple actually comprehended 10 elements in less than an hour. Moreover, from the looks of it, 10 elements wasn't his limit. Then, how many elements was his limit? Before everyone's eyes, the stone steel's words quickly reached the 20th row. When the 20th row lit up, everyone held their breaths. Even Chen Hanxue became nervous. The stone steel had a total of 27 rows. There were only 7 rows left. As long as this Gu family disciple comprehended 7 more, then he could completely comprehend the stone steel's Zither Dao. At that time, what would happen? This Gu family disciple can't possibly comprehend all 27 elements, right? Sun Xiafei stuttered. 27 elements, and Holy Maiden Chen Hanxue only comprehended 4 elements. Many people couldn't help but look at Chen Hanxue. Finally, the 26th row lit up. When the 26th row lit up, everyone's hearts tightened. Chen Hanxue stared at the young man in front of her. Could he comprehend the 27th row? Suddenly, time seemed to pass very slowly. When the 27th row was completely lit up, a burst of heavenly music suddenly sounded from the stone steel. This heavenly music condensed into musical notes, constantly condensing and evolving. One after another, strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the courtyard. And the mysterious diagram from before suddenly emitted a golden halo, then entered Lu Yiping's body and disappeared. Those who noticed this were dumbfounded. The heavenly music continued for a long time, lasting for nearly 10 minutes before it dissipated. The courtyard regained its tranquility. The stone stele did not move again. Xianxia couldn't calm down even after a long time. She took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Then, she walked towards Lu Yiping. Qi Huai and Hao Lianyu followed behind her. When Xianxia stopped in front of Lu Yiping, she said to Lu Yiping, "Young noble, is the peerless Tavern Sgu family's disciple?" Young noble's talent in Zither Dao is the highest that Han Shui has ever seen. I wonder if Han Shui has the honor of learning young noble's Zither Dao. Hao Lianyu interjected, "Today is the alchemy conference, discussing Zither Dao is inappropriate." She then looked at Lu Yiping, "Since your Zither Dao is good, then your alchemy Dao must be good as well. Show us a thing or two, let everyone broaden their horizons." Qi Huai also smiled, "I'm also curious about the Sgu family's brother's alchemy skills." Hearing this, Xianxia did not stop them. In fact, she was also curious about the Sgu family's brother's alchemy skills. Lu Yiping looked at Hao Lianyu, "You're the jade-faced wolf lord's grandson?" Those present who didn't know Hao Lianyu's identity were shocked when they heard that Hao Lianyu was the jade-faced wolf lord's grandson. I hope all the friends who like this book will subscribe to this book. Hao Lianyu did not expect the Sgu family disciple to know her identity. After a moment of astonishment, she smiled, "That's right, my grandfather is Jade-Faced Wolf Lord." Then, do you know Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's whereabouts? Lu Yiping looked at her. Hao Lianyu was stunned. This Sgu family disciple wanted to find her grandfather? "You're looking for my grandfather?" Hao Lianyu smiled, "How about this, let's exchange pointers in alchemy. If you win, I'll tell you my grandfather's whereabouts. If you lose, I want to know the Zither Dao inside that stone tablet." She was referring to the stone tablet that Lu Yiping had comprehended earlier. Xianxia had only comprehended 4 elements of the Zither Dao inside the stone tablet. Anyone could tell that the Zither Dao inside the stone tablet was extraordinary. Lu Yiping heard the other party coveting the Zither Dao inside the stone tablet and said indifferently, "All right, how do you want to exchange pointers?" Hao Lianyu smiled, "Discussing alchemy is too boring. How about this, let's be more direct. Each of us will refine a furnace of pills, and whoever can refine a higher grade divine pill in the shortest time wins. How about it?" "Sure." Lu Yiping agreed. When Hao Lianyu saw Lu Yiping agree without even thinking about it, he couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll embarrass myself first." Saying this, he took out a cauldron. The body of the cauldron was carved with stars. These stars were shining brightly. There were exactly 108 of them. The entire cauldron was filled with a faint nebula, as if it was made from divine stones from the depths of space. "Is this the ancient heavenly cycle stellar cauldron?" Holy Maiden Xianxia exclaimed when she saw the cauldron. Could this be the ancient heavenly cycle stellar cauldron? Heaven battling city's Qi Huai was also surprised. The crowd was in an uproar. Ancient heavenly cycle divine pill. Legend has it that the ancient heavenly cycle stellar cauldron refined star divine pills. How much is a star divine pill worth now? 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones or several hundred million? Star divine pills are priceless now. Who would be willing to auction it? Even if it was 1 billion heaven-grade spirit stones, no sect would auction it. Some disciples discussed among themselves. Sun Xiaofei said, "Since this jade-faced wolf monarch's grandson obtained the heavenly cycle stellar cauldron, he must have obtained the ancient pill god's alchemy inheritance." He then sneered, "It looks like this Gu family disciple has lost." Chen Zhongtao said, "In the War Heaven era, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was not only one of the top 10 experts, he was also one of the top 10 alchemy experts. His grandson's alchemy skills must be very high." Zhu Lang, who was hiding in the crowd, was also curious about Lu Yiping's alchemy skills. Although Lu Yiping was the master of the Holy Devil, his alchemy skills weren't very high back then. At this time, everyone had retreated to the side of the courtyard, leaving the center of the courtyard for Hao Lianyu and Lu Yiping. "I've seen Brother Hao Lian concoct pills once." Qi Huai said to Xianxia, "In half an hour, he refined a transcendent grade divine pill, and it's a 7th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill." Half an hour, 7 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets. Xianxia exclaimed. Even many of the Holy Devil era's older generation alchemy experts would find it difficult to do so. Qi Huai added, moreover, at that time, Brother Hao Lian did not use the heavenly cycle stellar cauldron, he used an ordinary cauldron. Xianxia was shocked. Then, won't young Master Hao Lianyu be able to refine 8 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets? Half an hour, 8 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets. There were many alchemy experts in her holy royal manor, but there was only one person who could refine 8 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets in half an hour. In the center of the courtyard, Hao Lianyu smiled at Lu Yiping, this Gu family's brother. I'll use the heavenly cycle stellar cauldron, you don't have any objections, right? Lu Yiping did not say anything, and made a gesture of invitation. Then, I'll embarrass myself. Hao Lianyu said confidently, and a bunch of spiritual herbs appeared in his hand. These spiritual herbs were all tens of thousands of years old. Xianxia was stunned. Could it be that young Master Hao Lianyu wants to use these spiritual herbs to refine 8 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets? If one used 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to refine 8 tribulation transcendent grade divine pellets, there was a 50% chance of success. If one used 10,000 years old spiritual herbs, there was not even a 20% chance of success. This required an even higher level of alchemy skills. Before Xianxia and the others' watchful eyes, Hao Lianyu's right palm shook, and the spiritual herbs in his hand flew up. At the same time, his left hand controlled the heavenly cycle stellar cauldron to fly up. One hand controlling the cauldron, the other controlling the spiritual herbs. Someone exclaimed. Just this move alone was enough to show Hao Lianyu's alchemy skills. However, Hao Lianyu did not immediately control the spiritual herbs to enter the cauldron. With a wave of his right hand, specks of fire appeared in the sky above the courtyard. These specks of fire were actually dark purple in color. This is the divine stainless fire. Xianxia exclaimed with a solemn expression. The divine stainless fire was one of the most difficult divine fires to control between heaven and earth. It was hidden in the depths of the void, and this Hao Lianyu was actually able to casually pull it out from the depths of the void. The divine stainless fire did not have the slightest impurity. Using this divine stainless fire to refine pills could remove the impurities within the spiritual herbs to the greatest extent, allowing the quality of the divine pills to reach extremely high. These divine stainless fire condensed together at an astonishing speed. Very soon, it turned into a huge fire dragon. This fire dragon actually had dragon scales, and it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. Using fire to form a spirit. My alchemy skills are inferior to Brother Hao Lianyu's, Qi Huai said with a face full of admiration when he saw this. The fire dragon formed by the divine stainless fire spiraled in the sky above the courtyard. As it spiraled, it caused those spiritual herbs to fly up. These spiritual herbs gathered around the fire dragon and flew along with the fire dragon. Then, they were slowly melted into liquid by the divine stainless fire. These liquids were sparkling and translucent like jade, completely without the slightest impurity. Seeing Hao Lianyu's miraculous alchemy skills, all the disciples present were attracted, and their hearts were filled with shock. In the end, all the spiritual herbs were melted into liquid by the divine stainless fire. In the next second, the fire dragon formed by the divine stainless fire flew into the complete heaven star cauldron, and the spiritual herbs that had melted into liquid also flew into the cauldron. Hao Lianyu's hands waved, forming a series of hand seals that were sent into the complete heaven star cauldron. The complete heaven star cauldron emitted bright starlight, and clusters of nebulae gathered and swirled around it. The entire cauldron seemed to be boiling, spewing out streams of star qi. Everyone's mind was completely immersed in this miraculous scene. 20 minutes passed in this manner. Suddenly, colorful lights shot out from the cauldron. The pills are about to be formed, so fast. Qi Huai exclaimed in shock, it hasn't even been half an hour. At this time, the sky rumbled. Thunderclouds gathered densely, and violent winds howled. Inside the thunderclouds, lightning dragons roiled endlessly. Boom, 1,000 zhang-long lightning dragon crashed down from the sky, lighting up the Saint Emperor city. Not far from the courtyard, inside the Saint Emperor Manor, the human race's Saint Emperor Xianxia was sitting with the various superforces heads and overlords, discussing the major events that happened in the past few years. All of a sudden, they saw the 1,000 zhang-long lightning dragon crashing down from the sky. Is this the Pildao tribulation lightning? I wonder which Pildao expert is refining. The human race's Saint Emperor Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Looking at the direction, it should be the Holy Maiden's residence. One of the Saint Emperor Matters experts answered, today is the Holy Maiden's alchemy conference. I wonder which genius Pildao disciple is refining to actually trigger such a powerful Pildao tribulation lightning. 11:30-second update, only transcendent grade divine pills can trigger tribulation lightning. Righteous Sex Old Ancestor Xiaosan exclaimed, I wonder which disciple is able to refine transcendent grade divine pills. The human race's holy emperor Qinshu laughed, could it be young Master Qi Huai from the heaven battling city? Young Master Qi Huai's alchemy skills are very high, and he has received many praises. Maybe it's the young master of the Rainbow Sect. His alchemy skills are second to none in the younger generation. One of the old ancestors laughed. While everyone was discussing, another lightning dragon came crashing down. It was followed by the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh tribulation lightning. Originally, the experts in the hall didn't take it to heart, but after seeing 7 consecutive lightning tribulations, all of them were moved. Refining transcendent grade divine pills was nothing to them, but it was a different story if it was a 7th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill. Although everyone in the hall could refine transcendent grade divine pills, not many of them could refine a 7th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill. The human race's holy emperor Qinshu, who was teasing everyone, also became serious. He ordered one of his subordinates, go and find out which genius is refining pills in the Holy Maiden Matters Alchemy Conference. The Holy Royal Manners expert acknowledged respectfully and left. Just as the Holy Royal Manners expert left, the 8th tribulation lightning came crashing down. 8th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill. Everyone was shocked. Then, the 9th tribulation lightning came crashing down. When the 9th tribulation lightning came crashing down, the sky shone brightly, and everyone in the Holy Royal City saw the dazzling lightning. 9th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill. Holy Emperor Qinshu couldn't help but stand up. Everyone also stood up and looked at the 9th tribulation lightning in shock. Although there are many alchemy experts in the Netherworld prison, those who can refine a 9th tribulation transcendent grade divine pill do not exceed 10. Righteous Sex Old Ancestor Xiaosan was shocked, which family actually produced such a monstrous alchemy genius? Soon, the Holy Royal Manners expert returned. How is it? Which family's disciple is it? Holy Emperor Qinshu asked impatiently. Reporting to your majesty, it's senior jade-faced wolf monarch's grandson, young Master Hao Lianyu. The expert from the Saint Royal Manor replied. He's currently competing with someone else. So he's the grandson of the jade-faced wolf lord. Holy Emperor Qinshu came to a realization, during the heaven battling era, the jade-faced wolf lord was one of the top 10 alchemy experts. The Golden Sun sect's ancestor said, Jade-faced wolf lord has raised a good grandson. Young Master Hao Lianyu has surpassed his master. I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses Jade-faced wolf lord. It's just that, I wonder which family's disciple actually overestimated his own ability to compete in alchemy with young Master Hao Lianyu. The expert from the Sacred Royal Mansion replied, it's a disciple of the Gu clan from the Wushuang Tavern. As for his name, we haven't found it yet. Oh, a disciple of the Gu clan? Sage Emperor Qinshu and everyone else in the hall were surprised. Yes, I heard that this Gu clan's disciple's identity is not simple. He has the unparalleled Wine Sage's Violet Gold Command Medallion. The expert from the Saint Royal Mansion replied. A Gu clan disciple with a purple gold token, everyone was surprised. Hearing this, 5 Cloud Mountain's Jiang Haidong was stunned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The Righteous Sex Old Ancestor Qiaosan said, the unparalleled Wine Sage's alchemy skills are far inferior to Lord Jade-faced Wolf Lord. I've also heard that the Gu clan's disciples are famous for their alchemy skills. In my opinion, this Gu clan's disciple should be very lucky if he can refine a grade 1 tribulation supreme divine pellet. The Golden Sun sect's old ancestor shook his head, since he dares to compete with young Master Hao Lianyu, it means he has something up his sleeves. Who knows, he might be able to refine a grade 3 or 4 tribulation supreme divine pellet. Sage Emperor Qinshu said to the Saint Royal Mansion's expert, go and see what kind of divine pellet that Gu clan's disciple can refine. The Saint Royal Mansion's expert complied and retreated. At this time, in the center of the courtyard, the 9-stage tribulation lightning struck the heavenly cycle stellar cauldron. The 108 stars on the cauldron trembled, and energy surged out, scattering the 9-stage tribulation lightning. The scattered 9-stage tribulation lightning turned into the purest lightning energy and fell into the cauldron, merging with the divine pellet inside. Inside the cauldron, a burst of multicolored light burst out. The cauldron's mouth opened wide, and waves of mesmerizing pill fragrance filled the air. One by one, divine pellets emitting golden light flew out from the cauldron. Each and every one of these divine pellets had 9 runic patterns on their surface. This was the unique characteristic of a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet. Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet, success. And it's the Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pill. The Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pill was a divine pellet that could increase one's cultivation. Refining this kind of divine pellet was much harder than refining other kinds of divine pellets. Xianxia and Qi Huai stepped forward. Congratulations to young master Hao Lianyu for refining a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet. Xianxia said, young master Hao Lianyu's alchemy skills far surpass Hanxue's. Qi Huai was full of admiration, my alchemy skills are also inferior to brother Hao Lianyu's. Hao Lianyu smiled, I was just lucky. He also didn't expect to be able to refine a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet. Originally, he wanted to use the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Cauldron to refine a Grade 8 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet. The Saint Royal Mansion's expert walked in at this time. When he saw that Hao Lianyu had refined a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pill, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he didn't show himself, only watching in the dark. Hao Lianyu smiled at Lu Yiping, this Gu family's brother, my pill has been refined. Now, it's your turn. He then added, if brother doesn't have a good cauldron, I can lend you this Heavenly Cycle Stellar Cauldron for temporary use. Lu Yiping looked at Hao Lianyu's smug smile and said indifferently, no need, it's just a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet. Even if I don't use a cauldron, I can still beat you with a casual refinement. The moment Lu Yiping's words came out, everyone was stunned. Xianxia also frowned, feeling that Lu Yiping's words were a little too big. Qi Huai also looked at Lu Yiping with a strange expression. Sun Xiaofei even sneered. Hao Lianyu laughed loudly, alright, if this Gu family's brother can refine a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet in 20 minutes without using a cauldron, then no matter what kind of pill it is, it's my loss. There was a hint of anger in his laughter. 20 minutes? No need. Lu Yiping said indifferently, it's just a matter of a few moves. With that said, a suction force from his hand and all the flowers and grasses in the courtyard flew up and landed in front of him. Don't tell me he wants to use these flowers and grasses to refine a Grade 9 Tribulation Supreme Divine Pellet? Sun Xiaofei laughed. Everyone laughed. At this time, the dozens of flowers and grasses landed in Lu Yiping's hands. Flames rose from Lu Yiping's palms as he rubbed the flowers and grasses. Then, he rubbed them again. Finally, he rubbed them again. Sun Xiaofei laughed out loud, this is the first time I've seen this kind of pill refinement method. It's really an eye-opener today. Xianxia shook her head inwardly. Lu Yiping opened his palms. Everyone looked over and saw a medicinal pellet appear in Lu Yiping's hand. This medicinal pellet was dazzling golden, even more golden than a golden crystal. The fragrance of the medicinal pellet was like the sea, engulfing heaven and earth. Moreover, there seemed to be life inside the medicinal pellet, and the faint shadow of life could be seen. I have something to do in the afternoon. Third update at 9 p.m. Fourth update tomorrow. Everyone stared blankly at the dazzling golden elixir with a rich medicinal fragrance. This was possible, rubbing it 3 times and producing a divine pellet. On top of that, the pill's fragrance overshadowed Hao Lianyu's Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pellet. Hao Lianyu's Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pellet was filled with fragrance, but compared to the divine pellet in Lu Yiping's hand, it was incomparable. Everyone suddenly felt that the Heavenly Star Origin Nourishing Pellet in Hao Lianyu's hand was no longer fragrant, but stinky. Xianxua's eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing it 3 times and producing a divine pellet, what kind of principle was this? What kind of pill refining technique was this? Was there such a pill refining technique in this world? This was called the three-rubbing technique. Even Qi Huai was dumbfounded. Even the pill ancestor couldn't produce a divine pellet with three rubbing, right? How is this possible? Hao Lianyu stuttered. Sun Xiaofei, who had just said that it was his first time seeing this kind of pill refining technique, was dumbfounded. Chen Zhongtao, Zhu Lang, and the rest were also dumbfounded. At this time, the Saint Royal Manners expert hiding in the dark saw the divine pellet in Lu Yiping's hand, and his eyes widened in shock. He walked out excitedly, staring fixedly at the divine pellet in Lu Yiping's hand, exclaiming, "Innate divine pellet, this is an innate divine pellet ah!" Chen Hanxue, Qi Huai, Chen Zhongtao, Zhu Lang, Sun Xiaofei, and the rest were astounded. Innate divine pellet. Hao Lianyu exclaimed in shock. Above Transcendent Grade 9 divine pellet was the innate divine pellet. Although there was only a fine line between the two, the difference in quality was like heaven and earth. There was once someone who wanted to exchange 10,000 Transcendent Grade 9 divine pellets with the Heavenly Wind Pavilion for a single innate divine pellet, but was rejected by the Heavenly Wind Pavilion. From this, one could see how precious the innate divine pellet was. Uncle Jiang, is this really an innate divine pellet? Chen Hanxue stared at the Saint Royal Manners expert in disbelief. Rubbing it 3 times and producing a single innate divine pellet, was there any justice in this world? Moreover, it was made from the flowers and plants in her courtyard. If he rubbed it 30 times, wouldn't that mean 10 innate divine pellets? If he rubbed it for a day, how many divine pellets would that be? Also, if he used 10,000 years, then, he would be able to divine pellets, or even great Tao divine pellets. Absolutely. The Saint Emperor Manners expert, Lan Jiang, exclaimed excitedly, "There's a spirit inside the pellet, it's an innate spirit. This is the characteristic of an innate divine pellet, there's no mistaking it." Qi Huai, Chen Zhongtao, Zhu Lang, and the others were stunned. If Lu Yiping had used an ancient divine cauldron to refine pills like Hao Lianyu, they wouldn't have been so shocked. The key was that Lu Yiping didn't even use a cauldron to refine these innate divine pills. Instead, he used ordinary flowers and plants to rub them 3 times. "Young master, can you let me take a closer look at the pill in your hand?" Lan Jiang said to Lu Yiping with a pleading face, "Young master, don't worry, I'm an alchemist from the Saint Emperor Manor. I'm just curious about the innate divine pellet and wanted to study it a little more." Lu Yiping nodded and threw the innate god pellet to the other party. He wasn't afraid that the other party would swallow the innate god pellet. Compared to Chen Hanxue, Qi Huai, and the others' shock and disbelief, Taurus Lonjiao's face was as calm as usual. To him, this was a normal thing. Lu Yiping only knew a little about zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and medicine, but he was truly proficient in alchemy and array formations. Lu Yiping's alchemy and array formations had reached a point where he could turn the rotten into the miraculous. In fact, Lu Yiping's 3 rubs were already considered a lot. If Lu Yiping really wanted to, he could have made an innate divine pellet with just 1 rub. He could even make saint pills and great Tao divine pellets. Others might not be able to do it, but Lu Yiping, who had the fortune jade disc, could. He had seen with his own eyes Lu Yiping refining divine pellets with a piece of stone and even a drop of water. Lu Yiping didn't even need to use his hands to refine divine pellets. If Lu Yiping wanted to, he could use the power of his divine soul to refine divine pellets. At this time, Lan Jiang, who was carefully holding the innate divine pellet, looked at it carefully and said excitedly, "Perfect, it's perfect. The innate spirit inside is so spiritual." Seeing Lan Jiang's excited expression, the crowd was speechless. "You lost. Where's your grandfather, jade-faced wolf lord?" Lu Yiping looked at Hao Lianyu and asked. Hao Lianyu retracted her gaze from the innate divine pellet and looked at Lu Yiping. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "My grandfather went to the 4 seas last month. As for where he went, I don't know." "Oh, the 4 seas?" Lu Yiping was surprised. Hao Lianyu nodded, "Yes, but I don't know why he went there." Lu Yiping frowned. Jade-faced wolf lord went to the 4 seas. The 4 seas was the Devil Dragon Palace's territory. Why did Jade-faced wolf lord go there? A while later, Lan Jiang returned the innate divine pellet to Lu Yiping and returned to the Holy Emperor Manor in excitement. Holy Emperor Chen Xiao, Jiang Haidong, Jingyi School's old ancestor Qiao Sen, and the others were discussing something. Seeing Lan Jiang walk in with an excited expression, they couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that there was an accident? Young noble Hao Lianyu won, right? What kind of divine pellet did that Gu family disciple refine? Chen Xiu asked. Lan Jiang said excitedly, young noble Hao Lianyu lost. Chen Xiu didn't care at first, but when he reacted, he was stunned. What did you say? Young noble Hao Lianyu lost? Since Hao Lianyu lost, why was Lan Jiang still so excited? Jingyi School's old ancestor Qiao Sen, Gold Sun Sect, and Rainbow Sect's ancestors were stunned when they heard that Hao Lianyu lost. Lan Jiang said excitedly, yes, that Gu family disciple refined the innate divine pellet. Innate divine pellet? Are you sure? Chen Xiu jumped to his feet in shock. Jingyi School's old ancestor Qiao Sen and the others also widened their eyes in shock. Lan Jiang said excitedly, replying to Lord Holy Emperor, it is absolutely true, it is the innate divine pellet. Moreover, that Gu family disciple did not use a cauldron when he refined the innate divine pellet. No cauldron. Chen Xiu's eyes widened, you're saying that he refined the innate divine pellet with his bare hands? The human giants and overlords in the Great Hall looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Lan Jiang said excitedly, at that time, I arrived just in time and saw him rubbing the Holy Maiden Matter's dozens of flowers and plants in his hands 3 times, creating the innate divine pellet. Chen Xiu, Qiao Sen, and the others were stupefied, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Using dozens of flowers and plants, rubbing them 3 times, and creating an innate divine pellet. Even Jiang Haidong couldn't believe his ears when he heard Lan Jiang say that Lu Yiping only used ordinary flowers and plants to create an innate divine pellet. Where's that Gu family disciple? Quick, bring him to see me, I want to see him now. Chen Xiu said excitedly, then changed his mind, forget it, I'll go see him. Then, forgetting to greet Qiao Sen and the others, Chen Xiu rushed out of the great hall. Qiao Sen and the others quickly followed behind him. They couldn't wait to see this Gu family disciple. Tomorrow at 4, first update at 10 in the morning, just as Chen Xiu, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the rest were making their way to Chen Honshua's residence, a loud explosion shook the entire Saint Royal City. Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, the Saint Royal City shook even more violently than before. An earth-shattering power engulfed heaven and earth. What a powerful devil chi, this is the devil race's overlord's power. Devil race invasion. Chen Xiu, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the rest paled. Although the human race and devil race had always hated each other, the devil race's invasion of the Saint Royal City was extremely rare. It's coming from the northern city gates. Chen Xiu's expression was solemn, follow me. Chen Xiu ignored the Gu family's disciple and led Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the rest of the human experts towards the northern city gates. However, just as Chen Xiu and the others were rushing towards the northern part of the city, another loud bang suddenly rang out. This time, it came from the southern part of the city. Clearly, the southern city gates were under attack as well. Chen Xiu's face darkened, and he ordered one of the Saint Royal Manor's experts, activate the Saint Royal Grand Formation, gather the Saint Royal City's army, prepare for war. The Saint Royal Manor's expert complied respectfully. However, just as Chen Xiu gave the order, another series of explosions came from the east and west of the city. Devil chi soared to the sky from all 4 directions of the Saint Royal City, converging high in the air, enveloping the entire Saint Royal City. In an instant, the Saint Royal City was engulfed in darkness, as if it had fallen into a devil abyss. Chen Xiu, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the rest paled. Quickly activate the Saint Royal Grand Formation. Chen Xiu bellowed, not daring to hesitate any longer. His voice reverberated to every corner of the Saint Royal City, the devil race's army is invading, the Saint Royal City is on the brink of death, all human experts must kill the devil race. Kill, kill, kill. Chen Xiu's Saint Royal aura soared to the sky. From every corner of the Saint Royal City, every human expert heard Chen Xiu's anxious and angry voice. Even the people in Chen Honshua's residence heard it. Hao Lianyu, Qi Huai, Zhu Lang, and the rest were shocked. During the human race's Saint Royal City's conference, the devil race's army was trying to annihilate the entire Nether Hell prison's human forces, while everyone was still in shock. a gigantic figure appeared in the skies above the Saint Royal City. This giant figure was over 100 zhang tall, resembling a small mountain as it hovered in the air above the Saint Emperor City. Devil chi billowed from its body, and its devilish might soared to the heavens. Even Xianxia, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the other experts felt suffocated by its aura. It's the archdevil dragon ancestor. Chen Hanxue, Hao Lianyu, Qi Huai, Zhu Lang, and the others exclaimed when they saw the figure in the sky. The colossal dragon demon lord was the leader of the 10 demon generals under the great ancestor of the demon dragon palace, Long Gang. The demonic aura resounded throughout the netherworld prison. The gigantic dragon demon venerable was the symbol of slaughter, blood, and invincibility. At this moment, everyone in the Saint Royal City caught sight of the gigantic dragon demon lord. Those who recognized the gigantic dragon demon venerable couldn't help but tremble. Qin Xiao, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the other overlords couldn't conceal the shock in their hearts. The colossal dragon demon lord was not only the leader of the 10 demon generals under the great ancestor Long Gang of the demon dragon palace, but he was also the third strongest of the demon race. He had broken through to the Plain Master realm many years ago. The demon race's invasion this time was clearly led by the gigantic dragon demon venerable. At this time, the Saint Royal Grand Formation was fully activated. Golden light shone brightly as the Grand Formation's power burst out from every corner of the Saint Royal City. The Saint Royal Grand Formation was one of the 10 great formations of the Hingyuan Plain. It was also because of this that the Saint Royal City could stand until now. Even the demon race's Long Gang didn't dare to rashly invade the Saint Royal City. This was because the Saint Royal Grand Formation's Saint Royal aura could greatly suppress the demon race. The Saint Royal Grand Formation's Saint Royal aura crashed into the gigantic dragon demon venerable in the sky. However, what shocked Qin Xiao, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the others was that the gigantic dragon demon venerable stood firm like a mountain, completely unaffected by the Saint Royal Grand Formation's Saint Royal aura. It's the armor on his body. Righteous Sect's old ancestor Qiao Sen said. Everyone looked over and saw a thin layer of dark energy covering the gigantic dragon demon venerable's body. This dark energy was the reason why the gigantic dragon demon venerable was unaffected by the Saint Royal aura. This dark energy came from the divine armor on his body. Everyone's heart sank. The demon dragon palace actually found a way to resist the Saint Royal aura. The gigantic dragon demon venerable stood high in the sky, looking down at Qin Xiao, Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the others in the Saint Royal City. He grinned sinisterly. Today, the Saint Royal City will fall, looks like we can eat our fill. Qin Xiao, Jiang Haidong, and the other experts were shocked. The gigantic dragon demon venerable's true form was a giant dragon that loved to feast on human flesh. Over the years, countless human experts had died in his stomach. Indifferent, Qin Xiao retorted, shameless boasting, Qi Zun, my Saint Royal City has stood strong for countless years since the ancient times. We've been through more than 1,000 battles and countless small battles. Even Long Gang couldn't break through my Saint Royal City, and you think you can? The gigantic dragon demon venerable laughed sinisterly. Lord Long Gang didn't kill you all because he wanted to fatten you up before slaughtering you all. Otherwise, do you really think you can survive until now? Of course, I can't break through your Saint Royal City alone, but I'm not the only one here today. The moment his words fell, 5 figures appeared around him. Each of them exuded overwhelming devil might, and waves of devil chi rolled around them. Looking at the 5 figures that appeared beside the gigantic dragon demon venerable, everyone's heart sank. These people were the other 5 devil generals under Long Gang. Including the gigantic dragon demon venerable, this time, there were 6 great devil generals. 6 of the 10 great devil generals are here. It seems like the Heaven Beast Demon Venerable, Life-Severing Devil Emperor, Scarlet Abyss Devil Lord, and White Bones Devil Commander were really killed. Inside the Saint Royal City, some human experts were discussing. Previously, when the news of the Heaven Beast Demon Venerable, Life-Severing Devil Emperor, Scarlet Abyss Devil Lord, and White Bones Devil Commander being killed spread, many human experts didn't believe it. But now, when they didn't see the Heaven Beast Demon Venerable and the others, they couldn't help but believe it. The gigantic dragon demon Venerable, Qi Zun's face sank when he heard the human experts' discussion. Qi Zun's palm slammed down on the human experts who were discussing. A massive devil palm appeared high in the air. Devil flames billowed from the devil palm, and devil roars reverberated through heaven and earth. Inside the devil palm, one could faintly see countless devil heads screaming. Heavenly devil palm. One of the 4 great devil palms of the nether prison. A single palm could annihilate 10,000 gods. When the human experts who were discussing saw the heavenly devil palm slamming down, they couldn't help but feel despair. Qizun, the Saint Royal City isn't a place for you to be arrogant. Xianxia slammed his palm forward. This palm was covered in layers of golden light, carrying the Saint Royal Qi of the Saint Royal Grand Formation as it collided with the heavenly devil palm. A loud explosion resounded. Layers of giant waves splashed, golden light and devil radiance bloomed. Xianxia was forced to retreat continuously, and the ground beneath his feet cracked continuously. After stopping a few hundred meters away, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Second update at 1 p.m., Xianxia had been injured with just one blow. The faces of Qiao Sen and the other experts changed. Although Xianxia wasn't a plane master, he had reached the peak of the late-stage plane master. His plane power was 99 million units. Furthermore, the Sage Emperor Grand Array had been fully activated. Xianxia had the augmentation of the Sage Emperor Grand Array, but he was still unable to block the palm strike of the Colossal Dragon Demon Supremacy. The strength of the Colossal Dragon Demon Venerable far exceeded everyone's expectations. You've become so much stronger. Xianxia looked at the Colossal Dragon Demon Lord in the sky with fear. Back then, he had fought with the Colossal Dragon Archdevil. Even though the Colossal Dragon Archdevil had broken through to the Plane Master realm, he still had the support of the Sage Emperor Grand Array. The Colossal Dragon Archdevil couldn't injure him. But now, even with the support of the Sage Emperor Grand Array, he was still unable to block the other party's heavenly demon palm. I obtained an ancient dragon essence. The Colossal Dragon Demon Monarch smiled proudly. What? Ancient dragon essence? Xianxia and the other experts were shocked. Ancient dragon essence was the condensation of the ancient dragon clan's experts' flesh, blood, essence, and dragon power. If an expert from the dragon clan were to obtain it and refine it, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Everyone from the Saint Royal Manor, lend me a hand. Xianxia shouted. Several hundred experts from the Sacred Royal Manor surrounded Xianxia, activating the Holy Emperor's secret art. In an instant, Xianxia's body was enshrouded in a blinding light. Xianxia suddenly threw a punch at the Colossal Dragon Demon Lord. The Colossal Dragon Demon Venerable slammed his palm down. Their palms collided once again. But this time, Xianxia and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor only retreated a few steps. The gigantic dragon demon Venerable frowned. Xianxia and the experts of the Saint Royal Manor were clearly much stronger than before. Kill. Kill all humans within the Saint Emperor City who have not knelt down. Qizun's voice resounded throughout the Saint Emperor City. The void cracked open, and the demonic dragon palace's army kept pouring out of the void. The Devil Dragon army surged forth and attacked the Sage Emperor formation like a tidal wave. The Sage Emperor Grand Formation's light shield above the Saint Emperor City shook violently. The Devil Dragon army that surged out from the void was endless. The army of the Sacred Royal Palace and the army of the Devil Dragon clashed against each other. At the same time, the other 5 devil generals that came with the giant dragon archdevil ancestor also made their move. They clashed with Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the others. Although Jiang Haidong, Qiao Sen, and the rest of the human race's overlords numbered close to 100, the 5 devil generals were all peak late-stage world lords. With the 5 of them attacking, Jiang Haidong's group was suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. A demonic saber appeared in the Colossal Dragon Demon Venerable's hand. A demonic dragon was engraved on the blade. Demon Dragon Blade. The most valuable treasure of the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Venerable Dragon slashed down with the Demon Dragon Blade in his hand. An unparalleled saber light pierced through the defensive barrier of the Sage Emperor Grand Array and slashed towards Xianxia and the experts of the Sage Emperor Manor. Even before the saber light arrived, Xianxia and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor could feel the destructive power contained within the saber light. Sacred Royal Seal. Xianxia waved his hands and punched out. Light surged and a huge seal flew out. This was the ultimate technique created by the first sacred emperor of ancient times, Xianxia. The Saint Royal Seal gathered the power of the Saint Royal Mansion's experts and the Saint Royal Grand Array to meet the Demon Dragon Blade. Zhong, the Demon Dragon Blade slashed onto the Saint Royal Seal. Light burst out. Everyone watched as the Saint Royal Seal cracked open. Saber light shot out from the crack. The saber light slashed down. Xianxia and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor were sent flying. When they crashed to the ground, their bodies were covered in bloody scars. Xianxia, who had already rushed out from the manor, paled when she saw Xianxia and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor being sent flying. Father! Uncle Jiang! Xianxia rushed to Xianxia and Lan Zhang's side. Qi Huai, Hao Lianyu, Zhu Lang, and the others looked at the colossal dragon demon venerable in the sky with fear. The demon dragon blade has broken through. Xianxia looked at the demon dragon blade in the colossal dragon demon venerable's hand. Although the demon dragon blade was the demon dragon palace's supreme treasure, its power was not this strong in the past. The colossal dragon demon venerable Qizun laughed. Our Lord Long Gang obtained an ancient dragon clan expert's cultivation cave and refined the dragon bone into the demon dragon blade. The demon dragon blade's power has increased by 4 times. As expected, Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair. Now, who could block the demon dragon blade's power? Even the heaven-battling city castellan Qi Yuan and Qi Ao sure wouldn't be able to stop the demon dragon blade. Die! Qizun slashed out again, his eyes bloodthirsty. Unparalleled saber light slashed down on Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others. Xianxia, Lan Zhang, Xianxia, and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor paled. The saber light was about to reach their heads. Just when everyone thought that they were going to die, the unparalleled saber light suddenly stopped without any warning. Xianxia was stunned. Lan Zhang, Xianxia, and the experts from the Saint Royal Manor were stunned. A blue-robed figure had appeared in front of him. That unparalleled saber light was caught between 2 fingers of the blue-robed figure. The saber light was caught in midair. Heaven and earth seemed to have quieted down. Even the colossal dragon demon venerable Qizun was dumbfounded. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes disappeared as his expression turned solemn. Who are you? Being able to stop his saber light might not be a big deal, but the blue-robed figure didn't stop his saber light, but caught it between 2 fingers. The saber light was an invisible object, but it was caught between the blue-robed figure's fingers. Lan Jiang was stunned for a moment before he said to Xianxia, Lord Saint Emperor, he is the Gu family's young master who created the innate divine pellet. Hearing that the blue-robed young man was the Gu family's young master who created the innate divine pellet after rubbing his saber light 3 times, not only Xianxia, but also Qiao Sen and the other overlords were shocked. Lu Yiping didn't answer Qizun's question. He clenched his fist, and the saber light burst like a balloon. Then, Lu Yiping's light surged, and a giant golden figure appeared behind him. This figure stood tall in the sky, and no one knew how tall it was. Its heaven's might was as vast as the ocean, and it covered the sky. Qizun, who was originally standing in the sky like a giant mountain, swayed in front of this heaven's might, as if he was about to be blown away at any time. Qizun and the other 5 demon generals stared at the golden figure behind Lu Yiping in horror. What kind of figure is this? Xiao Lin and the others were also shocked. This golden figure stood tall between heaven and earth, but its body was shrouded in a mysterious yellow aura that obscured its face. Heavenly Monarch's hand. Lu Yiping's cold voice resounded across heaven and earth. The golden figure standing tall between heaven and earth suddenly slammed down with a palm. A giant palm appeared in space, and golden light burst out from the palm as primordial talismans flashed in the air. In front of this giant palm, Qizun felt as if he was as weak as an ant. His face was filled with shock, but he didn't have time to think. He turned around and tried to escape from the Saint Emperor city. While Qizun was fleeing, the giant palm slammed down. Third update, 5 p.m., Qizun felt the sky above his head darken. He looked up and saw the giant palm above his head. Terrified, he transformed into the body of a black dragon and slammed into the giant palm in an attempt to block the descending hand of the Sky Emperor. The other 5 demon generals and other demon experts also attacked the giant palm at the same time. Fist prints broke through the air, saber radiance, sword rain filled the sky, and demon waves rolled, covering the sky and earth, coming from all directions. Lu Yiping's eyes were cold. These demon experts wanted to block the hand of the Sky Emperor. The sky full of sword rain and endless saber radiance slammed into the hand of the Sky Emperor. It was like a mortal arrow hitting an immemorial wall. They were all bounced off or sent flying. The first to be sent flying was the giant dragon demon Venerable Qizun. Qizun was instantly blasted into the ground by the heavy force that came through the air. A loud boom. The other 5 demon generals were also slammed into the ground one after another. Next, the other demon experts around the 6 of them turned into clouds of blood mist. These demon experts did not even have the qualifications to enter the ground. They were directly turned into blood mist in midair. After countless demon experts turned into blood rain, the hand of the Sky Emperor struck the ground. Buzz, the Saint Emperor city shook violently, as though it was going to collapse at any time. Xianxia and the others looked over, only to see the sand and dust in front of them being blasted into the air, rolling endlessly, filling the sky and the ground. The originally dark demon army in the sky was now completely blank. The sky was so white and big. When the sand and dust settled down quietly, the wind blew past. On the ground, there was a palm print that covered an unknown number of miles. Within the palm print, there was flesh and blood. No one knew which demon expert it was. Even the corpses of the demon generals were all glued together. No one could find the corpses of the demon generals for a while. There was only a dying black dragon wriggling there like an earthworm. The black dragon was of course the giant dragon demon Venerable Qizun. Lu Yiping did not kill him. Previously, Lianyu said that Jade-faced Wolf Lord had entered the 4-direction sea. Perhaps this giant dragon demon Venerable Qizun knew the whereabouts of Jade-faced Wolf Lord. However, even though Qizun was still alive, the dragon scales all over his body were shattered. Even his dragon liver was shattered by the heavenly monarch's attack. Lu Yiping hooked his finger, and the colossal dragon demon lord was pulled in front of Lu Yiping. "Who are you?" The giant dragon demon Venerable's eyes were filled with terror. With a single palm strike, he, the other 5 demon generals, and the hundreds of thousands of demon race experts were all sent flying. What kind of power was this? At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to be an ant trying to shake a tree. "Who is my master?" Taurus Longjiao came to Lu Yiping's side. He looked at Qizun and smiled. "In your era, many people call him the ancestor of lightning punishment and the master of Saint Demon." Chen Xiao, Chen Hanxue, Qi Huai, Sun Xiaofei, Hao Lianyu, and the others felt their minds explode. Ancestor of lightning punishment. Holy Devil Master Lu Yiping. This Gu family's disciple was none other than the Holy Devil Master Lu Yiping, who had entered the Kunpeng divine sect alone. Sun Xiaofei and Chen Zhongtao's faces paled. Xiao Sen, the human race's ancestors, Chen Xiao, and the Saint Royal Manners experts were all agitated. The Heavenly Beast Demon Lord, Life-Severing Demon Emperor, Scarlet Abyss Demon Lord, and White Bone Demon Commander were all killed by my master with a single punch. Taurus Longjiao said to Qizun. Righteous Sect's old ancestor Xiao Sen, Gold Sun Sect, and Blue Rainbow Sect's experts were all shocked. That mysterious expert was the ancestor of lightning punishment, the master of Saint Demon, Lord Lu Yiping. They were all saved by Lord Lu Yiping. Sun Mu, the sect master of the Jingyi school, and Sun Xiaofei, the young sect master of the Jingyi school, who had suspected that Lu Yiping was a spy of the Devil clan, were even more frightened. "We thank the Holy Devil Master, Lord Lu Yiping." Xiao Sen and the others stepped forward and knelt respectfully. "Many thanks to Lord Lu Yiping for saving us." Qin Xiu also led the Saint Royal Manners experts to Lu Yiping and knelt before him. "Many thanks to Lord Lu Yiping for protecting our human race. If it weren't for Lord, our Saint Royal City would have been annihilated by the Demon Dragon Palace. Lord is our Saint Royal City's savior. Our Saint Royal City will forever remember Lord's kindness." Chen Hanxue was also kneeling on the ground. Heaven Battling City's Qi Huai, Jade Fan Gates Hao Lianyu, Zhu Lang, and the others were also kneeling on the ground. Between heaven and earth, only 2 people remained standing. Lu Yiping glanced at Chen Xiu, Chen Hanxue, and the others, and had them stand up. Then, he began to search Qizun's soul. A while later, when the soul-searching ended, Lu Yiping reached out and took out a round object from Qizun's body. This was the ancient dragon essence he had obtained from Qizun, and he had yet to fully refine it. Lu Yiping inserted the ancient dragon essence into Qin Xiu's body. This ancient dragon essence is yours. Qin Xiu couldn't believe that Lu Yiping would bestow such a precious ancient dragon essence to him. He was pleasantly surprised and thanked Lu Yiping. This Qin Xiu deserves to be bestowed with the ancient dragon essence by Lord. You can be considered the descendant of an old friend. Cultivate well. Lu Yiping said. The first ancient holy emperor, Qin Yushu, had once followed him. This Qin Xiu was Qin Yushu's descendant, so he could be considered the descendant of an old friend. When Qin Xiu heard Lu Yiping say that he was an old friend, he couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yiping knew his father. Lu Yiping was the holy devil master, so it was possible that he knew his father. Then, Lu Yiping threw Qizun to Taurus Longjiao, make a fire and roast the dragon, we'll eat the dragon meat. Taurus Longjiao smiled, alright, although this little loach's strength is average, it's still a true dragon. Its meat will go well with wine. Qin Xiu, Lan Jiang, Qiao Sen, and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at the dragon archdemon Venerable's black dragon body, they didn't know what to say. Lu Yiping and Qiao Sen were actually planning to roast and eat a controller true dragon. Qizun's demonic aura was overwhelming, and he dominated the netherworld prison. He was Long Gang's right-hand man and had devoured countless human overlords in his life. Now, he was going to be roasted by Lu Yiping. Everyone had mixed feelings. Then, Taurus Longjiao set up a bonfire on the spot. The bonfire burned brightly, then he placed a tree frame and threw Qizun onto it. Soon, Qizun's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the Saint Royal City. This fire was, of course, not an ordinary fire. Not to mention a Dimension Master, even existences beyond the Dimension Master realm would be burned to ashes. Looking at Qizun's true dragon body being roasted on the bonfire, everyone was shocked. Soon, Qizun's screams stopped. His soul had been incinerated. The fragrance of meat filled the air. Dragon oil dripped down, golden yellow. That was dragon fat, the dragon fat of a true dragon in the controller realm. One day passed. 6 demon generals of the Demon Dragon Palace led experts to besiege the Saint Royal City. 5 demon generals were killed by Lu Yiping, and Qizun was roasted by Lu Yiping. The netherworld prison was shaken by the news. The monster race, Treant race, and other races were silent. The netherworld prison was originally filled with demon race experts and disciples. However, when the news spread, many cities were shaken, and the number of demon race experts decreased significantly. No matter how I write, there are people who are dissatisfied. After more than 10 years of writing, is it really getting worse? Lost confidence. Holy Royal Manor. Lu Yiping was watering the 7-colored gourd vine on Mount Buzhou. These days, he had been watering the 7-colored gourd vine. The golden-purple gourd vine had grown bigger, but it was still far from maturity. At this time, it had been 2 days since the devil race besieged the Holy Royal City. In these 2 days, other than watering the 7-colored gourd vine, Huang Xiaolong had been comprehending the fortune jade disc and the ancient heavenly quartz heavenly steel. After watering the 7-colored gourd vine, Lu Yiping called Qin Xiu, Jiang Haidong, and the others over. Lord is leaving? Qin Xiu was surprised, then cautiously asked, tomorrow is the human race grand competition. Why don't Lord stay and watch the competition before leaving? Jiang Haidong agreed, that's right, Lord, we would like to invite you to host the human race grand competition. Lu Yiping shook his head, the human race grand competition can be hosted by you all. A short while later, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Holy Royal City under Qin Xiu and Jiang Haidong's respectful escort. Before leaving, Lu Yiping asked Qin Xiu and Jiang Haidong to inquire about Chang Liang's whereabouts. At the same time, he told Jiang Haidong to give Ivan more pointers in the future. Qin Xiu and Jiang Haidong watched as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's figures disappeared into the horizon. For a long time, they did not move. The Four-Way Sea was located at the northernmost part of the Nether Prison. The Four-Way Sea was the largest sea in the Nether Prison, consisting of 4 seas. It was also where the Nether Prison's strongest force, the Devil Dragon Palace, was located. The Nether Prison was already dusky to begin with, and the Four-Way Sea was even darker. The entire sea was pitch black, like a giant black gem embedded in the Nether Prison. By the time Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the Four-Way Sea, the sky was already dark. The four-way sea blended into the night sky, exuding a chilling aura. The two paused for a brief moment before breaking through the sea's surface, entering the sea. The Devil Dragon Palace's headquarters was located at the bottom of the sea. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the seabed, they discovered experts from the demon race and other races. Although the four-way sea was the headquarters of the Demon Dragon Palace, it didn't prohibit the entry of experts from other races. Therefore, many experts from the demon race and other races often entered the four-way sea. However, the human race and the devil race had always been at odds. Therefore, very few human experts entered the four-way seas. Of course, it wasn't that there were no humans. Some human merchant associations would often enter the four seas to buy and sell things. Just as Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong were about to head towards the underwater city, they sensed strong energy fluctuations ahead. Clearly, there were people fighting. Ancestor Shumi, hand over the Shumi Buddhist bead. The Shumi Buddhist bead belongs to my Shumi Buddhist sect, it is impossible for me to hand it over to you. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to leave the four seas. Following that, another wave of intense energy fluctuations came. Initially, Lu Yiping didn't want to pay attention to these fights, but the other party's conversation caught his attention. Earlier, when he went to the Guiyuan sword school, Chu Tong wasn't there. Thus, Chu Tong went to see the Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor. The Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor was Chu Tong's good friend. Let's go take a look, Lu Yiping said. Then, he and Taurus Longjiao headed towards the direction of the fight. A short while later, they arrived at the scene. At the scene, an old man clad in a golden-red kasaya was besieged by several people. Without a doubt, the old man clad in the kasaya was the Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor, Wu Zhe. The four people besieging Wu Zhe were clad in dark purple brocade robes. Devil chi roiled around their bodies, and on each of their robes, there was a strange image of a devil. Tua Luo Dao. Judging from their attire, they were the Tua Luo Dao's ancestors. The Tua Luo Dao was a force second only to the Devil Dragon Palace in the Nether Prison. In the Nether Prison, the Lifeless Gate was ranked third, below the Tua Luo Dao. In terms of strength, the Tua Luo Dao was much stronger than the Lifeless Gate. The Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor, Wu Zhe, was a mid-stage world lord with a strength close to 30 million units. The four Tua Luo Dao's ancestors weren't weak either, each of them had a strength close to 30 million units. After a short battle, Wu Zhe was at a disadvantage. Since Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao didn't conceal their auras, the five people at the scene saw Lu Yiping and Wu Zhe. The five people were surprised. One of the Tua Luo Dao's ancestors attacked Wu Zhe while speaking to Lu Yiping and Wu Zhe. Juniors, which sect are you two from? Didn't your elders warn you not to be curious? Sometimes, curiosity can lead to death. Taurus Longjiao laughed at Wu Zhe's words. Didn't your juniors tell you not to take advantage of your seniority? Otherwise, you can also lead to death. The four Tua Luo Dao's ancestors were stunned. That Tua Luo Dao's ancestor laughed loudly at Wu Zhe's words. His laughter was so loud that it shook the surrounding sea waves. Is it very funny? Taurus Longjiao asked with a smile. That Tua Luo Dao's ancestor laughed, it is very funny. But in the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Taurus Longjiao had pulled him over without him noticing. In the next second, Taurus Longjiao's palm slapped Tua Luo Dao's ancestor, sending him spinning in circles on the spot. The other three Tua Luo Dao's ancestors were shocked, stopping their attacks. Even the Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor Wu Zhe stopped in his tracks. Just now, he couldn't see how the Golden Retriever's ancestor had captured Tua Luo Dao's ancestor. Tua Luo Dao's ancestor's strength was close to 30 million units, yet he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. This Golden Retriever's ancestor was a late-stage world lord? Or peak late-stage world lord. After sending Tua Luo Dao's ancestor spinning in circles on the spot, Taurus Longjiao slapped him again, sending him tumbling back to the other three ancestors. The four ancestors glared at Taurus Longjiao and Lu Yiping in shock and anger. What, you want to be slapped again? Taurus Longjiao snickered. Seeing this, the four ancestors didn't dare to linger any longer. The four of them sped away. After the four ancestors left, Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor Wu Zhe stepped forward, greeting Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Shumi Buddhist sect's Wu Zhe, thanks to sirs for saving us. It's nothing. Lu Yiping said, you're Chu Tong's good friend? Wu Zhi was stunned for a second, then answered respectfully, Chu Tong and I have been good friends for many years, may I know who sirs are? Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping didn't conceal the truth. Wu Zhi nearly jumped out of his skin at Huang Xiaolong's words, quickly saying, so it's Saint Devil Master Lord Lu Yiping, Wu Zhi greets sirs. Wu Zhi bowed respectfully. What are you doing in the Four Direction Sea? Taurus Longjia was curious. The Xumi Buddhist sect was located in the Jiutian's Great Void region, separated from the Four Direction Sea by who knows how many miles. Wu Zhi wouldn't appear here for no reason. Wu Zhi quickly explained, I received news that the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body appeared in the Four Direction Sea, so I came to investigate, but I didn't expect to run into an expert from Tua Luo Dao. That Tua Luo Dao's ancestor is called Yu Kuan, he has a grudge with me many years ago. Oh, the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body appeared? Lu Yiping was surprised. In ancient times, the Red Lotus Golden Buddha was one of the top 10 experts of the Myriad Gods era. Yes. Wu Zhi nodded, many experts have entered the Four Direction Sea in search of the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body. Who would have thought that little guy Red Lotus Buddha's golden body would appear? Taurus Longjia sighed. The Red Lotus Buddha was one of the top 10 experts of the Myriad Gods era. He was also the Big Dipper Divine Palace's Palace Master's eldest disciple, and also Goddess Luo Shui's eldest senior brother. Hearing Taurus Longjia call the Red Lotus Buddha a little guy, Xumi ancestor Wu Zhi was stunned. He muttered, moreover, there are rumors that the Big Dipper Divine Palace's Palace Master left a treasure map on the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body. Treasure map? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjia were surprised. Wu Zhi nodded, yes, the Big Dipper Divine Palace's treasure map. However, it's only half of the treasure map. It's said that the other half is with the Big Dipper Divine Palace's Palace Master's little brother, Goddess Luo Shui. Luo Shui. Lu Yiping and Wu Zhi were stunned. Although it's only half of the treasure map, it's enough to shake the various forces. Wu Zhi went on, now, the demonic beasts, treants, and golden giants have all entered the Four Direction Seas. So that's the case. No wonder there were more demonic beasts and treants in the Four Direction Seas. Even the rarely seen golden giants had appeared. The two chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at a city in front of them. The city in front of them was the famous Blue Crystal City of the Four Direction Seas. Many merchants from the human race would head to the Blue Crystal City when they entered the Four Direction Seas. Moreover, there were many merchants and organizations from the human race and other races that would set up branches in the Blue Crystal City. Lu Yiping and the other two entered the Blue Crystal City. The Blue Crystal City was bustling with activity, and experts from various races came and went. I heard that someone entrusted the Heavenly Wind Pavilion to auction off a Desolate Era artifact. Desolate Era artifact? That's impossible. Who would take out such a treasure to auction? The Heavenly Wind Pavilion has appraised it. It's an artifact from before the Desolate Era. It's said to be a stone similar to a silver ore. It's over 2 meters tall and extremely heavy. Only with the joint efforts of all the Heavenly Wind Pavilion's experts were able to move it. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Do we need all the big shots and overlords of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion to move it? Some people discussed. Lu Yiping and Taurus Mountain's Mountain Rock. Stone? Only the stones of Mount Buzhou could have such a terrifying weight. Brother, did you just say that the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion wants to auction a stone similar to a silver mine? Lu Yiping walked over to the other party and threw a handful of heaven-grade spirit stones at them. When the other party received the heaven-grade spirit stones, they were all stunned. Someone didn't believe it and bit down on it. One word, toothache. After regaining their senses, they hurriedly got up and invited Lu Yiping and the other two to sit down. That's right, the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion will auction this silver ore 3 days later. One of them hurriedly said, I heard that other than this silver or stone, there is also an item from the primordial era. The venerable one of the ancient era? Lu Yiping was stunned. Yes. That person nodded and said, some say it's a piece of jade worn by the venerable one of the ancient era, some say it's a divine weapon refined by the venerable one of the ancient era, and some say it's a cultivation technique manual of the venerable one of the ancient era. That silver or stone should be a sacred mountain in the desolate era. Now, many experts of the demonic dragon palace, Tuo Luo Path, Treant tribe, and Golden Giant tribe have come to the Blue Crystal City for that stone. Another person said, but I heard that the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body has also appeared. Recently, the Four Seas hasn't been peaceful. The Four Seas is the Devil Dragon Palace's territory. No one would dare to cause trouble in the Four Seas, right? That's hard to say. If it's an ordinary treasure, no one would dare. But the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body is enough for everyone to take risks. Several people talked non-stop. Lu Yiping asked a few more questions and bid farewell to them. He left with Taurus Longjiao and Shumi ancestor Wu Zhe. After Lu Yiping left, one of them looked at Lu Yiping's figure and said, "Do you guys think that this person could be a Saint Devil Master?" The rest of the group laughed. "Brother, you're thinking too much. There are so many people wearing blue robes these days. Do you think you're lucky enough to run into a Saint Devil Master?" One of them laughed. "That's hard to say." That person laughed. If that person is really a Saint Devil Master, then these few pieces of heaven-grade spirit stones were touched by a Saint Devil Master. With the Saint Devil Master's divine aura, they would be priceless treasures in the future. Several people laughed. Lu Yiping didn't know that. After leaving, the three of them found a tavern and stayed there for the time being, waiting for the auction to start 3 days later. At the same time, they inquired about Jade-Faced Wolf Lord and the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body. Lu Yiping wondered if Jade-Faced Wolf Lord came to the Four Seas because of the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body. Or perhaps, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord already knew about the appearance of the Red Lotus Buddha's golden body, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Four Seas last month. Also, what was the item that the Heavenly Wind Pavilion wanted to auction him? Lu Yiping was puzzled. While the three of them were waiting for the Heavenly Wind Pavilion's auction, news of Overlord-level experts entering the Four Seas kept spreading. Some old monsters from the Saint Devil era and even the Heaven Battling era came out and entered the Four Seas. The Heaven Battling City's people are here. When the news spread, the Four Seas shook. It's the Heaven Battling City Lord, Lord Qi Yuan, and Lord Qi Aosher. Almost all of the Heaven Battling City's elders are here. Someone said excitedly. Heaven Battling City's Qi Yuan, Qi Zhan Tian's son, and also his only son. He was also in existence second only to Long Gang. Qi Yuan's arrival made the Four Seas even livelier. But, Lord Qi Yuan didn't come in the Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot? Didn't you hear? The Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot was flattened by the Saint Devil Master's 9th Revolution War God. I heard that even the four wheels are crooked. The Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot probably hasn't been repaired yet. It can't be, right? That Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot had an array arranged by Lord Qi Zhan Tian. How could it be flattened? It's true that Lord Qi Zhan Tian arranged the array, but Lord Qi Aosher hasn't broken through to the controller realm, so he couldn't display the array's power. If it was Lord Qi Yuan, the Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot wouldn't have been flattened. In the Blue Crystal City, many people were discussing the Heaven Battling Divine War Chariot's wheels. Some even said that Qi Yuan didn't leave the Heaven Battling City just for the Red Lotus Golden Buddha body, but also for the Saint Devil Master. He wanted to fight the Saint Devil Master to protect the Heaven Battling City's reputation. Hearing these discussions, Lu Yiping just smiled. More and more experts arrived in the Blue Crystal City. Nothing happened for 3 days. On the day of the auction, Lu Yiping and the other two left the inn early and came to the Heavenly Wind Pavilion for the auction. The square in front of the Heavenly Wind Pavilion's auction was filled with luxurious carriages. It's you guys. When Lu Yiping and the other two arrived at the auction, they ran into the Tuo Luo Pass old ancestor Yukuan and the others. This time, Yukuan's group of 4 was respectfully following behind 2 old men. Seeing the 2 old men, Wu Zhe was shocked. The Black-White Double Fiends. The Black-White Double Fiends were the Tuo Luo Path's great ancestor-level masters, and also the overlords of the Heaven Battling era. Yukuan whispered to the Black-White Double Fiends last time. The Black-White Double Fiends were surprised, and they looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Xinjian will continue to write diligently. This book's results are not bad. Jidian's high-order subscriptions are close to 3,500. It seems that breaking 10,000 high-order subscriptions won't be a problem. However, the average number of subscriptions can't be raised. Many of you have subscribed to the first few chapters and then went to read the pirated version. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Which sect are these two little friends from? Heisha of the black-white double demons asked Lu Yiping and the other man. What, you want to fight? Taurus Longjia said, if you want to fight, then fight, don't be so long-winded. White Fiend's face sank. Yu Kuan and the other three were furious. In the end, the Black Fiend duo did not make a move. Lu Yiping and the other two entered the auction house. Because Lu Yiping wore light blue robes all year round, there was a saying circulating in the Nether prison, better provoke the Demon Dragon Palace than provoke a blue-robed young man. Of course, the blue-robed young man must be Lu Yiping. Especially after this saying spread, many young people began to imitate Lu Yiping and wear blue robes. Old ancestor, there are many young people wearing blue robes now. Yu Kuan guessed the Black Fiend duo's misgivings and said. Black Fiend shook his head, let's check this person's identity first. That young man just now was very similar to the legendary Lu Yiping. After Lu Yiping and the other two entered the auction house, Wuxia revealed his identity as the Shumi ancestor. The Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion staff arranged a VIP room for Lu Yiping and the others. However, the VIP rooms were divided into 3 classes. Although Wuxia was the Shumi ancestor, he was not the top among the guests today. Therefore, the VIP rooms arranged for Lu Yiping and the others were the most ordinary. Lu Yiping didn't care about this. Demon Dragon Palace's Lord Long Zongrui has arrived. Tua Luo Path's Black Fiend duo has arrived. Just as Lu Yiping and the others entered the VIP room and sat down, the auction house's experts outside shouted excitedly. Outside, the Tua Luo Path's Black Fiend duo encountered the Demon Dragon Palace's experts, so they came in together after a short delay. Hearing the auction house's experts' shouts, all the experts who entered the auction house turned around in surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the Demon Dragon Palace and Tua Luo Path's experts walked in. Leading the group was the Demon Dragon Palace's Lord Long Zongrui and the Black Fiend duo. Seeing Long Zongrui and the black-white double demons enter, many people hurriedly stood up. Senior twin demons, please. Long Zongrui's tiger-like eyes swept over the scene, then politely said to the twin demons of black and white. Palace Lord Long, please. Although the person who came was not Long Gang, Long Zongrui was still an overlord. The black and white double demons did not dare to slight him. The experts from Demon Dragon Palace and Tua Luo Path entered VIP Room 1 and VIP Room 2 respectively. The Treant Race Patriarch has arrived. The Golden Giant Patriarch has arrived. Not long after the experts of Demon Dragon Palace and Tua Luo Path entered, the patriarchs of the Treant tribe and the Golden Giant tribe arrived together. The arrival of the Treant tribe and Golden Giant tribe's patriarchs caused quite a stir. Although there weren't a lot of Treants and Golden Giants, their lifespans were extremely long. Therefore, they had a lot of experts. Even the Tua Luo Path and Lifeless sect didn't dare to underestimate these two tribes. The Night Soul tribe's patriarch, Lord Yi Tua, has arrived. Hearing the announcement from the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's experts, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked out through the glass. They saw the Night Soul tribe's experts walking in arrogantly, followed by the Ma family and King Kong sect's experts. Seeing the arrival of the Night Soul tribe, Ma family, and King Kong sect's experts, Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, there are quite a lot of people from the Night Soul tribe, Ma family, and King Kong sect. There were probably 1,000 experts from the Night Soul tribe, Ma family, and King Kong sect. Then, the experts from the other super forces of the Nether prison arrived one after another. Soon, there were no empty seats. This time, there were only 10 items up for auction. Although there were only 10 items, just the Rock of Mount Buzhou and the Ancient Era Sovereign's item were enough to attract experts from all over the world. Of course, the other 8 items were also rare treasures. The first item up for auction was an acquired spiritual treasure. In the end, it was won by the Treant race's patriarch. The next item up for auction is the Phoenix Flute of the ancient Big Dipper Divine Palace's goddess Luo Shui. When the second item was up for auction, the host suddenly announced. What, the Big Dipper Divine Palace's goddess Luo Shui's item? Many people exclaimed. Who is goddess Luo Shui? Some people had never heard of her before. Goddess Luo Shui is the Red Lotus Buddha's junior sister, and according to the divine scripture, Goddess Luo Shui was a good friend of the ancient era sovereign. An ancestral master explained. The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned when they heard that the second item up for auction was Luo Shui's flute. At the same time, Lu Yiping's brows furrowed. Previously, he had found Luo Shui's broken misty sword in the Jiutian, and now it was the phoenix flute. Did something really happen to Luo Shui? At this time, an expert from the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion brought a flute onto the auction stage. The flute was 2 feet long, pure white without any impurities, and had a mesmerizing luster. On the flute's body, there was a fire phoenix pattern. Lu Yiping recognized that it was the Luo Shui's phoenix flute. The auctioneer continued, this phoenix flute was refined from a rare million-year jade core, and sealed within the flute is a fire phoenix with a pure bloodline. Everyone should know the value of a million-year jade core. Even if a friend who is not proficient in flute arts buys this flute and carries it with him, it will benefit him greatly. Moreover, this fire phoenix's strength is unknown, but since Goddess Luo Shui is the Red Lotus Buddha's junior sister, this fire phoenix's strength must be astonishing. If one can control this flute, its strength will surpass many supreme-grade acquired spiritual treasures. The auctioneer's words caused another uproar. Everyone knew what it meant to surpass supreme-grade acquired spiritual treasures. In the number 1 VIP room, Long Zongrui, the palace master of the demonic dragon palace, stared at the phoenix flute with fiery eyes and said, this flute is mine. If he could refine the fire phoenix sealed within the flute, his dragon and phoenix true essence would fuse, and he would be able to break through to the controller realm. Our chief pavilion master obtained this phoenix flute from the eternal demon realm. The auctioneer said, our chief pavilion master went through many dangers to obtain this phoenix flute. Our chief pavilion master said that this flute will only accept heaven-grade spirit stones. Lu Yiping's eyes flickered. Eternal demon realm? The starting price is 10 million heaven-grade spirit stones, the auctioneer said again. Instantly, the hall quieted down. 10 million heaven-grade spirit stones, almost everyone present was an expert from the nether prison's super forces, but there were not many who could take out 10 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, someone said, 20 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Everyone looked at the number 3 VIP room. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Night Soul tribe, Yi Tua. 30 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, Long Zongrui, the palace master of the demonic dragon palace, said from the number 1 VIP room, the demonic dragon palace wants this flute. The patriarch of the Night Soul tribe, Yi Tua, did not speak again. The patriarch of the Treant tribe, the patriarch of the Golden Giant tribe, and the twin ghosts of Black and White who were about to speak also stopped. For a moment, the hall was silent. Since no one else is bidding for this flute, it belongs to the demonic dragon palace, Long Zongrui said. 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Just as Long Zongrui's voice fell, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Around 8 p.m., third update, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone could tell that Long Zongrui was determined to get the jade flute. Even the Night Soul race patriarch and the others had stopped bidding and left the jade flute to the demon dragon palace. Now, there was someone who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to compete with the demon dragon palace. However, what piqued everyone's curiosity was who was able to fork out 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Long Zongrui's face sank after recovering from his surprise. He ordered his subordinates, find out who was in the VIP room. His subordinates complied and left the room. 110 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Long Zongrui shouted after his subordinates left the room. 200 million. Just as Long Zongrui's voice fell, a voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. 200 million heaven-grade spirit stones? Who is this person? He actually bid 200 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Could it be the hell-suppressing divine country from the divine land? Someone discussed. Ever since the Jiutian Kuan-Pung divine sect was destroyed, only the divine land's number 1 divine country, the hell-suppressing divine country, could compete with the demon dragon palace. The divine land's hell-suppressing divine country, the Jiutian Kuan-Pung divine sect, and the netherworld prison's demon dragon palace were all super powerhouses. Long Zongrui frowned. At this time, the demon dragon palace's expert who went out to inquire returned. He reported respectfully to Long Zongrui, Palace Lord, I've asked the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's people. That VIP room belongs to the Jiutian Shumi Buddhist sect's founder Wu Zhe. Other than Wu Zhe, there is another young man and a burly man. They should be Wu Zhe's subordinates. So, it's the Jiutian Shumi Buddhist sect's Wu Zhe. One of the Demon Dragon Palace's ancestors snorted coldly. I thought it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it's just a little loach. Another Demon Dragon Palace's ancestor was puzzled. Is the Shumi Buddhist sect that rich? Could it be that they obtained some kind of treasure? It's hard to say. The little loach ancestor sneered. Long Zhongrui shouted, 210 million heaven-grade spirit stones. He then turned to Lu Yiping's VIP room. Sir, you're from the Shumi Buddhist sect, right? Wu Zhe, I advise you to think carefully before bidding. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Just as Long Zhongrui finished speaking, that voice sounded again, 300 million heaven-grade spirit stones. 300 million, heaven-grade spirit stone. Long Zhongrui's face was ugly, his eyes were filled with anger, killing intent surging in his heart. The experts present were in an uproar. It's actually the Jiutian Shumi Buddhist sect. The Shumi Buddhist sect can take out so many heaven-grade spirit stones? Is this Shumi Buddhist sect's founder Wu Zhe's brain filled with chaos water? Long Zhongrui suddenly sent a palm strike towards the room Lu Yiping was in. You're courting death. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you in the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion? Following Long Zhongrui's palm strike, a huge demonic dragon flew out from where the palm energy passed. The palm energy transformed into a dragon. Demon Dragon Palace's Extinction Dragon Kill. The Demonic Dragon Palace's Extinction Dragon Kill was created by the ancestor of the Demonic Dragon Palace. Only the successive palace masters of the Demonic Dragon Palace could learn this technique. The dragon chi was vast, and demonic waves surged. The entire Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion was shaking, showing signs of collapsing. Watching this, the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's supervisor's face tightened. He hurriedly activated the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's defensive formation. In an instant, a blinding light soared to the sky. Just as Long Zhongrui's Extinction Dragon Kill was about to hit the room Lu Yiping was in, a giant fist imprint pierced through the air. This fist imprint emitted a space-time light, and a terrifying time force swept out. Seeing this fist imprint, the Tua Luo Path's black-white twin fiends exclaimed, Divine Time Fist. What, Divine Time Fist? Everyone present was shocked. How could the Shumi Divine Sex experts know the old Devil Time's ultimate technique? The Divine Time Fist imprint shattered Long Zhongrui's Extinction Dragon Kill in an instant, and then it roared as it flew towards the Demonic Dragon Palace's guest room number 1. Watching the Divine Time Fist imprint rumbling towards the guest room, the Demonic Dragon Palace's ancestors paled. All of you, attack! Dragon Cave Wave! The Demonic Dragon Palace's ancestors bellowed, and they attacked at the same time as Long Zhongrui, pushing the demonic dragon force inside their bodies to the limit. As the Demonic Dragon Palace's experts attacked, surging demonic dragon force condensed into a light wave. The light wave spun rapidly, forming a black hole in the middle. Destructive power emerged from the black hole, swallowing everything. Everything around the Dragon Cave Wave was torn apart by the demonic dragon force, pulverizing everything. Although the Demonic Dragon Palace did not send many people, every one of them was a world lord. Including the Demonic Dragon Palace's palace lord Long Zhongrui, there were a total of 21 world lords. Some of them were early world lords, some were mid-stage world lords, and 2 of them were late-stage world lords. 21 world lords joined hands to attack, and the resulting power was boundless. Experts from various forces in the auction hall retreated in fear. The Divine Time Fist imprint collided with the Demonic Dragon Palace's ancestors' Dragon Cave Wave. Everyone watched as the Divine Time Fist imprint pierced through the destructive Dragon Cave Wave. The Divine Time Fist imprint pierced through the black hole in the middle of the Dragon Cave Wave, and the Dragon Cave Wave collapsed. Dong, the Divine Time Fist imprint pierced through private room number 1. The Demonic Dragon Palace's palace lord Long Zhongrui and one of the Demonic Dragon Palace's ancestors were struck by the Divine Time Fist imprint. Long Zhongrui and the 21 world lords were sent flying through the auction hall, crashing into the square outside the auction hall. When Long Zhongrui and the others landed on the square, their vitality was fading away at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to withered corpses without a trace of vitality. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. The demonic dragon palace's palace lord Long Zongrui and the 20 world lords of the demonic dragon palace had turned into dried corpses lying outside the auction hall. Dead? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. The demonic dragon palace's palace lord Long Zongrui died just like that. The Treant tribe patriarch, Golden Giant patriarch, Night Soul tribe patriarch Tua, and the Tua Luo Pass black-white double fiends were horrified, especially the Tua Luo Pass experts. They knew very well who was with the Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestor Wuxia. Tua Luo Pass ancestor Yukuan's hands and feet were trembling. Could that blue-robed young man really be that big shot? The auction continues. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice sounded. Hearing Lu Yiping's voice, everyone retracted their gazes from the demonic dragon palace's palace lord Long Zongrui's corpse and regained their senses. The auctioneer was an early world lord realm master. He held the auction hammer in his hand and said in a trembling voice, "Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, this flute will go to this lord." The auction hall fell into dead silence. In the end, the jade flute was won by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and 3 mountain-sized pieces of heaven-grade origin stones landed on the auction stage. Each piece could be cut for 100 million. A long time later, the auctioneer finally spoke. The next item to be auctioned is the ancient era venerable lord's treasure. The auction continued, but the crowd's attention was on the demonic dragon palace's palace lord Long Zongrui and the others' corpses lying outside the auction hall. Tomorrow update, first update at 10 a.m., the corpses of the demonic dragon palace's palace master, Long Zongrui, and the other 21 people were lying outside. No one collected them, and no one dared to collect them. During the auction, an expert from the Tianwen Pavilion cautiously walked up to the stage with a painting. Then, he opened the painting carefully, as if he was afraid of damaging it. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the painting nervously. The primordial era sovereign was an unimaginable existence. He had reached an unimaginable realm in the 4 arts. Someone had once comprehended the supreme way of the sword from a painting of his. Someone had once comprehended several absolute arts from a painting of his. Someone had even comprehended the method to break through to the Dimension Master realm from a painting of his. As the painting was opened, everyone saw a figure standing on the peak of a mountain. The figure carried everyone on his back. However, an imposing aura of a monarch was emitted from the painting. Many of the experts present were shocked when they saw the figure. A mysterious artistic conception struck the depths of everyone's soul. It was a simple painting, but it resonated with everyone's soul. It was as if what they saw was not a mountain, but the great Tao. It was as if what they saw was not a person, but a supreme existence above the great Tao. That stone seems to contain the ancient fist technique, 100 War Divine Fist. That tree contains the supreme sword technique. I saw the missing move of the meteor god spear. Everyone was shocked and excited. The black and white double demons of the Tua Luo path were also excited. After seeing the painting, they seemed to have seen the great Tao that led to the Dimension Master realm. Ancestral Master Shumi Wuxia, who was sitting beside Lu Yiping, also said excitedly, "This painting is a peerless treasure." Lu Yiping was speechless. He recognized this painting. It was indeed his painting, but it was one of the paintings he was most dissatisfied with. Back then, after he painted it, he felt dissatisfied, so he threw it away. He didn't know which mountain it was thrown into. He did not expect it to be picked up by the Tianwen Pavilion. Taurus Longjiao looked at the painting and laughed. "I did not expect this piece of trash to be picked up by the Tianwen Pavilion. Now, it is being sold as a treasure." The excited ancestral master Shumi Wuxia almost choked. Such a peerless treasure painting was actually called trash by this 9th Revolution war god? He was somewhat unconvinced and said, "Sir Shaojin, this painting is the ink of the revered one of the world." When Taurus Longjiao saw Wuxia's unconvinced expression, he smiled and said, "I know. However, this is indeed one of the most trashy paintings of the revered one." Wuxia was puzzled. Could it be that Sir Shaojin had seen other paintings of the supreme one of the world? This painting is one of the supreme of the world's proudest works. The host excitedly introduced, "Everyone, please take a look." This stone, this tree, this mountain, every stroke, every object contains supreme laws. Every object contains an ultimate technique. Even if a dimension master were to spend his entire life studying this painting, it would still be difficult for him to fully comprehend the absolute arts and laws within. The host talked non-stop for a full 10 minutes. He praised the painting as if it was the only painting in the world. Liu Yiping almost thought that this painting was his proudest masterpiece. The starting bid for this painting is 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. After a full 10 minutes of explanation, the host began to bid for the painting. 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones was 10 times the price of goddess Luo Shui's jade flute, but no one felt that it was expensive. Everyone felt that it was a matter of course. Many people couldn't help but look at the VIP room where Liu Yiping was located. Such a treasure, surely this existence would be interested, right? However, everyone waited for a long time, but Liu Yiping didn't say anything. Seeing this, the Night Soul Patriarch Yitua mustered up his courage and stammered, 100 million. Seeing that Liu Yiping didn't say anything, the Tree Man Patriarch and the others also began to bid. In the end, the painting was won by the Golden Giant tribe for 200 million. The lord who bid for the jade flute didn't bid for this painting? Could it be that he ran out of heaven-grade spirit stones? Could it be that he doesn't like this painting? How is that possible? This is the masterpiece that the Supreme of the world is most satisfied with. This painting is enough for one to spend a lifetime studying. Many people guessed. The Golden Giant tribe patriarch was secretly delighted when he won the painting. Then, a few more items were auctioned. The last item left was the stone that looked like a silver ore, which was the stone of Mount Buzhou. The Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion auction has unanimously appraised this stone as a stone of a divine mountain in the untainted land. It might even be the legendary stone of Mount Buzhou, the auctioneer said excitedly. The stone of Mount Buzhou? When everyone heard that the stone in front of them might be the stone of Mount Buzhou, they exploded like a hot pot. Mount Buzhou was the first divine mountain after the creation of the heavens. Legend had it that Mount Buzhou was formed from the body of the god of creation after the creation of the heavens. Moreover, Mount Buzhou could nurture many heaven-level treasures. As everyone knew, the rarer a treasure was, the harder it was to cultivate and raise it. For example, some heaven-level treasures couldn't be raised at all if they were planted in ordinary divine soil, but Mount Buzhou could. Mount Buzhou was born in the primordial chaos, and its soil was better than any other divine soil in the world. Therefore, when they heard that the stone that looked like a silver ore might be the stone of Mount Buzhou, everyone's eyes burned with passion. The auctioneer saw that everyone was so excited and laughed in his heart. In fact, the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion couldn't verify whether it was the stone of Mount Buzhou or not. It was just a guess, but these bumpkins were already so excited. Moreover, even if this stone was really the stone of Mount Buzhou, it would be useless for these bumpkins to bid for it. This was because the stone of Mount Buzhou was a dead stone. Even after years of research, the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion still couldn't revive it. If this stone couldn't be revived, it would be no different from an ordinary stone by the roadside. The auctioneer talked at length about all the advantages of this stone, and finally said, the starting price of this stone is 400 million heaven-level spirit stones. 400 million, when everyone heard the starting price, they immediately quieted down. Even the Golden Giant tribe patriarch, who had just won the painting of the revered one, shook his head. In fact, no one was stupid. Everyone could sense that the stone didn't have any vitality, and even the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion couldn't revive it. Even if they bid for it, it would be a dead stone. For a moment, no one spoke. 500 million. Liu Yiping said. Everyone looked at Liu Yiping's VIP room again. Previously, many people guessed that Liu Yiping didn't bid for the painting of the revered one because he didn't have enough money after bidding for the jade flute, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. However, many people shook their heads. Obviously, they felt that it wasn't worth spending 500 million heaven-level spirit stones to bid for this stone. In the end, no one bid against Liu Yiping. The auction came to an end. When everyone walked out of the auction house, the corpses of the demonic dragon palace's palace master, Long Zongrui, and the others were still lying in the square outside. Second update, 1 p.m. Looking at the demonic dragon palace's palace master Long Zhongrui and the others' corpses, the crowd couldn't help but feel shocked. These were the rulers of 21 planes, and all of them were from the demonic dragon palace. The demonic dragon palace was the overlord of the netherworld prison. They could only kill other people. When had they ever been killed by other people? The demonic dragon palace also has such a day. A few days ago, the 10 great demon generals were all killed. Even the gigantic dragon demon sovereign was roasted. Now, the demonic dragon palace's palace master's 21 corpses are lying on the street, and no one is collecting them. An ancestor shook his head. Could the lord who bought the jade flute be the Saint Devil Master? Someone suddenly asked. Immediately, everyone quieted down. In the past, Demon Dragon Gong Long Gang was a taboo in the Nether prison. Right now, Saint Devil Masters were also a taboo in the Netherworld prison. No one spoke. When everyone left, they circled around the corpses of the Devil Dragon Palace's palace masters from a distance. After Liu Yiping bought the Buzhou Mountain Stone, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he called the person in charge of the Tianwen Pavilion over. May I know where your chief pavilion master found this flute in the Eternal Demon Domain? Liu Yiping took out Luo Shui's jade flute and asked. The person in charge of the Heavenly Inquisition Pavilion stood in front of Liu Yiping, trembling with fear. Sir, I only know that our chief pavilion master found this flute in the Eternal Demon Domain. At least, I don't know the exact location. What about your chief pavilion lord? Liu Yiping asked. Our chief pavilion master entered the Eternal Demon Domain a few days ago. I don't know when he will return, the person in charge of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion said hurriedly. Liu Yiping frowned. Eternal Demon Domain? Can you contact your chief pavilion master? Liu Yiping asked. No. The person in charge of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion smiled bitterly. Usually, only the elders of the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion can contact the chief pavilion master. However, the elders have already followed the chief pavilion master into the Eternal Demon Domain. You're not lying to us, are you? Taurus Longjiao sneered. You don't know anything. The face of the person in charge of the Heavenly Inquisition Pavilion changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, absolutely not. I really don't know where our chief pavilion master is in the Eternal Demon Zone. Moments later, Liu Yiping and the other two left the auction house. When he came out, Liu Yiping glanced at the corpses of the Demon Dragon Palace's palace lord Long Zhongrui and the others before returning to the inn with Taurus Longjiao and Wu Jia. Liu Yiping took out Mount Buzhou and the Mount Buzhou stone he had obtained from the auction and began to refine them. As for Taurus Longjiao and Wu Jia, they went out to gather information about the Red Lotus Golden Buddha and Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. After Liu Yiping refined the Buzhou mountain stone from the auction, Taurus Longjiao and Wu Jia returned at the same time. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha body escaped into the Eternal Demon Domain? Liu Yiping was surprised when he heard the news. Yes. Wu Jia nodded and said, when Lord killed Long Zhongrui, Long Gang of the Demon Dragon Palace was enraged. He led the Demon Dragon Palace's experts to surround and kill Lord. However, when he heard that the Red Lotus Golden Buddha had escaped into the Eternal Demon Domain, he turned around and entered the Eternal Demon Domain. The Lifeless sect has formed an alliance with the Demon Dragon Palace. Taurus Longjiao continued, moreover, they have entered the Eternal Demon Domain together with the Demon Dragon Palace. Now, many super sects have learned that the Red Lotus Golden Buddha has escaped into the Eternal Demon Domain. They have all rushed to the Eternal Demon Domain. Liu Yiping stood up. The Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's chief pavilion master had obtained the jade flute in the Eternal Demon Domain. Now, the Red Lotus Golden Buddha had escaped into the Eternal Demon Domain. Was there a connection between the two? Immediately, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Wu Jia left the Blue Crystal City and rushed to the Eternal Demon Domain. The Eternal Demon Domain was not far from the Four Directions Sea. With their speed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Eternal Demon Domain. When Liu Yiping and the other two arrived, experts from various forces were rushing to the entrance of the Eternal Demon Domain. The Eternal Demon Domain had existed since the ancient times. It was home to many strange creatures, species, and all kinds of formations and restrictions. It was the most dangerous place in the Netherworld prison. Normally, few people would enter the Eternal Demon Domain. But now, the entrance of the eternal demon domain was bustling with noise and excitement. Lu Yiping and the other two followed the crowd into the eternal demon domain. Standing in the air, Lu Yiping scanned the eternal demon domain. All he could see was a vast expanse of demonic mist. According to legends, the eternal demon domain was a different space created by a supreme demon in the ancient times. This supreme demon had cultivated here for a long time. Therefore, the eternal demon domain was filled with demonic chi all year round. All the creatures and demonic beasts that lived here had been demonized. They were ferocious, violent, and bloodthirsty. Just as Lu Yiping was considering which direction to go, a large group of experts rushed in from the entrance. When they saw Lu Yiping and the other two blocking their way, one of them immediately shouted, "Hey, are you going or not? If not, don't just stand there and block other people's path." Lu Yiping frowned. Although they stood there motionlessly, the space around them was spacious and they could move in any direction. They didn't block the path of the people behind them. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Wu Zhe turned around. Wu Zhe was surprised when he saw the other party's attire. Hell-suppressing divine nation. These people were from the Divine Land's #1 force, the hell-suppressing divine nation. Normally, the Divine Land and Jiutian experts rarely entered the Netherworld prison. But this time, the appearance of the Red Lotus Golden Buddha attracted many experts from the Divine Land and Jiutian. The leader of the hell-suppressing divine nation stood proudly and said indifferently, "Your eyesight is not bad, you recognize us. Since you recognize us, why don't you scram?" Taurus Longjiao chuckled and directly slapped the young man, sending him flying. The young man was sent tumbling in the air by Taurus Longjiao's slap. In the end, he smashed into the ground in the distance, causing dust to rise. The other experts from the hell-suppressing divine nation were stunned. "So what if you're from the hell-suppressing divine nation?" Taurus Longjiao snorted, "This Lord Ox hates the word scram the most. If you dare to say it again, even if you're the heavenly king, I'll crush your balls." Suddenly, one of the experts from the hell-suppressing divine nation punched at Taurus Longjiao. The fist tore through the void, and the power of light illuminated the world. Behind him, there was a tall figure that seemed to be the ruler of light. Wherever the light passed, purgatory trembled. This was the hell-suppressing divine art of the hell-suppressing divine nation. Only the core members of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom were able to learn the hell-suppressing light art. However, the dragon-horn golden bull didn't even bother to look at him. Instead, it sent him flying with a slap. Before he could react, the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's expert was sent flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. The experts from the hell-suppressing divine nation were stunned. The one who attacked just now was their hell-suppressing divine nation's marshal, an overlord at the late-stage world lord realm. The hell-suppressing divine art is not bad, but it's a pity that it's not practiced to perfection. Taurus Longjiao swept his gaze over the experts from the hell-suppressing divine nation. "Anyone else wants to fight?" The experts from the hell-suppressing divine nation retreated in panic. A moment later, Lu Yiping's group of 3 sped away. The hell-suppressing divine nation's marshal, who was sent flying high into the sky, fell back to the ground. 5:03 p.m., when the experts from the hell-suppressing divine kingdom looked over, they saw their marshal lying on the ground. His meridians were shattered, and his face was covered in blood. He had already fainted. The young man who was sent flying was shocked and enraged. "Where is His Majesty in the eternal devil domain?" The young man rubbed his swollen face and roared, "Investigate the origins of those people for me." His expression was hideous. "Third Prince, could that young man be the master of the holy devil domain?" One of the experts from the hell-suppressing divine kingdom asked hesitantly. The young man was the third son of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's ruler, Duan Pengfei. "You're talking about Lu Yiping?" Duan Pengfei and the experts from the hell-suppressing divine kingdom were shocked. Even though they were far away in the Divine Land, they had heard that Lu Yiping had annihilated the Kuanping divine sect, killed the 10 great devil generals of the Devil Dragon Palace, and even roasted the giant dragon archdevil ancestor. "This subordinate is just guessing," the expert from the hell-suppressing divine kingdom said. "There are many young men wearing blue robes now." Indifferent, Duan Pengfei sneered, "Lu Yiping, you won't be able to be arrogant for long." After Lu Yiping and the others left, they continued to fly forward. Right now, no one knew where the Red Lotus Golden Buddha body was. thus, they could only choose a direction to search for it. As more and more experts entered the Eternal Devil domain, more and more news started to spread. The Jiotian Stone Golem tribe's patriarch found a piece of psychic jade on a mountain in the south. This piece of jade has already given birth to an innate life form. Furthermore, it's at the level of 1,000,000 years old. Once an innate life form is born, it will be amazing. The Nether Prison's Traiant tribe's patriarch found a silver lightning god tree in an ancient forest in the north. It can't be, right? A silver lightning god tree? The silver lightning god tree is a rare divine tree. If one can borrow the lightning chi from the silver lightning god tree to cultivate, their physical body's defense and strength will definitely reach a shocking level. As the news spread, the experts who were rushing into the Eternal Devil domain became excited. Even though the Eternal Devil domain was dangerous, there were many rare treasures. However, there was also some bad news. For example, in the Nether Prison, a great ancestor of the Golden Giant race who was at the level of a master of a plane encountered an octopus monster the size of a mountain. He was torn to shreds and swallowed alive. Another example was a Grand Elder of the Jiutian Yan clan who triggered an ancient formation and was destroyed in both body and soul. The night deepened. At night, the demon chi in the eternal demon realm was so dense that one couldn't even see one's own fingers in front of one's face. A chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate covered the entire eternal demon realm. Some monsters that were rarely seen during the day rushed out from every corner. Fights and massacres could be seen everywhere in the eternal demon region. Some of them were fighting against the monsters and strange creatures of the eternal demon realm, while others were fighting for treasures. Wuxia couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the experts fighting over the treasures. Who would have thought that even the monarch of the hell-suppressing godly kingdom would come for the appearance of the Red Lotus Golden Buddha? The hell-suppressing godly kingdom sent 4 batches of experts this time, including 400 realm lords. However, I heard that even the experts of the Star Ocean sect are here. Star Ocean sect? Are you talking about the Void Plains giant Star Ocean sect? That's right, it's the Star Ocean sect. The Star Ocean sect's experts are here on behalf of the hell-suppressing godly kingdom's monarch. It seems like the Holy Demon Lord had a grudge with the Star Ocean sect in the past. If the Star Ocean sect's experts come and meet the Holy Demon Lord, I wonder what will happen. When Liu Yiping and the other two were passing through a mountainous area, a group of experts in front of them were discussing the Void Plains Star Ocean sect. Wuxia's face changed when he heard that. There were more than 10 planes surrounding the Eternal Essence Plane. Among these 10 planes, the Eternal Essence Plane's strength could only be considered average. The Void Plane was the most powerful plane among the dozens of planes in the vicinity. The Star Ocean Divine Sect was one of the giants in the Void Plane. In terms of strength, the Star Ocean Divine Sect was stronger than the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect in the Nine Heavens, the Demon Dragon Palace in the Netherworld Prison, and the Hell-Suppressing Divine Nation in the Divine Land. Wuxia did not expect the Star Ocean sect's experts to come to the Eternal Demon Realm. Oh, the Star Ocean sect? Taurus Longjiao's interest was piqued. He asked Wuxia, "You know about the Star Ocean sect?" He and Liu Yiping had not left the Holy Forest for many years. This was the first time they had heard of the Star Ocean sect. Wuxia quickly answered, "The Star Ocean sect is one of the strongest forces in the Void Plane. I heard that the Star Ocean sect's plane master alone has several thousand experts. No one knows how many plane masters there are. The strongest is the Star Ocean sect's great ancestor. He's an expert on the god list. The Star Ocean sect's strength is much stronger than the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect, Demon Dragon Palace, and Hell-Suppressing Godly Kingdom. I wonder how many experts the Star Ocean sect has sent this time." Wuxia said carefully, "Back when the Holy Demon Lord entered the Void Plane, he had a conflict with the Star Ocean sect. It seems that many people from the Star Ocean sect died." Taurus Longjiao laughed, "Oh, God list experts? That sounds interesting." Wuxia said, "The God list includes the 100 strongest experts from Hingyuan, Void Plane, Western Blue, and the rest of the 17 planes." "Then, does anyone from Hingyuan have on the God list?" Liu Yiping asked. Wuxia mumbled, "Hingyuan doesn't have any experts on the god list. Hingyuan was so big, but no one could enter the divine list." This was quite embarrassing. Even the Jiutian, Netherworld, and Divine Land don't have anyone on the god list? Taurus Longjiao asked. Wu Zhi nodded. Back then, Lord Qi Zhantian and the Holy Demon Lord were both experts on the god list. However, after Lord Qi Zhantian and the Holy Demon Lord, no one else has been able to enter the god list. Taurus Longjiao chuckled. What's the ranking on the god list? Will I be able to enter the god list if I kill one of them? Wu Zhi almost choked. The number of experts from the 17 planes was as vast as the galaxy. Those who could enter the god list were all experts among experts. How could they be killed so easily? Experts on the god list represented invincibility, the pinnacle of the 17 planes. That Lord Xiaojin, experts on the god list rarely show themselves. Wu Zhi could only say it in a roundabout way. However, Taurus Longjiao said, it doesn't matter if they don't show themselves. When the time comes, we'll enter the Star Sea Divine Sect's ancestral land and crush their grand ancestor to death. Wu Zhi's forehead was covered in sweat. The three of them flew forward. Lu Yiping asked Wu Zhi about the Star Sea Divine Sect, the God List, and the other forces in the Void Plane. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha has appeared. It's in the demonic Moon Mountain range in the south. Soon, news of the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's appearance spread. Lu Yiping and the others hurried to the demonic Moon Mountain range in the south. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha has been obtained by the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. The Jade-Faced Wolf Lord is being hunted by the Demon Dragon Palace and the hell-suppressing Divine Nation. Just as Lu Yiping and the others were rushing to the demonic Moon Mountain range, news of the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord obtaining the Red Lotus Golden Buddha and being hunted by the Demon Dragon Palace and the hell-suppressing Divine Nation spread. 9 p.m. Fourth update, Lu Yiping and the others were surprised to hear that Jade-Faced Wolf Lord had obtained the Red Lotus Golden Buddha. I didn't expect Jade-Faced Wolf Lord to obtain the Red Lotus Golden Buddha. Taurus Longjiao sighed. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha was a Buddhist object that could only be obtained by those who were not fated with it. Therefore, Taurus Longjiao was surprised that Jade-Faced Wolf Lord had obtained the Red Lotus Golden Buddha. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was neither righteous nor evil, so it was impossible for him to obtain a Buddhist object like the Red Lotus Golden Buddha. Taurus Longjiao would not be surprised if Wu Zhi had obtained it. Just as Lu Yiping and the others were rushing towards the Demon Moon Mountain range in the south, they saw a young man who looked like a spoiled brat running towards them. A large group of experts was chasing after him. There were probably tens of thousands of them. There were experts from various sects and clans. There were the Jiutianjian tribe and Stone Golem tribe, the Nether Purgatory's Treant tribe, the Golden Giant tribe, the Demonic Dragon Palace, the Lifeless sect, the Night Soul tribe, the Ma family, the Diamond sect, and the Divine Land Suppressing Hell Divine Nation. They were all superpowers from the Jiutian, the Nether Purgatory, and the Divine Land. Shumi ancestor Wu Zhi was dumbstruck. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone being hunted by so many superpowers from the Jiutian, the Nether Purgatory, and the Divine Land. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord? He guessed. Only Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, who had obtained the Red Lotus Golden Buddha, was worthy of being hunted by so many superpowers. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was running for his life, but when he saw Lu Yiping and the others, he frowned. Without a word, he threw a punch at Lu Yiping who was blocking his way. Taurus Longjiao reached out and passed through Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's fist, dispersing it before grabbing Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was stunned, but before he could react, Taurus Longjiao had already grabbed him by the collar. Taurus Longjiao lifted Jade-Faced Wolf Lord in front of him from across the void. He squinted at him and said, "Little guy, you dare to attack your Grandpa Ox with such little strength? Do you know who Grandpa Nyo is?" Jade-Faced Wolf Lord stared at Taurus Longjiao in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was one of the 10 great experts of the heaven battling era, yet this golden-haired man had grabbed him by the collar and lifted him to the front without giving him a chance to resist. What realm had this golden-haired man reached? Furthermore, he discovered that the power in his body had unknowingly been sealed. "Who are you?" Jade-Faced Wolf Lord looked at Taurus Longjiao in horror. At this time, the experts chasing after Jade-Faced Wolf Lord also arrived. However, many people stopped in their tracks. "Master of the Holy Devil, Lu Yiping!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Some of the experts who were about to snatch Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's body trembled in fear. They stopped in their tracks as their internal organs trembled. Disregarding everything else, just the fact that Lu Yiping had stepped into the Kunpeng divine sect and roasted the giant dragon archdevil was enough to make the experts who were about to make a move pale with fright. Even existences like the Kunpeng divine sect's founding ancestor and the leader of the demonic dragon palace's 10 great generals, the giant dragon archdevil, were powerless in front of Lu Yiping. Some of them were even heavenly gods. Jade-faced Wolf Lord jumped in fright when he heard the crowd's exclamations. This blue-robed young man in front of him was the ancestor of lightning punishment, the master of the holy devil, Lu Yiping. Then, this golden-haired man was a 9th Revolution war god. Jade-faced Wolf Lord was terrified. Many people turned to look at the demonic dragon palace's Long Gang. Long Gang was clad in a golden dragon armor. He was tall and sturdy, even more muscular than Taurus Longjiao. He exuded an imposing aura. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Dragon chi surged from his body, and the world's laws flew out from his body, forming a 10,000 zhang long golden dragon. The 10,000 zhang long golden dragon hovered behind Long Gang, looking down at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. A terrifying pressure filled the air, as if heaven and earth were about to collapse under the pressure. The experts who were close to Long Gang were all shocked. World's laws, 250,000. The lifeless sect's founding ancestor Tani, Ma Bing, and the others were astounded looking at the world's laws. The Kunpeng divine sect's founding ancestor had 110,000 world's laws. Long Gang, on the other hand, had reached 250,000. The demonic dragon palace's experts prostrated in excitement. Ancestor is invincible. Even the hell-suppressing divine country's ruler Duanhong was shocked. This Long Gang had actually condensed 250,000 world's laws. He had estimated that Long Gang's strength was comparable to the Kunpeng divine sect's founding ancestor's strength. At most, Long Gang's world's laws were 10,000 times more than the founding ancestors. How could Long Gang's strength be so strong? The Starry Ocean sect's ancestor Meng Fuding was also astounded. Long Gang slowly walked forward. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. The ground he walked on actually cracked inch by inch. Long Gang walked out, looking at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, come out and fight with me. His voice rumbled, echoing for miles. Even the mountain range in the distance was shaken. Everyone's attention was on Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping glanced at Long Gang's 250,000 world's laws and said nonchalantly, "You dare to challenge me with just 250,000 world's laws? Who gave you the courage?" Everyone's expression turned strange. Only 250,000 world's laws, too little. Long Gang's expression was ugly. He looked coldly at Lu Yiping. Although you're the holy demon's master, it doesn't mean you're stronger than him. In this world, it wasn't rare for disciples to be stronger than their masters. Everyone knew that the holy demon's talent was unparalleled. Not only did he have one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines, but his comprehension was also terrifying. He could learn any cultivation technique at a glance. The holy demon's talent was unparalleled, but it didn't mean that Lu Yiping's talent was also unparalleled. At this time, the Starry Ocean sect's ancestor Meng Fuding stepped forward and came to Long Gang's side. His aura suddenly soared, and stars condensed behind him. There were thousands of stars, starlight shone, enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, the world's laws surged out from his body. 310,000 world's laws. Everyone was shocked. The Starry Ocean sect's ancestor Meng Fuding was actually stronger than Long Gang. If that's the case, how about adding me? Meng Fuding said indifferent. Not enough. Lu Yiping was indifferent. Then, add me in. The hell-suppressing divine nation's ruler Duanhong stepped forward and said. Radiant light shone from his body, condensing into numerous radiant sovereigns. 230,000 worlds laws spread out. 25, 31, 23, the three world masters' power was boundless. Wave after wave, it was like a vast sea that wanted to drown the entire eternal demon realm. Under the three world masters' terrifying pressure, countless devil creatures in the eternal demon realm fled in panic. Experts from various forces also retreated in fear. Only after they had retreated far away did they feel a little better. The lifeless sect's founding ancestor Ma Bing looked at Long Gang and the other two world masters standing side by side in shock. He took a deep breath and said, with the three of you joining forces, Lu Yiping is bound to lose. The hell-suppressing divine nation's ruler Duanhong looked at Lu Yiping and said, Lu Yiping, with the three of us joining forces, we can challenge you. Still not enough. Lu Yiping shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Long Gang, Meng Fuding, and Duanhong's faces sank. At this time, a person walked out from the void. How about I join in? He took a step forward, and his momentum surged. Layers of starlight filled the eternal demon domain sky, illuminating it with starlight. Strands of world laws intertwined around it. The number of world laws had reached 570,000 strands, 570,000 strands, that was more than twice the number of Long Gang. Even Meng Fuding, who had 310,000 strands of world laws, paled in comparison. Everyone was shocked. This one is the Star Sea Divine Sex Wang Haitao. The newcomer came to Meng Fuding's side and introduced himself. It was another Star Sea Divine Sex ancestor. This time, the Star Sea Divine Sect had sent two sovereigns. Wang Haitao. He's the Star Sea Divine Sect's godchild's senior brother. Someone exclaimed. A commotion broke out. Indifferent, Wang Haitao looked at Lu Yiping and asked, Do you think the four of us aren't enough? Lu Yiping didn't say anything. His momentum surged, and heaven and earth shook. The ground quaked, and cracks appeared in the void. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Shocking lightning dragons roiled in the air, and a sea of divine lightning covered every inch of the eternal demon domain sky in the blink of an eye. Then, a towering figure appeared behind Lu Yiping. This figure wasn't the heavenly emperor's physique. Instead, it was shrouded in lightning. Above its head was the eternal demon domain sky, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. It held a giant lightning hammer in its hand. The hammer was formed from numerous lightning dragons. The terrifying might of the lightning god swept across heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. Is that the ancient lightning god? Someone exclaimed. No, it looks like the lightning ancestor's incarnation. An ancestor who cultivated in lightning arts said in a trembling voice. Lightning ancestor. The lightning ancestor, after heaven and earth split apart, the lightning ancestor was the lightning ancestor's incarnation. At the same time, he was also the origin of heaven and earth's lightning. When this incarnation of the lightning ancestor appeared, space began to rumble. The golden dragon behind Long Gang actually began to crumble apart, and the stars behind Meng Fuding and Wang Haitao began to fall to the ground. The chief sovereign of light behind Duanhong also began to crumble apart. Lu Yiping snorted coldly. His snort was like thunder, exploding in the sky. Behind him, the lightning ancestor's incarnation suddenly smashed down with its giant lightning hammer. As the mountain-like lightning hammer came crashing down, a violent airflow swept out, surging, and attacking the surrounding heaven and earth. Many mountain ranges were bombarded by this violent airflow until they were on the verge of collapsing. Long Gang, Meng Fuding, Wang Haitao, and Duanhong all felt the aura of death as they watched the mountain-like lightning hammer smash down. The four of them were shocked and attacked almost at the same time. Great Wisdom Vajra Dragon Fist. Long Gang attacked with all his might. A huge fist mark flew out along with a huge golden dragon. Limitless Astral Divine Fist. Meng Fuding and Wang Haitao simultaneously used the Star Sea Divine Sect's supreme technique. The Limitless Astral Divine Fist was not only the Star Sea Divine Sect's supreme technique, but it was also one of the top 100 techniques of the 17 world surfaces. Wherever the Divine Fist passed, the starry sky was filled with stars, and a giant star god condensed. Light gathered behind Duanhong, making him look like a bright sun, bursting with radiance as he punched out. Radiance Purification Fist. Radiance energy surged forward like a tidal wave, unstoppable. The roiling devil chi around the eternal demon domain was purified by the radiance energy. The four of them joined hands, and their radiant power illuminated the surroundings for miles. Boom, the four of them struck the giant lightning hammer at the same time. Heaven and earth rumbled. Rays of light burst out. However, what shocked everyone was that when the four people's powerful attacks hit the giant lightning hammer, it didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, it continued to hammer down on the four people. How is this possible? The hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's ruler Duanhong couldn't believe it. Seeing this, the hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's ancestors were shocked. One of them roared, "Activate the hell-suppressing divine formation together, help the ruler." Immediately, the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's 400 existential planes flew up behind Duanhong and activated the radiance prison-suppressing art at the same time. What kind of scene would it be if 400 existential plane masters activated the radiance prison-suppressing art at the same time? It was as if a giant radiant sun had exploded, and radiance rushed to the sky like a flood. The 400 existential plane masters attacked the giant lightning hammer at the same time. When the 400 existential plane masters attacked, heaven and earth were filled with radiance, and the darkness in the eternal demon domain seemed to have disappeared. Boom! The 400 existential plane masters of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom attacked the giant lightning hammer at the same time. But the giant lightning hammer did not budge, and it continued to smash down. Even if the 400 existential plane masters of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom attacked at the same time, it was still not enough. The Devil Dragon Palace's existential plane masters and the Star Sea Divine Sect's existential plane masters also flew out and attacked together. Devil Dragon Hidden Killing Fist. The Devil Dragon Palace's existential plane masters roared, and they attacked together. Surging Dragon Force roared and flew out, forming a giant Devil Dragon. The Devil Dragon spun and condensed into a fist. This time, the Devil Dragon Palace sent out almost all of their existential plane masters. There were more than 600 existential plane masters. More than 600 existential plane masters attacked together, and their destructive power overshadowed the previous existential plane masters of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom. The Star Sea Divine Sect's existential plane masters also roared in unison, and they struck out with their palms. Starlight shone brightly, and rivers of stars appeared in the sky. From afar, it looked like there were rivers of stars in the night sky. The Devil Dragon Palaces and the Star Sea Divine Sect's experts attacked the giant lightning hammer at the same time. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. It sounded like the end of the world. However, the lightning hammer was not blasted away, and it continued to smash down without slowing down. Even the 600 existential plane masters of the Devil Dragon Palace and the 200 existential plane masters of the Star Sea Divine Sect could not stop it. All of a sudden, the thunder hammer expanded again. After the lightning hammer that was originally as big as a mountain grew bigger, it smashed down with a momentum that blotted out the sky. The hell-suppressing divine kingdoms, Devil Dragon Palaces, and Star Sea Divine Sect's experts watched the descending lightning hammer in shock and despair. "Run!" Long Gang roared and transformed into his true dragon form. Dragon Concealment Art. He immediately executed the Dragon Concealment Art in an attempt to escape. Duanhong, Meng Fuding, and Wang Haitao also executed escape arts to escape. Meng Fuding and Wang Haitao even crushed the Star Sea Divine Sect's ancient escape talisman. Before everyone's eyes, the world-extinguishing lightning hammer smashed down. Space shook. Boom, the ground trembled for a long time. Sand and dust flew high into the sky. Even the people who were hiding far away lost their sense of hearing due to the vibrations. The sand and dust did not fall to the ground for a long time. Far away, the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's third prince Duan Pengfei looked at the lightning hammer that smashed into the ground and cried out in grief, "Father! Lord Great Ancestor!" The Devil Dragon Palace's experts cried out in grief. "Ancestor!" The Star Sea Divine Sect's experts also cried out in alarm. The lightning hammer fell too fast. Long Gang, Duanhong, Meng Fuding, Wang Haitao, and the others did not manage to escape. All of them were smashed into the ground by the lightning hammer. For o'clock second watch, experts from the Tua Luo Path, Lifeless Sect, Night Soul Race, Ma Family, Diamond Sect, Yen Tribe, Stone Golem Tribe, and the Divine Land's other super forces were dumbfounded. Long Gang, Meng Fuding, Wang Haitao, Duanhong, the 4 World Lords, the 600 World Lords from the Demon Dragon Palace, the 200 World Lords from the Star Sea Holy Sect, and the 400 World Lords from the Hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom. A total of 1,200 World Lords couldn't even withstand a single blow from the lightning hammer, whether it was the black-white twin ghosts of the Tua Luo Path, Ma Bing of the Lifeless Sect, or Yi Tua of the Night Soul Race, they were all dumbfounded. 1,200 World Lords, 4 World Lords, all lost. Ma Bing of the Lifeless Sect muttered to himself with disbelief in his eyes. How strong is the Saint Devil's Master? Heisha of the black-white twin ghosts felt his throat go dry. At the same time, he was glad that he didn't make a move during the Heavenly Wind Pavilion's auction. Who can be a match for this Hingyuan? Does this mean that we've entered the Lightning Ancestors era? When an invincible person appeared in this era, it meant the beginning of a new era. Lightning Ancestor, Saint Devil's Master. Is that really the Lightning Ancestor's incarnation? Everyone looked at Liu Yiping and the Lightning Ancestor's incarnation behind him in shock. At this time, the lightning hammer was still surrounded by lightning, and the lightning energy was still rolling around it. Father! The hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's third prince, Duan Pengfei, rushed forward, but before he could get close to the lightning hammer, he was blasted away by the lightning energy around the hammer, rolling several hundred miles on the ground. Duan Pengfei vomited blood and fainted. The lightning ancestor's incarnation slowly lifted the lightning hammer, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked over and saw that the place where the lightning hammer struck had turned into a huge crater with a radius of several thousand miles. The Demon Dragon Palace, Star Sea Holy Sect, and hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's planar lords' corpses were lying on the ground, no longer breathing. These planar lords' corpses were so badly mangled that their faces couldn't be seen. However, Long Gang, Meng Fuding, Wang Haitao, and Duan Hong's bodies were still intact. Long Gang and Long Gang bodies were lying on the ground, and hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's incarnation. After all, these were the four controllers. Hell's Prison's Lord. One of them was the ruler of the hell-suppressing godly nation, the #1 power in the divine land. Meng Fuding and Wang Haitao were the patriarchs of the Starry Ocean Divine Sect. Liu Yiping didn't recall the lightning ancestor's incarnation. Instead, he looked at the people from the lifeless sect. His gaze fell on Ma Bing, Tan Yi, and the others. Ma Bing, Tan Yi, and the rest of the experts shuddered when they saw Liu Yiping looking at them. I heard that the Death Door sect and the Demon Dragon Palace have formed an alliance to kill me. Is that right? Liu Yiping said calmly. Our Death Door sect and the Demon Dragon Palace are indeed in an alliance, but we're not trying to kill you. Ma Bing tried to argue. Liu Yiping waved his hand in the air, and countless snow-white objects fell from the sky. What is this? Snow? No, it's runes. When these snow-like talisman symbols fell from the void, they came into contact with the sand and dust in the air, freezing them into ice. The terrifying power of the ice made the lifeless sect's experts tremble in fear. Ma Bing, Tan Yi, and the rest didn't even hesitate to flee. However, these snow-white runes suddenly accelerated, falling on the lifeless sect's experts in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Ma Bing, Tan Yi, or the lifeless sect's patriarchs and grand elders, all of them were frozen into ice and fell from the sky, shattering into pieces. Thousands of lifeless sect's experts were turned into ice cubes. The Ma family, Vajra sect, and Night Soul clan who had always been allies with the lifeless sect were enraged. The remaining experts from the Demon Dragon Palace, Starry Ocean Divine Sect, and Hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom retreated with ashen faces. Liu Yiping looked at the remaining experts from the Ma family, Demon Dragon Palace, Starry Ocean Divine Sect, and Hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom. One of the Starry Ocean Divine Sect's experts bellowed, Liu Yiping, our Starry Ocean Divine Sect is a super force in the void plane. We have countless plane controllers, and our great ancestor is an expert on the god list. You killed our Starry Ocean Divine Sect's experts, our great ancestor will descend to Hingyuan. At that time it will be too late for regrets. When I kill someone, I never regret it. Liu Yiping said indifferently. He pointed a finger at the sky, and a hole opened in the sky. However, this time, it wasn't divine lightning that fell from the hole, but divine flames. There were all kinds of divine flames. Nirvana divine flame. Nihility divine flame. White divine flame. Chaos divine flame. These divine flames condensed and spun, turning into pillars of fire that fell from the sky. Heaven and earth were bathed in a crimson glow. From afar, it looked like pillars of fire connected heaven and earth. It was a beautiful sight. Looking at the terrifying pillars of fire that fell from the sky, the Starry Ocean Divine Sect's experts roared in anger, Liu Yiping, when our great ancestor arrives, you won't have a good ending. Kill. Run. Some of them charged at Liu Yiping recklessly, while others fled in a frenzy. However, the pillars of fire continued to fall. Everything was burned to ashes. The experts from the Tuo Luo path, Stone Golem race, and Flame tribe clearly saw the process of Jia turning the experts from the Demon Dragon Palace, Starry Ocean Divine Sect, Hell-suppressing Divine Nation, Ma family, and Night Soul race into ashes. This process seemed to have slowed down, and everyone could see it clearly. They could even see the fear in the eyes of the Demon Dragon Palace's experts when they were hit by the pillars of fire. Boom, several pillars of fire slammed into the ground. They burned through the ground. Flames and ashes splashed everywhere. The flames and the pillars of fire spun, and it took a long time for the pillars of fire to dissipate. There were several fiery pits on the ground, and lava spewed out from the pits. The ground was much emptier than before. Lu Yiping's gaze swept over the scene. When his gaze fell on the Tuo Luo Path's ancestor, Yukuan's legs went soft, and he fell to his knees. The Twin Fiends Black-White, Stone Golem race's great ancestor, Flame tribe's great ancestor, and other experts lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yiping. Everyone's hands were shaking. Lu Yiping withdrew the lightning ancestor's incarnation behind him, and his gaze fell on Jade-faced Wolf Lord. Currently, Jade-faced Wolf Lord was in Taurus Longjiao's hands, his face devoid of blood, and his body was limp. No one knew if it was due to fear or his weakness acting up. "Are you all not planning to leave?" Taurus Longjiao asked when he saw that everyone was still standing there motionless. The experts from the Tuo Luo path, Flame tribe, Stone Golem race, Treant race, Golden Giant race, and other forces felt as if they had been pardoned, and they fled in panic. "The Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body is with you?" After everyone left, Lu Yiping asked Jade-faced Wolf Lord. Hearing Lu Yiping's question, Jade-faced Wolf Lord was dazed for a moment, unable to recover from the scene he had just witnessed. When he regained his senses, he quickly released the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body. A Buddha whose entire body seemed to be plated with gold appeared in front of the crowd, emitting Buddhist light. This Golden Buddha's body had Red Lotus insignia on both arms. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body was sentient, and when it saw Lu Yiping, it knelt down excitedly. "The Red Lotus greets Lord." Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Shumi ancestor Wu Zhe were both surprised. Did this Red Lotus Golden Buddha know Lu Yiping? 6 o'clock, third update, get up. Lu Yiping helped the Red Lotus Golden Buddha up with one hand. Lu Yiping looked at the palm imprint on the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's back and turned to Jade-faced Wolf Lord. Frightened, Jade-faced Wolf Lord quickly explained, "Lord, it wasn't me, it was the Star Sea Holy Sex people." The Red Lotus Golden Buddha also spoke, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with him. I was being chased by the Star Sea Holy Sex people, and he saved me." Although he had the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body, it was only a golden avatar, and did not possess the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's strength. Jade-faced Wolf Lord nodded heavily, and he was so grateful to the Red Lotus Golden Buddha that he shed tears of gratitude. "Fortunately, you spoke up, otherwise, I would have lost my life just now." Recalling the scene of the lightning ancestor's lightning hammer annihilating Long Gang, Meng Fuding, Wang Haitao, Duan Hong, the Devil Dragon Palace, Star Sea Holy Sect, and the hell-suppressing divine country's 1,200 worlds overlords, Jade-faced Wolf Lord's heart trembled uncontrollably. Even when he was being chased by the Devil Dragon Palace's experts, using all kinds of talismans to escape, he did not tremble like this. Hearing that it had nothing to do with Jade-faced Wolf Lord, Lu Yiping's expression relaxed. He stretched out his hand, and a ray of light entered the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body. The palm imprint on the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's back disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the Red Lotus Golden Buddha's body shone brighter than before. "Let's leave this place first." Lu Yiping led the group out of the Eternal Demon Domain, returning to the inn in Blue Crystal City. Night fell. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the Red Lotus Golden Buddha sat in the inn's courtyard. Lu Yiping held a map in his hand, and it was precisely the map of half of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's treasury. "The other half of the map is with Luo Shui?" Lu Yiping asked. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha nodded, "Yes, before the Ancient Gods' War, Master gave the map to me and junior sister, and we each took half." "Do you know where Luo Shui went?" Lu Yiping asked. Red Lotus Buddha shook his head. After junior sister left Hingyuan, no one knew where she went. Moreover, I'm not very clear about the matters of the ancient times. Lu Yiping nodded. This Red Lotus Buddha golden body was only one of the Red Lotus Buddha's golden bodies. It did not have the power of the Red Lotus Buddha's true body and only had a small portion of its memories. Lu Yiping stored the Red Lotus Golden Buddha body into the cauldron of heaven and earth and used the cauldron's elixir energy to nourish it. The Red Lotus Golden Buddha body was a little fragile. If it was nourished by the pil chi of the cauldron of heaven and earth, it would grow much faster in the future. The next day, Lu Yiping called Jade-Faced Wolf Lord over and gave him 20 drops of Star Chaos Water as a thank you gift for saving the Red Lotus Golden Buddha. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord held the jade bottle with 20 drops of Star Chaos Water in it, his heart trembling uncontrollably. As the Grand Ancestor of the Jade Fan School, he naturally knew what kind of treasure the Star Chaos Water was. Thank you, my lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord expressed his gratitude. Lu Yiping allowed him to stand up before taking out the Tree of Creation and started watering it with the Star Chaos Water. Over the past few days, under Lu Yiping's daily watering, the Tree of Creation grew even more pleasing to the eye. After watering it every day, a tender leaf would grow out. In the past, it was a tender shoot. Now, it was a tender leaf. There was an improvement. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, who was still trembling uncontrollably over the 20 drops of Star Chaos Water, stared blankly at Lu Yiping watering the Tree of Creation with the Star Chaos Water. He felt that his heart was no longer trembling. Instead, it felt like it was about to collapse. As Lu Yiping watered the Tree of Creation, he asked, "Do you still remember how he annihilated the Purple Lightning Palace 100,000 years ago?" Annihilated the Purple Lightning Palace? Jade-Faced Wolf Lord collected his thoughts and knelt down in fright. His face was pale as he pleaded, "Spare me, my lord." Lu Yiping said indifferently, "Get up. I'm not condemning you. I just want to ask you something." Only then did Jade-Faced Wolf Lord relax. After he got up, he trembled as he asked, "What does my lord want to know?" "I'll tell you everything I know. Do you still remember the Purple Lightning Palace's patriarch called Huang Yuandong?" Lu Yiping asked. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was stunned. He did not expect Lu Yiping to suddenly ask about Huang Yuandong. He tried his best to recall the past and said, "Back then, I only killed the Purple Lightning Palace's patriarch and a few patriarchs. I didn't really annihilate the Purple Lightning Palace. There were still many patriarchs who survived. I don't know about this Huang Yuandong, but I know someone called Che Guohua." Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. Che Guohua? Che Guohua, wasn't that Che Dongyang's grandfather? That means you know Che Guohua's whereabouts? Lu Yiping asked. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord hurriedly answered respectfully, "Yes, my lord. A few years ago, I saw Che Guohua in the Divine Land." Lu Yiping was delighted. If Huang Yuandong was still alive, Che Guohua might know. Huang Yuandong was the one who found the second Fortune Jade Disc. The Fortune Jade Disc was far more important to him than the Foundation Tree and Buzhou Mountain. Therefore, he had to find Huang Yuandong no matter what. Knowing that Che Guohua was in the Divine Land, Lu Yiping was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he gave Jade-Faced Wolf Lord another 20 drops of Star Chaos Water. "If Che Guohua can help me find Huang Yuandong, I'll give you another 100 drops of Star Chaos Water," Lu Yiping said. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord swallowed hard and thanked Huang Yuandong excitedly. The next day, Lu Yiping and the others left the Four Directions Sea and headed to the Divine Land. As for Shumi ancestor Wu Zhe, he bid farewell to Lu Yiping. In the Hingyuan World Plain, the Divine Land was as famous as the Jiutian and Nether Prison. However, the Divine Land had passageways to other worlds. Therefore, whether it was the Jiutian or Nether Prison, the Divine Land was more prosperous. On this day, the sun was warm, and 3 figures appeared in the sky above the Divine Land. They were none other than Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, who had come from the Nether Prison. Taurus Longjiao looked at the brilliant sun in the sky above the Divine Land, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his body. He hated the Nether Prison and loved the sunshine in the Divine Land all year round. The Divine Land sunshine always made him feel golden, just like the golden hair on his body. Taurus Longjiao shook off the sand on his body comfortably. Of course, there was no sand on his body. Lu Yiping determined the direction and flew towards the city ahead with the other 2. Unlike the Jyotian and Nether prison, almost all the superpowers in the Divine Land were called Divine Nations. For example, the Prison Suppression Divine Nation, Carefree Divine Nation, Forbidden Lands Divine Nation, Cloud Divine Nation, Sky Dragon Divine Nation, Hidden Mist Divine Nation, and so on. The city they were in now was under the jurisdiction of a force called the Snow Listening Divine Nation. Back then, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord had seen Che Guohua in the Snow Listening Divine Nation's Thunder Jile Mountain. Che Guohua had been cultivating in the Thunder Jile Mountain for many years and had been living in seclusion there. Back then, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord had entered the Thunder Jile Mountain to search for lightning-attributed spiritual herbs. After resting in the city for a while, Lu Yiping and the other two continued on their way to the Thunder Jile Mountain. The Thunder Jile Mountain was located in the south of the Snow Listening Divine Nation. Half a day later, Lu Yiping and the other two arrived at the Thunder Jile Mountain. The Thunder Jile Mountain was a famous mountain in the Snow Listening Divine Nation. It was filled with lightning chi all year round, and there were many lightning-attributed treasures in the Thunder Jile Mountain. Che Guohua's cave abode is on that mountain. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord pointed at a mountain in front of them. Tomorrow's fourth update will be released at 7 in the morning. Looking for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and subscriptions. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord led the way with Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao trailing behind him. On the mountain path, Lu Yiping's group of 3 ran into many disciples from various families. Are there usually so many people on the Thunder Swarm Mountain? Taurus Longjiao asked Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord quickly answered, yes, many disciples from the Snow Listening Divine Nations families and sects come here to hunt lightning beasts. A short while later, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain peak where Che Guohua's cultivation cave was located. However, when they were halfway up the mountain, Lu Yiping stopped and looked at the forest in front of them. Wood Derivation Lightning Formation. The Wood Derivation Lightning Formation was a powerful formation that combined the elements of lightning and wood. It was obvious that Che Guohua was the one who set up the Wood Derivation Lightning Formation to prevent outsiders from entering. Lu Yiping casually flicked his finger and a streak of lightning flew out, landing on the Wood Derivation Lightning Formation. The lightning formation flickered and the forest moved on its own, opening up a small path for the 2 of them. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was stunned. The Wood Derivation Lightning Formation was a famous formation from the ancient times. How could it be broken with a flick of a finger? Seeing that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had entered the forest, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord quickly followed after them. Just as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were about to reach the center of the forest, a streak of sword light pierced through the air. Lu Yiping casually flicked his finger, dispersing that streak of sword light. The other party fell out of the forest with a muffled groan. At this time, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the center of the forest. In front of them was an open space with several imposing wooden huts built from trees. Is this Che Guohua's cultivation cave? Who are you? The old man who fell out of the forest glared angrily at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. However, when he saw Jade-Faced Wolf Lord behind them, he was stunned. Lord Jun? This young man was a disciple that Che Guohua had taken in a few years ago. His name was Dudalii. A few years ago, when Jade-Faced Wolf Lord bumped into Che Guohua, he had come here. Hence, Dudalii had seen Jade-Faced Wolf Lord before. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord hurriedly explained to Lu Yiping, "My lord, this is Che Guohua's disciple, Dudalii." Then, he said, "Big Thunder, this is Lord Lu, and this is Lord Xiaojin. We are here to look for your master." "Where is your master?" Dudalii got up from the ground and said, "My master went out for a while. He said he would be back at noon." His master had told him about the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's identity, so he was very respectful when he replied. However, he was curious about the identities of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He could tell that Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was unusually respectful to the blue-robed young man and the golden-haired man. "Sir, why don't we wait inside?" Jade-Faced Wolf Lord asked Lu Yiping. "All right." Lu Yiping agreed. Dudalii hurriedly led Lu Yiping and the others into the big wooden house in the middle. Although the house was made of wood, it was not ordinary wood. It was a rare divine wood called the golden copper divine wood. The core of the wood was made of gold and was abnormally sturdy. After Lu Yiping and the others sat down, Dudalii hurriedly poured tea for Lu Yiping and the others. The tea was dark green in color, and it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Thunder Star Bloodline. Liu Yiping looked at Du Dalai, who was pouring tea, and said. The Thunder Star bloodline was an ancient bloodline. Although it was not one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines, it was still one of the top bloodlines. Du Dalai was stunned. He did not expect Liu Yiping to recognize his Thunder Star bloodline at a glance. Sir has good eyesight. Jade-faced Wolf Lord flattered Liu Yiping and said with a smile, Dalai is an orphan. Che Guohua found him at the foot of the Thunder Swarm Mountain when he went out. Later, he found out that Dalai has the Thunder Star bloodline and adopted him as his disciple. He said to Du Dalai, Dalai, these two lords are 10,000 times stronger than me. If you can get a few pointers from them, it will be better than 1,000 years of hard work. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the Thunder Swarm Mountain, causing the ground to tremble. Du Dalai looked to the north and said, It seems like the Thunder Volcano is about to erupt again. Thunder Volcano? Liu Yiping asked. Du Dalai explained, the Thunder Volcano is a mountain to the north of the Thunder Swarm Mountain. Every few years, it will erupt a kind of magma with lightning aura. However, there are sometimes some fire or lightning attribute treasures in the magma. Therefore, every time the Thunder Volcano erupts, many disciples from the snow-listening divine nations, families and sects will come to pick up the treasures. Speaking of this, Du Dalai took out a piece of wood the size of 2 thumbs. I found this piece of wood in the magma of the Thunder Volcano. Looking at the tree block in Du Dalai's hand, Liu Yiping was surprised and said, Let me take a look at it. Du Dalai passed the tree block to Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping took the tree block and examined it carefully. The tree block was bright red and warm to the touch. There were strange patterns on the tree block. This is the tree block of the Sun Fusang tree? Taurus Longjiao asked. Liu Yiping nodded, that's right. Although the Sun Fusang tree wasn't one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, it was still a rare divine tree. It was said that the Golden Crow race during the Desolate Era lived on the Sun Fusang tree. Are there many of these tree blocks? Liu Yiping asked Du Dalai. Du Dalai shook his head, no, I have one. My master has a big one. I heard that the Snow God Nation's monarch also has 2. The snow-listening divine nation's monarch has always liked to cultivate all kinds of divine trees. There are dozens of divine trees in his tree garden, all of which are very rare. However, there is another kind of tree block that the snow-listening divine nation's monarch has never been able to cultivate successfully. Liu Yiping's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Another kind of tree block? Yes, I heard that there is another kind of tree block that is harder and heavier than this one. Du Dalai said. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at each other. Obviously, they thought of the building tree block. Although they couldn't be sure, there weren't many trees that were harder than the Sun Fusang tree. Let's go to the Thunder Volcano to take a look. Liu Yiping said. Du Dalai immediately led the way, Liu Yiping and the others to the Thunder Volcano. As they got closer to the Thunder Volcano, the temperature gradually rose. Moreover, the lightning chi in the air became denser. A tall mountain covered in flames and lightning appeared in front of Liu Yiping and the others. When did this Thunder Volcano appear? Taurus Longjiao asked. When he and Liu Yiping came to the Divine Land, they didn't remember seeing this Thunder Volcano. This Thunder Volcano should have appeared more than 200,000 years ago. Du Dalai explained, my master already had it when he was cultivating in seclusion at the Thunder Volcano. My master said that the lightning chi in the magma at the bottom of the Thunder Volcano was too dense. It mutated and blasted open the ground, causing magma to spurt out continuously, gradually forming this Thunder Volcano. When they arrived at the Thunder Volcano, there were already many snow-listening divine nations' disciples gathered in front of it. There were also some from the surrounding divine nations. Second update, 1 p.m., just as Liu Yiping's group arrived, another group of experts arrived. These experts were clad in scarlet robes with a flame embroidered on their chests. It's the Scarlet Flame Divine Sect. When the surrounding disciples saw the newcomers, they quickly stepped aside with fear on their faces. The Scarlet Flame Divine Sect was the largest sect in the snow-listening divine nation. Moreover, they had a deep relationship with the snow-listening divine nation's royal family. The Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's leading young man was arrogant as he led the group of Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's experts over. He said to Scarlet Flame Zhongzhong, the sect chief said that the country lord is looking for that kind of tree block. When the lightning volcano erupts, watch carefully and see if there's any chance of that tree block being ejected. The group of Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's experts complied respectfully. Du Dalai frowned. The snow-listening Divine Nation's country lord was also here for the tree block in his hand. Lu Yiping's expression remained calm. While everyone was waiting, the lightning volcano suddenly shook violently. Everyone saw flames rising from the lightning volcano's crater as lightning crisscrossed. In the next moment, lava spewed out from the volcano's crater like a flood. Taurus Longjiao suddenly reached out and took out a piece of golden metal from the lava. This piece of metal was the size of a palm, emitting a golden glow and emitting faint lightning flames. Taurus Longjiao laughed. I didn't expect there to be lightning flame golden rock under the lightning volcano. Lightning flame golden rock was one of the most important materials for forging postnatal spiritual treasures. In the distance, the Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's disciples saw the lightning flame golden rock in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Their eyes burned with passion as they said to the leading young man, Senior Brother Zhao, look, it's the lightning flame golden rock. The leading young man, Zhao Tianyu, also had a burning gaze when he saw the lightning flame golden rock in Taurus Longjiao's hand. He said, I didn't expect this big guy to be so lucky to find a piece of lightning flame golden rock. Taurus Longjiao threw the lightning flame golden rock to Du Dalai. Du Dalai was stunned when he caught the lightning flame golden rock. He asked, Lord Shaojin, you're giving it to me? Taurus Longjiao laughed and said, this thing is useless to me and my master. What, you don't want it? Du Dalai looked at Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord smiled and said, since Lord Shaojin is giving it to you, just accept it. Only then did Du Dalai dare to accept it. He then bowed and thanked Taurus Longjiao. The thunder volcano shook violently again, and magma gushed out from the crater once again. This time, there was even more magma gushing out, and lightning flashed incessantly. It's the blue flame lightning pearl. A disciple of the Crimson Flame Divine Sect said excitedly when he saw the pearls flickering with blue flames in the lava. The blue flame lightning pearl could be used to refine pills. It could be consumed directly to temper one's body and increase one's divine power. It was comparable to many transcendent-grade divine pills. The Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. Just as he was about to make a move, Taurus Longjiao's hand reached out and sucked all the blue flame lightning beads into Taurus Longjiao's hand. Zhao Tianyu's hand missed, and he looked at Taurus Longjiao with an ugly expression. Taurus Longjiao ignored the Crimson Flame Divine Sect's Zhongzhong's gaze and threw the blue flame lightning pearls to Du Dalai. Du Dalai was dazed when he caught the blue flame lightning pearls. These blue flame lightning pearls were worth more than the lightning flame golden rock. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord laughed, these things, Lord Shaojin and Lord Lu don't lack them. You can keep them. Du Dalai bowed again at Taurus Longjiao's words, and only then did he accept the blue flame lightning pearls. Zhao Tianyu's face sank, and he walked towards Taurus Longjiao's group. At this time, one of the Crimson Flame Divine Sect's disciples said to Zhao Tianyu, Senior Brother Zhao, that person looks like Du Dalai. Lightning Prince Du Dalai? Zhao Tianyu was shocked hearing that name, and he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on Du Dalai. It's really him? It seems to be him. I saw him a few years ago at our Snow Listening Divine Nations Alchemy Conference. That Crimson Flame Divine Sect's disciple said. Zhao Tianyu's face darkened. The Lightning Prince Du Dalai was famous among the Snow Listening Divine Nations' younger generation. He possessed the Lightning Star bloodline, and he had already entered the Heavenly God realm at such a young age. More importantly, Du Dalai's master was a world lord. Senior Brother Zhao, why don't we forget about it? The Crimson Flame Divine Sect's disciple persuaded. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Subsequently, the lightning volcano spewed out lava several times. Each time, there were many good things, but the best things were always taken by Taurus Longjiao. Zhao Tianyu's face turned ugly. However, due to Du Dalai's identity, he endured it. All of a sudden, the lightning volcano shook violently again. This time, the shaking was more violent than any of the previous times. Before the lava spewed out, balls of fire and lightning spewed out from the volcano's mouth. The various families' disciples dodged in panic, afraid that they would be hit by the fire and lightning. While everyone was dodging in panic, the lava spewed out, and a tree block appeared in the middle of the lava. This tree block was bright red in color, and it was as tall as a person. It's the tree block that the snow-listening divine nation's master is looking for. Zhao Tianyu was pleasantly surprised. He leaped into the air, and a large net appeared in his hand, covering the tree block. Just as the large net was about to wrap around the tree block suddenly turned and fell into Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's hands. Zhao Tianyu and Crimson Flame Divine Sect's disciples were dumbfounded. Zhao Tianyu's face was gloomy as he stood stiffly in the air. In a single step, he arrived in front of Lu Yiping's group. He said to Lu Yiping, "This one is the Crimson Flame Divine Sect's Zhao Tianyu. This tree block is extremely important to the snow-listening divine nation's master. Can this one bring it back to him? Of course, we can use other treasures to exchange for it." Just as Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Du Dalai, and the rest thought that Lu Yiping was going to refuse, Lu Yiping suddenly spoke, "Sure." Zhao Tianyu's heart leaped with joy. It seemed like this blue-robed young man was tactful, knowing that this was something that the snow-listening divine nation's master needed. Zhao Tianyu smiled, "What treasure do you want to exchange for?" Lu Yiping glanced at the delighted Zhao Tianyu and said, "I need a pool of Spring of Life." Currently, the Rainbow Gourd Vine needed 2 bowls of Spring of Life every day, which was why he needed it urgently. To him, the Spring of Life was much more important than the Sun Fusong tree block. PFFF. When Jade-Faced Wolf Lord heard that Lu Yiping wanted a pool of Spring of Life, he nearly spat out the drop of Star Chaos water he drank yesterday. Every expert of the Hingyuan Plains super forces knew what the Spring of Life was. "What did you say? You want a pool of Spring of Life?" Zhao Tianyu was stunned for a moment before he glared at Lu Yiping. "Are you making fun of me?" Taurus Longjiao looked at the enraged Zhao Tianyu and said, "Making fun of you? Who do you think you are? Why would my master need to make fun of you? If you don't have the Spring of Life, then scram." Zhao Tianyu was even more enraged when he heard this. He glared at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and said in a low voice, "Good, very good." Then, his gaze landed on Du Dalai and he said, "Thunder Prince Du Dalai, right? We will meet again." Third update, 5 p.m. However, before Zhao Tianyu could finish his threatening words, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord grabbed him by the neck. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord snorted, "Meet again? From your tone, it sounds like you want to pick a fight with us next time?" Jade-Faced Wolf Lord casually threw Zhao Tianyu to the side of the lightning volcano. A loud explosion resounded. The lightning volcano was formed by the accumulation of lava over the years, and its temperature was unimaginable. Zhao Tianyu felt like he was thrown into a furnace, and his body was scalding hot. He screamed miserably as he scurried around like a rat on fire. The Scarlet Flame Divine Sect and the surrounding forces were dumbfounded. Even Du Dalai jumped in fright. Under the Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's experts' frantic efforts, the flames on Zhao Tianyu's robe were finally extinguished. The handsome and well-dressed Zhao Tianyu's robe was now in tatters, and his body was burned in many places. Even his hair was burnt. Zhao Tianyu looked at Jade-Faced Wolf Lord with shock and anger. Shame, anger, and killing intent. Seeing the killing intent on Zhao Tianyu's face, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord sent Zhao Tianyu flying with a slap. Zhao Tianyu screamed miserably as he crashed to the ground. His meridians were shattered, and he was barely alive. Senior brother. The Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's experts were dumbfounded. Du Dalai's mouth was dry. One had to know that Zhao Tianyu wasn't just the Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's chief disciple, he was also the sect chief's personal disciple. Even Du Dalai wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But thinking of Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's identity, Du Dalai's mouth was filled with bitterness. A short while later, the Scarlet Flame Divine Sect's experts carried Zhao Tianyu away. At this time, the lightning volcano stopped erupting. The other forces' disciples left with complicated expressions. Lu Yiping kept the Sun Fusong tree piece into the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the eye of lightning punishment appeared on his forehead. He looked at the space at the bottom of the thunder volcano, but other than lava, there was nothing. "Wait for me here." Lu Yiping's figure flickered as he entered the lightning volcano. Du Dalai was shocked. The temperature inside the lightning volcano was terrifying. His master had said that even a peak late-stage realm lord wouldn't dare to enter. Even a peak late-stage planar lord would not be able to withstand the temperature. After Liu Yiping entered the space at the bottom of the thunder volcano, he took a step and directly sank into the magma at the bottom. Then, he continued to walk down. Half an hour later, just as Du Dalai was about to speak, a figure walked out of the thunder volcano. It was Liu Yiping. Seeing Liu Yiping come out unscathed, Du Dalai was shocked. "Master, how is it?" Taurus Longjiao asked as he approached. Liu Yiping shook his head. "I only found a few pieces of Fusang tree. These pieces of Fusang tree were found at the bottom of the thunder volcano. Although there were other things at the bottom of the thunder volcano, they were of no use to him. Therefore, he didn't bother to collect them. Let's go back first." Liu Yiping looked at the sky. It was already noon, and Che Guohua should be back by now. Thus, Liu Yiping and the others retraced their steps. When they returned to the wooden house, Che Guohua had yet to return. After waiting for another 2 hours, there was still no sign of Che Guohua. Du Dalai couldn't help feeling uneasy. His master had said that he would be back at noon, and now, 2 hours had passed. Jade-faced Wolf Lord frowned. "Did your master say where he went?" "No." Du Dalai shook his head. "Master is missing a material to refine pills. He only said that he went out to look for it. He said he would be back at noon." They waited for another hour. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the south of the thunder volcano. Although it was far away, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao could still sense it. It was obvious that there were planar lords fighting, and one of them was using a lightning-type secret art. Liu Yiping's eye of lightning punishment appeared between his brows. Through his eye of lightning punishment, he saw an old man being chased by 3 people somewhere in the south of the thunder volcano. Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Liu Yiping had described Che Guohua's appearance, and there was no doubt that the old man was Che Guohua. "Your master is being chased by others, he is now at the south of the thunder volcano," Liu Yiping said to Du Dalai. "What?" Du Dalai exclaimed in shock. "Let's go over there now." Liu Yiping immediately led Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Du Dalai away through space. Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Du Dalai felt the scenery in front of them change. When they came to a stop, they were already miles away from the wooden house. Then, the two of them saw Che Guohua being chased in front of them. Che Guohua was fleeing in their direction when he suddenly saw 4 people in front of him. He jumped in fright, but when he saw Du Dalai and Jade-faced Wolf Lord, he was pleasantly surprised. "Master Jun." He increased his speed and ran toward Jade-faced Wolf Lord. Soon, Che Guohua arrived before Liu Yiping and the others. Jade-faced Wolf Lord frowned when he saw the 3 people chasing after Che Guohua. They were obviously from the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands. How did Che Guohua offend the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands? In the divine land, the hell-suppressing divine nation was the strongest of the 10 superpowers, while the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands was ranked 3rd. Although the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands was ranked 3rd, the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands had always been a mysterious force. Usually, the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands was in a state of lockdown, preventing outsiders from entering. Even the hell-suppressing divine nation of the Forbidden Lands was wary of them. The 3 people were experts from the divine nation of the Forbidden Lands. Like Che Guohua, they were all early-stage plain lords. The 3 of them were dressed in loose dark purple robes with a specially made cloak that covered most of their faces. This was the standard attire of the Forbidden Lands. Almost all of the experts of the Forbidden Lands were dressed in this manner. The sudden appearance of Liu Yiping and the others surprised the 3 of them. "Hand over the thing." One of them looked at Che Guohua and said coldly. Che Guohua did not reply. Jade-faced Wolf Lord's curiosity was piqued. What did Che Guohua have that made the 3 experts of the Forbidden Lands pursue him so relentlessly? Another expert from the Forbidden Lands snorted, "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Just attack." Then, he added, "Whoever dares to stop us will die." His palm struck out at Che Guohua as soon as the words left his mouth. Amidst the palm force, there was a purple glow. Upon closer inspection, this purple glow was formed from mysterious runes, exuding a sorrowful energy. This was the Forbidden Land's ultimate technique, the purple symbol Heaven's Sorrow palm. Jade-faced Wolf Lord's palm met the attack head-on. A loud boom resounded. This Forbidden Lands expert was only an early-stage Plain Lord. How could he be Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's opponent? In an instant, the Forbidden Lands expert staggered back. When he finally stopped several li away, blood spurted out from his mouth. The other two experts were shocked. One of them looked at Jade-Faced Wolf Lord's icy jade-like palm and exclaimed, "This is the Ice Jade Divine Art, you're from the Jade Fan Gate." 9 p.m. Fourth update, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord frowned when he saw the group of experts flying over. One of them had a strong aura that was no weaker than his own. What exactly did Che Guohua have that the Divine Kingdom would send so many experts over? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were also surprised. When the three of them saw the newcomers, they hurried over to greet them. "Lord Ruler." The three of them greeted the tall middle-aged man leading the group. The middle-aged man was none other than the Divine Kingdom's ruler. He was also the expert whose aura was no weaker than Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. What's going on? The other party's gaze swept over Lu Yiping's group and asked. "It's the Jade Fan Gate." One of them quickly answered. The Divine Kingdom's ruler Guo exclaimed in surprise, "Jade Fan Gate." His gaze landed on Jade-Faced Wolf Lord and he asked, "You are?" Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord did not hide his identity. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. The faces of the experts from the Divine Kingdom tightened. The Divine Kingdom's ruler Guo looked at Jade-Faced Wolf Lord with a solemn expression and said, "So your fellow Taoist Jade-Faced Wolf Lord." He then cupped his fists and said, "Please don't interfere in this matter. Our Divine Kingdom will be eternally grateful." Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was surprised to see the Divine Kingdom's ruler Guo lowering his stance. It seemed like Che Guohua's treasure was more important to the Divine Kingdom than he had expected. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord shook his head. "Che Guohua is an old acquaintance of mine. I can't ignore this matter." Guo face sank. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the horizon, "Since that's the case, kill all 5 of them and retrieve the treasure for me." "Yes, Lord." Guo Chaoqing replied respectfully when he heard Huang Xiaolong's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Xiaolong sent a palm strike at Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. At the same time, he shouted to the other experts of the Divine Kingdom, "Kill Che Guohua and the other 3. Guo also used the Purple Talisman Heavenly Sorrow Palm. However, the Purple Talisman Heavenly Sorrow Palm was powered by his peak late-stage Plain Lord strength. The number of Purple Talisman rays increased to several hundred. The Purple Talisman Divine Kingdom's Purple Talisman shone even more brightly. Wherever the palm force passed, there was a faint whimpering sound that shook one's soul. Guo Purple Talisman Heaven Sorrow Palm was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger than that Divine Nation expert's. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord did not dare to be careless. He pushed the Ice Jade Divine skill to the limit and went up to meet the attack. At this time, the other experts of the Forbidden Land also attacked Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Che Guohua, and Du Dalai. Just as Che Guohua and Du Dalai were about to make their move, they saw the experts from the Forbidden Land stop abruptly. Then, without any warning, their bodies shattered one after another. That's right, it shattered like glass. His head, neck, torso, and 4 limbs all burst apart inch by inch. Blood floated in the air, but surprisingly, it didn't splash onto the ground. Seeing this miraculous scene, not only Du Dalai, but even Che Guohua was stunned. Guo, who was fighting with Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, was also stunned. Huh? In the distant horizon, the voice that had previously ordered Guo to kill Lu Yiping and the other 4 exclaimed in surprise, "Absolute stillness." Absolute stillness was different from space-time stagnation. "Who are you?" His voice was solemn. Lu Yiping suddenly reached out with one hand, and a giant golden hand appeared. The giant golden hand tore through space, piercing deep into the distant horizon. A furious voice rang out, followed by a deafening explosion. Subsequently, Che Guohua, Du Dalai, and the others saw a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask being pulled out by the giant golden hand. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man was brought before them. "Lord." Guo looked at the black-robed man with disbelief. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yiping with fear in his eyes. The black-robed man's strength was unfathomable. Even their Forbidden Land's great ancestor was no match for his palm strike. But now, this black-robed man was pulled out by this blue-robed young man without any resistance. Guo even forgot that he was fighting with Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. In his distraction, Jade-faced Wolf Lord's palm landed on his chest. The black-robed man looked at Lu Yiping with the same fear in his eyes. "You're the Saint Devil Master, Lord Lu Yiping?" Ignoring his injuries, Guo Chao looked at Lu Yiping with a trembling voice. Lu Yiping did not answer. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with indifferent eyes. His hand clenched in the air, and the ghost mask on the black-robed man's face shattered, revealing a middle-aged man's face. Similar to Ziyin, who Huang Xiaolong had met in the Taihua Buddhist sect, this middle-aged man had a strange purple mark at the corner of his eyes. Purple Extreme Devil Tribe. Lu Yiping's voice was cold. Everyone present could hear the thick killing intent in Lu Yiping's voice. "You're Lu Yiping?" "Lu Yiping, since you know about our Purple Extreme Devil Tribe, you should know that our Purple Extreme Devil Tribe was the strongest ancient devil tribe." The middle-aged man suppressed the fear in his heart and said solemnly. "The strongest ancient devil tribe?" Lu Yiping snorted. "Wasn't the strongest ancient devil tribe the Eternal Tribe?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "Not only do I know about your Purple Extreme Devil Tribe, but I also know that your Purple Extreme Devil Tribe has submitted to the Inyan Bora race." Lu Yiping said coldly. "Inyan Bora race?" Guo Chao, Jade-faced Wolf Lord, and the others had no impression of the Inyan Bora race. However, Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua were shocked when they heard that the middle-aged man in front of them was an expert from the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yiping in shock, as if he did not expect Lu Yiping to know about the Inyan Bora race. Since the ancient times, the Inyan Bora race's experts had not set foot in this star field, so how did the Saint Devil Master know about them? "That's right, our Purple Extreme Devil Tribe has submitted to the Inyan Bora race and is now working for the Inyan Bora race." The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Lu Yiping, there's no harm in telling you. Many powerful ancient races and sects have submitted to the Inyan Bora race. The Inyan Bora race's strength is not something you can imagine. I know you're not weak, but your strength is no different from an ant to the Inyan Bora race's experts. Not to mention the Inyan Bora race, even our Purple Extreme Devil Tribe can easily crush you to death." "Is that so?" Lu Yiping clenched his fist, and the middle-aged man's body exploded bit by bit. Like a tomato, the middle-aged man's body exploded bit by bit, and blood splattered out from his body. The middle-aged man could clearly feel his body being crushed bit by bit, and the inhuman pain made him scream in agony. Guo Chao's face paled at the sight. Just as Guo Chao was about to flee, Taurus Longjiao grabbed him from the void. Taurus Longjiao squeezed Guo Chao's body, crushing Guo Chao into pieces. When Guo Chao was crushed, the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's expert also exploded, followed by his godhead and soul. Even though Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua knew Lu Yiping wouldn't do such a thing to them, their faces paled. They didn't know why Lu Yiping hated the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe so much, but this method was a little too bloody and cruel. After crushing the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe's middle-aged man to death, Lu Yiping's gaze fell on Che Guohua, and he asked, "Why did the Divine Nation's people want to kill you?" Previously, there was a troll who said that this book could only go up to 200 chapters. Now, Xinjian can slap that troll in the face. Upon hearing Lu Yiping's question, Che Guohua snapped out of his daze and hurriedly answered, "I originally wanted to enter the Forbidden Land to look for a pill refinement ingredient, but I found this instead." He stretched out his hand and a black object appeared in his palm. This black object was the size of 2 thumbs and was square in shape. It looked like a black gemstone, but it did not have any luster. Moreover, it had an astonishing devouring power that seemed to devour the surrounding light, causing the surroundings to darken significantly. Lu Yiping stretched out his hand and the black object flew into Lu Yiping's hand. Lu Yiping looked at the black object in bewilderment. Taurus Longjiao also looked at the black object in bewilderment and said, "What kind of demonic creature is this? Its demonic nature is so strong." Both he and Lu Yiping could see that this demonic creature had yet to mature. If it already had such demonic nature before it matured, it would be even more terrifying once it matured. Che Guohua also said, "When I obtained this object, I almost turned demonic. Fortunately, I had a Buddhist treasure on me that allowed me to regain my senses." His face was filled with lingering fear. "This object was cultivated by the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe?" Taurus Longjiao asked solemnly. "The Forbidden Land could not cultivate such a demonic creature." In fact, they wanted to kill me not only for this demonic creature. Che Guohua continued, I discovered that there is a secret prison behind the Forbidden Land's divine capital. There are many Jiutian, Netherworld prison, and even divine earth experts imprisoned inside. Moreover, they are all experts at the level of a plain lord. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Jade-Faced Wolf Lord were all surprised. Back then, 2 of my Purple Lightning Palace's ancestors were imprisoned inside. Che Guohua said. Hearing this, Lu Yiping asked, is Huang Yuandong imprisoned inside? Che Guohua was stunned, then nodded, yes, Huang Yuandong and another ancestor of my Purple Lightning Palace are imprisoned inside. However, I am too weak to save them. Lu Yiping was overjoyed. He finally found Huang Yuandong's whereabouts. It turned out that Huang Yuandong had been imprisoned in this forbidden land. No wonder there had been no news of his descendants for so many years. Take us there now, Lu Yiping said. Now, he couldn't wait to find out how Huang Yuandong had obtained the good fortune jade disc. Without further ado, Che Guohua led Lu Yiping and the others to the secret prison located at the back mountain of the divine capital. The Forbidden Lands were adjacent to the snow-listening divine nation. Soon, they entered the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands were normally sealed off, and there were millions of soldiers stationed at the borders. However, Lu Yiping and the others didn't bother concealing their auras. When they encountered an army, they immediately attacked. When Taurus Longjiao saw that the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua were fighting in a refined manner, he immediately took out the Kuan-Pung and turned it back to half the size of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sex Mountain Gate. The black army in front of them was swept clean in an instant. The sky was clear. Light reappeared. The Jade-Faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua stared at the Kuan-Pung that was as big as many mountains in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Du Dalai was stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a huge fish. After sweeping clean the army of millions, Lu Yiping and the others encountered fewer obstacles. Along the way, whenever they encountered experts from the Forbidden Lands, Taurus Longjiao would wave a little fish in his hand. The Jade-Faced Wolf Lord looked at the Kuan-Pung with a trace of pity. However, the Kuan-Pung's vitality wasn't just for show. If it were him, he would have been dead by now. After killing countless experts, Lu Yiping and the others finally arrived at the gods' capital of the gods' kingdom. Since the Forbidden Lands had pledged allegiance to the purple demon race, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao didn't show any mercy to the Forbidden Lands experts. Looking at the divine capital in front of them, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. With Lu Yiping's power, the Khanate Supreme Treasure Cauldron of Heaven and Earth emitted layers of light. It expanded continuously until it was bigger than the divine capital in front of them. Then, Lu Yiping swung the cauldron downwards. Boom, the cauldron of heaven and earth covered the divine capital with the force of Mount Tai. It was unknown how many li of the ground began to crack and sink. All the buildings in the divine capital were reduced to dust. As for the guards in the divine capital, they sank into the ground along with the ground. Blood spurted out, but it was drowned out by the rolling sand in the blink of an eye. The divine capital was originally covered with layers of formations, but with the swing of the cauldron, all of them scattered with the wind like paper. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and Du Dalai were speechless. The Forbidden Lands were the divine capital's third strongest super-divine nation. There were countless guards stationed in the divine capital, and there were even more plain lords in the imperial city. But with the swing of the cauldron, all the experts in the divine capital were annihilated. Not a single one managed to escape, they were all dead. Was this the power of the Saint Devil Master, the ancestor of lightning punishment, Lu Yiping? Lu Yiping retrieved the cauldron of heaven and earth. He looked at the flat ground in front of him and said, flat ground is more pleasing to the eye. Just now, the walls of the divine capital were hundreds of feet tall. Dark energy swirled around them as they stretched across the ground, blocking off many beautiful sceneries. Lu Yiping's gaze fell on the mountain range in the distance. That's the divine capital's back mountain? Che Guohua hurriedly answered, yes, that prison is under the back mountain. Just as Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the others were about to go over, Lu Yiping spoke, no need. A bright light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body as he punched out. In an instant, a giant golden fist imprint broke through space. This giant golden fist imprint was as big as a city. The golden light nearly blinded Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the others. Rumble, the giant golden fist imprint slammed into the divine capital's back mountain. The boundless mountain range was split open by the giant golden fist imprint, mountain peaks crumbled one after another, splashing everywhere. The fist imprint was unstoppable. They pushed forward, smashed forward, and flattened everything in their path. Countless rocks flew into the sky, filling the sky. From afar, it looked like a violent meteor shower. Jade-faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the others were dumbfounded. The three of them stared at the blue-robed figure in front of them. Was he still human? No, was he still a god? Did a god have such majestic strength, one fist to topple a mountain? Only I, Lu Yiping. As the golden fist imprint continued to flatten the mountain range in front of them, mountain peaks flew up, revealing a giant underground prison. The underground prison was even bigger than the god's capital. There were huge iron cages hanging from the ceiling, and inside the cages were imprisoned experts. These experts were all realm lords, and there were at least 100,000 of them. Just now, the golden fist print flattened the mountain range and killed many of the Forbidden Lands experts guarding the prison. However, there were still some who weren't hit. At this moment, they looked at the flattened mountain range and the empty space above them. They were dumbfounded. Awesome! The planar rulers imprisoned in the iron cages were all stunned. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the blue-robed figure walking towards them from afar. That figure was incomparably handsome, with an unparalleled temperament, and a pair of deep eyes that captivated others, yet resembled an ancient demon god. Lu Yiping stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength, but his boundless aura towered above the heavens. It was as if all gods, Buddhas, immortals, ghosts, demons, and even sages were beneath his feet. Lu Yiping was the heavens, the ancestor of gods, and the king of sages. Between heaven and earth, no one spoke. Jade-faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the others were also speechless. Who are you? After a long time, the prison guard's leader spoke in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice sounded. The experts who were guarding the prison were shocked. You're the holy demon's master? The prison guard's voice trembled. Those imprisoned in the prison had been imprisoned for many years. Thus, they were unaware of the destruction of the Kuanping divine sect and demon dragon palace. However, many of them were experts from the holy demon era. Hearing that the blue-robed young man before them was the holy demon's master, they were shocked. The holy demon was a peerless expert who had been invincible for 3 eras. He had reigned supreme for 3 eras. The blue-robed young man before them was the Lord Holy Demon's master. In the holy demon era, the holy demon was a supreme existence. Lu Yiping looked at the prison guard's leader and said indifferently, everyone knows that I'm the holy demon's master, but they don't know that I'm the ancient era's venerable. But they don't know that I'm the ancient era's venerable. The experts present felt as if a million bolts of lightning were exploding in their minds. Even jade-faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and Du Dalai felt their minds exploding. Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua stared at Lu Yiping in shock. Ancient era's venerable. Jade-faced Wolf Lord's mouth twitched continuously. The ancient era's venerable, the most terrifying existence in the myriad god era. The ancient era sovereign was not one of the top 10 experts of myriad god, but he was above them. Legend had it that 6 of the top 10 experts of the Pantheon era had received his guidance. Even the master of myriad gods had received his guidance. Legend had it that the ancient era venerable was omnipotent. His skills in the 4 arts, alchemy, formations, and medicine had all reached an inconceivable level. Legend has it that the primordial era sovereign was an ancient almighty being. Some even said that the primordial epic sovereign was an undying old monster from the primordial era. Some of the experts imprisoned in the prison were old antiques from the heaven battling era or even before that. Therefore, some of them didn't know who the saint demon was, but they knew about the ancient era sovereign. Hearing that the man in front of them was an ancient era sovereign, they were all shocked. If Lu Yiping had said that he was the ancient era sovereign at any other time, people would have doubted him or even spat out bubbles. But just now, Lu Yiping had flattened a myriad of mountains with a single punch. The power he displayed was too unimaginable, so no one dared to doubt him. Amidst the silence, an expert imprisoned in the prison immediately knelt down emotionally and said, I am an expert under the Lord Saint Demon. I beg the Lord of the Era Sovereign to save me. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Lord. Immediately, another silver-haired old man imprisoned in the prison also knelt down. I am Xianxia from the ancient era. I beg the Lord to save me. I am willing to follow by the Lord's side. I am willing to be at the Lord's beck and call. When everyone heard that the silver-haired old man was Xianxia from the heaven-battling era, they were all shocked. This was a terrifying devil with monstrous might from the nether prison. He was actually imprisoned here. While the other imprisoned experts were shocked by Xiaxia's ferocious name, they also knelt down and begged Lu Yiping to save them. Some of them had been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. In here, there was no daylight, and life was worse than death. The divine nation's experts guarding the prison looked at the kneeling experts with an ugly expression. However, none of these experts dared to reprimand them. At this time, two wheel-shaped black and white blades appeared in Lu Yiping's hands. The black and white blades surged with black and white light, as if there were countless black and white suns floating within. The wheel of life and death. Some people exclaimed. One of the ancient era sovereign's weapons, the wheel of life and death ruled over life and death. Legend had it that when the ancient era sovereign took out the wheel of life and death, the sky was black and the ground was white. Between the black and white, blood flowed like a river, and those whose lives were cut off by the wheel of life and death would fall for eternity, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. When everyone saw the wheel of life and death, they no longer dared to doubt Lu Yiping's identity as the ancient era sovereign. Many of the imprisoned experts who had not knelt down yet all knelt down. The experts guarding the prison were so frightened that their faces turned pale. All of them knelt down. Lord Sovereign, please spare our lives. We are willing to submit to the Lord. The experts of the Forbidden Lands kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Some were even scared to tears. Lu Yiping's eyes were cold. Spare your lives? Since you know that I'm the ancient era sovereign, you should know that I hate the Bora race the most. And all of you have submitted to the extreme purple demon race and the Bora race. The experts of the Forbidden Lands trembled. Then, everyone saw the wheel of life and death in Lu Yiping's hands flying out. When the wheel of life and death flew out, the black wheel was above the white wheel. The sky turned black and the ground white. When the sky turned black and white, the experts of the Forbidden Lands saw their bodies being cut into two. Their upper bodies turned black and their lower bodies turned white. Blood flowed out. Between the black and white world, a river of blood flowed. When the experts of the Forbidden Lands fell to the ground, their last thought was that the legend was true. One by one, the experts of the Forbidden Lands fell to the ground like paddy fields blown by strong winds. In the end, tens of thousands of experts of the Forbidden Lands fell into the river of blood. The wheel of life and death was still spinning, the black and white light continued to shine. Jade-faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the imprisoned experts were shocked when they saw the river of blood flowing between the black and white world. The black and white light extended to the end of the world. The wheel of life and death returned to Lu Yiping's hands. With the wheel of life and death in his hands, Lu Yiping stood high in the sky like the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. The wheel of life and death was still black and white. There was no trace of blood, no aura, but it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Lu Yiping's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the experts imprisoned in the cages. Some of these experts were from the Jiutian, some from the Netherworld prison, some from the Divine Lands, and some from the surrounding plains. But now, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping took a step forward and walked towards the cages. The wheel of life and death was already back at some point. When Lu Yiping passed by each of the cages, the experts in the cages all trembled. Lu Yiping was like an emperor patrolling the world. Awesome! From this moment onwards, Lu Yiping is finally going to reveal his true strength. Taurus Longjiao followed closely behind Lu Yiping. Jade-faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and the other two did not dare to follow behind Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's gaze swept across the cage, asking, "Which one of you is Violet Lightning Temple's Huang Yuandong?" Hearing Huang Yuandong's question, Huang Yuandong's heart skipped a beat. He quickly answered loudly, "Lord Venerable One, this lowly one is Huang Yuandong." Lu Yiping's gaze fell on a cage in the distance. Huang Yuandong had a head of white hair and was thin and thin. Just like the others, he was wearing a white prison uniform. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Huang Yuandong's cage. The cage was made of extremely sturdy materials. Even if a peak late-stage lord of a world of existences attacked it with full force, it wouldn't budge. However, Lu Yiping only needed to swipe his hand across the cage, and it shattered into pieces. Huang Yuandong was dumbfounded. At this time, Lu Yiping took out the second fortune jade disc. Huang Yuandong stared at the fortune jade disc in Lu Yiping's hand, astonished. World-cleansing jade. Lu Yiping asked, "Do you remember where you got this world-cleansing jade?" Huang Yuandong quickly answered, replying to Lord, "I found this world-cleansing jade in the cave of the fallen gods." "Oh, the cave of the fallen gods." Lu Yiping was surprised. He knew about the cave of the fallen gods. It was located in the far west of the divine lands. Lu Yiping looked at the white-haired, skinny, and tortured Huang Yuandong. A jade-green divine tree appeared in his hand. It was the divine tree of life nurtured by the spring of life. The divine tree of life flew up and hovered above Huang Yuandong. Life energy poured into Huang Yuandong's body. Huang Yuandong felt the vitality in his body recovering at an astonishing rate. His blood essence that was almost depleted started to replenish, and even his skin became lustrous and rosy. Soon, Huang Yuandong returned to his peak condition, even surpassing his peak condition. "Many thanks, Lord," Huang Yuandong said gratefully. "Lord, please save me, I'm willing to serve Lord. I'm willing to serve Lord tea and water." The other overlords begged Huang Yuandong. There were even people who shouted, "I'm willing to undress you, sir." Upon hearing the other parties shout, Lu Yiping's Dao heart almost became unstable. The 100,000 experts immediately looked at the old man who was about to undress. If their gazes could kill, the old man would have been riddled with holes. Just as Lu Yiping was about to open the cage, Taurus Longjiao said to Lu Yiping, "Master, let me do it." Lu Yiping nodded. Immediately, streams of astonishing golden energy surged out from Taurus Longjiao's body. Next, the golden energy around Taurus Longjiao's body trembled, and the iron cages holding the 100,000 experts were all shattered into pieces. Xianxia and the other experts looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Could this be the legendary Qi of the Eighth Ox? Everyone looked at Taurus Longjiao with fear in their eyes. Taurus Longjiao's move had exceeded their imaginations. One had to know that they had been imprisoned in the iron cages for many years without being able to break open the cage. However, Taurus Longjiao's Qi of the Eighth Ox shattered all the iron cages. What kind of boundless power was this? What kind of powerful Qi of the Eighth Ox? After Taurus Longjiao shattered the iron cages, the tree of life in Lu Yiping's hand flew high into the sky. It suddenly expanded into a 10,000 zhang tall tree. Then, a dark green light surged from its body. Life energy poured down like a waterfall and rushed into Xianxia and the others' bodies. Xianxia and the others soon experienced the same pleasure as Huang Yuandong. That kind of undying pleasure gave them the urge to go all out and fight. After everyone recovered to their peak condition, Lu Yiping retrieved the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life returned to Lu Yiping's palm and disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses and exchanged a glance. Then, they all came before Lu Yiping and knelt down respectfully. They shouted in unison, "We greet the Lord." Their voices shook heaven and earth. The sound waves shook the divine nation's experts' corpses. Jade-faced wolf lord, Che Guohua, and Xianxia stared blankly at the sea of people kneeling in front of them. Oh my God, these are the lords of 100,000 existences. Moreover, many of them were late-stage or even peak late-stage lords of existences. Not to mention a terrifying devil like Xianxia. They were even more ancient than Xianxia. Now, all of them had submitted to Lu Yiping, willing to serve Lu Yiping. Jade-faced wolf lord could see that these people were absolutely loyal to Lu Yiping. Take Xianxia for example. Although he was a terrifying devil from the heaven-battling era, he was a man of his word. Since he said he was willing to serve Lu Yiping, then he was a man of his word. In the future, he would definitely be willing to lead Lu Yiping's horse. These people had been captured by the Purple Extreme Devil Tribe and the Divine Nation's experts and imprisoned here for many years. They had used all kinds of methods to torture them, but none of them had been able to make them submit. But now, they were willing to serve Lu Yiping, willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Then again, Jade-Faced Wolf Lord also knew that in this world, only the ancient era venerables had such power. Otherwise, no one would be able to subdue a devil like Xianxia. Of course, this wasn't only because Liu Yiping had displayed his majestic strength, but also because Liu Yiping had rescued them from the Hell's prison. Liu Yiping had everyone stand up. Seeing that they were still wearing the Divine Nation's prison uniforms, he waved his hand and dark golden divine armors fell like rain in front of him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The dark golden divine armors in front of them were all acquired spiritual treasures. A low-grade acquired spiritual treasure was a low-grade one at the Lord of Life stage, a mid-grade one at the Lord of Life stage, a high-grade one at the Lord of Life stage, and a peak late-grade one at the Lord of Life stage like Xianxia. Every piece of divine armor was covered with a silver dragon. The silver dragon's dragon might permeated the air, and a dragon's might that could surpass heaven and earth struck everyone's soul. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Che Guohua, and Huang Xiaolong felt their mouths go dry. The ancient era venerables were indeed worthy of being called the ancient era venerables. In one move, he brought out 100,000 sets of acquired spiritual treasure divine armors, and many of them were high-grade and even top-grade. Even the divine land and Jiotian's super forces would find it hard to take out a single acquired spiritual treasure. Liu Yiping saw Xianxia and the others standing there in a daze, and he laughed. Do you all want to keep wearing the prison uniforms? Put them on. Xianxia and the others came to their senses. After thanking Liu Yiping, they took off their prison uniforms and put on the acquired spiritual treasure silver dragon divine armors. When Xianxia and the others were wearing prison uniforms, they didn't exude any aura. Now that they had put on the acquired spiritual treasure silver dragon divine armors, their aura soared to the sky. Just the silver dragon engraved on the divine armors was enough to shake people's souls. Now, all peak late stage Lord of Life stage, step out. Liu Yiping said. Although Xianxia and the others were confused, they still stepped out. There were a total of 100 of them. While everyone was still puzzled, Liu Yiping's hand glowed brightly, and the number of planar laws increased. With a wave of Liu Yiping's hand, these planar laws turned into a torrent that surged into Xianxia and the others' bodies. End of third update. First update tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. After the dimension laws entered Xianxia and the rest's bodies, they merged with the dimension energy in their bodies. Xianxia and the rest's aura started to rise. When it reached a certain limit, a strange sound came from Xianxia and the rest's bodies. It was the sound of a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Light surged from Xianxia and the rest's bodies, and a shocking aura swept out. Dimension Master. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord felt the changes in Xianxia and the rest's aura, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had never heard of anyone who could help others break through to the Dimension Master realm. Moreover, Liu Yiping helped 100 people break through to the Dimension Master realm at the same time. What was this? Was he a creation god? He could do it as he wished, not to mention Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, Huang Yuandong, and the rest. Even Xianxia and the rest were in disbelief when they felt the changes in their bodies. They had been stuck at the peak late-stage Dimension Master realm for many years, and they knew how difficult it was to break through to the Dimension Master realm. However, Liu Yiping helped all of them break through to the Dimension Master realm in a short period of time. Now, their entire bodies, whether it was their physical bodies or their souls, were transforming. During the transformation, the Dimension Master realm energy roared crazily in their bodies. After a long time, Xianxia and the rest's aura finally stopped and stabilized. We thank Lord. Xianxia and the rest knelt down and cowed out excitedly. Liu Yiping's expression was calm as he asked Xianxia and the rest to stand up. Subsequently, Liu Yiping and the rest left the place. Liu Yiping and the rest walked in front, while Xianxia and the rest of the 100,000 Dimension Masters followed behind. Under the sunlight, the silver dragons on Xianxia and the rest's divine armor seemed to have come alive. After leaving, they passed by some Forbidden Land cities. When they encountered the Forbidden Land's armies, Xianxia and the rest didn't hold back and directly used them as practice. How could these Forbidden Land's armies be a match for Xianxia and the rest? They were tortured to death. Xianxia and the rest had been imprisoned by the Forbidden Land's divine kingdoms and the purple extreme demon race for many years. Now that they encountered these Forbidden Land's armies, they were tortured to death. However, Xianxia and the rest only attacked one person. Although they were strong, their attacks were limited. Therefore, Liu Yiping taught them the Great Void Lightning Formation and Soaring Dragon Formation. These two formations could be used by more than 10 people. The more people there were, the more powerful they would be. Once the Great Void Thunder Killing Formation and the Soaring Dragon Formation were used by the 100,000 men of the Black Demon tribe, they could encircle and kill dozens of experts at the same level. When Xianxia's 100,000 men formed the Great Void Lightning Killing Formation, the sky was filled with lightning, forming a sea of lightning. Amidst the sea of lightning, the army of the Divine Kingdom in the Forbidden Lands fell like rain. Liu Yiping and the others flew towards the Cave of the Fallen Gods. Since Jade-faced Wolf Lord and Che Guohua's matters were settled, the three of them bid farewell to Liu Yiping and returned to the Thunderswarm Mountain. However, it was really inconvenient for him to have 100,000 plain monarchs following him around. Thus, Liu Yiping took out his primordial divine artifact, the Everlasting Star Palace, and kept the 100,000 plain monarchs inside. The Wuji Star Palace could gather the power of the 9 heaven stars. Every corner of the palace was filled with the power of the Xiantian stars. Cultivating in the palace could not only strengthen one's physical body, but also greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Of course, while the 100,000 plain monarchs cultivated inside the Everlasting Star Palace, they could also help him refine the Everlasting Star Palace and transform it. Now, his Everlasting Star Palace was just a step away from transforming into a supreme-grade innate supreme treasure. The Universe Cauldron was already a supreme-grade innate supreme treasure. After keeping everyone in the Everlasting Star Palace, Liu Yiping only had Xianxia, Ba Dao, Long Gu, and Qiyu with him. Just like Taurus Longjiao had said, if there were any errands to run, Xianxia and the others could do it for him. Since they were looking for the Fortune Jade Disc, other than Xianxia and the others, Huang Yuandong was also leading the way. Lord, the West Oblast City is just ahead. Huang Yuandong pointed at the city ahead. The West Oblast City was the westernmost city of the Divine Land. Beyond the West Oblast City was the Cave of the Fallen Gods. Liu Yiping and the others walked into the city. The city was bustling with people. I don't know what's going on, but a lot of experts have appeared in the West Oblast City recently. I heard that a large group of people from the hell-suppressing Divine Nation entered the Cave of the Fallen Gods yesterday. Not only the hell-suppressing Divine Nation's experts, but even the 7 Spirit Fox Tribe and Dragon King Sect's experts are here. The 9-Star Realm's 7 Spirit Fox Tribe and Dragon King Sect? That's right, it's the 9-Star Realm's 7 Spirit Fox Tribe and Dragon King Sect. And a Realm Master is here too. The hell-suppressing Divine Nation's ruler, Lord Duanhong, was killed by a Saint Devil Master in the Eternal Demon Domain. Didn't the hell-suppressing Divine Nation seal their nation in fear? Not long after entering the West Oblast City, Liu Yiping and the others heard many disciples discussing the Cave of the Fallen Gods. Xianxia was surprised, the 7 Spirit Fox Tribe and Dragon King Sect? The 9-Star Realm was the closest realm to the Eternity Plane. Among the 17 realms of the Eternity Plane, the 9-Star Realm's strength ranked 3rd. The 7 Spirit Fox Tribe and Dragon King Sect were among the top 10 superpowers of the 9-Star Realm. Long Gu frowned when he heard that the Dragon King Sect's experts were also here. More than 100,000 years ago, he was the Dragon King Sect's young sect master. He was supposed to inherit the Dragon King Sect's sect master position, but he was framed and expelled from the Dragon King Sect. It's Princess Xianxia of the Carefree Divine Nation. Suddenly, someone shouted. The crowd became restless. Liu Yiping and the others looked over and saw a fleet of carriages in front of them. In the middle of the fleet was a carriage pulled by phoenixes. Sitting in the carriage was a noble and somewhat arrogant beauty. The guards around her were all riding on unicorn beasts. In the Divine Lands, the Carefree Divine Nation was second only to the hell-suppressing Divine Nation and ranked higher than the Forbidden Lands Divine Nations. The Carefree Divine Nation's 4th princess, Xianxia, was famous and talented. It was rumored that she was the disciple of a god-ranking expert from the Void Plane. Although she was only a princess of the Carefree Divine Nation, her cultivation was no weaker than many of the Carefree Divine Nation's ancestors. Seeing the arrival of the Carefree Divine Nation's 4th princess Xianxia, the surrounding male disciples were excited. Princess Xianxia, are you here to enter the Cave of the Fallen Gods? I'm afraid so. Did some treasure appear in the Cave of the Fallen Gods? I haven't heard anything about it. As the crowd discussed, the carefree divine nation's fleet left. Lord, should we inquire about what happened in the cave of the fallen gods? Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping shook his head. No need to pay attention to them. As long as they don't hinder our search, it's fine. Thus, Lu Yiping and the others didn't linger. They left the West Province city and headed towards the Cave of the Fallen Gods. The entrance to the Cave of the Fallen Gods wasn't big. It was located at the edge of a cliff at the top of the mountain. There seemed to be a mysterious energy around the entrance. When Lu Yiping entered the Cave of the Fallen Gods, a fleet of carriages followed behind. It was none other than the Carefree Divine Nation's fleet. The Carefree Divine Nation's Princess Yuanshan's gaze fell on Lu Yiping. One of the Carefree Divine Nation's experts beside Yuanshan said to Lu Yiping and the others, "Gentlemen, I advise you to return. The treasures in the Cave of the Fallen Gods aren't something people like you can covet. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives in vain." Seeing the other party, a mere world master, using a lecturing tone to persuade them and Lu Yiping, Xianxia sneered, "Give up my life for nothing? Are you talking about a small shrimp like you?" Princess Wu Yuanshan frowned hearing this, "You don't know what's good for you." The Carefree Divine Nation's expert looked at Xianxia and laughed, "You're talking about a small shrimp? Little guy, are you saying you're a giant?" Speaking of this, the World Master surged and a claw reached out towards Xianxia. "Who is the small shrimp and who is the giant, you'll know soon enough." A giant palm imprint descended towards Xianxia. The surrounding air currents surged violently. Seeing the other party's palm imprint coming at him without any mercy, Xianxia didn't even look at it. He simply slapped his palm out and a giant curse seal flew out. This giant curse seal exuded a boundless aura of darkness and wickedness. The darkness curse seal instantly pierced through the other party's palm imprint and slammed into the Carefree Divine Nation's expert. The Carefree Divine Nation's expert was blasted away like a withered leaf in the Cave of the Fallen Gods. His speed was astonishing as he crashed into a piece of land on the horizon. The land trembled violently as sand and stones rolled. Princess Wu Yuanshan and the Carefree Divine Nation's experts were shocked. "Xianxia curse!" Princess Wu Yuanshan exclaimed, "Who are you to Xianxia from 100,000 years ago?" Xianxia swept his gaze over the several hundred Carefree Divine Nation's experts before fixing his gaze on Princess Wu Yuanshan. "Do you still want to make a move?" One of the experts beside Princess Wu Yuanshan suddenly took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. His speed was extremely fast as he punched out at Xianxia, "It's just a Xianxia curse. Even if you were Xianxia himself, I could still kill you." The World Master roared. Moreover, his World Master had already reached 99 million units. This person's strength was comparable to Chi Aoshi from Heaven Battling City. Such a character could break through to the World Master realm at any time. If Xianxia hadn't broken through to the World Master realm, it would be difficult for him to win against this person. Xianxia looked at his opponent's fist power and suddenly punched out with his own fist. This time, it was not the Black Heresy curse. When he punched out, the silver dragon on his silver dragon divine armor came to life and flew out with the force of his punch. Silver dragon shakes the sky. The power of the fist shook the heavens, and the silver dragon broke through the sky. With an unstoppable force, it instantly blasted through the opponent's fist and directly pierced through the opponent's chest. The silver dragon flew back into the black evil divine armor after it pierced through the opponent's chest. The Carefree Divine Kingdom's expert stiffened on the spot, looking at the huge hole in his chest in disbelief. In the next moment, cracks started to appear all over his body. "Plain Master." Princess Carefree Yuanshan and the experts from Carefree Divine Nation paled. This unassuming skinny old man was actually a plain master. Another worryless Divine Kingdom's expert stepped forward, wanting to save the expert who had attacked earlier. However, the cracks on his body widened in an instant, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "Third senior brother." That Carefree Divine Kingdom's expert cried out in grief. He glared at Xianxia and Lu Yiping, "He's my third senior brother. We're from the Void Plane, and our master is Fu Songxing." Fu Songxing. Xianxia, Ba Dao, Long Gu, and Chi Yu's faces paled, God-ranking expert. Fu Songxing was one of the God-ranking experts from the surrounding 17 planes. He was also one of the top 100 experts from the 17 planes. Princess Carefree Yuan Shan had taken him as her master, and she was Fu Songxing's youngest disciple. The one Xianxia killed earlier was Fu Songxing's third disciple. That's right, my master is Fu Songxing, a god-ranking expert. That expert glared hatefully at Xianxia and sneered, "Are you afraid? Are you regretting it? Let me tell you, my master is rushing over to the Divine Land. He'll be here in half a day. Just wait for your death. You'll find out what true fear is in this world." However, just as he finished speaking, the scenery in front of him changed. Taurus Longjiao pulled him in front of Huang Xiaolong. Taurus Longjiao squeezed the expert's neck. "What Fu Songxing? What Niao Songxing? What Niao Songxing? Your Grandpagno is afraid?" Even if the primordial heavenly emperor came, this Grandpagno's hair wouldn't tremble. With that said, Taurus Longjiao tightened his grip, and the expert exploded. Fu Songxing's fourth disciple, dead, Princess Carefree Yuan Shan and the group of Carefree Divine Countries experts paled. "Who are you?" Yuan Shan was shocked and furious as she glared at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. "Lu Yiping." Lu Yiping answered calmly. "Saint Devil's master." Yuan Shan exclaimed in shock, but the group of Carefree Divine Countries experts retreated in fear. Yuan Shan had been cultivating in the void world all year round, and she had only returned a few days ago. However, the Carefree Divine Countries experts had heard of Lu Yiping's name. Lu Yiping said to Yuan Shan, "Wait for Fu Songxing to come. If he wants to kill me, he can wait for me here." He then turned to Taurus Longjiao and the others, "Let's go." Yuan Shan watched Lu Yiping's group leave with a gloomy expression. "I didn't expect that person to be the Saint Devil's master, Lu Yiping." One of the Carefree Divine Countries ancestors said worriedly, "Your Highness, I think we should forget about this matter. Lu Yiping is too terrifying." Yuan Shan's face sank, glaring angrily at the Carefree Divine Countries ancestor. "You're saying that we should forget about my third and fourth senior brothers' deaths? But Lu Yiping, this person's strength is unrivaled." That Carefree Divine Countries ancestor argued. But before he could finish his words, Yuan Shan slapped him across the face. Yuan Shan snorted coldly. "He merely annihilated a small Kunpeng divine sect and demon dragon palace. Even my eldest senior brother can easily do that. My master is an expert on the god ranking list. The power of an expert on the god ranking list isn't something ants like you can imagine. Every existence on the god ranking list has the power to shake the heavens. My master is ranked 79th on the god ranking list. One punch from him is enough to annihilate 10 Kunpeng divine sects." Although the Saint Devil was invincible in the Eternal Prime Plane, he was only ranked 96th on the god ranking list. Yuan Shan's cold voice reverberated through the fallen god's cave, echoing far and wide. Fu Songxing's fourth disciple did not lie to Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. At this time, Fu Songxing was crossing the galaxy, heading towards the Eternal Prime Plane. Outside the Eternal Prime Plane was the boundless galaxy. A streak of light pierced through the galaxy's terrifying storm at an alarming speed, closing in on the Eternal Prime Plane. Inside the streak of light was Fu Songxing, who looked to be in his 50s. He had a head full of black hair and a ruddy complexion. Fu Songxing, who was rushing towards the Eternal Prime Plane, suddenly stopped. He took out his communication talisman and glanced at it. His eyes widened, and his killing intent soared. "You killed my disciples. Even that brat Saint Devil didn't dare to provoke me in the past, yet you dare to kill my disciples?" Energy surged from Fu Songxing's body, causing the surrounding galaxy's storm to roil. A short while later, Fu Songxing's streak of light shot towards the Eternal Prime Plane at an even faster speed. 9 p.m. Third update. On a certain continent in the Cave of the Fallen Gods, the Seven Spirit Fox clan and the Dragon King sex experts were flying towards the depths of the continent. The Seven Spirit Fox clan's patriarch and the Dragon King sex sect master received the message talisman at almost the same time. The two of them took out their communication talismans and looked at it. Their expressions became strange. "Father, what's wrong?" Dragon King Sec's young Lord Long Yu asked when he noticed Long Daming's strange expression. Long Meng said solemnly, "Just now, there was news from the message talisman. Lord Fu Songxing's third, fourth, and fifth disciples also came to Godfall Cave. However, just now, Lord Fu Songxing's third and fourth disciples were killed. What? Both the experts of the Dragon King sect and the seven spirit foxes were shocked. Hu Zhuo, the chief of the seven spirit fox clan, said, I just received a message from the message talisman. It's about this too. Father, you mean Lord Fu Songxing of the divine list? Hu Mingqing, the young master of the seven spirit fox clan, asked in disbelief. Hu Zhuo glanced at his son and nodded, it's Lord Fu Songxing. It wasn't just his son who didn't believe it. Even he didn't believe it when he saw the message through the talisman. Who is it? He actually dared to kill Lord Fu Songxing's disciple. Dragon King Xianxia sect master Long Yu exclaimed in shock. It's Lu Yiping, who's been rumored in the Hingyuan realm recently. Long Daming, the sect master of the Dragon King sect, said. Both the Seven Spirits Fox clan and the Dragon King Zhongzhong were greatly surprised. This Lu Yiping is unrivaled in the Eternity Plane. Does he think that he is unrivaled? How dare he provoke Lord Fu Songxing? The Seven Spirit Fox Patriarch, Hu Zhuo, shook his head and said, arrogant and ignorant. The Dragon King sect's young sect master, Long Yu, sneered, there are many frogs in the well like Lu Yiping. He thinks that the sky he sees is already the sky. The Seven Spirit Fox's young lord Hu Mingqing frowned, does that mean Lu Yiping is also in the cave of the fallen gods? The Dragon King sect's young sect master Long Yu laughed, merely annihilating the Kuanping divine sect and the demonic dragon palace. Such small fries are nothing in the 17 planes. With my father's strength and Uncle Hu Zhuo's strength, destroying the Kuanping divine sect and the demonic dragon palace is just a snap of their fingers. Dragon King sect master Long Daming changed the topic and said, ancient god broken dragon's secret trove is not far ahead. Then, he said to his son, Long Yu, you and a few uncles seal the surrounding space. No one is allowed to approach. Once you approach, kill without mercy. The patriarch of the seven spirit foxes, Hu Zhuo, said to his son, Hu Mingqing, you and the other patriarchs will guard this place together. Long Yu, Hu Mingqing, and the others nodded. Therefore, Long Daming and Hu Zhuo led the other experts of the Dragon King sect and the seven spiritual foxes to continue flying forward. Not long after, Long Daming and Hu Zhuo arrived in front of a huge rift valley. This rift valley was probably several hundred miles wide, and it was unknown how many miles long it was. It cut off the continent in front of it, and at the bottom of the rift valley, poisonous miasma was constantly emitted. Long Daming looked at the bottomless chasm in front of him and exclaimed, could this chasm have been severed by ancient god Duanlong's blade? If that's true, then what kind of power is that? Hu Zhuo sighed, the power of an ancient god is not something we can imagine. There's a 99% chance that ancient god Duanlong was the one who severed this rift valley. However, this also shows the terrifying power of the dragon-breaking saber. Hu Zhuo looked at the bottom of the rift valley with a burning gaze. Immediately, the two of them broke through the poisonous miasma and descended to the bottom of the rift valley with the seven spiritual foxes and Dragon King sex experts. The deeper they went, the stronger the poisonous miasma became. Finally, the two sex experts arrived at the bottom of the rift valley. At this time, Huang Yuandong was leading the way while Lu Yiping's group headed deeper into the cave of the fallen gods. Although the cave of the fallen gods was called a cave, it was vast and boundless, and it was extremely deep. The deeper they went, the darker it became, and the more broken space there was. Even the ruler of a plane would find it hard to come out from this broken space. Lu Yiping's group maintained a constant altitude as they flew forward. Xianxia looked at the bottomless bottom of the cave of the fallen gods and said, I heard that no one has ever reached the bottom of the cave of the fallen gods. Long Gu chimed in, legend has it that a giant demonic abyss beast hides at the bottom of the cave of the fallen gods. A giant demonic abyss beast. It was the world's largest ferocious beast. Legend had it that when the giant demonic abyss beast rose, it would be the darkest time of the world because it would block out all light. The giant demonic abyss beast was even bigger than the largest divine beast, the Kuanping. Taurus Longjiao said, it's just a legend, it can't be taken seriously. How can this tiny cave of the fallen gods contain a giant demonic abyss beast? Xiaxia's group was dumbfounded. The cave of the fallen gods was vast and boundless, with countless continents and planets. Who knew how deep it was? How could it be considered small, however, had Taurus Longjiao seen a giant demonic abyss beast before? My lord, it's that continent in front of us. Huang Yuandong suddenly pointed at a continent in front of them and said to Lu Yiping, I found the world-cleansing jade in a rift valley in the depths of that continent. Soon, the group arrived above the continent. Suddenly, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at the continent's depths. Their gazes met. There's something strange about this continent, Taurus Longjiao said. Strange? Long Gu and the others were puzzled. Huang Yuandong led Lu Yiping's group towards the eastern side of the continent. Just as Lu Yiping's group was flying towards the eastern side of the continent, a shocking fist force pierced through the air. The fist force rumbled, rolling up the sand and stones on the ground. From afar, it looked like a terrifying sandstorm was about to swallow Lu Yiping's group whole. Seeing this, Long Gu snorted coldly and punched out. Dragon force roared as it met the incoming fist force head-on. With a loud bang, the sandstorm dispersed as Long Gu's fist force slammed into the void in front of them. A miserable scream sounded as a person was sent flying out from the void and crashed into the mountain range. What? Long Yu and the other experts of the Dragon King sect who were hiding in the void were shocked and came out from the void. The young patriarch of the 7 spiritual fox tribe, Hu Mingqing, and the other experts also came out, looking at Long Gu in shock. A plain master. Long Yu looked at Long Gu in shock. Such pure dragon force, how do you know our Dragon King sect's almighty dragon slaughter fist? Who are you? The almighty dragon slaughter fist was their Dragon King sect's secret technique that only a small number of people could practice. At this time, the 7 spiritual fox Hu Mingqing secretly crushed a communication talisman. Although Lu Yiping saw this, he did not stop him. Dragon King sect's Long Gu. Long Gu's cold gaze swept over Long Yu and the other experts. Long Yu and the Dragon King sect's experts were surprised. Long Yu sneered, so you're the traitor who colluded with outsiders and betrayed our Dragon King sect. A traitor actually has the face to call himself a member of the Dragon King sect. He looked at Long Gu from head to toe. You've lived quite a long life, not only did you not die, you even broke through to the Plain Master realm. First update at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Although Long Gu had broken through to the Plain Master realm, Long Yu calmed down when he recalled that there were 10 Plain Masters among the experts his father brought here. At this time, Long Daming received the message talisman and exited the rift with Hu Zhua. In a flicker, they were back at their original spot. Father. Long Yu greeted Long Daming when he saw him leading the Dragon King sect's experts over. Long Daming's gaze swept over Lu Yiping, Long Gu, and the others with suspicion in his eyes. Hu Zhua and the 7 Spirit Fox clan's experts also looked suspiciously at Lu Yiping's group. Father, he's the traitor Long Gu who colluded with outsiders and betrayed the Dragon King sect. Long Yu pointed at Long Gu and said to Long Daming, he's the one who injured ancestor Long Jin. Long Gu. Long Daming was shocked as his gaze fell on Long Gu. That year, when Long Gu was expelled from the Dragon King sect, he was still a young man. Now that his appearance had changed greatly, Long Daming couldn't recognize him. However, he knew the truth of what had happened back then. Looking at Long Gu, his eyes gradually darkened. He didn't expect Long Gu to still be alive. That year, he and his father had sent many people to hunt him down. Looking at Long Daming's shocked expression, Long Gu sneered, Long Daming, you didn't expect this, did you? Not only did I not die, but I even submitted to Lord and broke through to the Plain Master realm. Lord, Long Daming glanced at Lu Yiping and smiled indifferent, so what if you've broken through to the Plain Master realm? I couldn't kill you back then, so you're going to die today. His gaze fell on Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others, and the rest of you, all of you will be buried with Long Gu. Long Daming's aura was fully released as he said this. Shocking dragon chi swept across heaven and earth, blasting into outer space, stirring up the airflow above the falling dragon cave. The surrounding mountains shook, and the ground began to crack. Strands of world laws swept out along with Long Daming's dragon chi, intertwining with each other like a vast sea, illuminating the mainland's surroundings. Long Gu, Xianxia, Ba Dao, Qiyu, and Huang Yuandong were shocked. Long Daming's world laws had reached more than 1 million strands. What kind of concept was 1 million planar laws? The ruler of the Hell Suppression Godly Kingdom, Duan Hongkai, had cultivated 230,000 planar laws. The strongest person in the nether prison, Long Gang of the Devil Dragon Palace, only had 250,000 planar laws. With Long Daming's strength, even if Duan Hong, Long Gang, Meng Fuding, and Wang Haitao joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. For every 10,000 more planar laws, one's battle prowess would increase by a notch. Long Daming had several 100,000 Dao essences more than Duan Hong, Wang Haitao, and the others. Just as Long Daming was about to make a move, the world rumbled as an invincible force came from the distant horizon. This invincible force was vast and mighty, like an enormous wave that could shake the world. It surged endlessly, causing the space in the Cave of the Fallen Gods to tremble. Almost instantly, every expert in the Cave of the Fallen Gods felt this invincible power. So strong. How can there be such a terrifying power in this world? Who is it? Which terrifying being has entered the Cave of the Fallen Gods? Hu Zhua, the patriarch of the 7 spirit foxes, paled. Even Long Daming, who was about to make a move, stopped in his tracks. This terrifying power seems to be coming from the Cave of the Fallen Gods entrance. One of the Dragon King tribe's ancestors exclaimed. Then, the experts of the Dragon King sect and the 7 Spirit Fox clan sensed that this invincible force was rushing toward them at a terrifying speed. Long Daming, Hu Zhua, and the others were bewildered. The Dragon King sect and 7 Spirit Fox tribe's experts' senses were not wrong. At this time, a streak of light was rushing through the Cave of the Fallen Gods, tearing space apart as it approached the mainland where they were. Behind this streak of light was Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, and a group of Wu Yu Divine Country's experts. Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, and the others were being carried by the space-time force emitted by the streak of light. Although the streak of light was carrying Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, and the others, its speed was still terrifying. Inside the streak of light was none other than the God ranking list's expert, Fu Songxing. After learning that his 3 and 4 disciples were killed, Fu Songxing spared no effort in using the spacetime teleportation talisman he had obtained in the past to teleport over. Lu Yiping, I know you're in the Cave of the Fallen Gods. I, Fu Songxing, am here, roll out here. Fu Songxing bellowed. His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing through many layers of space. Every mainland's experts in the Cave of the Fallen Gods heard his thunderous voice. It's the God ranking list's Lord Fu Songxing. Lord Fu Songxing is here. A God ranking list expert actually came to our Eternal Essence world. How many years has it been since a God ranking list expert came to our Eternal Essence world? Many experts were excited. It was as if it was the Eternal Essence world's greatest honor to have a God ranking list expert here. It seems like the rumor that Lu Yiping killed Lord Fu Songxing's 3 and 4 disciples is true. Lu Yiping has hit a wall this time. Now that Lord Fu Songxing is here, Lu Yiping wouldn't have gone into hiding, right? One expert after another discussed excitedly. Lu Yiping's annihilation of the Kunping Divine Sect and Demonic Dragon Palace had shaken the Eternal Essence world. Recently, the topic of discussion in the Eternal Essence world was Lu Yiping. But at the same time, there were many people who were unhappy with Lu Yiping. Taurus Longjiao sensed Fu Songxing's approaching figure and chuckled, this Fu guy is pretty fast. Long Daming looked suspiciously at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. Fu Songxing's flame of light finally arrived at the continent where Lu Yiping and the others were. When Fu Songxing approached Lu Yiping, Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in front of him. She exclaimed in surprise, Master, Lu Yiping is in front. That brat is Lu Yiping. Fu Songxing was stunned for a second. Then, he looked at Lu Yiping, and his eyes seemed to shoot out millions of sword rays. Lu Yiping looked over. Their gazes met. Invisible energy collided in midair. The surrounding mountain range began to crumble, and countless towering ancient trees were sent flying. It was merely the collision of two people's auras. Long Daming, Hu Zhua, Long Yu, Hu Mingqing, and the others turned pale with fright and retreated in panic. While retreating in panic, Long Daming, Hu Zhua, and the others looked at Lu Yiping in shock. They never thought that this blue-robed young man in front of them was Lu Yiping. He Xia, Huang Yuandong, and the others also retreated to Lu Yiping's side, looking at the ball of light piercing through the air towards them. Before Fu Songxing arrived, the shockwaves from the ball of light swept up a boundless amount of sand and stones. Long Daming and the others felt the boundless energy rushing towards them, causing them to lose their footing. Once again, they retreated in panic. As Fu Songxing got closer, they finally felt how terrifying a godless expert's strength was. Fu Songxing landed on the ground. When Fu Songxing's feet touched the ground shook violently. Fu Songxing stood there like a majestic mountain, looking coldly at Lu Yiping. He did not make a move, instead, he walked towards Lu Yiping with his hands clasped behind his back. Second watch, 4 p.m., every time Fu Songxing took a step, the ground would shake. As Fu Songxing got closer to Lu Yiping, the ground shook even more violently. Moreover, the range of the tremors increased. First, it was several hundred li, then several thousand li, then 10,000 li. The sand and stones on the ground within 10,000 li seemed to be boiling as they rose into the air. Fu Songxing's boundless aura caused the sky above the continent to change color. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Even Long Daming, Hu Zhua, and the others who had retreated far away felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if their bodies were being strangled by an invisible hand. They wanted to break free, but they found that they couldn't. At this moment, Long Daming and Hu Zhua deeply felt the gap between them and the god-ranking experts. The carefree divine nation experts who had followed Fu Songxing here were filled with shock as they looked at him. Princess Xianxia said to the carefree divine nation experts, "I've said it before, you ants have no idea how terrifying the god-ranking experts are. This is merely my master's divine might. My master has yet to show his true strength. Open your eyes and watch carefully how my master kills Lu Yiping with a single punch." Fu Songxing stopped 100 meters away from Lu Yiping and stared coldly at Lu Yiping as if he was looking at a dead man. Back then, even that brat holy demon didn't dare to touch a single hair on my disciple's head. Lu Yiping, tell me, how do you want to die? Do you want to die kneeling or standing? I'll fulfill your last wish. Indifferent smiles appeared on Taurus Longjiao's face when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. He stepped forward and was about to attack. Fu Songxing glanced at Taurus Longjiao and said, "Lu Yiping, what's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight me? You sent a slave to die in your place. Fine, I'll kill your dog slave first, then I'll kill you." After Fu Songxing finished speaking, a punch suddenly blasted out. "For the common people. For the common people. For the common people." Fu Songxing's cold voice resounded throughout the Cave of the Fallen Gods. At this moment, everyone in the Cave of the Fallen Gods could hear Fu Songxing's cold, domineering, and dignified voice. At this moment, everyone could feel Fu Songxing's invincible might. Dong, when Fu Songxing punched out, the world became resplendent. Every corner of the continent seemed to light up. Even the surrounding continents were illuminated by the fist light. This punch seemed to have gathered the light of millions of suns. At this moment, everyone stopped, their hearts filled with shock. Although the experts from other continents did not see Fu Songxing, when they heard Fu Songxing's voice and saw the dazzling fist light, some of them fell to their knees in excitement. Lord Fu Songxing is invincible. On the other hand, Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, and the group of Wu Yu Divine Country's experts were shocked beyond words. The Wu Yu Divine Country's ancestor, who was worried about Lu Yiping's might, knelt down in excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lord Fu Songxing's might is unrivaled." Yuan Shan looked at Fu Songxing's imposing figure with a face full of infatuation. "I am for the common people, I am responsible for the common people, I am the master of the common people." What kind of hero is he? Long Daming, Hu Zhua, and the others were also shocked looking at Fu Songxing's resplendent fist light. This is Lord Fu Songxing's tyrannical life fist. So strong, too strong. Long Daming couldn't help but exclaim, "Lu Yiping must die." Taurus Longjiao smiled indifferent looking at the incoming life fist. Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Yiping's hand stopped him, saying, "Let me do it." With that said, Lu Yiping took a step forward. When Lu Yiping's foot stepped out, the ground that was shaking violently due to Fu Songxing's attack suddenly stopped. When Lu Yiping took a second step, the ground shook violently. The entire continent exploded, and a terrifying rift extended to the horizon. Lu Yiping punched out. Buzz, space exploded. An indescribably large fist imprint broke through space. Long Daming, Hu Zhua, Yuan Shan, the carefree divine country's ancestor, and the others felt as if they were seeing an illusion. This fist imprint was bigger than the heaven and earth they saw. Fu Songxing's extremely resplendent life fist that lit up the entire continent exploded in an instant. It smashed towards Fu Songxing like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fu Songxing stood where he was, his imposing figure exuding the heaven's might, but in front of this fist imprint, he seemed so small and weak. Shock flashed across Fu Songxing's eyes, followed by fear, and then fear. He raised his head, looking at Lu Yiping's fist imprint that seemed capable of surpassing the heavens. Disbelief was written all over his face. How could a person's strength surpass the heavens? All living beings in this world were beneath the heavens. No one's strength could surpass the heavens, but this Lu Yiping's strength actually surpassed the heavens. Amidst Fu Songxing's fear, a large blade appeared in his hand. The blade was dripping with blood, as if it had just slaughtered a supreme expert. This was the ancient divine artifact, Life Saber. Life Saber can extinguish all life. The life saber in Fu Songxing's hand slashed out. This slash contained the power to split the heavens. It was as if heaven and earth were split into two. But it was useless. This life saber that could extinguish all life was still dispersed by Lu Yiping's fist imprint. Then, everyone saw Lu Yiping's fist imprint sending Fu Songxing flying into a distant mountain peak. The fist imprint continued forward, flattening one mountain peak after another. It was unknown how many mountain ranges there were in front of Fu Songxing, but wherever the fist imprint passed, all the mountain peaks were flattened. In the end, the fist imprint sent Fu Songxing flying out of the continent. Then, the fist imprint continued forward, sending Fu Songxing flying into a distant continent. Rumble, that continent quaked violently. After Fu Songxing was sent flying into the distant continent, the fist imprint continued forward, sending Fu Songxing into the deepest part of the continent. The fist imprint's light beam finally disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw a huge ravine that was countless miles wide on the ground. Then, it extended all the way to the continent in the distance. This was the terrifying fist imprint left behind by Lu Yiping's fist imprint. Long Daming, Hu Zhua, Yuan Shan, and the carefree divine nation's experts were stupefied when they saw the biggest fist imprint they had ever seen in their lives. Everyone looked at the terrifying fist mark, and for a moment, they forgot whether Fu Songxing, who had been blasted from one continent to another, was dead or alive. Even Xianxia, Long Gu, Huang Yuandong, and the others were dumbfounded. Previously, Lu Yiping had shattered thousands of mountains in the Forbidden Land with a single fist imprint. That was terrifying enough, but compared to this fist imprint, it was like a small stone in front of a mountain. The surrounding continent's experts, who were excited by Fu Songxing's invincible fist imprint, were dumbfounded when they saw Fu Songxing being sent flying out of the continent by Lu Yiping's fist imprint. Lu Yiping's voice was cold. God ranking list expert? That's it? Lifesaber fist, that's it? Lu Yiping's voice echoed throughout the Cave of the Fallen Gods. Third update, 6:30 p.m., Lu Yiping's voice was filled with contempt for an expert on the God ranking list. Lu Yiping's voice was filled with contempt for Fu Songxing, but at this moment, the entire Cave of the Fallen Gods was deathly silent. No one dared to speak. No one dared to speak. Perhaps it was because the power Lu Yiping had just displayed was too terrifying, too shocking, that no one could speak, no one could voice their shameful thoughts. Even Princess Wu Yu, Yuan Shan, who had previously praised Fu Songxing as a hero, could not speak. She was furious. She did not believe it. But she was even more shocked. Even more terrified, even more desperate. In the silence of the Cave of the Fallen Gods, Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived above Fu Songxing's head. Lu Yiping looked at Fu Songxing, who was on the verge of death, his divine armor shattered, his divine body covered in bloody wounds, and blood gushing out of his wounds. Heaven suppression. Earth suppression. Eternity suppression. Lu Yiping's cold voice once again resounded throughout the Cave of the Fallen Gods. As Lu Yiping's cold voice rang out, the resplendent fist pillar came crashing down. From afar, it looked like a heavenly pillar hanging from the heavens. The heavenly fist pillar slammed into Fu Songxing's body. Rumble, the entire continent trembled violently. Then, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The heavenly fist pillar plowed into the depths of the continent and finally blasted a hole through it, the fist pillar pierced through the continent's depths. Fu Songxing was also blasted out of the continent's depths. Everyone watched as the continent floating above the cave of the fallen gods was blasted through. Their minds were blank, and they could not think of anything else. From afar, it looked like the continent had been pierced through from the top to the bottom by a terrifying pillar of light. And standing at the very top of this pillar of light was a young man in a light blue robe, a young man who seemed to dominate the world. Liu Yiping stood high up in the sky, without the slightest hint of power, but it was as if the entire world was in his hands, the gods were beneath his feet, and billions of immortals and demons prostrated themselves before him. His blue robe fluttered even though there was no wind. When Fu Songxing was blasted out of the continent, his body began to collapse bit by bit. Although they were separated by a great distance, everyone could clearly see the process of Fu Songxing's flesh disintegrating bit by bit, and even the details. Everyone could even see the fear, despair, and regret in Fu Songxing's eyes before he died. Some even saw the tears in his eyes. Was it an illusion? The man ranked 79th on the divine list actually had watery eyes. Some people even heard Fu Songxing's angry roar before he died, but they didn't hear what it was about. However, it was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Fu Songxing was dead. A cultivator ranked 79th on the god ranking list had traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the void plane to the cave of the fallen gods. Many powerful existences had been buried in the cave of the fallen gods. Today, there was one more. An old ancestor looked at the blue-robed figure in the sky and muttered, "After the sacred demon, our Hengyuan finally has another god list." There was an unwritten rule in the 17 worlds: as long as one defeated or killed an expert on the god ranking list, they could replace that person's ranking. Now, Liu Yiping had killed Fu Songxing, which meant that Liu Yiping had replaced Fu Songxing's ranking on the god ranking list. Liu Yiping stepped on the air and returned to Xianxia, Long Gu, and the others in the blink of an eye. Xianxia, Long Gu, Huang Yuandong, and the others couldn't help prostrating on the ground. Taurus Longjiao spoke, "Don't be too agitated, that was just a little bit of master's strength. Just a little bit of strength." Taurus Longjiao's words battered the fragile hearts of Long Daming and the Dragon King sex experts. Of course, none of them believed Taurus Longjiao's words, but it didn't matter whether they believed it or not. Liu Yiping had Xianxia, Long Gu, Huang Yuandong, and the others stand up. His gaze fell onto Long Daming, Long Yu, and the others. Long Daming and Long Yu's bodies went soft, unable to stand firm no matter how hard they tried. Both of them fell from the air. However, even after falling to the ground, Long Daming, Long Yu, and the other Dragon King sex experts were still unable to stand firm. Liu Yiping looked at Long Daming. "If I remember correctly, you said that all of us will be buried together with Long Gu, right?" Long Daming's face was ashen as he pleaded, "Lord, please spare my life." Liu Yiping casually flicked his finger and Long Daming was sent flying. When Long Daming crashed to the ground, his body was covered in lightning and fire, incinerating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was the sound of running water. The Dragon King sex young Lord Long Yu's pants were wet. It was clear to see how terrified Long Yu was. Liu Yiping frowned. In the end, Liu Yiping ordered the Limitless Star Palace's 100,000 World Surface Masters to practice with Long Gu and the Dragon King sex experts. This time, the Dragon King sex several hundred experts were dumbfounded when they saw the 100,000 World Surface Masters. Even the 7 Spirit Fox clans Huzhua and the others were frightened. Among the 17 worlds, even the strongest Maha clan in the Void World didn't have 100,000 World Surface Masters, right? Under the practice of the Great Void Thunder Formation and the Soaring Dragon Formation, the Masters of the Dragon King sect were only hit once. They didn't even suffer a single blow. After killing several hundred Dragon King sex experts, Liu Yiping glanced at the Carefree Divine Country's experts in the distance and ordered the World Surface Masters to start the second round of practice. The Carefree Divine Country's princess, Yuan Shan, was blasted into pieces by Xiaxia's lightning strike. After dealing with the Carefree Divine Country's experts, Liu Yiping looked at the 7 Spirit Fox clan's experts. The 7 Spirit Fox clan's patriarch, Hu Zhua, and the 7 Spirit Fox clan's experts were already kneeling on the ground. Hu Zhua, who had previously said that Liu Yiping dared to provoke Fu Songxing was arrogant and ignorant, was kneeling on the ground, trembling. His voice sounded like he was about to cry, "Lord, my seven spirit fox clan had no intention of provoking Lord, please spare our lowly lives." Now, even if Lu Yiping asked him to kill other God ranking list experts, he was willing to do so. Looking at the trembling seven spirit fox clan's patriarch Hu Zhuo, Lu Yiping asked, "What are you looking for on this mainland?" Hu Zhuo quickly answered, replying to Lord, "We are here to look for ancient god Duanlong's treasure trove." "Oh, that brat Duanlong's treasure trove is here?" Taurus Longjiao was surprised. Duanlong was a descendant of the master of myriad gods. Duanlong's talent was amazing. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had seen countless geniuses, but those who could compare to Duanlong could be counted on one hand. "Bring us there," Lu Yiping said with a deep gaze. "Yes, Lord," Hu Zhuo answered happily. She quickly got up and led Lu Yiping's group to the giant rift valley. Soon, they saw the giant rift valley. Hu Zhuo said, "It's at the bottom of the rift valley." Huang Yuandong suddenly said to Lu Yiping, "Lord, it was at this rift valley that I obtained the world-cleansing jade." The climax has passed. Fourth update at 9:30. The next climax is brewing. Lu Yiping was surprised to hear that Huang Yuandong had also found the world-cleansing jade in the rift valley. Lu Yiping arrived at the top of the rift valley. When he reached the top of the rift valley, the two creation jade discs in his body suddenly vibrated. This feeling was similar to when he had sensed the second creation jade disc in the Sky Demon tribe. Lu Yiping was overjoyed. This meant that there was another creation jade disc at the bottom of the rift valley. Immediately, Lu Yiping broke through the poisonous miasma and descended to the bottom of the rift valley with the others. While Lu Yiping and the others descended to the bottom of the rift valley, the cave of the fallen gods was in an uproar. Fu Songsheng of the god list is dead. For many years, no one on the god list has been killed. On a nearby continent, Lu Lei, the Nine Stars Realm's patriarch of the Divine Tao sect, sighed with emotion. Master of the Saint Devil Realm? This Lu Yiping is amazing. He had clearly seen the scene of Fu Songsheng being killed by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's heaven-defying strength had shaken him to the core. Lu Lei's disciple, Fu Yifan, said, "Master, how do you think Lu Yiping compares to our Lord of Nine Stars?" The Lord of Nine Stars was the strongest person in the Nine Stars realm. She was also an expert on the god list and ranked 14th. Lu Lei froze, then shook his head. Although Lu Yiping killed Fu Songsheng and his power shook the heavens, he's still far too weak compared to the Lord of Nine Stars of our plane. The Lord of Nine Stars' power has reached an unimaginable level. Then he said, "Let's go, we should leave the cave of the fallen gods. With Lu Yiping here, we can forget about the ancient god Duanlong's secret manual." Then, he led his disciples out of the cave of the fallen gods. "Master, are we going back to the Nine Stars realm?" Fu Yifan asked. "No, since we're on the divine land, let's go to the snow-listening divine nation to see that kid Muyang," Lu Lei said. The snow-listening divine nation's monarch, Ling Muyang, was his in-name disciple. When Fu Yifan heard this, he smiled and said, "I haven't seen junior brother Muyang in a long time. Junior brother Muyang seems to be obsessed with alchemy and array formations. I heard that the snow-listening divine nation holds an alchemy and array formation competition every few years, and the rewards are abundant. Even I want to participate." Lu Lei laughed, "I actually miss this brat's tree garden. The fruits of the jade flame tree in his tree garden should be ripe by now. Also, I don't know if he has successfully cultivated those two tree pieces." The two of them flew toward the snow-listening divine nation. On one of the continents inside the Cave of Fallen Gods, the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's experts also received news of Fu Songsheng's death at the hands of Lu Yiping. Hearing this news, the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's great ancestor Chen Huai and the rest of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's experts paled. "We still underestimated Lu Yiping. His strength is actually so tyrannical." Chen Huai's face was gloomy. "Lord Great Ancestor, why don't we leave the divine land?" One of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's ancestors suggested weakly. Chen Huai's expression turned frosty. His sharp gaze pierced through the hell-suppressing divine kingdom's ancestor, scaring him to his knees. "Lord Great Ancestor, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just thinking for our hell-suppressing divine kingdom." The hell-suppressing divine kingdom's ancestor argued, "Revenge is a dish best served cold. With our hell-suppressing divine kingdom's current strength, we can't resist Liu Yiping. That's right, Lord Great Ancestor, we're only leaving temporarily. We'll come back in the future. Another ancestor also knelt unpersuaded. The group of ancestors also knelt down. Chen Huai's expression darkened. Migrating an entire nation was no small matter. All of you, get up. Chen Huai's expression softened. After everyone got up, he said solemnly, migrating an entire nation is no small matter. Where are we going? Why don't we go to the Void Plain? One of the ancestors suggested, the Void Plain is the first of the 17 plains. We can seek protection from the Maha clan. The Maha clan is the #1 clan, and their patriarch ranks first on the god ranking list. If we have Patriarch Maha's protection, we won't have to fear Liu Yiping. At that time, Liu Yiping won't even dare to fart. Chen Huai shook his head, we have no friendship with the Maha clan, and they won't care about our little force. If we submit to the Maha clan, we won't be valued. At that time, we'll be living under someone else's roof, living a cowardly life. Moreover, the eternal ether plane is far away from the void plane. It's not convenient to migrate an entire nation. He thought for a moment, then said, my master had a good relationship with the Lord of 9 Stars. We can go to the 9 Stars plane. Liu Yiping didn't know any of this. At this time, he, Taurus Longjiao, Huang Yuandong, and the others had arrived at the bottom of the rift. After arriving at the bottom of the rift, Liu Yiping sensed the third creation jade disc and flew forward. My lord, it's in front. Huang Yuandong pointed ahead. Liu Yiping nodded. Everyone followed behind Liu Yiping in a mighty manner. Finally, they arrived at the end of the rift. There was a huge ruin at the end, and there were broken walls everywhere. Obviously, there used to be a complex of buildings here, but it had been destroyed later. Liu Yiping punched out, and all the broken walls were sent flying. When the broken walls were sent flying, a shining jade disc appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Liu Yiping stretched out his hand, and the jade disc fell into his hand. It was the third creation jade disc. Seeing the third creation jade disc, Liu Yiping was overjoyed. He had finally found the third creation jade disc. He had now collected 3 of the 24 creation jade discs. After putting away the third creation jade disc, Liu Yiping looked at the dark hole in the ground. The cave entrance had just been buried under the crumbling walls. Everyone looked at the hole in surprise. Earlier, they had used their divine sense to scan the ruins, but they did not find this hole. This hole has a concealment formation. It's an ancient formation, so it's normal that you didn't find it. Taurus Longjiao said, when Master attacked just now, he had already broken the concealment formation. You guys wait here. Liu Yiping said to everyone. Then, he and Taurus Longjiao entered the hole in a flash, disappearing from everyone's sight. After entering the hole, they flew through the darkness for a while. Then, their eyes lit up as they arrived at a place that looked like a paradise. In this space, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and waterfalls flowed. There were many divine trees that were rarely seen, and these divine trees were covered in fruits. There were several palaces in the midst of birds chirping and flowers blooming. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked towards the palaces. In the main palace, there was a large saber. It's Duanlong's Dragonbreaker saber. Taurus Longjiao said. Liu Yiping picked up the large saber. It was quite heavy in his hand. Half of a dragon's body was branded on the large saber. After putting away the Dragonbreaker saber, Liu Yiping went to the other palaces. There were only some secret manuals, some elixirs, and some ancient artifacts in the other palaces. These things were of no use to Liu Yiping, but after some consideration, Liu Yiping also took them. It's strange that the creation jade disc appeared near Duanlong's secret treasure. Could there be a connection? Taurus Longjiao said. First update at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Liu Yiping was just as confused. It was too much of a coincidence for the creation jade disc to appear in the vicinity of the broken dragon's secret treasure. However, he and Taurus Longjiao searched the secret treasure palace but couldn't find any clues. Half an hour later, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao emerged from the broken dragon's secret treasure palace. Then, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others left the Rift Valley and returned to the surface. As for the broken dragon's secret treasure, Liu Yiping arranged a grand formation to reseal it. After returning to the surface, Liu Yiping gave Huang Yuandong 100 drops of star chaos water on the spot. If it weren't for Huang Yuandong, he wouldn't have found the third creation jade disc so easily. However, Liu Yiping didn't leave the cave of the fallen gods immediately. Instead, he continued to stroll around the cave of the fallen gods. One day later, Liu Yiping's group left the cave of the fallen gods. It seems like Fu Sanxing's death has frightened the hell-suppressing divine nation, causing them to flee to the Nine Stars realm, Taurus Longjiao said after exiting the cave of the fallen gods. The news that the hell-suppressing divine nation had fled the divine land to seek the protection of the Lord of Nine Stars had spread. "Master, should we chase after them?" Taurus Longjiao asked. "No need." Liu Yiping shook his head and said, "We'll just make a trip to the Nine Stars realm." Then, he added, "We're going to the snow-listening divine nation now." He suspected that the other tree block in the snow-listening divine nation's ruler's hand was the creation tree block. Thus, Liu Yiping and the others returned to the snow-listening divine nation. As for the 7 spirit fox clans Hu Zhuo and the others, Liu Yiping didn't make things difficult for them. When the 7 spirit fox clans people left, they kowtowed and thanked Huang Yuandong profusely. Although the snow-listening divine nation's power wasn't as strong as the hell-suppressing divine nation or the carefree divine nation, it wasn't weak either. It ranked 9th among the divine land's 10 super divine nations. After traveling for some time, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the divine capital of the snow-listening divine nation. The heavenly capital of Xianxia stood tall on the plains, and people were weaving in and out of the city gate. Liu Yiping and the others entered the heavenly capital of Xianxia. After entering the immortals' capital, everyone was discussing the snow-listening divine nation's alchemy and formation competition. The snow-listening divine nation held an alchemy and array formation competition every 3 years. The alchemy and formation competition had just ended yesterday. I didn't expect that the champion of this year's alchemy and array formation competition would come from the Tianlong Divine Kingdom. Is this Ao Shua the nephew of the Tianlong Divine Kingdom's ruler? I heard that the hell-suppressing divine nation fled in fright. The carefree divine nation's princess, Yuan Shan, and a group of experts were squashed to death by Liu Yiping. Even Fu Sanxing was beaten to death. The Forbidden Land's divine nation's capital was reduced to dust by Liu Yiping's cauldron. Without these countries participating, it's not surprising that the champion would be Ao Shua from the Tianlong divine nation. However, other than the alchemy and formation competition, most people were talking about Liu Yiping and the Lord of Nine Stars. The hell-suppressing divine nation went to the Nine Stars plain to seek protection from the Lord of Nine Stars. Say, do you think Liu Yiping will dare to kill his way to the Lord of Nine Stars' Nine-Star City? I don't think so. Liu Yiping may have killed Fu Sanxing, but he's still no match for a titan like the Lord of Nine Stars. In the past, someone ranked 33rd on the God ranking challenged the Lord of Nine Stars. In the end, the Lord of Nine Stars punched him to death with a single punch. Afterward, the Lord of Nine Stars mount devoured his flesh and blood. Ever since the hell-suppressing divine nation went to the Nine Stars plain to seek protection from the Lord of Nine Stars, Liu Yiping heard people in every city he went to talk about whether or not he'd fight the Lord of Nine Stars. They talked about whether or not he'd dare to kill his way to the Nine Stars plain. They talked about what would happen if he fought the Lord of Nine Stars. However, almost everyone said that although he'd killed Fu Sanxing, he was still far from being a match for the Lord of Nine Stars. Disregarding everything else, the Lord of Nine Stars had killed someone ranked 33rd on the God ranking with a single punch. She wasn't someone Liu Yiping, who'd just entered the God ranking, could compare to. Xianxia, Ba Dao, Long Gu, and Qi Yu followed behind Liu Yiping. When they heard the people in front of them talking about how Liu Yiping would be killed with a single punch if he dared to challenge the Lord of Nine Stars, they couldn't help but frown. Just as they were about to step forward and drag Liu Yiping away, Liu Yiping reached out and stopped them. Forget it. Right now, the entire divine land was talking about him. He couldn't kill everyone who was talking about him, could he? At this moment, on the 2nd floor of the largest tavern in Divine Snow Capital, the Crimson Flame Divine Sect's first disciple, Zhao Tianyu, was clinking glasses with Ao Shua of the Sky Dragon Divine Nation. Zhao Tianyu smiled obsequiously. Congratulations, brother Ao Shua, for winning the alchemy and formation competitions. Previously, at the Thunder Volcano, Zhao Tianyu's divine veins had been shattered by the jade-faced wolf lord, and he had been on the verge of death. After a few days, Zhao Tianyu's injuries seemed to have healed. Ao Shua replied politely, then drank the wine in his cup. He smiled and said, "This time, the prison suppression divine nation, carefree divine nation, and forbidden lands divine nation didn't participate. That's why I was able to win the alchemy and formation competitions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to win." Zhao Tianyu smiled. Brother Ao Shua's alchemy and formation skills have already reached the level of refining pills with the fire of heaven and earth, and creating formations with a single thought. Winning the championship is what everyone wants. Even the prison suppression divine nation's disciples can't beat Brother Ao Shua. He then added, "Compared to Brother Ao Shua 3 years ago, I think Du Dalai isn't even worthy to be Brother Ao Shua's assistant. Du Dalai was the alchemy and formation competition's champion 3 years ago." Another young sect master from the Cloud Divine Nation suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Zhao Tianyu was beaten half to death by Du Dalai's people a few days ago at the Thunder Volcano. Even his divine veins were shattered. I've also heard about this matter." Another young sect master laughed, "Brother Zhao Tianyu, your divine veins have been reconnected, right? How are your injuries?" Zhao Tianyu's face was ugly. Hearing these people instigating this matter, his hatred for Du Dalai deepened. Suddenly, right at this time, he saw a figure in blue through the tavern's window. "It's him." Zhao Tianyu's eyes turned cold, and he jumped to his feet. "Brother Zhao Tianyu, what's wrong?" The Heavenly Dragon Divine Nation's Ao Shua was baffled by Zhao Tianyu's strange behavior. "It's the people around Du Dalai that day," Zhao Tianyu said coldly. Ao Shua and the others were astounded. "Since we've met, let's go out and take a look." Ao Shua smiled. All these years, people had been comparing him with Du Dalai, and he didn't have a good impression of Du Dalai. Ao Shua, Zhao Tianyu, and the others walked out of the tavern. When Zhao Tianyu saw Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others walking in front, he barked, "All of you, stop right there." His voice rumbled like thunder. Many disciples walking on the streets recognized Zhao Tianyu, Ao Shua, and the others, and they were shocked. Hearing the shout, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others frowned and turned around. At this time, inside the Listening Snow Divine Nation's Imperial Palace, the Listening Snow Divine Nation's ruler Lin Muyang was holding a banquet for the 9-star world's divine Dao Sex Lu Lei, Fu Yifan, and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Nation's Ao Yishuan, Ao Bai, and the others. Inside the Imperial Palace's Great Hall, people were singing and dancing, laughing and joking. Second update, 5 p.m., Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others turned around. When they saw Zhao Tianyu, Taurus Longjiao looked like he had seen an old friend for a long time, smiling, "Hey, kid, it's you." He then looked at Zhao Tianyu from head to toe, saying, "You've recovered well since we parted at the lightning volcano." Zhao Tianyu's face darkened when Taurus Longjiao mentioned the lightning volcano again. Ao Shua reached out to stop Zhao Tianyu, who was about to rush forward. He looked at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. "You're Du Dalai's people?" "Du Dalai's people?" Taurus Longjiao laughed. "So what if we are? So what if we aren't? So what? Let me out." Ao Shua frowned. Hearing Taurus Longjiao's words, Zhao Tianyu laughed angrily. "At the lightning volcano, your people broke my meridians." Taurus Longjiao was enlightened, interrupting, "Oh, I know, your meridians have been reconnected, so you came here to let us break your meridians again." He then said to Ao Shua and the others, "You guys are the same, right?" Zhao Tianyu and the others were enraged hearing this. Even Ao Shua glared at Taurus Longjiao, "Not to mention Du Dalai, even his master wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. I don't care what relationship you have with Du Dalai, but if you don't kneel down and apologize to me, none of you will walk out of this Listening Snow celestial capital today." However, just as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao sent him flying with a slap, crashing to the ground in the distance. Blood spurted out from Ao Shua's mouth, his face was crooked, and his meridians shattered inch by inch. Zhao Tianyu and the other young lords were dumbfounded. Those who knew Ao Shua's identity were dumbfounded. Even Ao Shua, who was vomiting blood from the slap, was dumbfounded. Feeling the shattered meridians in his body, Ao Shua looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger, roaring, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You dare to break my meridians. You're courting death, do you know that?" He was the champion of this year's alchemy and array competition, as well as the nephew of the Tianlong Divine Kingdom's ruler. Among the younger generation of the Tianlong Divine Kingdom, whether it was alchemy or array formation, he was one of the most outstanding geniuses. He was highly valued by his uncle, the Tianlong Divine Kingdom's ruler. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Ao Shua's roar spread far and wide. However, as soon as he said that, Taurus Longjiao slapped him again, causing him to roll on the ground and crash into the opposite building. He then fainted completely. Zhao Tianyu and the other young lords were even more shocked. Zhao Tianyu regained his senses and looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. "Do you know who he is?" "He is the nephew of the Tianlong Divine Country's ruler." "Tianlong Divine Country, do you know?" Zhao Tianyu said angrily, "You're all dead." Before he could finish, Taurus Longjiao's slap sent Zhao Tianyu flying into the snow-listening Divine Kingdom's palace, crashing into the palace's walls. A loud boom sounded from the snow-listening Divine Kingdom's walls, and a large gap was formed. The entire snow-listening Divine Kingdom's capital shook. Inside the snow-listening Divine Kingdom's main hall, Leng Muyang, Lu Lei, Ao Yishuan, Ao Bai, and the others were laughing and singing when they heard the loud boom. The singing and dancing girls in the main hall also stopped. Leng Muyang put down his wine cup and asked solemnly, "What happened?" At this time, one of the palace's experts rushed into the hall, reporting, "It's the Red Flame Divine Sect's chief disciple, Zhao Tianyu. He was smashed into our palace's walls." Leng Muyang, Lu Lei, Ao Yishuan, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew the Red Flame Divine Sect's chief had a good relationship with Leng Muyang. But now, the Red Flame Divine Sect's chief disciple was smashed into the snow-listening Divine Kingdom's palace walls. Leng Muyang frowned, asking solemnly, "Do you know who the culprit is?" "We're already investigating." The palace's expert hurried to answer. However, another palace's expert rushed into the hall, reporting to Leng Muyang, "Your Majesty, we just received news that young noble Ao Shua's divine veins were shattered, and he's unconscious on the street." "What?" Not only Leng Muyang, but Ao Yishuan, Ao Bai, and the others also jumped to their feet. Inside the main hall, everyone stood up in shock. Zhao Tianyu's death was already a surprise to everyone. Now, even Ao Shua's divine veins were shattered. More importantly, Ao Shua was not the Red Flame Divine Sect's Zhao Tianyu, but the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler, Ao Yishuan's nephew. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler, Ao Yishuan, was right here. Leng Muyang's eyes were frosty. "Mobilize all the snow-listening Divine Kingdom's forces, capture the culprit. Now." Immediately. Ao Yishuan's voice was solemn, "No need, snow-listening Heavenly Ruler, our Heavenly Dragon Divine Country will do it ourselves." He then turned to the snow-listening Divine Country's palace's expert, "Where is the culprit now? Bring us there." The snow-listening Divine Country's palace's expert was stunned, but he complied respectfully. Under the snow-listening Divine Country's palace's expert's lead, Ao Yishuan, Ao Bai, and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's experts soared into the air, flying towards Lu Yiping. Seeing this, Leng Muyang, Lu Lei, Fu Yifan, and the others also followed. In a split second, the snow-listening Divine Country's experts, as well as the other Divine Country's super sex experts in the main hall, rushed towards Lu Yiping. The snow-listening Divine Countries, Heavenly Dragon Divine Countries, and super sex experts flying over the snow-listening Divine Country's airspace shocked everyone. "It's the Heavenly Dragon Ruler and snow-listening Heavenly Ruler. What's going on? What happened?" Inside the Divine Capital, many people were still clueless about what was going on. Seeing the Heavenly Dragon Emperor and snow-listening Divine Country's ruler moving out together, they were astounded. "It seems to be Ao Shua. His meridians were shattered by someone at the snow-listening tavern." Many people saw it. Someone said. The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others also sensed the snow-listening Divine Country's army coming towards them, and they stopped in their tracks. Following the snow-listening Divine Country's palace's experts' lead, Ao Yishuan saw the snow-listening tavern from afar. The snow-listening tavern was the biggest tavern in the snow-listening Divine Capital. The building was tall and it occupied a large area, making it very conspicuous. The snow-listening divine country's palace's expert pointed at a street not far from the snow-listening tavern. It was those people who did it. Aoi Xuan's gaze followed the direction the expert was pointing at, and he saw a light blue figure standing on the street. That light blue figure's handsome face was beyond words. At this time, Lu Yiping also looked over. The originally angry Aoi Xuan's eyes widened in shock, and his body stiffened. For a moment, he forgot to circulate his god force and fly, falling from the sky. Ao Bai, who was beside Aoi Xuan, also fell from the sky when he saw that face. The several tens of thousands of experts from various divine kingdoms and super sects who had followed Aoi Xuan to the heavenly dragon divine kingdom were dumbfounded when they saw Aoi Xuan and young Lord Ao Bai falling from the sky. Very feeling, 8 p.m. Third update, even the heavenly dragon divine country's experts were dumbfounded. They had never seen their heavenly dragon ruler and young lord lose their composure like this. At this time Aoi Xuan, who had fallen to the ground from a high altitude and was covered in sand and dust, was still crawling forward, watching the heavenly dragon ruler Aoi Xuan crawl forward after falling to the ground with his head lowered. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could understand why the heavenly dragon divine country's ruler Aoi Xuan would act like this. Suddenly, the divine Dao sect's Lu Lei turned to look at the blue-robed figure. His face was filled with bewilderment. Although he had seen the scene of Fu Songxing being killed in the fallen god's cave, he did not see Lu Yiping's face clearly. Just as Leng Muyang was about to speak, Aoi Xuan suddenly kowtowed. Sinner Aoi Xuan kowtows to the Lord. Aoi Xuan kowtows to the Lord. Aoi Xuan and Ao Bai both prostrated on the ground, their voices trembling. Sinner? Hearing Aoi Xuan call himself a sinner, everyone was astounded, looking ahead in disbelief at the blue-robed figure at the end of the street. He is? Lu Lei's disciple, Fu Yifan stuttered, Saint Devil Master, Lu Yiping? Saint Devil Master, everyone's mind went blank. In an instant, the people high in the air fell to the ground like rain. More than 10,000 people slammed into the ground with loud rumbling noises. The snow-listening divine country streets were paved with hard granite, thus, the ground cracked under the weight of several thousand people. Sand and dust flew high into the air. These experts came from various divine countries' super sects, some even came from their respective divine countries' royal families, and some were like Aoi Xuan and Leng Muyang, rulers of their own countries. But now, all of them had fallen to the ground. No one dared to stay high in the air, no one dared to look down at the blue-robed figure. When they fell to the ground, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, their reaction was swift. Even Lu Lei and Fu Yifan from the 9-star world's divine Dao sect did not dare to remain standing, prostrating on the ground with the rest. This was the deterrence power of a god-list expert. The number of experts in each world was innumerable. The god-list experts were the strongest 100 experts in the 17 worlds. To experts from the 17 worlds experts, the god-list experts were the true rulers of the 17 worlds, supreme existences. Ao Shua has offended you, please punish me, Aoi Xuan said in a trembling voice. To him, Lu Yiping was not only an expert on the divine list, but also his savior. If it weren't for Lu Yiping, he would have died a long time ago. Lu Yiping looked at the terrified Aoi Xuan and said, "Get up, it's not a big deal." Then he said to Leng Muyang and the others, "You guys get up too." To Lu Yiping, this was just a trivial matter, but to Aoi Xuan, Leng Muyang, and the others, it was an earth-shattering matter. Therefore, no one dared to stand up. "Get up, all of you." Lu Yiping raised his voice. Aoi Xuan, Leng Muyang, and the others panicked when they heard that. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Xianxia walked over. Everyone lowered their heads and held their breaths. "You're the snow-listening heavenly monarch?" Lu Yiping's gaze fell on Leng Muyang. Leng Muyang's body tensed up, and he hurried to answer, "This lowly one is Leng Muyang. I heard that you've obtained 2 special tree pieces that can't be successfully cultivated." Lu Yiping said. Leng Muyang and the others were stunned. Even Lu Lei and Aoi Xuan were surprised. Judging from Lu Yiping's words, he was here for those 2 special tree pieces. Leng Muyang regained his senses and said in a hurry, "Yes, Lord, those 2 special tree pieces are in the depths of my palace's tree garden." He then respectfully invited Lu Yiping to the snow-listening heavenly nation's palace. Thus, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao followed Ling Muyang into the snow-listening heavenly nation's palace. Ao Ishuan and the others followed closely behind them. When they arrived at the snow-listening heavenly nation's palace's tree garden, Lu Yiping saw the two special tree pieces that Ling Muyang had collected. One of them was the Sun Fusang tree, and there were 4 of them. The other one was the creation tree, and although there were only 2 of them, each of them was more than a meter tall. Lu Yiping was overjoyed. "Where did you find these tree pieces?" Lu Yiping asked Ling Muyang, referring to the creation tree pieces. Ling Muyang's tense heart finally relaxed when he saw the joy on Lu Yiping's face. He answered, "I found them in the 9 Stars World's desolate forest." "Oh, the 9 Stars World?" Lu Yiping was surprised. "Yes." Ling Muyang said respectfully, "It was more than 30 years ago. At that time, I went to the 9 Stars World to visit a good friend. After that, I entered the desolate forest with my good friend to search for the Azure Flame Divine Tree, and found these 2 tree pieces. At that time, I felt that these 2 tree pieces were very special, very heavy, and very hard, so I brought them back to study. However, I've watered them with all kinds of divine water and cultivated them with all kinds of divine soil, but these 2 tree pieces still couldn't sprout." Ling Muyang shook his head. Desolate forest. Lu Yiping repeated it once, memorized it, and then asked Ling Muyang about the desolate forest's location in the 9 Stars World. "I want to buy these tree pieces." Lu Yiping said in a low voice, "Can you sell them to me? Or do you need some kind of treasure?" Ling Muyang quickly waved his hand, "In any case, I found these tree pieces by chance. If Lord wants them, feel free to take them. In any case, I can't cultivate these tree pieces successfully, they're just a few pieces of useless wood in this tree garden." Lu Yiping took out a jade bottle and said, "There are 1,000 drops of star chaos water in here." Ling Muyang's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottle in shock. There were 1,000 drops of star chaos water in here? "Lord, no, I can't take it." In his shock, Ling Muyang stuttered. He was really frightened. He never thought that Lu Yiping would give him 1,000 drops of star chaos water. "Take it," Lu Yiping then said, "Do you need anything else? You said that you entered the desolate forest to look for the Azure Flame Divine Tree, right?" Ling Muyang quickly said, "Yes, I want to find some Azure Flame Divine Tree leaves to refine pills." He then asked meekly, "Does Lord know where to find the Azure Flame Divine Tree?" Lu Yiping nodded, "I know of one, I'll send someone to deliver the Azure Flame Divine Tree leaves to you." There was an Azure Flame Divine Tree in the heavenly capital city's myriad gods' residence, but its grade was too low, which was why Lu Yiping did not plant the Jiutian soil in it and did not bring it with him. Ling Muyang was overjoyed at Lu Yiping's words, and he bowed to thank him. Lu Yiping put away the 2 Jiutian tree pieces and the 4 Sun Fusang tree pieces. Although the Sun Fusang tree was not one of the top 10 spiritual roots, it was not inferior to the Phoenix Divine Tree. If it was cultivated, it might be useful in the future. Under Ling Muyang's warm invitation, Lu Yiping and the group returned to the snow-listening palace's main hall and drank a few cups of wine with them. The next day, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Ao Ishuan, and the rest left the snow-listening divine nation for the heavenly dragon divine nation. First update tomorrow at 10 a.m., Ling Muyang sent Lu Yiping off, watching Lu Yiping's figure disappear into the distance. A long time after Lu Yiping's figure disappeared, his heart was still thumping loudly. After arriving at the heavenly dragon divine kingdom, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao went directly to the ancient dragon tomb. This time, they came to the heavenly dragon divine kingdom mainly to see Ao Mingting. However, when Lu Yiping activated the Eye of Lightning punishment, he was surprised because there was no sign of Ao Mingting in the ancient dragon tomb. Lu Yiping asked Ao Ishuan, "Are you sure that your old ancestor has never come out after entering the ancient dragon tomb?" Ao Ishuan and Ao Bai were stunned. "What does Lord mean?" Ao Ishuan asked. "Ao Mingting is not in the ancient dragon tomb," Lu Yiping said. "Not here." Ao Ishuan and Ao Bai raised their voices. In their minds, their old ancestor had never come out after entering the ancient dragon tomb. Now, hearing Lu Yiping say that their old ancestor was not in the ancient dragon tomb, they were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping searched again with the Eye of Thunder punishment. He searched through all the spaces in the ancient dragon tomb, but he still couldn't find Ao Mingting. If Ao Mingting was dead, his corpse wouldn't have rotted so quickly. But now, there was nothing, which meant that Ao Mingting had left the ancient dragon tomb. It was just that Ao Ishuan and the others didn't know. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lu Yiping stood in the courtyard arranged by Ao Ishuan, watering the rainbow gourd while thinking about Ao Mingting. Where did Ao Mingting go? Since he had left the ancient dragon tomb, why didn't he inform Ao Ishuan and the others? After watering the 2 bowls of Spring of Life, the rainbow gourd's purple gourd shone brightly. Afterward, Lu Yiping began to water the creation tree. After fusing with the 2 pieces of the snow-listening divine nation, the creation tree had already grown to a height of more than 5 meters. It had many branches, and there were dozens of leaves on the branches. The leaves were very pleasant, and the veins on the surface of the leaves were like heaven-splitting runes. Next, Lu Yiping began to comprehend the 3rd good fortune jade disc. The 3rd good fortune jade disc was the same as the 2nd one. It recorded the 100 great Daos. Among the 100 great Daos, there was the Tao of Thunder, the Tao of Wind, the Tao of Pills, and the Tao of Beasts. If he could comprehend the way of thunder, then he would be able to truly control the strongest power of thunder in the world. If he could comprehend the way of wind, then he would be able to transform into the wind of the world. He would be able to travel with the wind and be everywhere. If he could comprehend the Tao of alchemy, then he would be the true alchemy ancestor. He would be able to refine any kind of divine pill in the world. If he could comprehend the beast core, then he would be able to control the beasts of myriad worlds. Even the strongest heaven-splitting divine beast in the world and the strongest devil abyss beast in hell would be under his control. Moreover, there was still no news of the ancient fiend god Changliang. Therefore, Lu Yiping was not in a hurry to leave the divine nation. He stayed in the Sky Dragon divine nation, comprehending the good fortune jade disc and watering the creation tree every day. At the same time, Lu Yiping persisted in cultivating the longevity secret art. In this world, only the longevity secret art could grant immortality. Now, Lu Yiping, who had cultivated the longevity secret art to the 49th level, could be said to have the same lifespan as the world. However, the 49th level of the longevity secret art could only grant him the same lifespan as the world. Lu Yiping felt that only when he cultivated the longevity secret art to the 50th level and above could he live forever. At that time, even if the universe was destroyed, he would not be afraid. He would also live forever. The good fortune jade disc only had 49 levels of the longevity secret art, so he had to comprehend and explore the rest on his own. On this day, the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion replied to Lu Yiping, saying that there was news of the ancient fiend god Changliang. They found out that Changliang had left the eternal origin plane through the divine nation's spatial passage. As for Luo Shui's jade flute, their chief pavilion master found it in an abandoned city in the eternal demon domain and gave Lu Yiping its exact location. Changliang left the eternal origin plane? Taurus Longjiao was puzzled. What is this kid doing? Lord, the 9 stars emissary is outside, asking to see you. While Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were thinking about the ancient fiend god Changliang, Ao Ishuan came in from outside and reported. The 9 stars emissary? Lu Yiping asked. Yes, he's one of the Lord of 9 Stars generals. His name is Chao Hua, and he's in the main hall now, Ao Ishuan said carefully. He might be here because of the hell-suppressing divine kingdom. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Yiping's expression was normal as he left the courtyard with Taurus Longjiao and Ao Ishuan. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw a middle-aged man wearing star battle armor standing in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back. There were seats beside the hall, but he didn't sit. Instead, he examined the carvings in the hall. When Chao Hua saw Lu Yiping and the others come out, his gaze fell on Lu Yiping. He put down his hands behind his back and didn't salute. He said, "Are you the holy demon's master?" "I am," Lu Yiping said calmly. "What is it?" Chao Hua took out an invitation and tossed it to Lu Yiping. "In a few days, it will be our Lord of 9 Stars' 100,000th birthday. This is an invitation from our Lord. Our Lord said that you must come. He has something to tell you." Lu Yiping didn't take the invitation and let it fall to the ground. He looked at Chao Hua. "I must come? He has something to tell me? What if I don't go?" When Xiao Hua saw that Lu Yiping hadn't taken the invitation he'd thrown at him and had instead allowed the Lord of Nine Stars' invitation to land in the main hall, his expression darkened. Since the Lord of Nine Stars has specifically requested that you attend, I advise you to attend. Also, you'd better pick up the Lord of Nine Stars' invitation. If you pick it up immediately and put it away, I can pretend I didn't see it. Otherwise, I'll report everything to the Lord of Nine Stars. Xiao Hua said coldly. However, as soon as he said this, he saw little fish appear in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Little fish suddenly smashed him to the ground. The hall shook. Taurus Longjiao put little fish away and walked over. As he walked over, he stepped on the invitation. The invitation exploded into countless pieces. Taurus Longjiao walked up to Xiao Hua and stomped on his head, flattening it. Who the hell is the Lord of Nine Stars? Does he have something to tell our Lord? Do you think I won't go over and stomp on his head right now? Lu Yiping looked at Xiao Hua, whose face was filled with anger, astonishment, and disbelief. Go back and tell your Lord that I'll be at his birthday banquet. Tell him not to meddle in the affairs of the prison-suppressing divine kingdom. Otherwise, I'll wring his head off during the banquet. Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent, but there was a chill in it that made one's heart palpitate. Taurus Longjiao kicked Xiao Hua out of the hall. Get lost. Xiao Hua was sent flying and tumbled to the square outside the hall. After a long while, he stood up, trembling. Some readers have asked when I'm going to ascend to the God world. In fact, I'm already in the God world. The Eternity Plane is just one of its planes. However, Xiao Hua did not dare to say anything, and he sped away. Aoi Xuan looked at Xiao Hua's departing figure with a wry smile. In fact, when Xiao Hua came to deliver the invitation, he had already guessed this would happen. Lu Yiping did not put Xiao Hua's departure to heart, and continued to comprehend the Fortune Jade Disc and cultivate the longevity secret art. The next day, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others left the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country, arriving at the abandoned city mentioned by the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion in the ancient demon domain. However, after searching for a while, they did not find anything. In the end, Lu Yiping could only leave in disappointment. After leaving, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao made a trip to the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's General Pavilion, asking the General Pavilion Master to keep it for him if he found something similar to silver ore in the future. The Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion's General Pavilion Master hurriedly complied. After that, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left through the Divine Soil Space Tunnel, leaving the Eternal Origin World surface and arriving at the vast galaxy. Outside the Eternal Origin World was the endless galaxy. Lu Yiping and the others stood in the Star River, gazing into the distance. The Star River was deep, empty, and quiet. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. This was the sound of the Star River storm sweeping across the Star River. In the vast galaxy, there were not only galactic storms, but also space hailstorms and the possibility of encountering giant galactic beasts. Therefore, if one wanted to travel across the galaxy without a certain level of strength, it was akin to courting death. Generally speaking, only the world surface lord and above dared to travel across the galaxy. Occasionally, there were peak late-stage heavenly god realm experts who would travel across the galaxy, but the danger was high. A peak late-stage heavenly god realm expert could die without leaving a corpse behind. This galaxy is still the most comfortable to look at. Taurus Longjiao sighed with emotion, vast, spacious, mysterious, and full of the unknown. He then added, just like a woman's heart. Xianxia, Longgu, Qiyu, and Ba Dao were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping took out a flying ship. This flying ship was 1,000 zhang long, entirely black in color. There was a giant black dragon engraved on the ship's body, and the black dragon totem patterns twined around the entire ship. This was the spaceship of the ancient Black Dragon clan. Let's go. Lu Yiping jumped onto the spaceship. Xianxia and the other three were stunned for a moment before they followed Taurus Longjiao onto the spaceship. Lu Yiping took out a connate spirit vein and placed it in the core of the flying ship's array formation. The flying ship's array formation activated, and in an instant, the flying ship turned into a streak of black light and shot off into the distance. His speed was so fast that Xianxia and the other three were left speechless. When they encountered some galactic storms, the spaceship did not go around them. Instead, it went straight through them. When the spaceship blasted through, the galactic storm that could instantly tear apart a peak late-stage planar lord and seriously injure an ordinary planar lord dissipated. Standing in the spaceship, Xianxia and the other three were shocked when they saw the astral tempest dissipated. Could this spaceship be a supreme-grade acquired spiritual treasure? Not long after, they saw a white haze in front of them. When they got closer, Xianxia and the other three could see that it was a shocking hailstorm. The hailstorm in this galaxy was incomparable to the hailstorm in this plane. Even a planar lord would be frozen into ice if they were touched by the hailstorm. However, the spaceship still blasted through it. When the spaceship plowed through the hailstorm that covered tens of thousands of li was blasted away. It was a spectacular sight from afar. The spaceship passed through the hailstorm unscathed and continued its journey. Just as Liu Yiping and the others were driving the ship towards the 9-star plane, Chao Hua, who had returned to the 9-star city, knelt in front of the 9-star hall, not daring to breathe. Standing in front of him was a majestic figure with 9 stars hovering above him. The stellar energy in his body surged like the sea. He was like the ruler of the starry sky. It was the 14th on the god list, the Lord of 9 stars, Yuan Jiahong. Although Yuan Jiahong wasn't in the top 10 of the god ranking list, even the top 10 didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, Yuan Jiahong's background was unfathomable. Yuan Jiahong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There wasn't any anger on his face as he looked at the horizon. You're saying that not only did Liu Yiping not accept my invitation, but his slave trampled on my invitation? Chao Hua lowered his head and said nervously, "Yes, Lord. This lowly one doesn't dare to lie." Moreover, he said that if Lord dares to interfere with the hell-suppressing divine nation's matters, he will wring Lord's head off during Lord's banquet. A sharp glint flashed across Yuan Jiahong's eyes. He shook his head and said, "There are indeed many arrogant and foolish people in this world. Back then, Xianxia also said that he would cut off my head, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a punch from me. He was smashed into pieces by my fist. Even his flesh and blood were devoured by my astral beast." Xianxia was the expert ranked 33rd on the god ranking list who had challenged Yuan Jiahong. At this time, a somewhat effeminate young man in a flowery robe in the main hall said, "Lord, do you want me to go to the divine land and wring Liu Yiping's head off?" This young man was Lin Yidong, Yuan Jiahong's strongest subordinate. He was also an expert ranked 57th on the god ranking list. Yuan Jiahong waved his hand and said, "He's just an insignificant grasshopper. Let him jump for a while. This Liu guy thinks that he can challenge me just because he killed Fu Songxing. He's courting death. During the banquet, none of you are allowed to make a move. I will personally wring his head off." Lin Yidong nodded. Yuan Jiahong changed the topic and asked, "The people from the Xiankong Island and the Scattered Star Sea should be arriving soon, right?" The Xiankong Island was the second most powerful force in the Void Plane, second only to the Maha clan. The Scattered Star Sea was the third most powerful force in the Void Plane. This time, he had also invited experts from the Xiankong Island and the Scattered Star Sea to his banquet. They should be arriving soon. 3 days at most, Lin Yidong replied. Okay. Be prepared to welcome them. Don't be rude, Yuan Jiahong said. Just as 9-Star City was preparing for Yuan Jiahong's birthday banquet, the northern sky of the 9-Star realm suddenly darkened. A spaceship tore open the realm wall and appeared in the sky. It was Liu Yiping's Black Dragon spaceship. Liu Yiping put away the Black Dragon spaceship and identified the direction. Then, he flew away with Taurus Longjiao and the others. After arriving at a nearby city, Liu Yiping inquired about the location of the ancient desolate forest. Liu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull continued on their way. When night fell, Liu Yiping and the others finally arrived at the desolate forest. Under the night sky, the desolate forest was very foggy. Faint sounds of ferocious beasts could be heard coming from the depths of the forest. Other than ferocious beasts, there were also some strange sounds. Not long after Liu Yiping and the others entered the desolate forest, they saw a fire in front of them. When they walked over to take a look, they were surprised to see a group of 7 Spirit Fox clan disciples sitting around a bonfire, eating barbecued meat and drinking wine. This group of 7 Spirit Fox clan disciples were not weak. Some of them were in the Divine Spirit realm, while others were in the True Immortal realm. There were 30 to 40 of them. The 7 Spirit Fox clan disciples obviously did not expect anyone to come over. They all stood up vigilantly. Third update, 5 p.m., seeing the 7 Spirit Fox disciples tense and alert, Lu Yiping said, "We're just passing by. We don't have any other intentions." With that, he left with Taurus Longjiao and the others. The disciples of the 7 Spirit Fox clan heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Yiping and the others leave. One of them said, "Senior Sister Jing, these people are so sneaky. They might have other intentions." Fang Jing shook her head. "It's better to avoid trouble. Just be vigilant. Our Lord of 9 Stars is challenging Lord Sun Jingda." "I wonder if the news is true," a 7 Spirit Fox disciple suddenly said. "Lord Sun Jingda is ranked 10th on the god list. If our Lord of 9 Stars succeeds, won't she enter the top 10? Everyone exclaimed. Fang Jing nodded. "It should be true. The news has already spread. The Lord of 9 Stars wants to challenge Sun Jingda before the birthday banquet." At this point, his face was filled with excitement and worship. "I heard that the Lord of 9 Stars broke through not long ago and became an ancient god." "What? An ancient god? No wonder the Lord of 9 Stars dares to challenge Lord Sun Jingda." The 7 Spirit Fox disciples were all excited. Fang Jing sighed. "Ever since the primordial age, there have been very few people in the 17 planes who have broken through to the ancient god realm. Once you comprehend the god realm's law and break through to the ancient god realm, you will be truly invincible. Not only will your lifespan increase greatly, but your strength will also reach an unimaginable level." Lu Yiping and the others didn't know what the 7 Spirit Fox disciples were talking about. After Lu Yiping left, they continued to fly deeper into the desolate forest. By now, the creation tree had grown to over 5 meters tall and could sense if there were any creation tree chunks within 500 meters. Therefore, Lu Yiping didn't fly too fast. He flew slowly and sensed the creation tree chunks around him. At the same time, Lu Yiping activated his Eye of Thunder punishment and scanned his surroundings. The ancient Desolation Forest was an extremely ancient forest that had existed since the ancient times. Lu Yiping felt that there were definitely many foundation tree blocks in this ancient Desolation Forest. In order to increase the chances of finding the building tree blocks, Lu Yiping released all of the planar lords from the Infinity Star Palace. He had them split into groups of 10 and spread out to search for the suspected building tree blocks. Not long after Lu Yiping's group started their search, they encountered a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was a giant bear the size of a small hill. However, before this giant bear could approach, it was sent flying by Xianxia and the other 3. Finally, in order to reduce the disturbance, the 4 masters of black evil released their auras. Immediately, the ferocious beasts were so frightened that they all fled in fear. After flying for half an hour, Lu Yiping suddenly received a message from one of the groups. "Lord, we found a tree block that looks like the one you mentioned." Lu Yiping was delighted. In a flash, he arrived beside the group of 10. However, when he saw the tree blocks in their hands, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although the tree blocks in their hands looked like the foundation tree blocks, they weren't. Lu Yiping's group continued to move forward. Suddenly, the foundation tree in Lu Yiping's body began to vibrate. "This is?" Lu Yiping was overjoyed. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of a small hill in front of him. Then, he punched the small hill, and at the bottom of the hill, there was a fist-sized piece of tree. It was the foundation tree block. Although it was only the size of a fist, Lu Yiping was still delighted. This proved that his previous guess was correct. There must be more foundation tree blocks in this desolate forest. Picking up the foundation tree block, Lu Yiping directly swallowed it and merged with it before continuing his search. The desolate forest was huge. With Lu Yiping's group speed, it would take them at least a month to finish searching. However, Lu Yiping wasn't in a hurry and continued his search. Not long after finding the first foundation tree block, Lu Yiping found another one. However, this one was even smaller, only the size of 2 thumbs. Lu Yiping was sweating profusely. Although it was only the size of 2 thumbs, Lu Yiping didn't let it go and merged it with the foundation tree. Now, for the sake of the foundation tree's growth and for the sake of his ability to travel between worlds, no matter how small it was, he treated it like a treasure. The night passed. The sky gradually brightened. After searching for an entire night, the harvest wasn't small. Lu Yiping found 6 foundation tree blocks, but they weren't big. The biggest one was only the size of 2 fists. In addition to the 6 foundation tree blocks found by Lu Yiping, Xianxia's group of 100,000 also found 2 foundation tree blocks. Moreover, both foundation tree blocks weren't small. One of them was more than a meter tall. Therefore, in just one night, the 5-meter-tall foundation tree had grown to more than 6 meters tall. This was even bigger than Lu Yiping's 1 year of watering. Of course, he hadn't watered it for a full year yet. As the foundation tree grew to more than 6 meters tall, its sensing range increased. It could now sense everything within 600 meters. After the sky brightened, the dense fog in the ancient desolate forest gradually brightened. Compared to the cold and gloomy desolate forest at night, the desolate forest in the morning was fresh, green, and full of vitality. Lu Yiping stood high in the sky and waved to the group of 100,000 existential plane rulers. Continue. After last night's harvest, Lu Yiping was now full of energy. Everyone, search well today. Lu Yiping said. Tonight, I will treat everyone to the everlasting wine. Xianxia and the others immediately cheered, yes, sir. The sound waves shook the surrounding ancient trees, causing many green fruits to fall. Everyone continued. 100,000 people split into groups of 10. They spread out and advanced into the depths of the desolate forest. Just as Lu Yiping and the others continued to search for the foundation tree blocks, the 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples, who had rested for the night, also began to advance into the depths of the desolate forest. This time, they had entered the desolate forest to search for the fruit of a divine tree. However, after walking for half an hour, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was because they hadn't encountered a single ferocious beast. They didn't even encounter a weak ferocious beast. They didn't even hear the sounds of ferocious beasts, let alone their figures. It was as if the entire desolate forest had become empty. What's going on? Aren't there many ferocious beasts in the desolate forest? Why haven't we encountered a single one today? A 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciple asked in surprise. This caused the people, who were originally on high alert, to relax. Fang Jing was also puzzled. She said, did something happen in the desolate forest? Did all the ferocious beasts hide here? Another 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciple suddenly said, these ferocious beasts couldn't have been killed, right? Look, there are traces of ferocious beasts' blood. He pointed at a pool of blood in the sand. Fang Jing walked over to the pool of blood. She touched it and said, they should have been killed last night. She then said with a grave expression, an expert has entered the desolate forest. Everyone, be careful and be vigilant. Once we find the item, we will immediately return to the 7 Spirit Fox clan. Yes, Senior Sister Jing. God Jian is walking on thin ice every day. He is always afraid that the plot won't be good enough and that everyone will be dissatisfied. If there is something that displeases everyone, please bear with it. After all, I have to write so many words every day. It's inevitable that there will be mistakes in the plot. 8:30 p.m. Fourth update. The sunlight continued to illuminate the ancient forest and the figures of Lu Yiping and the others who were working hard. Under the sunlight, the figures of Lu Yiping and the others were covered in a layer of golden light. As Lu Yiping and the others pushed forward, the sun slowly set in the west. At dusk, Lu Yiping asked everyone to stop. When Xianxia and the others stopped, Lu Yiping smiled and said, let's start a fire, roast meat, and drink. Everyone cheered. Immediately, 10 people in a group started 10,000 bonfires. Then, they sat in a circle, roasted meat, and drank wine. The fragrance of meat and wine filled the air. The night gradually darkened, but the ancient forest became warmer. Lu Yiping, the dragon-horn golden bull, Xianxia, and the others sat together and ate the barbecued meat. Today's harvest was even better than last night's. They found 8 pieces last night, and today, they found more than 20 pieces. Perhaps it was because of the bright sunlight. To be exact, there were 23 pieces. Moreover, the big ones were 3 to 4 meters in size. After fusing with these 23 tree pieces, the creation tree had grown to more than 20 meters in height. more than 20 meters could already be considered a big tree. Now, the creation tree was surrounded by primal chaos energy and specks of golden light. It was becoming more and more beautiful. Of course, it was also becoming more and more like the #1 divine tree in the world. The patterns on the creation tree's leaves were also becoming clearer. These patterns were like heaven-splitting words, as if they were describing the principles of heaven and earth. Liu Yiping felt that these patterns hid a heaven-splitting cultivation technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, he could cultivate it together with the longevity art and the fortune jade disc, and his strength would increase by another step. However, the creation tree was only 20 meters in height, and the leaves had only grown a little. Therefore, this heaven-splitting cultivation technique was still incomplete. In order to complete this heaven-opening technique, he had to find more tree blocks as soon as possible. As for the Sun Fusang tree, Liu Yiping had also used the spring of life to water it. He had successfully cultivated it and planted it on a piece of Jiutian soil. However, the Sun Fusang tree wasn't very useful to him. Therefore, Liu Yiping had allowed it to grow without wasting the spring of life on it. Just as Liu Yiping's group stopped to eat and drink, the 7 Spirit Fox tribe's disciples also arrived. "Senior Sister Jing, look. Why are there so many flames in front of us?" a 7 Spirit Fox clan disciple exclaimed. Fang Jing and the other 7 Spirit Fox disciples looked over. When they saw that the forest was filled with fire, they were very surprised. Could it be that a large sect is here? A disciple was surprised. Should we go up and take a look? Fang Jing shook her head. I don't know if he's a friend or a foe. Forget it, let's take a detour. She then led the 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples to take a detour. However, even after taking a long detour, they still saw the fire. The further they went, the brighter the fire became. No matter how hard they tried, the 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples couldn't avoid it. Why are there so many fire lights? How many people did this large sect send? The 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples were shocked. I'm afraid there are 30 to 40,000 people? Could they all be divine spirit realm experts? This ancient desolate forest is filled with ferocious beasts. Only divine spirit realm experts and above would dare to come here. Everyone was bewildered. 30 to 40,000 divine spirit realm experts were dispatched in one go. Only the 9-star world's top 10 super forces had this kind of strength. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's go up and greet them." She then added, "Everyone must be respectful. Don't show any disrespect." She then led the 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples forward. As they got closer, Fang Jing saw the group sitting around the bonfire. When she saw Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Xianxia, and the others, she couldn't help but feel surprised. "It's you guys." The 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples also recognized Liu Yiping, and they were all surprised. Wasn't this the young man they met last night? Last night, they were still saying that these people were sneaky. After Fang Jing recovered from her surprise, she said to Liu Yiping, "I didn't expect to meet young master again." Liu Yiping smiled, "What a coincidence. Do you want to come over and have a seat?" Fang Jing didn't expect Liu Yiping to invite her. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, "Many thanks for young master's kindness. We still have something to look for." She then bid farewell and left. Fang Jing led the 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciples away, disappearing into the night. Fang Jing only let out a sigh of relief when they were far away. Those people seemed to be respectful to that young man. I wonder which sect's young master is that young man? A 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciple asked in surprise. Those people are very strong. They should be stronger than me. A late-stage True God Realm 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciple said. Everyone was shocked. Senior Brother Mu, are you saying that they are peak late-stage True God Realm experts or even Heavenly God Realm experts? A 7 Spirit Fox clan's disciple said in disbelief, how is that possible? Fang Jing was also bewildered. The night deepened. After Liu Yiping and the others had eaten their fill, they continued to work in groups of 10. 7 days passed. After fusing with more than 100 tree pieces, the builder tree had grown to 110 meters tall. Every night when the sun set, Liu Yiping and the others would start a fire, drink, and eat meat. After eating their fill, they would continue to work. As the builder tree grew taller, its sensing range also increased. When it grew to 100 meters tall, its sensing range had expanded to 10 miles. As its sensing range had increased, the speed of searching increased. On the 10th day, Lu Yiping finally finished searching the entire desolate forest. After 10 days, Lu Yiping dug out all the builder tree's tree pieces that were hidden in every corner of the desolate forest. The builder tree had finally grown to 140 meters tall. The 140 meters tall builder tree needed more than 20 people to wrap their arms around its trunk. The tree trunk was as straight as a heavenly pillar. Chaos energy was rising around the tree trunk. Looking at it from afar, it made one's soul tremble. Even Taurus Longjiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the 140 meters tall builder tree absorbing chaos energy. Lu Yiping realized that when the builder tree grew to 100 meters tall, his speed of comprehending the heavenly steel and cultivating the fortune jade discs Dao increased by a lot. Moreover, when the builder tree grew to 100 meters tall, its leaves were lush, and the heaven-opening cultivation technique became more complete. Lu Yiping felt that when the builder tree grew to a height of 300 meters, he would be able to comprehend the heaven-opening cultivation technique from the builder tree's leaves. After searching the desolate forest, Lu Yiping recalled the 100,000 planar lords back to the Wuji Star Palace. Then, he left the desolate forest with Taurus Longjiao and the others and went to a nearby city. When they arrived, almost everyone in the streets and alleys was talking about the Lord of Nine Stars' challenge to Sun Xingde, who was ranked 10th on the god list. The Lord of Nine Stars has issued a challenge, and Lord Sun Xingde has already accepted it. The location is in the Purple Star Sea. Many experts have already rushed over. For more updates tomorrow. First update at 10 a.m. Back then, the Lord of Nine Stars killed Song Yi in the Purple Star Sea. Now, she's challenging Lord Sun Xingde to a duel in the Purple Star Sea. It goes without saying. This duel will definitely be spectacular. The experts of Xianxia Island and the Scattered Star Sea have all come to support Lord Nine Stars. Sounds of discussion rose and fell on the streets. Oh, that kid Yuan Jiahong broke through to the ancient god realm and wants to challenge the top 10 on the god list, Taurus Longjiao said to Lu Yiping. Master, should we go and take a look? Lu Yiping shook his head. There's nothing to see. At this time, a family disciple in a nearby tea house said, there's one more thing. I don't know if you know, but the Lord of Nine Stars sent an invitation to Lu Yiping for her birthday banquet. Not only did Lu Yiping not accept it, but he even had his subordinates crush the invitation. He even attacked Lord Chao Hua, who delivered the invitation. Lord Chao Hua was kicked out. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. There's such a thing? This Lu Yiping doesn't know his place. The Lord of Nine Stars invited him, but his subordinates crushed the invitation and even attacked Lord Chao Hua. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Moreover, this Lu Yiping said to Lord Chao Hua that if the Lord of Nine Stars dares to interfere with the hell-suppressing divine nation's affairs, he'll wring the Lord of Nine Stars' head off during the banquet, the family disciple said. Instantly, the indignant crowd became even angrier. Some even slammed the table. Who the hell is this Lu Yiping? He just entered the god list. How dare he say he'll wring the Lord of Nine Stars' head off? The Lord of Nine Stars killed Song Yi with one move back then. This Lu Yiping is nothing in front of the Lord of Nine Stars. The family disciple continued, that's why the Lord of Nine Stars told Lord Linidong that no one is allowed to make a move during the banquet. He wants to wring Lu Yiping's head off with his own hands and feed it to his astral beast. Xianxia and the others frowned when they heard the discussion in the tea house. Master, are we going to Nine Star City now? Taurus Longjiao asked Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping shook his head. The birthday banquet is just around the corner. There's no hurry. The sky-setting mountain range was the largest mountain range in the Nine-Star realm. It spanned across several regions and was one of the oldest mountain ranges in the Nine-Star realm. In the depths of the sky-setting mountain range, there were layers of restrictions and countless ferocious beasts. On this day, in the sky above the sky-fixing mountain range, several figures appeared. They were none other than Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and several others. Previously, Lu Yiping had bought the Myriad God token from the secret chamber of commerce, but he hadn't gone to look for the Myriad God Master's cave abode. This was because the myriad god master's cave abode wasn't in Eternal Prime, but in the set Sky Mountain range. Liu Yiping took out the myriad deity's token and sensed the location of the cave abode. He then headed south of the sky-fixing mountain range with Taurus Longjiao and the rest. In the end, Liu Yiping's group arrived at a large mountain peak in the south. The mountain peak was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Xianxia's group even saw a rare 100-feathered bird. This 100-feathered bird's feathers had 100 different colors. Other than the 100-feathered bird, there were also other rare species. Liu Yiping stretched out his hand, and a drop of light dripped down, breaking the restrictions on the mountain peak. Then, they arrived at the mountain's waist. Halfway up the mountain, there was a large platform. From here, one could see the surrounding scenery of the valley. Under the sunlight, the mountain scenery was beautiful. Liu Yiping arrived in front of a mountain wall and pressed his palm against it. In an instant, the mountain wall collapsed, revealing a spatial tunnel. Lightning flashed at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. The destructive power contained in the lightning caused Xiaxia's group to feel their scalps go numb. However, Liu Yiping directly passed through the spatial tunnel. When Liu Yiping passed through, the destructive lightning stopped abruptly and disappeared without a trace. Taurus Longjiao followed behind Liu Yiping and entered the spatial tunnel. Xiaxia's group regained their senses and hurriedly followed. After passing through a long spatial tunnel, their eyes lit up as they arrived at a spacious space. In this space, there were mountains and rivers. In front of the mountains, there was a plain. The plain was filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs and divine trees. The divine trees were filled with sparkling fruits that flickered with light. As for the spiritual herbs, they were colorful. Xiaxia's group discovered that these spiritual herbs were all at least 1,000,000 years old. The 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs were planted there. The sky was wide and the earth was wide. They swayed with the wind and emitted a fragrance. They were like wild flowers that no one picked. Xiaxia's group was stunned. They thought that they were in an illusion. The 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs were growing there. They filled the entire plain. Moreover, the fruits on the divine trees were even more precious than these spiritual herbs. Liu Yiping came to the side of a divine tree and plucked a golden fruit. He took a bite and the fruit's fragrance splashed in his mouth. "If you want, you can do it yourselves," Liu Yiping said to Xiaxia's group. Xiaxia's group was moved. However, when they came to the front of the divine tree, they were very careful when plucking the fruit. They were afraid of damaging the leaves. The leaves of these divine trees were also very precious. Seeing this, Liu Yiping smiled and walked into the plain. There was a small path in the plain that led directly to the mountain peak at the end of the plain. On the mountain peak, there was a super large palace. The palace sat on the mountain peak and took up almost half of the mountain peak. It was the cave residence that the master of myriad gods built in the past. Taurus Longjiao followed Liu Yiping to the palace on the mountain peak. From the palace to the plain was filled with flowers and trees. It was incomparably beautiful and pleasing to the eye. "Sucheng, this kid's taste is not bad." Taurus Longjiao looked at the 1,000,000 years old flowers and trees at the foot of the mountain and said with emotion, "The wind blows the flowers and the sun shines on the cow's body." Xiaxia's group wanted to pft, but they didn't dare to. Liu Yiping glanced at Taurus Longjiao's fur and said with a smile, "This is the Sunshine's golden retriever, right?" Taurus Longjiao was stunned and said with a smile, "Master's taste is still higher than Su Cheng's." Liu Yiping resisted the urge to kick this guy down the mountain. He then looked at the majestic palace in front of him. The myriad god's token in his hand surged with light and opened the palace's restrictions. He then stepped inside. The palace's floor was made of various divine jades, and the stone pillars were made of a type of primordial stone. There were all kinds of extravagant materials. On the walls of the palace, there were all kinds of divine statues, patterns, and runes. It was a soul-stirring sight. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the palace's treasury. When Liu Yiping pushed open the treasury's door, a dazzling light illuminated the entire mountain peak. There were countless heavenly treasures, divine weapons, divine pills, and all kinds of other treasures. Xiaxia's group was dazzled. As the master of myriad gods, Su Cheng's wealth was shocking. The treasuries of the current superforces couldn't compare. Not to mention the hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom and Demon Dragon Palace, even the Lord of Nine Stars and the Maha clan couldn't compare. Second update at 1 p.m. Does anyone still have a monthly ticket? Please give me a monthly ticket or a recommendation ticket. Liu Yiping walked into the treasury and looked at the heavenly treasures all over the ground. He looked at the sky full of spirit veins that were like dragons swimming in the sky. However, his expression remained the same. To others, these things were priceless treasures, but to him, they were dispensable. What he needed now was a heaven-splitting spring of life and a heaven-splitting cultivation art. Liu Yiping took a cursory glance as he walked deeper into the treasury. The treasury was as large as a city. If an ordinary person walked from the door to the end, it would take them 10 days to half a month to reach the end. Finally, Liu Yiping reached the end of the treasury. There were several boxes at the end of the treasury, each of them covered in restrictions. Clearly, these were the most important items of the Master of Myriad Gods. Liu Yiping opened them one by one. One was a jade bottle, within which was a medicinal pill. The medicinal pill had already taken the form of a Taoist, who sat cross-legged within the jade bottle, cultivating. This Taoist wasn't weak. The other was a human-shaped tree ginseng. This tree ginseng was extraordinary. It was golden all over and dozens of meters tall. When it was opened, medicinal fragrance filled the entire treasury, overshadowing the fragrance of all the divine pills and spirit medicines. One of them was a sealed spirit vein. This spirit vein shone with 9 colors and was thousands of kilometers long, like a river of 9 colors. There was also a jade box with a book inside. However, there was nothing in the book. Taurus Longjiao looked at the pill and tree ginseng and swallowed hard. If he swallowed these two things, his fur would become even more golden. Moreover, it would be golden oil. Wow, is this the 9-colored glass vein? Taurus Longjiao looked at the spirit vein and exclaimed, I didn't expect Suqing to have such a precious treasure. Liu Yiping's expression remained unchanged. The 9-color glaze vein was a rare spiritual vein. Unfortunately, this 9-color glaze vein was not even 10 million years old. Liu Yiping, on the other hand, was reading the book. Although there was no content in the book, Liu Yiping was reading it with great interest. Taurus Longjiao was also engrossed. Black Fiend and the others stood there in a daze. They really couldn't see what was so interesting about a completely blank book that didn't have any content. After a while, Liu Yiping put the book away. He would read it later. After putting the 9-colored glass vein, the tree ginseng, the Taoist pill, and the other items into the cauldron of heaven and earth, Liu Yiping left the treasury. They walked around the palace again. It was a huge maze. And the palace was designed according to the primeval heavenly court. Even 10,000 years. Liu Yiping didn't leave immediately. He stayed in the palace for a day. A day later, when Liu Yiping left the cave residence, he simply took away all the flowers and plants in the entire palace as well as the entire plain. These flowers and divine trees grew slowly here. Therefore, he planted all of them in his 5 elements divine soil. He had a piece of 5 elements divine soil. Although it wasn't as good as Jiutian living soil, it was second only to Jiutian living soil. These flowers and divine trees would grow several times faster on it. After he left the cave. Let's go to 9-Star City. Liu Yiping looked in the direction of 9-Star City and flew away. His voice echoed among the peaks of the sky-fixing mountain range. At the same time, the Purple Star Ocean not far from 9-Star City was crowded with people. These experts came from various forces in the 9-Star realm. Some even came from the surrounding realms. They came here for the battle between the Lord of 9-Star Yuan Jiahong and Sun Jingda. The Lord of 9-Star is here. And the experts from the Xianxia Island and the Scattered Star Ocean. Above the Purple Star Ocean, the crowd suddenly became restless. A large group of experts flew over from the distant horizon. The leader was the Lord of 9-Star Yuan Jiahong, who was wearing the starry battle armor. In addition to Yuan Jiahong and the experts from 9-Star City, there were also experts from the Xianxia Island and the Scattered Star Ocean. The Xianxia Island and the Scattered Star Ocean were not only the second and third strongest forces in the Void Plain, but they were also one of the top 10 super forces in the 17 realms. After Yuan Jiahong arrived, he flew into the sky above the center of the Purple Star Ocean and stood in the air. At this moment, several figures flew over. These figures were extremely fast. They arrived above the purple star ocean in the blink of an eye. It's Lord Sun Jingde. The crowd was shocked. The silver-haired old man in the lead was Sun Jingde, who ranked 10th on the god list. This time, Sun Jingde didn't bring many people. He only brought a few disciples. When Sun Jingde arrived, his battle robe fluttered even though there was no wind. We don't need to talk nonsense. Let's do it. Sun Jingde said. His voice was a little hoarse. After he finished speaking, an earth-shattering aura roared out. The planar laws wrapped around his body. 100 million. Everyone was shocked. 100 million was the limit of a planar master, and Sun Jingde's planar laws were exactly 100 million. The experts from the Xianxia Island and the scattered star ocean were shocked when they saw that Sun Jingde's planar laws had reached 100 million. Moreover, Sun Jingde's planar laws were thicker than many planar masters. Many planar masters' planar laws were only the size of a thumb, but Sun Jingde's planar laws were as thick as a baby's arm. The thicker the planar laws, the stronger the energy contained within. Sun Jingde suddenly struck out with his palm. The power of laws of 100 million planes transformed into a dazzling palm. This palm seemed to have come from the world of darkness. When the palm force broke through the air, the entire purple star ocean seawater turned dark. The seawater was assimilated by the power of darkness in an instant. Palm of darkness. The palm of darkness came from an extremely distant world of darkness. The palm of darkness arrived in front of Yuan Jiahong in an instant. At this moment, the starlight around Yuan Jiahong's body trembled. Numerous planar laws wrapped around his body. These planar laws were different from the planar laws. Each planar law contained the supreme power of the divine world. Each planar law was superior to the planar laws. These were the divine world's planar laws. Along with these divine world's planar laws, a power that surpassed the planar master surged out from his body like a flood. The palm of darkness's dark light was completely covered by the starlight. Everyone was stunned. Divine world's planar laws. Ancient God realm. Lord Nine Stars has indeed broken through to the ancient God realm. This is the primordial ancient God realm. When they saw the divine world's planar laws on Yuan Jiahong's body, the crowd boiled over. Although Sun Jingde had 100 million planar laws, and each planar law was as thick as a baby's arm, he was still only a planar master. But now, Yuan Jiahong had truly surpassed the planar master level. He had stepped into the ancient God realm. 9 Stars Fist. Yuan Jiahong's eyes shone brightly as he punched out. Instantly, the starlight in the sky turned into 9 stars and blasted the palm of darkness apart. Then, the 9 stars landed on Sun Jingde's body. Third update, 5 p.m., boom, heaven and earth rumbled. Even though Sun Jingde was wearing an acquired spirit treasure level divine armor, even though Sun Jingde had used his strongest defensive cultivation technique, after being struck by the 9 stars, he was like a kite with its string cut as he was sent flying back across the purple star sea. In the end, Sun Jingde smashed into the sea at the end of the purple star sea. Huge waves exploded on the surface of the sea. Many of the huge waves even splashed onto the shore. These huge waves were like powerful hidden weapons. When they hit the shore, the soil on the shore was sent flying. Many experts were unable to dodge in time and were struck by these huge waves. Some of the weaker existential plane masters vomited blood, and some heavenly gods were even knocked unconscious. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw this. Was this the power of an ancient god expert, so strong, too strong? Such power was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Even some of the late-stage dimension controllers were terrified after seeing this. The 9-star fist was like 9 stars falling. Its power was unparalleled. No wonder Song Yi, who was ranked 33rd on the god list, was blown apart by Yuan Jiahong. Too strong. A late-stage dimension master exclaimed. Back then, the Lord of 9 Stars defeated Song Yi with a single punch. Now, the 9-star fist is 100 times stronger than before. No, it's more than 100 times stronger. This late-stage dimension master had also seen the battle between the Lord of 9 Stars and Song Yi. Back then, Yuan Jiahong had blown Song Yi apart with a single punch, which was visually shocking. But now, he had sent Sun Jingde flying with a single punch. This was even more shocking. Who was Sun Jingde? He was ranked 10th on the god list, but now, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from the Lord of 9 Stars. Fortunately, Sun Jingde was a dimension law of 100 million dimension masters. Moreover, the dimension laws were much thicker than the other dimension masters. If it had been a weaker existence, that punch would have blown them apart as well. While everyone was still in shock, the surface of the sea broke open, and Sun Jingde flew out. The divine armor on Sun Jingde's chest had completely exploded, and there were 9 terrifying holes in his chest. It was the result of the 9-star fist. The 9 holes were bleeding profusely. Everyone gasped. If Sun Jingde wasn't wearing the acquired spiritual treasure divine armor, his divine body would have been penetrated by that punch. Even the experts from the Xianxia Island and the Scattered Star Sea felt their hearts skip a beat. Master! Sun Jingde's disciples cried out in alarm, rushing to his side. Sun Jingde waved his hand, looking at Yuan Jiahong with envy and reverence. Congratulations, Brother 9 Star, for breaking through to the ancient god realm. After a pause, he added, I lost. I lost, when Sun Jingde's voice sounded. The purple star sea was thrown into a frenzy. Sun Jingde's admission of defeat meant that, from this moment on, the Lord of 9 Stars was ranked 10th on the God ranking list. A new top 10 expert on the divine list was born at this moment. The top 10 of the divine list hadn't been changed for many years. This moment would be recorded in the history of the divine ranking of the 17 planes. Congratulations, Brother 9 Stars. Even the Lord of Xianxia Island stepped forward and congratulated the Lord of 9 Stars with cupped fists. The Lord of the Scattered Star Sea stepped forward, clasped his hands, and congratulated the Lord of 9 Stars. Many late-stage and peak late-stage dimension masters stepped forward to congratulate the Lord of 9 Stars. As for the early-stage and mid-stage dimension masters, they didn't even have the right to congratulate her. After reaching the Lord of 9 Stars level, not just anyone could go up and talk to her. Now that the Lord of 9 Stars had broken through to the ancient god realm, even ordinary dimension masters wouldn't have the right to greet her. Yuan Jiahong nodded and smiled at the Lord of Xianxia Island and the Lord of the Scattered Star Seas. Thank you, everyone. He glanced at the various dimension masters who congratulated him and said, My birthday celebration is coming soon. Everyone, please come and have a few drinks. When the various dimension masters heard this, they were all overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Of course, of course. It's our honor to be invited by the Lord of 9 Stars. A peak late-stage dimension master smiled at Yuan Jiahong. When that Lu brat finds out about this battle, he'll definitely be scared shitless. I think he'll be scared half to death. Long Tianhao, the strongest ancestor of the Dragon King sect, laughed. Everyone laughed. The Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, waved his hand and said in a domineering voice, Return to 9 Star City. Yes, Lord of 9 Stars, the experts of 9 Star City answered loudly. Their voices shook the waves of the purple star sea. Surrounded by the experts of Xianxia Island, the Scattered Star Seas, and the Dragon King sect, Yuan Jiahong flew back to 9 Star City. At the same time, Yuan Jiahong ordered, Tomorrow is the birthday celebration. The celebration lasts for 10 days. The celebration lasts for 10 days, Yuan Jiahong's voice traveled far. The experts of 9 Star City thanked him respectfully. The news of the battle between the Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, and Sun Jingde quickly spread and shook the world. The entire 9 Stars realm was in an uproar. Even the surrounding realms were in an uproar. Almost every city was talking about the battle between the Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, and Sun Jingde. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others headed to 9 Star City. When they passed by a certain city, they heard a group of experts talking about the battle between the Lord of 9 Stars and Sun Jingde. At that time, Lord of 9 Stars struck with the 9 Stars divine fist. All 9 stars appeared, and the sky changed color. Sun Jingde's so-called invincible dark palm from the dark world was destroyed by the 9 Stars divine fist. Sun Jingde wore 2 acquired spiritual treasures, but he still couldn't block the 9 Stars divine fist. Sun Jingde's 2 divine armors were destroyed. There were 9 holes in his chest. He almost exploded. That can't be right. I heard that Sun Jingde wore 3 acquired spiritual treasures, but he still couldn't block it. Sun Jingde is ranked 10th on the god list. He couldn't even block a single punch from Lord of 9 Stars. He was defeated in one move. The ancient god realm is too strong. Lord of 9 Stars is simply invincible. As the crowd discussed, their faces flushed red, perhaps because they were too excited. Tomorrow is Master Jiao Xing's birthday banquet. That Lu guy said that he's going to twist Master Jiao Xing's head off at the banquet. After hearing about Master Jiao Xing's battle, I think he's hiding in fear. Everyone laughed. Now, in their eyes, Lu Yiping, who had said he was going to wring the Lord of 9 Stars' head, was a joke. Lu Yiping and the others heard similar discussions every time they passed by a city. The next day, the sun shone brightly. The sun was shining brightly. 9 Star City was bustling with activity because it was the birthday banquet of the Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong. Experts from various places were constantly pouring into the 9 Star City. Ever since the news of the battle between Yuan Jiahong and Sun Jingde had spread out, even the experts from various places had rushed to the 9 Star City at a crazy speed, just to celebrate Yuan Jiahong's birthday. Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, sat on the throne in the 9 Stars Palace in 9 Star City. He had a smile on his face as he raised his cup and drank with the experts from all over the plains. Am I going to orgasm again? My back has been aching lately. I wonder if it's because I've had too many orgasms. It's my son's birthday today. The fourth update will come later, around 10 o'clock. After 3 rounds of drinking, Linidong said, it's almost noon now. It seems that Lu Gai is too scared to come. Long Tianhao, the ancestor of the Dragon King sect, said with a smile, if I were him, I would apologize to Lord 9 Star and ask for forgiveness for his ignorance. I think he can't move even if he wants to apologize to Lord 9 Star. An expert from the Xianxia Island said with a smile, because his legs are too weak to move. Everyone in the hall laughed. The Lord of 9 Star Yuan Jiahong said with a smile, come, let's drink. Don't let such a small character affect our mood. Everyone raised their cups. Under the bright sunlight, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived outside the 9 Star City. Experts from all over the world were still pouring into the 9 Star City. The 9 Star City's gate was huge, but it seemed a little narrow when all the experts poured in. 9 Star City. The dragon horn golden bull raised its head and looked at the domineering and imposing words written on the city gate. It grinned. Suddenly, a small fish appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Then, Taurus Longjiao smashed the small fish in his hand at the 9 Star City's gate. When it smashed down, the small fish suddenly expanded and turned into the size of a mountain. The experts who were rushing into 9 Star City to celebrate the birthday of the Lord of 9 Stars suddenly felt that the sky, which had been bright just a moment ago, had darkened. Everyone felt strange and couldn't help but raise their heads to look. Then, everyone saw an incomparably huge fish. The fish smashed down. Boom, heaven and earth shook. Under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the majestic 9 Star City's gate was blasted open. The majestic 9 Star City's gate was also blasted into pieces. Countless stones and sand were sent flying. Everyone dodged in panic. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and saw that the originally majestic 9 Star City's gate had already disappeared. The entire city wall seemed to be missing a large piece, as if a large piece of a pair of pants had been bitten by a mouse. The experts were dumbfounded. The 9 Star City's guards were also stunned. The huge explosion spread into the 9 Star Palace's hall. Everyone in the hall felt the ground shake. Everyone was stunned. Yuan Jiahong frowned. Sir, someone just blew up the 9 Star City's gate. It's a blue-robed young man and a golden-haired brawny man. They seem to be Lu Yiping's group. A 9 Star City's expert rushed in a panic. What? Everyone in the hall was surprised. Linidong's face darkened. This Lu fellow is courting death. Originally, if he had come to apologize, Lord 9 Star was in a good mood today and could have spared his life. But now, he's dead for sure. Yuan Jiahong's eyes turned cold as he abruptly stood up. Seeing this, everyone stood up and followed Yuan Jiahong out of the hall. Just as the Lord of 9 Stars, the experts of Xianxia Island, and the scattered star sea walked out of the grand hall, Lu Yiping stood in the air. Suddenly, an enormous golden figure appeared behind him. This gigantic golden figure stood between the heavens and the earth. It was unknown how tall it was. Its astonishing heavenly might swept out like a super terrifying storm. In front of this terrifying heavenly might, everyone only felt that they were as weak as dust. Between the golden figure, an astonishing amount of chaotic aura spread out. Sensing this terrifying heavenly might, the Lord of Nine Stars and the others, who had just walked out of the hall, couldn't help but raise their heads in fear. They saw the light blue figure standing in the air in the distance. Then, they saw the towering golden figure behind Liu Yiping. Hand of the Celestial Emperor. Liu Yiping's cold voice resounded throughout Nine-Star City. Then, the towering golden figure suddenly slammed its palm down on the Nine-Star Palace. The moment the giant golden palm slammed down, everyone saw chaotic runes swirling within the golden palm. A terrifying power crashed down like a chaotic waterfall. In front of this terrifying power, everyone felt the aura of death. They all fled in fear. As soon as they fled, they heard a loud bang. The entire Nine-Star City trembled. The Nine-Star Palace, which had been dazzling with starlight, had disappeared. The ground of the Nine-Star Palace was covered with a giant golden palm print. Within the deep pit, the destructive power was still sweeping out. Some of the experts of the Nine-Star Palace who couldn't dodge in time were hit by the golden palm print and turned into a rain of blood. Thousand Dao in action judgment finger. Liu Yiping's cold voice rang out again. Then, the golden figure casually pointed a finger. A beam of golden light, perhaps hundreds of miles in diameter, tore through the sky. It instantly arrived in front of the Lord of Nine Stars, Yuan Jiahong. Before anyone could react, the Lord of Nine Stars, Yuan Jiahong, was sent flying by the beam of golden light that was hundreds of miles in diameter. The experts of the Nine-Star Palace who hadn't escaped with Yuan Jiahong were sent flying as well. Even Yuan Jiahong's strongest subordinate, Lin Yidong, ranked 57th on the God ranking list. When they saw the Lord of Nine Stars and hundreds of experts of the Nine-Star Palace being sent flying to various corners, they couldn't help but be stunned. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly. One building after another was pierced through. Everyone was shocked. They stared in disbelief at the Lord of Nine Stars, Yuan Jiahong, who had been sent flying. He had sent Sun Jingde flying with one punch. The Lord of Nine Stars, who was ranked 10th on the God ranking list, had already broken through to the ancient God realm. Was that all? A figure suddenly flew out from a cloud of dust. It's the Lord of Nine Stars, an ancestor exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had flown out was none other than the Lord of Nine Stars, Yuan Jiahong. Yuan Jiahong's entire body surged with starlight. The aura of an ancient god swept through the world. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared coldly at Liu Yiping. He suddenly punched out. Die. The god world's laws held out. Nine Stars fist. Yuan Jiahong roared. 9 stars pierced through the sky. However, just as he punched out, the golden figure behind Liu Yiping sent out another beam of golden light. The 9 stars fist was instantly shattered. The beam of golden light, like a hot knife through butter, sent Yuan Jiahong flying again. This time, Yuan Jiahong was sent crashing into the city wall. He passed through the wall and crashed outside 9-Star City. The world fell silent once more. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yesterday, above the purple star sea, the invincible power of the Lord of 9 Stars' divine fist was still vivid in everyone's minds. But now, that invincible 9 Stars divine fist was so weak in front of that golden beam of light, Yuan Jiahong, who had crashed outside 9-Star City, flew out from the rubble again. Everyone looked over and saw that Yuan Jiahong's divine armor was shattered. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in dust and blood. Yuan Jiahong's body surged with starlight. A starry sky appeared above his head, and a starry giant appeared. This is the Big Dipper Divine Palace's secret art from the ancient times, the Star Emperor True Body Art. Dragon King Sek's ancestor Long Tianhao exclaimed. Yuan Jiahong's furious voice resounded through the world. Billions of stars shake the universe. Star Emperor True Dragon Fist. He punched out. Following his punch, the Star Emperor True Body also punched out. In an instant, a vast amount of starlight energy turned into a starry dragon that shot towards Liu Yiping. First update at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, when the starry dragon charged at Liu Yiping, its starry power and dragon power engulfed the world. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The frightening power shocked everyone. Compared to the 9 stars fist that had sent Xianxia flying yesterday, the Star Emperor True Dragon Fist was more than twice as strong. Clearly, this was the Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong's true strength. In yesterday's battle, Yuan Jiahong had only revealed a tiny portion of his strength. This is the true strength of Lord 9 Stars. Everyone was shocked. However, just as the Star Emperor True Dragon Fist was about to reach Lu Yiping raised a finger and pointed. A bolt of lightning pierced through the Star Emperor True Dragon Fist. The starry dragon collapsed inch by inch. In the next second, the lightning bolt struck Yuan Jiahong, piercing through his chest. Once again, Yuan Jiahong was sent flying out of the 9-star city. Sand and dust billowed. The explosions didn't stop for a long time. The experts who'd just been shocked by Yuan Jiahong's true strength were speechless. Especially Long Tianhao of the Dragon King sect, Chen Huai of the Hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom, and the others. They felt a chill run down their spines. The Lord of 9 Stars, who'd broken through to the ancient god realm, was sent flying again. This time, the Lord of 9 Stars, who'd been sent flying out of 9 Stars City, took even longer to fly out of the sand. The Lord of 9 Stars gasped for breath. She stared at Lu Yiping in shock, anger, fear, and hatred. Blood continued to seep out of her body. She no longer had the aura of someone in the top 10 of the god ranking. Lu Yiping, I refuse to believe that I can't hurt you. The Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, roared, his face twisted viciously as streams of golden blood energy erupted from his body. Clearly, the Lord of 9 Stars was using a forbidden technique to temporarily increase her power, even at the cost of her life force and blood energy. As the golden blood energy burned around her, Yuan Jiahong's aura continued to rise. It was actually twice as strong as before. When his aura reached its peak, Yuan Jiahong suddenly charged towards Lu Yiping, arriving in front of Lu Yiping in an instant. Immemorial Starlight Fist. Yuan Jiahong roared. He punched out. Starlight burst forth. The sky seemed to be falling. It's the archaic heavenly quartz starlight falling fist. An ancestor cried out in alarm. Everyone was shocked. He didn't expect Yuan Jiahong to have obtained the ancient heavenly quartz starlight falling fist. Could this be the reason why Yuan Jiahong had broken through to the ancient god realm? When Yuan Jiahong's mighty punch arrived in front of Lu Yiping didn't even look at it. He just waved his hand as though he was swatting a fly. In an instant, Yuan Jiahong was struck by an unparalleled force. The starlight disappeared, and the falling sky stopped. Yuan Jiahong was sent flying again. This time, Yuan Jiahong was once again sent flying out of 9-star city, and this time, he was even further away. The sound of him crashing into the ground was even louder, and dust billowed endlessly. Everyone was silent for a long time. This scene gave them the impression that the Lord of 9 Stars was like a toddler who had just learned how to crawl in front of Lu Yiping. No matter if she used a forbidden technique or an immemorial heavenly quartz ultimate technique, she was still a toddler who could crawl. However, Lu Yiping didn't immediately kill her. Instead, he was torturing her. Lu Yiping was telling the experts that he didn't kill the Lord of 9 Stars because he didn't want to kill her immediately. Sure enough, after a long time, the Lord of 9 Stars crawled up from the ground again. She charged at Lu Yiping again. This time, Lu Yiping slapped her so hard that she disappeared without a trace. After a long time, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. The Lord of 9 Stars was never seen again. Lu Yiping waved his hand, and the Lord of 9 Stars was pulled back from the horizon. Looking at the dying Lord of 9 Stars, Lu Yiping said calmly, I told you not to interfere with the affairs of the hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, I would have run your head off at your birthday banquet. The Lord of 9 Stars, Yuan Jiahong, looked at Lu Yiping and suddenly laughed. Lu Yiping, didn't you ask about my background before coming here? Do you know who I am? Lu Yiping's expression was calm. I really didn't ask. Then he said, but before I kill someone, I don't ask about their background. With that, he exerted force with his hand and twisted Yuan Jiahong's head off. It was as if he was pulling up a vegetable head from the ground. The Lord of 9 Stars' head was pulled up. Blood didn't spurt out. Lu Yiping casually tossed the head, and it embedded itself into the walls of Nine-Star City. Only then did the fallen corpse begin to spurt out blood. The blood was very glaring under the sunlight. It dyed the buildings around Nine-Star City red. The experts of Nine Stars Palace were stunned. The experts of the Dragon King sect and the hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom were stunned. The experts of Xianxia Island and the scattered Star Seas, as well as the thousands of experts who had come to attend the birthday banquet, were stunned. In everyone's eyes, there was only the Lord of Nine Stars' head, the corpse that had fallen to the ground, and the Lord of Nine Stars' head embedded in the city walls. Many people fell to the ground, no longer caring about their image. Some people who were familiar with the Lord of Nine Stars' identity even muttered, "The sky is falling." The sky was falling. Many people were muttering to themselves as if they had gone mad. Hearing the mutterings, Lu Yiping's expression didn't change. At that moment, the great ancestor of the hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom, Xianxia, suddenly laughed and looked at Lu Yiping mockingly. "Lu Yiping, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. You didn't even know the Lord of Nine Stars' identity and background, and you dared to kill him. Do you know what kind of existence you've offended? That kind of existence isn't something you can imagine." Long Tianhao of the Dragon King sect also sneered. "You'll soon pay the price. The price is that you and everyone around you will die without an intact corpse. Blood will flow like a river." However, as soon as they finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao grabbed them and brought them to him. Taurus Longjiao grabbed one in each hand and twisted. Xianxia's and Long Tianhao's heads were also twisted off. Taurus Longjiao chuckled. "Offend? We don't know who'll be the one offending who." He tossed the two heads aside. "Everyone, kill Lu Yiping." A Nine Stars Palace expert suddenly roared angrily. "Otherwise, if that existence blames us, we'll all die even more miserably." Immediately, the Nine Stars Palace experts rushed toward Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Xianxia from all directions. The hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom and Dragon King sect's experts also rushed over. Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent, but he did not make a move. Instead, he released the Limitless Star Palace's 100,000 World Surface Masters for them to practice. 100,000 World Surface Masters clad in silver dragon divine armors appeared in the air. The silver dragons on the divine armors flickered under the sunlight, and dragon might filled the air, suppressing the world. World Surface Masters, all of them are World Surface Masters and above. Everyone stared at the sky full of silver dragons in awe. 100,000 World Surface Masters rushed toward the Nine Stars Palace, Dragon King sect, and hell-suppressing Divine Kingdom's experts. In an instant, heaven and earth collided, and battle cries shook the sky. Blood rained down like a rain. The ground was dyed red again and again. Today's update at 4 p.m., second update at 1 p.m. The massacre continued. The sun was warm, but everyone felt a chill down their spines as they watched the Nine Stars Palace, hell-suppressing Divine Country, and Dragon King sect's experts being slaughtered. The Nine Stars Palace, hell-suppressing Divine Country, and Dragon King sect's experts were not lacking in number, but they were powerless against Lu Yiping's 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters. Even the Nine Stars Palace's experts' Nine Stars Grand Formation was useless. Even the hell-suppressing Divine Country and Dragon King sect's strongest killing formation was useless. The Nine Stars Palace, hell-suppressing Divine Country, and Dragon King sect's experts were like eggs. Lu Yiping's 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters were not rocks, but iron. What kind of killing formation is this? Everyone was shocked when they saw Lu Yiping's 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters attacking. The sea of lightning surged, and the silhouettes of lightning gods emerged. They had seen killing formations before, but they had never seen one with such terrifying power. Generally speaking, the more people were controlling a killing formation, the harder it was to synchronize the movements. But Lu Yiping's 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters movements were synchronized, without the slightest difference. Destructive divine lightning was born continuously. One by one, the Nine Stars Palace's masters and masters were killed. Moreover, everyone was shocked to discover that Lu Yiping's 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters did not suffer any casualties. Not a single person. The 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters became one entity. In everyone's eyes, these 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters were a sea of lightning. Finally, the killing stopped. Heaven and earth quieted down once again. There were no more 9 Stars Palace, Dragon King sect, and hell-suppressing divine countries experts in the sky. There were no more experts on the ground, only unrecognizable corpses. Liu Yiping remained calm from the beginning to the end, looking at the 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters. Although your strength has increased by a lot, your battle power is still too weak. The 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters lowered their heads. Various experts felt strange hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Subsequently, Liu Yiping sent the 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters back to the Limitless Star Palace, ordering them to cultivate diligently. In the eyes of other experts, the 100,000 Silver Dragon Plains Masters' battle power was shocking, but in Liu Yiping's master's strength, they were far from reaching his requirements. But Liu Yiping's masters. Liu Yiping suddenly punched out. Wherever the fist wave passed, the buildings in 9 Star City were flattened. The fist wave finally stopped in front of 9 Star City's treasury. Liu Yiping and the Dragon Horn Golden Bull arrived in front of the 9 Star City's treasury. Through the broken door, everyone could see that the treasury was filled with all kinds of star spirit stones, star spirit veins, and spirit herbs. Due to the Lord of 9 Stars cultivation technique, most of the treasures inside the 9 Stars Dragon Palace were star treasures. Other than star treasures, there were many other rare heavenly and earthly treasures. The Lord of 9 Stars was the master of the 9 planes. The entire plane was under her control. One could only imagine the wealth inside the 9 Stars Dragon Palace. Although everyone could only see the outer layer of the treasury, it was enough to make them swallow their saliva. Liu Yiping glanced at the 9 Stars Dragon Palace. With a lift of his hand, the entire 9 Stars Dragon Palace was lifted up, and the surrounding rocks and sand tumbled down. After lifting the 9 Stars Dragon Palace, Liu Yiping casually threw it into a space inside the cauldron of heaven and earth. He placed it together with the palace of the Holy Zither and the master of myriad gods' treasures. Useless things. Liu Yiping shook his head. Compared to the palace of the Holy Zither and the master of myriad gods' treasures, the 9 Stars Dragon Palace was very shabby. When the surrounding experts heard Liu Yiping say that the treasures inside the 9 Stars Dragon Palace were useless things, they almost vomited blood. Then, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stepped into the air and left. Xianxia and the others followed closely behind. Even after Liu Yiping and the others disappeared, the crowd was still in a daze. 9 Star City is finished. An expert from a sect said in a low voice. One day ago, the Lord of 9 Stars had punched Sun Jingde and ascended to the 10th place on the god list. Thousands of sects had come to congratulate them. Now, the Lord of 9 Stars' corpse lay in 9 Star City. It had only been one day. On the Xianxia Island, the experts from the scattered star ocean looked at the Lord of 9 Stars' head that was still embedded in the city wall with complicated expressions. In the end, the Xianxia Island Lord said to one of his subordinates, "Go and take the Lord of 9 Stars' head off." The expert respectfully acknowledged and flew to the front of the Lord of 9 Stars' head. However, when he reached out to take the Lord of 9 Stars' head, he found that the head seemed to be fixed in place by some kind of power. He exerted all his strength, but the head didn't move at all. Everyone was shocked to see this. The expert from the Xianxia Island Lord was at the peak of the late-stage realm. How could he not take the head off? The Xianxia Island's Island Lord's face darkened, and he ordered the Dimension Masters under him to step forward. However, the Dimension Masters failed to take down the Chaos Star Array. In the end, even the Xianxia Island's Island Lord and the Scattered Star Ocean's Sea Lord failed to take down the Chaos Star Array. After Liu Yiping left 9 Star City, he activated the Creation Tree and continued to sense the Creation Tree pieces. Since there were so many Creation Tree pieces in the ancient forest, there might be other places in the 9 Stars realm. Now, the sensing range of the Creation Tree had expanded to 10 miles. Coupled with Liu Yiping's Eye of Thunder punishment, it was much easier to search for the Creation Tree pieces. However, there was a limit to one person's power. Therefore, Liu Yiping came to Star Thunder City in the 9 Stars realm. He planned to ask the True Gold Alliance in Star Thunder City to help him find the Creation Tree pieces. Star Thunder City was the second largest city in the 9 Stars realm. The True Gold Alliance was not only the largest information-gathering organization in the 9 Stars realm, but also the largest information-gathering organization in the 17 realms. The True Gold Alliance had branches in many realms, and its headquarters was in the Void Realm. Young Master also wants to find out about the creation tree pieces? One of the deacons of the True Gold Alliance was surprised when he heard the characteristics of the creation tree pieces described by Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping was stunned. He asked, "You mean, other than me, there is someone else who wants the True Gold Alliance to find out about the creation tree pieces?" The deacon of the True Gold Alliance nodded. Yes, and he just left the True Gold Alliance. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao looked at each other. Both of them thought of the Yinyang Bora race. There were very few people who wanted to find out about the creation tree pieces. It was most likely the Yinyang Bora race or the Purple Demon race under the Yinyang Bora race. Liu Yiping asked, "Which direction did he go?" The deacon shook his head. "I don't know about that." Liu Yiping took out 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones and gave it to the deacon, asking him to inform him when he found out about the creation tree pieces. After leaving his contact information, Liu Yiping left the True Gold Alliance and used the Eye of Thunder punishment to search for the other party. Finally, he saw a suspicious figure in the south of the city. Third update, 5 p.m., the other party was clad in black, shrouded in devil chi. His speed was extremely fast, covering several li in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he was traveling through the wilderness. In a flicker, Liu Yiping appeared in front of the other party. "Who is it?" A blue-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of the other party. The other party was shocked and stopped abruptly. "Purple Extreme Demon Tribe." Liu Yiping looked at the other party and said indifferently. Although the other party was shrouded in devil chi, the unique power of the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's bloodline couldn't escape Liu Yiping's eyes. "Who are you?" The Purple Extreme Demon Tribe expert retreated in shock. Light surged from his body as he secretly pinched an escape talisman in his hand. Liu Yiping didn't mind seeing the other party secretly pinching the escape talisman. A suction force from his hand pulled the other party to his front. The other party was shocked and quickly crushed the escape talisman in his hand. However, he discovered that the space around him had completely solidified. The escape talisman that could allow him to teleport was completely useless after being crushed. Liu Yiping sealed the other party's god force and searched his soul. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong finished searching his soul. With a clench of his fist, the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe expert exploded. Even until his death, this Purple Extreme Demon Tribe expert couldn't understand why a blue-robed young man who appeared out of nowhere could crush him to death like an ant. Moreover, when he died, he didn't even know why the other party wanted to kill him. 7 Spirit Fox Tribe. Liu Yiping read aloud. From this Purple Extreme Demon Tribe expert, Huang Xiaolong learned that one of the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's nests was in the 7 Spirit Fox Tribe's territory. This was one of the 2 nests the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe had in the 17th world. The other nest was in the Void Plain. Even this Purple Extreme Demon Tribe expert only knew that the other nest was in the Void Plain, but he didn't know its exact location. Liu Yiping's eyes turned cold. 7 Spirit Fox Tribe. He didn't expect the 7 Spirit Fox Tribe to be the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's nest. "Master." At this time, Taurus Longjiao, Xianxia, and the others arrived one after another. Taurus Longjiao looked at the blood mist in the air. "Let's go to the 7 Spirit Fox clan," Liu Yiping said. "The Purple Extreme Devil race's nest is in the 7 Spirit Fox clan." Taurus Longjiao was also very surprised. The Purple Extreme Devil clan's devil nest was actually in the 7 Spirit Fox clan. In the next moment, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others walked towards the 7 Spirit Fox tribe. The 7 Spirit Fox clan was an ancient clan. They were ranked 4th among the 10 superpowers in the 9-star realm. The mountain range that the 7 Spirit Fox clan occupied was called the 7 Spirit Mountain. It was named after the 7 Spirit Foxes. By the time Liu Yiping and the others arrived at the 7 Spirit Mountains, the sky was already bright. The morning sun shone on the peaks of the 7 Spirit Mountains, reflecting a rainbow light. This was due to the 7 Spirits' divine power of the 7 Spirits Fox clan. The 7 Spirits Fox clan had the 7 Spirits bloodline. After they became gods, their divine power would become a special kind of divine power. This kind of divine power contained 7 colors, so it was called the Seven Spirits' divine power. Because the Seven Spirit Fox clan cultivated in the Seven Spirit Mountains all year round, the Seven Spirits' divine power permeated the mountain range. Therefore, the mountain range was also tainted with the Seven Spirits' divine power. Under the sunlight, the Seven Spirit Mountains' peaks emitted a rainbow light. However, when Liu Yiping's group arrived at the foot of the Seven Spirit Mountains, they saw people fighting. On one side of the fight was a pair of beautiful sisters. On the other side were disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountains. Initially, Liu Yiping didn't pay much attention to them. However, when the beautiful sisters suddenly stabbed out with their swords, sword lights resembling flowers, not only Liu Yiping, but even Taurus Longjiao was surprised. Profound Flower Sword Art. The profound flower sword art was the Luo River sword art. How could this pair of beautiful sisters know the Luo River sword art? The profound flower sword art pierced through one of the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciples, sending him flying. Audacious demon girls, time and time again, causing trouble in my Seven Spirit Fox clan. The other Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple was enraged. Today, I won't let you off. As he spoke, he circulated his divine power and sent a palm strike at the 2 women. The 2 women were peak late-stage True God Realm experts, and the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple was also a peak late-stage True God Realm expert. However, when the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple circulated his Seven Spirits' divine power, the 2 women were suppressed and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Your Seven Spirit Fox clan's Zhou Qiang is despicable and shameless. He snatched our green dragon ginseng. We just want to see your patriarch to seek justice, but you Zhou Qiang's slaves obstructed us time and time again. Lulan, who wore a green dress, raged. The Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciples' face sank. Nonsense. The green dragon ginseng was found by my elder Zhou Qiang in the desolate forest. Hong Lan, who wore a red dress, sneered, this kind of nonsense is just Zhou Qiang and the 2 of you deceiving yourselves. The Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple's palm suddenly swelled to twice its original size, and he sent a palm strike at the 2 women. Other than the Seven Spirit Fox clan's divine power, there were also strands of black light in his palm strike. The 2 women were shocked. Just as the palm strike was about to hit them, a saber light pierced through the air and shattered the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple's palm strike. Everyone was stunned. When they looked over, they saw a blue-robed young man and a golden-haired burly man walking over. Behind them were 4 old men. The one who had attacked was Ba Dao. Just as Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked over, a figure flew out from the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciples' side and arrived at the scene. Elder Zhou Qiang. When the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciples saw the newcomer, they hurried over to greet him. The newcomer was none other than the Seven Spirit Fox clan's elder, Zhou Qiang. He was also the disciple of the Seven Spirit Fox clan's ancestor, Su Hanwen. When Zhou Qiang arrived, he looked at the 2 women and then at Liu Yiping. He snorted coldly, ungrateful bastard, coming to our Seven Spirit Fox clan to cause trouble again. Today, none of you can leave. However, just as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao pulled him to the front. Then, Taurus Longjiao's palm pierced into Zhou Qiang's chest and pulled out a purple demonic worm. Indifferent, Taurus Longjiao muttered, the purple demon heart-devouring worm of the extreme purple demon tribe. Zhou Qiang panicked, I don't know what you're talking about. Taurus Longjiao was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he smashed Zhou Qiang's body into pieces. Everyone looked at Zhou Qiang's body in shock. Even the sisters Hua Qinglan and Hong Lan were dumbfounded. You. The peak late-stage True God Realm Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple glared at Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao's palm slapped the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple, sending him crashing into a mountain peak. Those who cultivate the extreme purple demon tribe's cultivation technique must die. When the Seven Spirit Fox clan's disciple fell to the ground, he was already dead. Who taught you the profound flower sword art? Liu Yiping asked the 2 women. The 2 women were frightened by Taurus Longjiao's ruthlessness, and they didn't dare to lie to Liu Yiping. Our father taught us. Your father? Liu Yiping was surprised. Lulan nodded, my father is seriously injured. Originally, we were looking for the Azure Dragon Ginseng to heal him, but we didn't expect Zhou Qiang to snatch it away. Lu Yiping ordered, "Wait for me here." With that said, he flew towards the seven spirit fox clan's ancestral land. Taurus Longjiao, Xianxia, and the others followed closely behind. 9 p.m. Fourth update, while Lulan and Hanlan looked in the direction Lu Yiping and the others had left in surprise. Big sister, that seems to be the direction of the seven spirit fox clan's ancestral land. Are they going to enter the seven spirit fox clan's ancestral land? Lulan asked. After killing the seven spirit fox clan's elder, they still dared to enter the seven spirit fox clan's ancestral land. Were these people crazy? Hanlan also had a look of surprise on her face. Big sister, are we really going to wait for him? Lulan asked. Hanlan stepped forward and picked up Zhou Cheng's spatial artifact from the ground. She then found the green dragon ginseng and said, "Let's hide somewhere nearby. If he doesn't come out in half a day, we'll leave." At this time, the news of Zhou Cheng's death had alarmed the seven spirit fox clan's upper echelons. If it had been an ordinary elder, it would have been fine. However, Zhou Qiang was the personal disciple of the seven spirit fox clan's ancestor, Su Hanwen. Su Hanwen was a planar master. Where are they now? The seven spirit fox clan's patriarch, Hu Zhua, asked coldly. After killing Elder Zhou Qiang, they didn't escape. Instead, they entered the seven spirit mountain. The elder said. They entered the seven spirit mountain? Hu Zhua and the seven spirit fox clan's experts were shocked. Yes, and judging from their direction, they seemed to be heading to the ancestral land. The elder added. Heading to the ancestral land? Hu Zhua and the seven spirit fox clan's experts were even more surprised. Follow me and capture them. We can't let them disturb the ancestors in the ancestral land, especially great ancestor Hu Yuanxiao. Hu Zhua said solemnly. Immediately, he and the seven spirit fox clan's experts shot into the sky to capture Lu Yiping. Just as Hu Zhua and the others rushed over, an elder reported in a panic, "Patriarch, we just received news that another elder and 2 grand elders were killed by the enemy." What? Hu Zhua and the others were furious. Everyone, listen to my order. When we meet them, use all your strength to suppress them. Hu Zhua said angrily. Hu Zhua and the seven spirit fox clan's experts increased their speed. At this time, Lu Yiping and the others had arrived at the seven spirit fox clan's ancestral land. Master, let me do it, Taurus Longjiao said. Lu Yiping nodded. A small fish appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Little Xiaoyu instantly enlarged, reverting back to its original form. The Kuanpeng was half the size of the Kuanpeng divine sect, and it covered the mountains of the seven spirit fox race. The disciples of the seven spirit fox clan who were cultivating on the various mountain peaks felt strange and raised their heads to look at the sky. Hu Zhua and the others who were rushing over to the ancestral land suddenly felt the sky darken and raised their heads to look. In the ancestral land of the seven spirit foxes, Patriarch Su Hanwen heard the report that his disciple, Zhou Qiang, had been killed. He flew into a rage, and was just about to issue orders when the sky darkened. Hu Zhua, Su Hanwen, and the other disciples of the seven spirit fox tribe all saw the same fish. They had never imagined that there would be such a big fish in the world. Now, this fish with no end in sight was crashing down on the seven spirits fox ancestral land. Hu Zhua's expression changed. Su Hanwen's expression changed. In the ancestral land, the faces of all the ancestors who saw the fish changed. Even the strongest ancestor of the seven spirit fox tribe, Hu Yuanxiao, roared, "Run!" As Hu Yuanxiao's roar reverberated throughout the seven spirit fox tribe's ancestral land, the huge fish finally came crashing down. Rumble, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The earth-shattering explosion caused all the disciples and experts of the seven spirit fox tribe to lose their sense of hearing. Their minds buzzed as if they had suffered a concussion. The destructive force and terrifying sound waves blasted the surrounding mountains. Loud explosions sounded continuously. Some of the surrounding mountains crumbled, some cracked, and some cracked like a spider. Within the ancestral land, the numerous palaces were like crispy popcorn that were exploding unceasingly amidst the crisp sounds, transforming into balls of powder. At the same time, several purple figures flew out from the depths of the ancestral land. Just as these purple figures flew out from the depths of the ancestral land, the huge fish suddenly straightened its back and swept out like a corpse. When the purple figures saw the Kuan-Pung sweeping over, they roared in anger and struck out with their palms. Purple Demon Corpse Transformation Palm. The purple demonic chi was like a huge purple demonic river, and the terrifying corpse chi was thousands of layers. But the Kuan-Pung swept the purple demon corpse transformation palm away in an instant, and then swept the purple figures with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the purple figures were swept away and smashed into the depths of the ancestral land. The Seven Spirit Fox tribe's great ancestor Hu Yuanxiu was furious. "Who are you?" Lu Yiping swept a glance at Hu Yuanxiu, and a suction force pulled Hu Yuanxiu in front of him. It was because Hu Yuanxiu had sided with the Purple Demon tribe that the Seven Spirit Fox tribe's ancestral land became a nest of the Purple Demon tribe. Lu Yiping looked at Hu Yuanxiu coldly, and the latter felt a chill in his heart. Lu Yiping threw Hu Yuanxiu into the Kuan-Peng's giant mouth. The Kuan-Peng's giant mouth bit down, and Hu Yuanxiu screamed in pain. The Seven Spirit Fox tribe's patriarch, Hu Zhua, who had rushed over, saw the scene of Lu Yiping throwing Hu Yuanxiu into the Kuan-Peng's giant mouth, and his legs turned to jelly. "Lord Lu Yiping!" Hu Zhua and the other ancestors who had met Lu Yiping in the Cave of Fallen Gods knelt on the ground, their faces ashen. Lu Yiping glanced sideways at the kneeling Hu Zhua. Hu Zhua and the others were trembling. However, not all of the Seven Spirit Fox tribe's experts had sided with the Purple Demon tribe, which was why Lu Yiping spared Hu Zhua's life. Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived at the depths of the Seven Spirit Fox tribe's ancestral land. The 6 Purple Demon tribe's experts who were smashed into the depths of the Seven Spirit Fox tribe's ancestral land consisted of men and women, young and old, and all of them were on the verge of death. One of them looked at Lu Yiping and laughed. "You're the Saint Devil Master Lu Yiping? The newly ascended 10th on the God ranking list? Lu Yiping, you won't have a good ending for going against our Purple Demon tribe." Lu Yiping looked down at these Purple Demon tribe's experts. "You only know me as the Saint Devil Master Lu Yiping, but you don't know that the Saint Devil Master is just one of my in-name disciples." The Purple Demon tribe's experts were stunned. The Saint Devil Master was just one of Lu Yiping's disciples? And he was just an in-name disciple? "I have several dozen in-name disciples," Lu Yiping said indifferently. "Other than 2 people, the rest are all stronger than the Saint Devil Master. I also have 4 personal disciples." Several dozen in-name disciples, only 2 people weaker than the Saint Devil Master. The Purple Demon tribe's experts were dumbfounded. A streak of lightning appeared on Lu Yiping's fingertip. This streak of lightning was actually gray in color. These Purple Demon tribe's experts had never heard of gray lightning before. The gray lightning in Lu Yiping's hand landed on their bodies, turning them into ashes in an instant. "Kill all those who have sided with the Purple Demon tribe and those who have cultivated the Purple Demon tribe's cultivation methods," Lu Yiping said to Taurus Longjiao. At the same time, he punched out, blasting open a palace in the deepest part of the ancestral land. Inside the palace, there was a large pile of tree chunks. All of them were building tree chunks. Some of them were 1 meter tall, some were half a meter tall, and some were only the size of a fist. There were more than 70 pieces in total. Lu Yiping's heart leaped with joy. With these pieces of foundation tree, his foundation tree should be able to grow to 200 meters tall, right? Lu Yiping kept all of these pieces of foundation tree into the heaven and earth cauldron, then searched the area to make sure there were no more pieces of foundation tree before giving up. Coming out from the ancestral land, Taurus Longjiao killed the 7 Spirit Fox tribe's ancestors and disciples that had surrendered to the Purple Extreme Demon tribe. The 7 Spirit Fox tribe's patriarch, Hu Zhua, and the others were kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Taurus Longjiao swung the club in his hand for a while before finally stopping. Although Taurus Longjiao had stopped, Hu Zhua and the others were still trembling with fear. After Taurus Longjiao and the others dealt with the Purple Extreme Demon tribe's remnants, Lu Yiping had Hu Zhua and the others stand up. He did not make things difficult for them and left the 7 Spirit Mountains with Taurus Longjiao and the others. Hu Zhua and the others watched as Lu Yiping left, the ground littered with corpses, and the ancestral land that had been destroyed beyond recognition. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hiding at the foot of a mountain outside the 7 Spirit Mountains, the sisters Hua Lulan and Hong Lan were trembling with fear when they heard the earth-shaking explosions. "Big sis, let's leave," Lulan said. "They haven't come out for so long, they'd probably been killed by the 7 Spirit Fox tribe's experts. Honglan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, they were stunned. Several figures flew out from the 7 Spirit Mountains direction. It was the blue-robed young man from before. "Are you all right?" Lulan looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Lu Yiping smiled. "I'm old friends with the 7 Spirit Fox tribe's patriarch, Hu Zhuo." Indeed, they were old friends. He had met Hu Zhuo in the Cave of Fallen Gods. Old friends? Honglan looked suspiciously at Lu Yiping. "Have you found the green dragon ginseng?" Lu Yiping changed the topic and asked with a smile. Hearing Lu Yiping mention this, Lu Lan was a little embarrassed. She nodded and said, "I found it. Thank you for your help." Lu Yiping smiled and said, "It was nothing much. Furthermore, the one who attacked was my subordinate." He pointed at Ba Dao. Lu Lan and Honglan thanked Ba Dao, which made Ba Dao feel a little embarrassed. He knew that with his strength, in front of Lu Yiping, he was just displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. "Since you found the green dragon ginseng, let's go," Lu Yiping said. "I have something to ask your father." Lu Lan asked with a curious look, "Sir wants to ask about the profound flower sword art?" Lu Yiping nodded. "I've heard of this mystic flower sword technique from my father. He obtained it in the Void Plane many years ago," Lu Lan said. "The Void Plane?" Lu Yiping was surprised. They chatted as they walked and left the 7 Spirit Mountains. Half a day later, Lu Yiping's group arrived at a valley. The valley wasn't big, but there were flowers and trees. However, these flowers and trees were of ordinary species, and their age was not high. It seemed like they were newly planted. The valley's layout was not bad, and one could see the women's thoughts. The two sisters and their father lived in 2 caves in the valley. The caves were like a small mansion. When they arrived, the two sisters' father was sitting cross-legged on a cold jade bed, circulating his qi to treat his injuries. The two sisters' father, Yu Zhifeng, was startled when he saw Lu Yiping's group. However, when he heard that Lu Yiping's group had helped them retrieve the green dragon ginseng, his vigilance eased a lot. Even so, Yu Zhifeng still looked at Lu Yiping suspiciously. Lu Yiping didn't mind. The two sisters took out the green dragon ginseng and helped Yu Zhifeng refine the medicinal energy inside. However, Yu Zhifeng's injuries were very serious. Although the green dragon ginseng was not bad, it could only temporarily suppress his injuries. Seeing this, Lu Yiping took out the several dozen meters tall tree ginseng he had obtained from the myriad gods master's cultivation dwelling. The tree ginseng rose into the air, and golden medicinal energy poured down like a waterfall into Yu Zhifeng's body. Yu Zhifeng was almost suffocated by this terrifying medicinal energy, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In a dozen breaths' time, his injuries were completely healed. The two sisters looked at Yu Zhifeng's ruddy complexion, his breathing stable, and even stronger than before he was injured. They couldn't help but stare at the several dozen meters tall tree ginseng in shock. They had never heard of a ginseng that was several dozen meters tall. Moreover, this ginseng was golden in color. There was such a species of ginseng in this world? Yu Zhifeng had also never seen such a ginseng before, and was also shocked. Lu Yiping took back the tree ginseng. Yu Zhifeng felt a sense of loss. He had a feeling that if he could borrow this ginseng's medicinal energy to cultivate for a few more days, he might even be able to break through again. Seeing that Yu Zhifeng's injuries had recovered, Lu Yiping asked about the profound flower sword style. Yu Zhifeng hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "I found this profound flower sword style on an island in the Scattered Star Sea." "Oh, the Scattered Star Sea." Lu Yiping pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you remember which island it was?" Yu Zhifeng shook his head. "I found it more than 10,000 years ago. At that time I was being chased by sea beasts, and in a panic, I fled to that island. I don't remember which island it was." Taurus Longjiao saw that Yu Zhifeng was deliberately hiding something, and sneered, "You don't remember? Then you should at least remember the approximate location, right?" Xianxia and the other 3 frowned. Previously, they had saved the 2 women and helped them retrieve the Azure Dragon ginseng. Now, Lu Yiping was using the tree ginseng to heal Yu Zhifeng's injuries. Not only did Yu Zhifeng not say a word of thanks, he even deliberately hid the location of the island. Lu Yiping said, "If you bring me to that island, these 2 drops of star chaos water will be yours." 2 drops of star chaos water appeared in his hand. The 2 drops of star chaos water in Lu Yiping's palm flickered with starlight, and chaos energy filled the air. Star chaos water. Yu Zhifeng and the 2 women were shocked. Yu Zhifeng swallowed hard, and looked at Lu Yiping, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Young master helped me recover, so it's only right for me to bring young master to that island. How can I accept young master's treasures?" Lu Yiping waved his hand, and then gave the 2 drops of star chaos water to Yu Zhifeng. "In that case, shall we set off now?" Lu Yiping asked. "Alright, young master, please wait a moment, I'll pack up," Yu Zhifeng said. Moments later, Lu Yiping's group left the 9 Stars realm, and headed to the Void realm. Due to the long journey and the dangers of the galaxy, the 2 women did not follow. After leaving the 9 Stars realm, Lu Yiping took out the Black Dragon flying ship. Yu Zhifeng looked at the 1,000 zhang long, pitch-black Black Dragon flying ship in front of him, and was stunned. He didn't even know how he got on the flying ship. After everyone boarded, their innate spiritual veins activated the flying ship's array, and in an instant, the flying ship turned into a streak of black light, tearing through the galaxy as it sped towards the Void realm. "Something happened at my child's school, so I went to the school with my wife in the morning to deal with it." Along the way, the Black Dragon flying ship passed through galactic storms and hailstones. Yu Zhifeng watched as the Black Dragon flying ship blasted away the galactic storms that could tear a peak late-stage realm lord to shreds. His mouth went dry. After the Black Dragon flying ship destroyed the galactic storms, Yu Zhifeng took out the 2 drops of star chaos water and returned them to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping looked at the trembling Yu Zhifeng and said, "Since it's for you, you should accept it." Only then did Yu Zhifeng feel relieved. The Void Plane was the first plane among the 17 planes. It was also the largest and most prosperous plane among the 17 planes. When they arrived at the Void Plane, Lu Yiping put away the Black Dragon spaceship. He and the others broke through the plane's boundary and entered the Void Plane space. They didn't linger and flew straight to the Scattered Star Sea. The Scattered Star Sea was the largest sea in the Void Plane. It was located in the south of the Void Plane. With Lu Yiping's speed, it would take them 3 to 4 days to reach the Scattered Star Sea. When Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Scattered Star Sea, the sun was shining brightly. The Scattered Star Sea was lively and festive. After asking around, Lu Yiping's group found out that the Scattered Star Sea's sea tribes were holding a 4 Seas sacred assembly. The Scattered Star Sea was the 3rd largest force in the Void Plane. It was formed by many sea tribes. Every 100 years, they would hold a 4 Seas sacred assembly. This 4 Seas sacred assembly was the grandest event in the Scattered Star Sea. Of course, it was also one of the biggest events in the Void Plane. Therefore, the Scattered Star Sea's 4 Seas sacred assembly was attended by many superforces in the Void Plane. Other than the Maha clan and their subordinates, almost all the other superforces in the Void Plane would attend the 4 Seas sacred assembly. With Yu Zhifeng leading the way, the group flew towards the island Yu Zhifeng mentioned. Although the Scattered Star Sea was the territory of the 4 Seas sea tribes, it didn't forbid other people from entering. Therefore, Lu Yiping's group wasn't obstructed. After flying for a while, Yu Zhifeng pointed at a huge island in front of them and said, "Sir, it's that island." Lu Yiping looked over and saw that the island was very big. It was like a small continent floating on the sea. There was no spiritual energy on the island and it was overgrown with weeds. It was obviously a deserted island. Soon, Lu Yiping's group arrived at the deserted island and landed. After 10,000 years, there had been some changes to the island. For example, the mountainous areas were now filled with all sorts of plants, and some mountains had been flattened. Relying on his memory, Yu Zhifeng led Lu Yiping and the others to the south of the island. However, just as Lu Yiping's group was heading south of the island, they suddenly heard voices in front of them. "Incinerate all the corpses of the beasts and clean them up for me," one of them said. "Yes, young master." Lu Yiping and the others exchanged glances. It seemed that someone had killed someone on this deserted island and wanted to destroy the evidence. Although it was strange, Lu Yiping's group did not stop moving. In the next moment, they saw a group of sea tribe experts burning a pile of corpses with divine fire. These corpses were large and tall, belonging to the beasts. It's the sea god tribe's experts. Yu Zhifeng was alarmed. The group of sea tribe experts in front were clad in indigo battle armor with strange patterns engraved on them. It was the sea god tribe's emblem. The sea god tribe was the royal family of the four seas sea tribes. The sea god tribe's patriarch was the sea god tribe's sea lord, and the several dozen sea tribes were ruled by the sea god tribe. Yu Zhifeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the group of sea god tribe experts. Sure enough, more than 30 sea god tribe experts looked over at them at this time. The sea god tribe experts were surprised to see people coming over. Very few people came to this deserted island. Young master, what should we do? One of the sea tribe experts asked the sea god tribe's young man. The sea god tribe's young man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, they can only blame their bad luck, kill them all. Naturally, the fact that they killed the beasts must not be exposed. These beasts weren't ordinary beasts, they were the Tiger King tribe. In an instant, more than a dozen sea tribe experts stepped out from the sea tribe's group, flying towards Lu Yiping's group. More than a dozen of them suddenly slashed their swords at Lu Yiping's group. Sword chi filled the air, soaring to the sky. These people were all peak late-stage heavenly god realm experts, the kind that could step into the world lord realm at any time. Yu Zhifeng was alarmed. However, just as these dozen people's sword chi was about to reach Lu Yiping, Chi waved his hand. In an instant, a fiery light slashed out. Waves of fire soared to the sky, and these waves of fire had a strange silver hue to them. In an instant, all the sword chi was split apart, and the sea tribe experts were hit by the fiery light. The divine armor on their bodies cracked, and they were sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The sea tribe's experts were shocked and surprised. Silver light slash. The Sea Imperial tribe's young man's gaze fell on Chiyu, his eyes burning with desire. You're from the Zephyr sect. The silver light slash was the Zephyr sect's ultimate technique. The Zephyr sect's strength was not weak. Although it was not ranked in the Void World's top 10 super forces, it was still one of the top 20 super forces. In the past, Chiyu was indeed one of the Zephyr sect's ancestors. Chiyu did not speak. The Sea Imperial tribe's young man glanced at Lu Yiping's group, his brows furrowed, then he smiled. I didn't expect you to be from the Zephyr sect, may I know what you're here for? Then, he added, I hope you can forget what you saw just now, or else what? Lu Yiping asked indifferently. Or else, it's a small matter if something happens to you, but it won't be good if the Zephyr sect is implicated, right? The Sea Imperial tribe's young man smiled innocently. However, just as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao slapped him across the face, and the Sea Imperial tribe's young man was slammed into the island's ground. The ground rumbled loudly. Sand and gravel splashed everywhere. The Sea tribe's experts were stupefied, looking dumbfounded at the Sea Imperial tribe's young man who was stuck into the island's ground with only his buttocks exposed. Young lord. The Sea tribe's experts scrambled to rescue the Sea Imperial tribe's young man from the giant pit. When the Sea Imperial tribe's young man was rescued, his entire face was crooked, and the Sea Imperial tribe's experts almost couldn't recognize him. It took a long time for the Sea Imperial tribe's young man to recover, and he glared at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. Let's go. However, he didn't say anything and simply said to the Sea tribe's experts. Then, the Sea Imperial tribe's young man flew away with the help of the Sea tribe's experts. Watching the Sea tribe's experts leaving, Yu Zhifeng said worriedly, they're from the Sea Imperial tribe, and that young man's identity isn't simple. We'd better leave quickly, otherwise, when they come with the Sea Imperial tribe's experts, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Taurus Longjiao laughed, it'd be better if they come with the Sea Imperial tribe's experts. 9:30 p.m., third update, as the Dragonhorn Golden Bull spoke, a small fish appeared in his hand. He slapped his palm with the small fish and said with a smile, they better have more people. That way, I can practice my hand strength more. Yu Zhifeng looked suspiciously at the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the small fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand looked terrified. Where is it? Lu Yiping turned around and asked Yu Zhifeng. Yu Zhifeng regained his senses and pointed ahead, it should be right there. Then, he added, 10,000 years have passed, this island's terrain has changed a lot, so it's hard to recognize. Thus, he continued to lead Liu Yiping's group forward. While Liu Yiping's group was heading towards the place where Yu Zhifeng had obtained the profound flower sword art, the Sea God tribe's young man left the island under the protection of the Sea tribe's experts. After leaving the island and flying for a while, the Sea God tribe's young man recalled the scene just now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zephyr Wind Sect, damn you, you're courting death, you're courting death. He roared in anger. His father was the Sea God tribe's Sea God Temple's Hall Master. Even the Sea God tribe's patriarch, the Scattered Star Sea's Sea Lord, had to show respect to his father. He had never been slapped in such a manner before. Young Lord, should we go back now? One of the Sea tribe's experts asked. Indifferent light flickered in the Sea God tribe's young man's eyes. No need. No need, everyone was stunned. Huda sneered. At that time, we'll inform the Beastmen experts that the Tiger King tribe's people were killed by these people. The Sea tribe's experts looked at each other and laughed. Young Lord is wise, the Beastmen experts can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One of the Sea tribe's experts said with a smile. Huda laughed. The Beastmen's patriarch is also here for this 4 Seas sacred assembly, right? He's already here, he's in the Sea God City. One of them answered. Alright, let's return to the Ocean Emperor City first and inform the Beast Clan's patriarch. Huda smiled and said, when the Beast Clan's patriarch comes with experts and sees the corpses of the beasts, they will be caught red-handed. They won't be able to deny it even if they want to. Immediately, they sped up and headed back to the Sea Monarch City. Along the way, Huda touched his swollen face. Indifferent, he said, even though the beasts killed those people, I still can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Young master, what do you mean? One of them asked carefully. Huda asked, check if the experts of the Strong Wind sect have come to participate in the 4 Seas Sacred Assembly. Everyone immediately understood what Huda meant and started investigating. Very quickly, everyone found out that the Zephyr Wind sect was on the list of the super sects that had come to participate in the 4 Seas Sacred Assembly. Hearing his subordinates report, Huda sneered, the Zephyr Wind sect's sect leader personally led more than 20 experts of the Zephyr Wind sect here, right? Since that was the case, there was no need for the Zephyr sect to return. His entire body was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Liu Yiping and the others finally arrived at the cave where Yu Zhifeng had found the profound flower sword technique. The cave was underground on the deserted island. Liu Yiping stared at the words and images on the walls of the cave. These were the diagrams and annotations of the profound flower sword technique. Someone had used a sword to carve them on the walls. Perhaps because of the passage of time, the diagrams and annotations were already blurred. It's Lady Luo Shui's handwriting. Taurus Longjiao said. Although the diagrams and annotations were blurred, Taurus Longjiao was still able to recognize it. Liu Yiping nodded his head and did not speak. Yu Zhifeng stood at the side and did not speak. Actually, he only knew that this sword technique was called the profound flower sword technique. As for who left it behind and which sect it belonged to, he did not know. Liu Yiping continued to look at the diagrams and annotations on the walls. After he was done, he started to walk around the cave. The cave was not big, only a few hundred square meters. Other than the diagrams and annotations on the walls, there was only a stone table and a few stone chairs. This seemed to be a cave that Luo Shui had stayed in for a short period of time. At this moment, Liu Yiping arrived at the center of the cave. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed it against the ground. The ground of the cave was blasted open. A black hole appeared in the ground. Yu Zhifeng was astonished. Could it be that there was another secret to this cave? But when he had searched it in the past, he did not find anything strange. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked into the black hole. Taurus Longjiao ordered Xianxia and the others to guard the entrance and not let anyone else in. Of course, this included Yu Zhifeng. Yu Zhifeng, who had wanted to follow them in, could only stay outside with Xianxia and the others. After Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the black hole, an hour passed and they still did not come out. At this time, in the Sea God City, the Beast Tribe Patriarch Ma Ku stood up angrily and asked Huda, "Is that true?" Huda laughed, "Why would I joke with Patriarch Ma Ku about such matters? If you don't believe me, you can go to the deserted island and check it out. However, an hour has already passed, I wonder if they are still there. Maku immediately stood up and summoned a group of experts from the beast tribe. They tore through the air and headed towards the deserted island Huada mentioned. As for Huada, after some thought, he said to his subordinates, "Go and invite the Zephyr Wind sect patriarch. Tell him that I have something to ask the Zephyr Zhongzhong people. Tell them to come to my residence." One of Huada's subordinates said, "Young master, now is the Four Seas Sacred Assembly. If we make a move in the Sea God City, I'm afraid it won't be good for us. Why don't we wait until the Four Seas Sacred Assembly ends and they leave the scattered star seas?" Huada hesitated for a moment before nodding, "All right." On the deserted island, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were inside the black hole, flipping through many ancient books. These books were left behind by Luo Shui in the past. By the time they finished reading these books, 2 hours had passed. Lu Yiping put away these books and exited the cave with Taurus Longjiao. Black Demon and the others walked up to them. "Let's go out first," Lu Yiping said. The few of them left the cave and returned to the surface. However, just as they exited the cave, they saw a large group of experts flying towards them. "It's the Beast Tribe." Chiyu narrowed her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Beast Tribe experts arrived at the place where the Sea Tribe experts were handling the corpses. Because the Sea God Tribe experts were interrupted by Lu Yiping's group when they were handling the Beastmen's corpses, the Tiger King Tribe experts' corpses were still there. The Beast Tribe Patriarch Ma Ku's eyes turned red when he saw the Tiger King Tribe experts' corpses. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yiping's group, enunciating each word clearly, "You killed them? Other than them, there is no one else on this deserted island. They must be the ones who killed the Tiger King Tribe experts." One of the Beast Tribe experts roared. Taurus Longjiao laughed, "Looks like those Sea God Tribe bastards lured these beastmen here. Not bad, borrowing the beastman's knife to kill." At this time, the Beast Tribe Patriarch Ma Ku led a group of beastmen experts towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, blocking Lu Yiping's group's escape route. One of the beast race experts suddenly punched towards Lu Yiping and the others. However, just as he made his move, he was sent flying by Chiyu's silver light slash. When the Beast Tribe Patriarch Ma Ku saw Chiyu's attack, his gaze turned even colder. "Silver light slash. You really are from the Zephyr sect?" Chiyu said coldly, "We didn't kill them. Before our master gets angry, it's not too late for you to scram." Hearing this, the Beast Tribe Patriarch Mark roared with laughter, "Before your master gets angry?" His gaze fell on Lu Yiping. "This guy is your master?" His palm struck out at Lu Yiping, "I'll smash him into meat paste first." The planar laws entwined around his palm, and the light of his palm grew brighter. Although the beast race wasn't as powerful as the scattered star sea, they were still one of the top 10 superpowers in the void plane, ranked 7th. Mark wasn't weak at all. He had over 24 million planar laws. After all, the Magic Dragon Palace's Dragon Gang plane only had 250,000 laws. One was more than 20 million, while the other was 250,000. That was nearly 100 times. Of course, his combat strength was far more than 100 times. Not to mention Xianxia, Chiyu, and the other three were unable to block Ma Ku's palm strike. Even the combined might of several hundred long gang could not block Ma Ku's palm strike. However, just as his palm was about to hit Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao's Xiaoxiaoyu smashed it with his club. Ma Ku only saw a fish-shaped afterimage flash in front of his eyes before he was struck by an unimaginable force that sent him flying. Ma Ku was blasted through several mountain peaks. Hundreds of mountain peaks were blasted into smithereens. After being blasted through, he smashed into the sea outside the desolate island. Thousands of huge waves were formed on the sea surface. The hundreds of beast race experts were all stunned. Even Yu Zhifeng was stunned. Although the beast race's patriarch Mark wasn't on the god ranking list, his fame still shook the 17 planes. Even he knew who the beast race's patriarch Mark was. "You're not from the Zephyr sect." One of the beast men looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. It was impossible for the Zephyr sect to have such an expert. Taurus Longjiao laughed, "Of course we're not from the Zephyr sect." At this point, the Kuanping in Taurus Longjiao's hands suddenly expanded 10 million times, becoming the size of a deserted island. Yu Zhifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the little fish in Taurus Longjiao's hand grow to the size of a deserted island. Previously, when Taurus Longjiao held the little fish and slapped it like a toy, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, he realized that poverty had limited his imagination. How was this a small fish? This was simply a ferocious beast. Compared to Yu Zhifeng's dumbfounded expression, the beast race experts were even more terrified. This is the divine beast Kunpeng? The beast expert from earlier shouted in horror, "You are a 9th Revolution war god." At this moment, the Kunpeng in Taurus Longjiao's hand fell. Hundreds of beast men were sent flying by the attack. Like frightened birds, they flew away in all directions. However, the way he flew was a little special. The hundreds of beasts were sent flying. Just like the beast race patriarch Mark, they all crashed into the sea outside the deserted island. It was as if hundreds of super bombs had been dropped on the surface of the sea. Tens of thousands of huge waves were blown up. From afar, hundreds of deep craters appeared on the surface of the sea. After a long time, the huge waves fell from the sky. The hundreds of deep craters slowly recovered and were once again covered by the surrounding seawater. Yu Zhifeng was stunned speechless. He looked at Taurus Longjiao's arm and realized that Taurus Longjiao's arm was even thicker than his thigh. This golden-haired man, Lord Shaojin, was a 9th Revolution war god? Then wasn't this blue-robed young man? He looked at Lu Yiping and his face turned even paler. After Lu Yiping killed Fu Sanxing and twisted off Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong's head, it was no secret that Lu Yiping always had a golden-haired 9th Revolution war god by his side. This 9th Revolution war god's weapon was a divine beast Kunpeng. Moreover, he had always liked the wooden club posture. "Master, shall we take a stroll in the sea god city?" Taurus Longjiao put away the wooden club and asked. Let's take a stroll," Lu Yiping said. The group soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the sea god city. Of course, it was just a stroll and a walk. When they arrived, it was more than just a stroll and a walk. Lu Yiping looked at the bewildered Yu Zhifeng and said, "You can leave now. You don't need to follow us to the sea god city." Hearing this, Yu Zhifeng was relieved. He thanked Lu Yiping and left. Although Lu Yiping was ranked 10th on the god list, it was not worth it to follow Lu Yiping and offend the entire scattered star ocean. The scattered star ocean was not only the 3rd strongest force in the void plane, but also the 4th strongest force in the 17 planes. The scattered star ocean's great ancestor was ranked 6th on the god list. Just as Lu Yiping and the others were flying towards the sea god city, the Sea Tribe Grand Competition was being held in the central square. The Sea Tribe Grand Competition was the most important segment of the Four Seas Sacred Assembly. It was a competition between the Sea Tribe's younger generation disciples, and the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. The Sea Tribe Grand Competition would not only be watched by the Sea Tribe, but also by the other tribes' experts who came to participate in the Four Seas Sacred Assembly. During a break in the competition, Hua De, who was sitting beside the Sea God Temple's temple master, signaled to one of his subordinates. That expert understood and soared into the sky, landing in the center of the square. The Sea God Temple's expert swept his gaze over the various experts, and in the end, his gaze fell on Zhongzhong's group. "I've long heard that the Zhongzhong sect's silver light slash is powerful. This one's strength is weak, so I'd like to experience it. I wonder which one of the Zhongzhong sect's experts is willing to give me face and come down to spar," the Sea God Temple's expert said proudly. Hearing this, the various tribes' experts all looked towards the Zhongzhong sect. Everyone's expression changed. Clearly, this Sea God Temple's expert was targeting the Zhongzhong sect. Did the Zhongzhong sect offend the Sea God Temple? Or did they offend the Sea God Temple? Sea God Temple's temple master Hua Te glanced at his son, Hua De, but did not stop him. He had already heard from his subordinates that his son, Hua De, had been slapped by the Zhongzhong sect's expert. The Zhongzhong sect's people should learn their lesson. The Zhongzhong's group did not expect that the Sea God Temple's expert would suddenly come down to spar with the Zhongzhong sect. The Zhongzhong sect's sect master, Yu Dawei, hesitated. "Our Zhongzhong sect's silver light slash is an insignificant technique. How could we dare to compare with the Sea God Temple's secret technique? There's no need to spar." Hearing this, Hua De sneered, "What? Does the Zhongzhong sect disdain to spar with our Sea God Temple's experts? Are you looking down on our sea god temple? Yu Dawei's face turned ugly. Could it be that one of his tribesmen had offended the sea god temple's young temple master? In the end, he forced a smile and said, if that's the case, then my sex expert will spar with the sea god temple's expert. Then, he signaled one of the Zhongzhong sex experts to step down. That Zhongzhong sex expert understood and leaped into the air, arriving at the center of the square. However, before the Zhongzhong sex expert could speak, the sea god temple's expert was already in front of him. A fist punched out, directly piercing through the Zhongzhong sex expert's chest, right through his heart. The Zhongzhong sex expert's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the hand that pierced through his heart. The sea god temple's expert's face twisted in anger. What? Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the Sea Imperial clan's expert would suddenly attack. Moreover, his attack pierced through the Sea Emperor's heart. This was simply a killing blow. Was the enmity between the Sea God Palace and the Zephyr sect so great? The Zephyr sect master, Yu Dawei, and the others were also shocked, their faces filled with anger. At this time, the Sea Imperial tribe's expert shook violently, sending the Zephyr Wind sect's expert flying. Father! One of the Zephyr sect's female disciples rushed to the side of the Zephyr sect's expert. She sobbed as she glared at the Sea Imperial family's expert, despicable, shameless. Just now, before the competition started, the Sea Imperial tribe's experts suddenly attacked. That was a sneak attack. However, the experts from all sides remained silent. The Sea God tribe's experts sneered, exchanging pointers on the same stage. There is only victory and defeat, a loss is a loss. What, your Zephyr Wind sect can't afford to lose? Zhongzhong Lai was furious. At this moment, the Sea Imperial clan's expert suddenly threw a punch at the Zephyr sect's female disciple. Since you've stepped down, let's exchange pointers. The fist waves rolled and instantly blasted in front of the Zephyr sect female disciple. This Sea Sovereign clan expert was a peak late-stage plain lord, while the Zephyr sect's female disciple was only a heavenly god. If this punch landed, the Zephyr sect's female disciple wouldn't just have her heart pierced, she would explode. Just as the Sea God tribe's expert was about to blast the Zephyr Wind sect's female disciple to death, a silhouette suddenly leaped into the air, blocking between the two, and punched out. The Sea Sovereign tribe's expert's fist was blasted away, and he was forced to retreat. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Zephyr sect's sect leader, Yu Dawei. Although Yu Dawei had just broken through to the Plain Master realm, he wasn't someone that a peak late-stage Plain Master could withstand. Yu Dawei had shown mercy earlier, and this Sea Imperial clan expert was sent flying instead of being repelled. Indifferent smile appeared on Huada's face when he saw Yu Dawei taking action. What he wanted was for Yu Dawei to take action. He would deal with Yu Dawei first and collect some interest. When Lifeng Zhongzhong and his men returned, he would deal with them all on the way. Huada looked pleadingly at his father, Sea God Palace Master Huate. Huate nodded to one of his subordinates. That expert understood and flew into the air, landing in the middle of the square. Zephyr Wind sect leader is really strong. The newly arrived Sea God Temple expert looked at Yu Dawei and said indifferently, however, you sneakily attacked a junior of my Sea God tribe. This is not befitting of a sect master. Just as Yu Dawei was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the Sea God's Hall expert suddenly sent a palm strike towards Yu Dawei. Planar laws roared as the palm strike tore through the air. Yu Dawei's face changed as he retreated in shock. Both of his hands slashed out and a wave of fire soared into the sky. It was the Zephyr Wind sect's silver light cut. However, the Sea God Temple's expert instantly shattered the silver light slash, and his momentum did not stop there. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yu Dawei. Yu Dawei retreated in panic, but the Sea Deity Hall's expert was simply too fast. With an unstoppable momentum, he slammed into Yu Dawei's chest. Yu Dawei was sent tumbling back until he crashed into the plaza's barrier. The square was in an uproar. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw a fist imprint on Yu Dawei's chest. Although it hadn't been pierced through, his heart meridians had been shattered. Then, a large blade appeared in the Sea God Temple's expert's hand. His eyes were cold as he slashed down at Yu Dawei's head. The other party's speed was too fast. Even if Lifeng Zhongzhong wanted to stop him, he couldn't. His face paled as he called out, "Sect Master." Watching the large blade fall, Huada revealed a smile. Just as the other party's large blade was about to reach Yudawe's head, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distant horizon. This was the sound of a sonic boom due to the extreme speed. Everyone looked over and saw a large silver blade emitting shocking flames piercing through the air. This silver blade's speed was unparalleled. Before anyone could react, it had already arrived in front of the Sea God Temple's expert. The Sea God Temple's expert reflexively raised his blade, wanting to block the attack. However, the silver blade directly pierced through the blade in his hand and into his chest. The Sea God Temple's expert was sent flying by the force of the silver blade. In the end, he and the silver blade stabbed into a stone pillar on the main stage. Clang, the silver blade pierced through the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook violently, shattering countless small stones. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Even the Zhongzhong sect and Sea God Temple's experts were dumbfounded. What happened? Did the Zhongzhong sect's expert save the Zhongzhong sect's sect master? Someone asked doubtfully. Impossible, the Zhongzhong sect's 26 experts are all here. A human expert shook his head. The Sea God Temple's expert who was nailed to the stone pillar looked at the silver blade pierced through his chest in disbelief. He reached out to pull the silver blade out, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. His body's world laws surged, but even with all his might, he still couldn't pull the silver blade out. Not to mention pulling it out, he couldn't even move it. It was as if there was a supreme power attached to the silver blade. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Another Sea God Temple's expert also came to the front of the silver blade. 10 million world laws wrapped around his body as he tried to pull the silver blade out, but he couldn't. Just like this, the Sea God Temple's expert was nailed to the stone pillar by the silver blade, hanging high in the air like a hanging corpse. The Sea God Temple's hall master Huati's face was gloomy, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he looked in the direction the silver blade came from and shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to attack my Sea God Temple? Why don't you show yourself?" Just as Huati's words fell, he saw a streak of golden hair piercing through the air from the distant horizon. This streak of golden hair was very long, more than 10 meters long. It was as thick as a human thigh, and it shot towards Huati at a terrifying speed. What kind of hair is this? How can there be such a big hair in this world? Could it be the hair of the desolate golden dragon tiger? Even the desolate golden dragon tiger's hair isn't this big. Before everyone's shocked eyes, the golden retriever Demao arrived in front of Huati in an instant. Huati roared and a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was several meters long, and it was also flickering with a golden light. He abruptly thrust the spear out. With Huati's power, the golden spear emitted a terrifying power. World laws coiled around the spear, reaching more than 30 million. Once one broke through 30 million world laws, they would be a late-stage world controller. Even in the void world, they would be a supreme overlord. There were many experts on the god list, but some were only peak late-stage world controllers. Huati's golden spear met Demao's attack. Shung, light sputtered, and the sound of metal colliding echoed. Third update at 7 p.m, the new month has begun. Happy New Year everyone, please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. Just when everyone thought that Huati's spear would pierce through the golden retriever, which was bigger than a desolate golden dragon tiger's fur, Huati felt an unimaginable force rushing towards him. Pain shot up his arm, and he lost his grip on the golden spear. The golden spear in his hand was sent flying. The golden spear flew out from his hand, and when it was sent flying, the Sea God Temple's experts saw that Huati's golden spear was actually broken into several sections. The Sea God Temple's experts were shocked. They knew that their Hall Master's golden spear was a high-grade acquired spiritual treasure passed down from a sea tribe's invincible ancestor 200,000 years ago. But now, this upper-grade acquired spirit treasure golden spear had actually been shattered into several pieces. Huati also couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the broken golden spear. This golden retriever, which was bigger than a desolate golden dragon tiger's fur, was so powerful. Could a single strand of hair be tougher than his high-grade acquired spiritual treasure? Was there such a terrifying hair in this world? In this world, what kind of demonic beast's fur could be so powerful? However, he didn't have time to think about it, because the golden retriever's speed did not slow down, and it was still flying towards him. He leaped into the air, letting out a loud roar. Light burst out from his eyes, and runes appeared all over his body, forming a black tortoise-shaped defensive barrier. Black tortoise barrier. The sea tribe's strongest defensive technique. With Huati's strength, even a late-stage Lord of Life Realm expert who was much stronger than him would have a hard time breaking this black tortoise barrier. A sea tribe ancestor with 10 million planar laws had once used this technique to fight against a powerful enemy. His enemy had 20 million planar laws, 10 million more than him, yet he still couldn't break through the black tortoise's barrier. From this, one could imagine how strong this barrier was. This black tortoise barrier was passed down from the ancient times, and even then, it was an amazing defensive technique. Huati had confidence in this black tortoise barrier's strength. But, as a precaution, he still activated the defensive formation on his inner armor. Boom! When the golden retriever's giant hair slammed into the black tortoise barrier, black light burst out from the barrier. The black tortoise boundary formation emitted layers of black light, but right at this time, the black tortoise boundary formation seemed to be struck by an unimaginable force. The entire black tortoise boundary formation crumbled, completely dispersing. Then, the golden fur pierced Huati's body. Almost at the same time, the defensive inner armor inside Huati's body was also pierced. The golden hair, which was tens of meters long and as thick as a thigh, pierced through Huati's chest without any resistance. The powerful force carried Huati into the air and then pierced into another stone pillar on the rostrum. The huge golden hair pierced through the stone pillar, and the stone pillar was also pierced through. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Huati, who was also pierced through and shot into the stone pillar. Huati was the Sea Tribe Sea God's Temple Master, one of the top 10 Sea Tribe experts, and the host of this year's Sea Tribe Grand Competition. But now, he was pierced by a golden retriever and stabbed into a stone pillar on the main stage. Just because Huati called him a scoundrel, this scoundrel was a little stubborn. Blood dripped down from the golden retriever. This was Huati's blood. The other Sea God's Temple experts were also dumbfounded. Perhaps it was the other side's strength that shocked them, but no one dared to step forward. Huati, like the Sea God's Temple expert, wanted to pull out the golden retriever from his chest. But even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't pull the golden retriever out. Huati was alarmed. He raised his head and looked in the direction the golden retriever came from. Everyone followed his gaze and saw several figures approaching from the distant horizon. One of them was a blue-robed young man. The other was a golden retriever. To be exact, it was a golden retriever man. There were also 4 old men in their twilight years. Seeing that it was Liu Yiping's group, the Sea God's Temple Master Huada was stunned. He couldn't believe it was them. Huati looked angrily at Liu Yiping's group, who were slowly approaching from the horizon. "Who are you?" Many of the experts who had come to watch the Sea Clan tournament had attended Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong's birthday banquet. When they saw Liu Yiping, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Liu Yiping, ranked 10th on the God ranking list. An ancestor said with a stiff tongue. Because of his stiff tongue, he couldn't speak clearly. But many experts still recognized him. What? Liu Yiping? Many people who didn't know Liu Yiping trembled when they heard him. In just 1 month, Liu Yiping had killed 2 experts on the God ranking list. The first impression that Liu Yiping gave the experts of the 17 planes was that he was a god of death. His ferocity was monstrous. If it had been an ordinary expert on the God ranking list, it wouldn't have been a big deal. More importantly, the one who had died was Lord of 9 Stars Yuan Jiahong, who had just ascended to 10th on the God ranking list. The Lord of 9 Stars had just ascended to 10th on the God ranking list. She hadn't even sat on the throne when Liu Yiping killed her in less than a day. When the Sea Goddess Palace's young Lord Huada heard that the blue-robed young man in front of him was Liu Yiping, who had just killed the Lord of 9 Stars and replaced her as 10th on the God ranking list, he was so scared that he fell off his seat. Huati and the other experts of the Sea Goddess Palace were so scared that they trembled. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yiping arrived in the air above the plaza where the Sea Clan tournament was being held. Huati stared at Liu Yiping in shock and anger. "My Sea Imperial clan didn't offend you, did we? You came to my Sea Imperial clan and attacked us for no reason. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to make an enemy of the entire Sea Clan and the scattered star seas? We didn't offend you?" Lu Yiping said calmly, didn't your son tell you that we were the ones who slapped his face? Huate was stunned. He looked at his son. Lu Yiping continued, your son killed a member of the Tiger King clan on a deserted island. We ran into him and he wanted to silence us. When the experts heard this, they were instantly in an uproar. The Sea Goddess Palace's young lord killed a member of the Tiger King clan. Huate looked at Huade, but Huade avoided his gaze. After your son escaped, he told the Beast clan's patriarch that we were the ones who killed him, Taurus Longjiao sneered. The crowd was in an uproar again. Huate stared at his son, Huade, his eyes almost spitting fire. Right now, he really wanted to slap this bastard to death. At that moment, Taurus Longjiao reached out and pulled Huade in front of him. Huate spoke, my son offended Lord Lu, not knowing Lord Lu's identity. I hope Lord Lu will forgive this lowly one's offense. But before he could finish, Taurus Longjiao exerted force, crushing Huate and the Sea Tribe's experts' faces were ugly. Taurus Longjiao looked down at Huate, you want us to spare your son just because you say forgive this lowly one? Then I'll crush all of you to death right now and then say forgive this lowly one, how about that? Lu Yiping, you're too presumptuous. You came to my Sea Imperial City and killed my Sea Tribe's royal family's disciple. Huate's eyes burned with anger, let me tell you, my Sea Tribe is not the 9 Imperial City. My Sea Tribe has 7 God-ranking list experts, 6,000 plain masters, and an army of 100 billion. First update at around 10 in the morning. In the 17 planes, there were 100 experts on the God list. But the scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe occupied 7 of them. One had to admit that the Sea Tribe was strong. For example, the Eternal Plains Devil Dragon Palace and Kuanping Divine Sect only had 1 or 2 plain masters. But the scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe had 6,000 plain masters. The scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe's army of 100 billion wasn't an ordinary army, but an army of 100 billion God Realm experts. The weakest in the army was at the Divine Spirit Realm, although the scattered Star Ocean Sea Tribe wasn't the strongest force in the 17 planes, they had the most Divine Spirit Realm experts. Taurus Longjiao laughed at Huang Xiaolong's words, only 7 on the God list? Only 6,000 plain masters? An army of 100 billion? So little? It's not even enough for one slap from me. Huate and the other experts choked. 7 on the God list, little, only 6,000 plain masters. Lu Yiping glanced at Huate, then suddenly punched out. Lu Yiping's fist emitted space-time light, causing everyone's eyes to hurt. The force of the punch pierced through space and landed on Huate's body. A loud explosion resounded, and the stone pillar was sent flying, breaking into countless pieces. Huate, who was hanging on the stone pillar, was also sent flying. The huge golden retriever that was stuck in Huate's chest was blasted out from Huate's back. When Huate crashed to the ground, everyone looked over and saw his body shriveling, as if his vitality was being sucked out. Huate's hair was yellow, and his skin was shriveled. He looked like a dying man. Divine Time Fist. Many people were shocked. How can this Lu Yiping know the old Devil Time's Divine Time Fist? The old Devil Time was a terrifying existence from 200,000 years ago. And the current second on the God list was the old Devil Time's successor. Now that everyone saw that Lu Yiping also knew the Divine Time Fist, they couldn't help but stir. At this time, the Zephyr sect chief, Yu Dawei, stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yiping. Zephyr sect Yu Dawei, thanks Lord for saving us. It's nothing. Lu Yiping spoke, allowing Zephyr sect Yu Dawei to rise. Qiyu asked the Zephyr Wind sect leader, Yu Dawei, you're Yu Fei's disciple? Yu Dawei looked at Qiyu in surprise. May I know who you are? Qiyu said. Yu Dawei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qiyu, your martial uncle Qiyu? Qiyu nodded and sighed. I was imprisoned by someone. It was Master who saved me. Yu Dawei's face was filled with joy. Martial uncle, all these years, Master and the others have been looking for your whereabouts. If Master and the others know that you have returned, they will definitely be very happy. Let's leave this place first, Lu Yiping said. He then left the venue with everyone else. The Zephyr sect master, Yu Dawei, did not hesitate. He led the Zephyr sect experts and left with Lu Yiping and the others. After leaving Sea God City, Yu Dawei nervously invited Lu Yiping and the others to the Zephyr sect. In a few days, I still have some matters to attend to, Lu Yiping said. He indeed had matters to attend to. Previously, he had asked the True Gold Union to help him inquire about the creation tree. Before leaving the barren island, the True Gold Union had sent him a message, saying that there was news about the creation tree. Therefore, he had to make a trip to the True Gold Union's headquarters. Previously, he had put a bounty of 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones on the True Gold Union's head. It was a huge sum, therefore, he could directly go to the True Gold Union's headquarters to collect information. Hearing that Lu Yiping had matters to attend to and that he would go in a few days, the Zephyr sect master, Yu Dawei, was overjoyed. He said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. Our Zephyr sect will be waiting for Lord's arrival." He then turned to Chiyu and said, "Martial uncle, we will return to the Zephyr sect first." Yu Dawei nodded. However, before leaving, Lu Yiping took out the tree ginseng and used its medicinal essence to heal Yu Dawei and the other two Zephyr sect's disciples. Under the treatment of the tree ginseng's medicinal essence, Yu Dawei and the other two's injuries were quickly healed. Not only were they fully healed, but their strength had also increased with the help of the tree ginseng's medicinal essence. Yu Dawei and the others respectfully sent off Lu Yiping and the others. They waited for Lu Yiping and the others to disappear for a long time before returning to the Zephyr sect. The True Gold Union's headquarters was in the Su family city of the Void Plain. The Su family city was one of the oldest and largest cities in the Void Plain. There were many legends about the Su family city. Some people said that the Su family, the largest family in the Su family city, was the descendant of the Master of Gods. In the Void Plain, among the top 10 superforces, the Maha clan was ranked first, followed by the Xianxia Island, the disordered Star Ocean sect. The Star Ocean sect was ranked 4th, and the Su family was ranked 5th. The Su family had a strong foundation. Although they were ranked 5th, even the Xianxia Island, the disordered Star Ocean, and the Star Ocean sect had to give way to the Su family. Su Yi, the great ancestor of the Su family, was ranked 5th on the divine roll, while the great ancestor of the disordered Star Ocean was only ranked 6th. Moreover, some people said that the Su family had an existence that was even stronger than Su Yi. It was just that he had not appeared in the world for hundreds of thousands of years, so he was not ranked on the divine ranking. Some people also said that the Su family still had many terrifying methods. No matter which way it was said, everyone agreed that the Su family was far stronger than the divine ranking. When Lu Yiping and the others arrived at the Su family city, it was noon. The noon sun was a little strong. However, during the day, Taurus Longjiao liked noon the most because the noon sun was the brightest. His golden retriever was also the brightest under the noon sun. Looking at the bright sun in the sky, Taurus Longjiao touched the golden retriever on his head, making the golden retriever on his head shine even brighter. He liked to start from the front of his forehead and then comb it to the back of his head. Su family city. Taurus Longjiao looked at the 3 words on the city gate of the Su family city and said, "That kid Su Qing had many women back then and left behind countless types. This Su family must be the seed left behind by one of his women." The Master of Gods, Su Qing, naturally had many women by his side. As far as Taurus Longjiao knew, there were 20 to 30 of them. But this kid is still thinking about what's in his bowl. He has so many women, but he still can't forget Luo Shui, Taurus Longjiao said again. When it came to the Master of Gods, Xianxia, Chiyu, Ba Dao, and Long Gu all listened attentively. Lu Yiping glanced at Taurus Longjiao. "You had more women back then than that kid Su Qing." Taurus Longjiao, who was combing his golden hair out of habit, froze. His expression was awkward. "Master, you can't blame me for this. You also know that I'm too handsome." "You do look a little special," Lu Yiping said, referring to the golden retriever. Taurus Longjiao saw that Xianxia and the others were still listening attentively and couldn't help but give them a sideways glance. Xianxia and the others immediately looked up at the sky. "The clouds are so white today." Then, they began to count the clouds floating in the sky as if they were counting the stars. Lu Yiping smiled and stepped into the Su family city. He inquired about the location of the True Gold Alliance's headquarters and headed there. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the True Gold Alliance's headquarters. They saw that the building of the True Gold Alliance's headquarters was made of golden materials that were even more golden than gold. Taurus Longjiao suddenly felt that his golden hair wasn't that golden. Many people are keeping books. Recently, the number of subscriptions is really low. At this rate, they won't have enough money to buy milk powder next New Year. Life is really hard. Book lovers, please turn on automatic subscriptions. Also, friends who have been freeloading for so many years and have been reading pirated books, please start subscribing to the original. Second update at noon. Xianxia, Qiyu, and the rest stared blankly at the True Gold Alliance's headquarters. It was also their first time seeing the True Gold Alliance's headquarters. Taurus Longjiao looked at the True Gold Alliance's shiny golden logo and said, "This True Gold Alliance is quite rich." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Obviously, he was dissatisfied that the True Gold Alliance's building was more expensive than his gold head. However, this several meters tall logo was made with a rare gold star stone. Just a small piece of this gold star stone was worth an astronomical price. It was obvious that the True Gold Alliance was really rich. The True Gold Alliance was the largest information-gathering organization in the 17 Plains. At the same time, it was also the largest trading company in the 17 Plains. Every branch had a trading market. It would be strange if they were poor. Lu Yiping smiled and said, "When we go in later, ask if the True Gold Alliance's logo is for sale." Taurus Longjiao was stunned for a moment before he said solemnly, "I will listen to Master." Xianxia and the rest were speechless. Lu Yiping and the rest entered the True Gold Alliance's headquarters. Knowing that Lu Yiping was here to receive information, the True Gold Alliance's disciple led Lu Yiping and the rest to the mission hall. There were a total of 10 halls in the True Gold Alliance's headquarters. Each hall was built with golden walls. It was dazzling. The materials used were not only gold but also expensive. It gave people a feeling of luxury. Even the floor tiles were dark golden color. Taurus Longjiao said to the True Gold Alliance's disciple, "Your True Gold Alliance is quite rich. Your boss surname is Jean, right?" The True Gold Alliance's disciple was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "I don't dare to say anything else, but our True Gold Alliance is indeed rich. Our alliance leader's surname is Jean." Taurus Longjiao was stunned. He did not expect the True Gold Alliance's alliance leader's surname to be Jean. He smiled and said, "No wonder your True Gold Alliance's buildings are all golden color." The group arrived at the mission hall. There were quite a lot of people in the hall. It was bustling with activity. Lu Yiping came to the front desk, then took out the reward message token and handed it to the person in charge. The person in charge checked it carefully before he handed the jade token recording the message to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's spiritual consciousness seeped into the jade card and saw the information that the Real Gold Alliance had gathered. The Su clan from the purgatory of Mahanata, Lu Yiping thought. According to the True Gold League, the Su family's patriarch had found the building tree block in the purgatory of Mahanata. The Su clan was the Su clan in the Su clan city. The purgatory of Mahanata was in the territory of the Mahanata clan. The person in charge of the information hall's front desk was a great beauty. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull asked with a smile, "Little girl, is your chief here? I want to buy something with him." The person in charge smiled and said, "What would you like to buy?" "This is the mission information hall. You can head over to our trading hall to take a look." Before Taurus Longjiao could say anything, Lu Yiping grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away from the front desk. "Master, it's rare for you to come to the headquarters of the Real Gold Alliance. Shall we go to the trading hall and take a look?" Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping nodded. In any case, the Su family was in the Su family city, so he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Su family. Hence, the few of them headed to the trading hall of the Real Gold Alliance. The trading hall was much bigger than the mission hall. Inside the hall, there were all kinds of materials, weapons, elixirs, divine pills, and treasures. The hall was divided into many sections, and in front of each section, there was a huge crowd. Lu Yiping and the others arrived at the back of the trading hall and strolled around. Suddenly, Lu Yiping stopped and looked at a box in front of him. On the side of the box, there was a sign, an item from the Phantom Demon King of the ancient demon clan. Previously, when he was in the Hengyuan Plain, the 2 pieces of Dragon Han jade he obtained from the Prajna divine beggar Zhou were from the Phantom Demon King's cave dwelling. Later, he found a piece of the Builder Tree in the Phantom Demon King's cave dwelling. It was also the first piece of the Builder Tree he obtained. He was the one who nurtured that piece of Builder Tree into life. An item from the Phantom Demon Brat. Taurus Longjia was surprised when he saw the box. Lu Yiping called the shop assistant over and asked, "How much is this box?" "This box was just put up by the True Gold Alliance. However, we are not selling it for money. We are only exchanging it with items," the shop assistant explained. Lu Yiping asked, "What does the True Gold Alliance want in exchange?" The shop assistant shook his head. "Our young alliance master did not say. He only said that if the other party offers him something that interests him, he can take the box away. Then he said, however, there is an ancient array restriction on this box. Many of our True Gold Alliance's array masters are unable to open it." Lu Yiping's hand flashed, and he took out 2 drops of Star Chaos Water. "Star Chaos Water," the shop assistant exclaimed. Many people in the hall looked over, their eyes burning with desire. "Ask your young alliance master about these 2 drops of Star Chaos Water," Lu Yiping said. The shop assistant hurriedly used a communication talisman to report. Soon, he received a reply. "Our young alliance master said that the box can be exchanged with Star Chaos Water, but he needs 20 drops. The shop assistant said to Lu Yiping. Xianxia and the others frowned. 20 drops of Star Chaos Water for a box that could not be opened? In their eyes, the True Gold Alliance was asking for too much. Sure. Lu Yiping's expression was calm. Another 18 drops of Star Chaos Water appeared in his hand and he handed it over to the shop assistant. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to take the box away, a voice suddenly sounded, "Wait." Lu Yiping and the others looked over and saw a young man walking over with his head held high, followed by a large group of experts. The shop assistant and the True Gold Alliance's experts hurried forward when they saw the young man. "Greetings, young alliance master." The young man was none other than the True Gold Alliance's young alliance master, Xianxia. Xianxia stopped in front of Lu Yiping and smiled. "I am the True Gold Alliance's young alliance master, Xianxia. How should I address you?" Lu Yiping looked at the other side indifferently. "You've already accepted the 20 drops of Star Chaos Water. Why? Does the True Gold Alliance want to go back on their words?" Xianxia laughed. "You've misunderstood. Our True Gold Alliance did not mean that. Our shop assistant misheard the number I mentioned. I said 120 drops of Star Chaos Water." The shop assistant was obviously stunned. Taurus Longjiao laughed, staring at Xianxia. "I say, kid, you really think we're fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered? You said 20 drops, and now it's 120 drops." He paused for a moment before continuing. "If we take out 120 drops, won't it become 1,200 drops?" One of the True Gold Alliance's experts' face sank, and he said to Taurus Longjiao, "Be careful with your words. Our True Gold Alliance's transactions have always been fair and just. Both sides are willing, we did not force you to exchange." Lu Yiping's face was calm. "What if I have to use these 20 drops of Star Chaos Water to take the box away?" Xianxia was stunned, and he smiled. "For so many years, no one has ever snatched something from our True Gold Alliance's headquarters. I advise you not to do so." At this time, Taurus Longjiao reached out and the box was sucked into his hand. 10 p.m. Third update, Xianxia and the rest were stunned. The True Gold Alliance expert's face turned cold as he clawed at Taurus Longjiao. "You reckless fool, put that thing down." The realm energy surged wildly. This True Gold Alliance expert was a realm lord, and his realm energy had reached more than 30 million units. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull didn't even look at him. The Golden Bull's body glowed with golden light. The real Gold League's master only felt a terrifying force roaring towards him. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was sent flying, smashing many things in the hall before he fell to the corner of the hall. There was a loud bang. The transaction hall of the True Gold Alliance was shaken. Xianxia and the True Gold Alliance experts were stunned. In the hall, all the experts looked over in shock. "You dare to cause trouble in the True Gold Alliance? You're courting death." Beside Jin Yaobua, a realm lord at the peak of the late stage suddenly punched at Taurus Longjiao. This realm lord's realm energy had reached more than 90 million units. Even if it was not as good as Jiaoshi in Heaven Battling City, it was not far off. Taurus Longjiao's golden light continued to surge. This time, it was even more intense. The golden light around his body burst out like the sun. The realm lord at the peak of the late stage of the True Gold Alliance was blasted through the golden stone wall of the transaction hall and rolled to the mission hall at the side. Countless golden shards flew everywhere. The experts who were receiving messages in the mission information hall were frightened by the sudden explosion and hurriedly dodged. When the beautiful woman in charge of the mission hall saw the True Gold Alliance expert rolling into the hall, she was stunned. This True Gold Alliance expert was the deputy hall master of her mission hall. Then, she saw Taurus Longjiao through the hole in the stone wall. At this moment, Taurus Longjiao slapped Jin Yaobua's face hard. Slap, Jin Yaobua was sent flying by the slap. The beautiful woman's eyes widened. At this moment, in the main hall of the Su family residence, the True Gold Alliance leader Jin Liang, the Su family head Su Wen, and the Su family great ancestor Su Yi were sitting together discussing matters. The reason why the Real Gold Alliance set up their headquarters in the Su family city was mainly because the Jin family and the Su family were old friends, and both families had always supported each other. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat stifling. Jin Liang said with a solemn expression, "Our Real Gold Union has received news that the Maha clan has been very close to the undead race in the past few years, and the Maha clan's young patriarch wants to marry the undead race's fourth princess." Is it the undead from the Chaos Dimension? Su Yi, the great ancestor of the Su family, said in a deep voice. Jin Liang nodded. It's the Chaos Dimension's undead clan. Everyone's heart sank. If the Maha clan really marries the undead clan, then the Maha clan's power will definitely increase greatly. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Wen, frowned. For us, this is a great disadvantage. The relationship between the Maha clan, the Su family, and the Real Gold Alliance had always been bad. If not for the support of the Su family and the Real Gold Alliance, they would have been swallowed up by the Maha clan long ago. If the Maha clan were to form a marriage alliance with the undead clan, it would not be good news for the Su family and the Real Gold Alliance. Thinking of the undead clan, everyone's hearts sank. Even with the Su family's background, when faced with the terrifying monsters of the undead clan, their scalps went numb. Just as everyone was talking about the Maha clan and the undead clan, suddenly, an expert from the Real Gold Alliance ran in a panic. Alliance Master, something happened in the trading hall of the headquarters. The young Alliance Master was beaten up. Jin Liang, Su Yi, and the others were stunned. What's going on? Jin Liang's face darkened as he asked. The expert from the Real Gold Alliance stammered, "Someone has taken a fancy to the ancient Phantom Demon King's box in the trading hall." Originally, the young Alliance Master had already agreed to exchange 20 drops of Star Chaos water for it. However, after the other party took out 20 drops of Star Chaos water, the young Alliance Master changed his mind and asked for 120 drops. Su Yi and the others were stunned as they looked at Jin Liang. Jin Liang's expression was ugly. The expert from the Real Gold Alliance continued, "I seem to have heard that the second princess of the Maha clan asked the young Alliance Master to help her find 120 drops of Star Chaos water a few days ago. These days, the young Alliance Master has been helping the second princess of the Maha clan search." When Jin Liang heard this, he was furious. That bastard. The Real Gold Alliance and the Maha clan had always been at odds. However, ever since his son, Jin Yaobua, saw the second princess of the Maha clan during a conference, he was completely infatuated with her. In the past 2 years, he had also warned his son. He didn't expect that this time, for the sake of 120 drops of Star Chaos water, he would break the rules of the Real Gold Alliance. "How is the young Alliance Master now?" Jin Liang asked. The other party was very heavy-handed. The young Alliance Master's face was slapped until it was deformed and he kept vomiting blood. Not only the young Alliance Master, but Wu Yi and the other Deputy Hall Masters were also seriously injured by the other party. The other party is very strong. I'm afraid that he is not an ordinary plain master. The expert from the Real Gold Alliance continued, "Oh right, he is the guest who asked about the tree block. Oh, it's him? Jin Liang, Su Wen, and the others were surprised. A few years ago, Su Wen obtained a strange tree block in the purgatory of Maha. All these years, he couldn't find any results from his research. Su Wen even asked the Real Gold Alliance to help him investigate the origin of this tree block. A few days ago, the Real Gold Alliance's 9-star plane branch sent news that someone had offered a reward of 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones to find this tree block. Jin Liang even mentioned this to Su Wen. Alliance Master, the young Alliance Master's injuries are very serious. What do you think? The expert from the Real Gold Alliance asked. Jin Liang said in a deep voice, I will go back now. Although his son had broken the rules of the Real Gold Alliance, the other party had slapped his son in public at the headquarters of the Real Gold Alliance and injured several deputy hall masters of the Real Gold Alliance. This made him furious. I will go with you to take a look. The Su family's patriarch, Su Wen, said. He also wanted to see who was looking for the tree block. Since I have nothing to do, I will go with you. The Su family's great ancestor, Su Yi, suddenly spoke. Jin Liang was stunned, then he was overjoyed. It would be great if Senior Su Yi could go with us. Thus, Su Yi, Su Wen, and the other experts from the Su family followed Jin Liang to the headquarters of the Real Gold Alliance. The headquarters of the Real Gold Alliance was not far from the Su family's main residence. Soon, everyone arrived at the trading hall of the Real Gold Alliance's headquarters. When they arrived at the trading hall, Jin Liang was furious when he saw his son Jin Yaobu's face that was completely unrecognizable from the slap. He looked coldly at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Sir, you are too much. Jin Liang said angrily. Too much? Lu Yiping said calmly, it was your son who broke the rules first, and then it was your people from the Real Gold Alliance who attacked first. We are already being merciful by not killing him. When Jin Liang heard that the other party was being merciful, he could not help but be furious. Alright, then I will experience your skills. As he said this, the power in his body surged, and he suddenly threw a punch at Lu Yiping. As the Alliance Master of the Real Gold Alliance, Jin Liang's cultivation was naturally not weak. He was an expert on the divine ranking, and his ranking was much higher than Fu Songxing's. He was 46th on the divine ranking. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., first update at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. End of chapter 236. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.